Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 776, The Cave of 10,000 Blades. Kunwa Mountain. After realizing he couldn't break through the mid-nascent soul realm barrier on his own, Zhou Chun decisively emerged from seclusion. He immediately went to see the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable to inquire about breaking through the mid-nascent soul realm barrier. Upon hearing his purpose, the Taijang Divine Venerable avatar directly stated, "In one of my secret abodes lies a towering sword cave, filled with extremely violent Zheng metal power. Even mid-nascent soul cultivators practicing metal attribute techniques find it difficult to refine that Zheng metal power for cultivation. However, if you can refine the Zheng metal power within, you can use it to purify your own mana and repeatedly attempt to break through the mid-nascent soul realm barrier until you succeed completely." He glanced at Zhou Chun and added, "Of course, if you cannot refine that Zheng metal power, I will also give you the Pure Yang Breakthrough Pill that fellow Taoist Chuan Yang entrusted to you. It's all up to you." Hearing these words, Zhou Chun merely frowned slightly before quickly nodding and saying, "This junior understands, this junior is willing to give it a try." The avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable seemed unsurprised by his answer, immediately nodding slightly and saying, "In that case, prepare yourself, and then follow me to that secret abode." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately took his leave. If he could refine the Zheng metal power mentioned by the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable, then this closed-door breakthrough would inevitably take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, before his closed-door breakthrough, there were certain things he needed to explain and arrange. Now, after leaving the avatar's cave, Zhou Chun first went to his disciple Zhou Ziyang's cave. Over the years, Zhou Ziyang had focused on cultivating the purple flower demon subduing spiritual light's secret technique. Aside from going out to cultivate the technique daily, he spent the rest of his time in seclusion in his cave. Zhou Chun's sudden visit surprised her. "Master, why have you come all this way? This disciple greets you." She hurriedly came out to greet him upon seeing him outside her cave, her face filled with surprise. Normally, as his master, Zhou Chun could simply send a message or summon her to his cave to give instructions if he had anything to tell her. "It's nothing serious. I just realized that since you moved here, Yinger, I haven't visited your cave yet, which is a bit much. I had some free time today, so I thought I'd come and take a look." Zhou Chun, seeing his surprised disciple, seemed to know what she was thinking and waved his hand with a smile, casually answering her question. Hearing his response, Zhou Ziyang's expression immediately returned to normal, and she said with a mixture of joy and gratitude, "Then please come in and take a seat, master. This disciple will make you tea and wine." With that, she invited Zhou Chun into her cave. Besides cultivating her secret techniques, she hadn't had much else to do over the years, so she managed her cave dwelling exceptionally well. Many of the buildings and even the vegetation on the mountain were personally constructed and transplanted by her, arranged entirely according to her own preferences. On the entire mountain, besides herself, only the heavenly wind thunder eagle that had accompanied her since childhood remained. This heavenly wind thunder eagle had successfully broken through to the 4th rank with the help of the Emperor's Dew, and was now a mid-grade 4th rank demon beast. Zhou Chun had previously bestowed several 4th rank wind attribute demon cores upon Zhou Ziyang. After the bird digested those cores, it was estimated that it would also advance to high-grade 4th rank demon beast. Seeing the heavenly wind thunder eagle at this moment, Zhou Chun couldn't help but recall something. He immediately looked at Zhou Ziyang and said, "Yinger, your heavenly wind thunder eagle seems to be a female, right? The 2 golden-crowned black rocks kept in the clan are both males. Do you think you could try to arrange a match between it and the golden-crowned black rock to produce offspring?" Then, as if afraid Zhou Ziyang or the heavenly wind thunder eagle might resist, he quickly added, "This would actually be beneficial to it as well. If it can conceive a heavenly rock bloodline offspring, it might be able to activate the hidden potential within its own bloodline during the process of conceiving a powerful demonic bird bloodline. Moreover, as long as it can successfully conceive and produce offspring with a golden-crowned black rock, When it undergoes the heavenly tribulation in the future, I can arrange for the Silver Dragon Lord to temporarily lend it the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword to help it through the tribulation. Hearing these words, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "Disciple understands. Disciple will explain this to it, but if it refuses, disciple will not force it. Of course, I was just saying it. If it doesn't work out, then forget it." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, readily agreeing. Afterwards, he followed Zhou Chun into a wooden building on the mountain and sat down, enjoying the spiritual tea offered by his disciple. He also took the opportunity to chat about his own experience in transforming his core and forming his nascent soul. After chatting with his disciple for a while, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Judging by the time, Yinger, you will be able to successfully cultivate your secret technique in 8 years. At that time, you can go into seclusion in my cave to form your nascent soul. The conditions there are much better than here." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was deeply moved, but she shook her head repeatedly and said, "That's not a good idea. Forming the nascent soul and transforming the core formation is not something that can be accomplished in 3 or 5 years. If I occupy your cave, Master, wouldn't that delay your cultivation? It's alright. My cultivation has already reached the barrier of the mid-nascent soul stage. It doesn't matter where I cultivate. Besides, I'm going to go with Senior Tai Gen to a secret abode to seek a method to break through to the next level. It may take 10 or 8 years to return, or even longer." Zhou Chun waved his hand and directly explained the details. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy. She quickly stood up, bowed to him, and said, "Then this disciple wishes Master a smooth breakthrough in advance." Zhou Chun smiled slightly and said, "So you can just go to my cave for seclusion when the time comes. I will explain everything to your master's wife, and they will all be out by then." He then added, "Also, before you go into seclusion to form your core and nascent soul, go see Lord Silver Dragon. He will give you the items I prepared to deal with your inner demons." This disciple understands. Master's kindness and virtue are beyond repayment. I only wish Master eternal life and freedom. Zhou Chun nodded solemnly, bowed to Zhou Chun again with deep emotion, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Yinger, you too. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely not be limited to the mere golden core stage." Zhou Chun smiled and helped his disciple up, offering her his blessings with encouragement. After leaving Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Chun went to see Zhou Ming. Because he had taken the Jiazi longevity pill, Zhou Ming still had several decades left to live and seemed quite healthy. Zhou Chun chatted with him for a while, mentioning his plan to break through to a higher realm, and then suddenly changed the subject, saying, "I heard that you, ancestor, are planning to try refining magic weapons. I happen to have quite a few magic weapon materials here that I don't know what to do with, so I'll give them to you to practice with." As he spoke, he took out a large amount of magic weapon materials from his storage bag and placed them in front of him. Zhou Ming glanced at them and realized that the amount of magic weapon materials was enough to refine more than a dozen magic weapons. Seeing this, even though he already knew that Zhou Chun must be incredibly wealthy after killing so many 5th-tier experts, he couldn't help but be a little astonished. He immediately shook his head repeatedly and said, no need, Zheng Chun, you can keep these things yourself." As he spoke, he also gave a slight bitter smile and explained, "I know my own abilities. There's definitely no chance of me succeeding in refining magic weapons. The reason I plan to try refining magic weapons is twofold. Firstly, as a weapon refiner, it would be a regret not to try. Secondly, my family doesn't lack magic weapon materials, so I can afford to fail even if I try a few times." But since Zhou Chun had already taken the things out, how could he take them back? He smiled and said, "Whether you need it or not, this is a token of my appreciation. If you don't need it, please put it in the family treasury." Zhou Ming smiled wryly and waved his hand, saying, "It's no exaggeration to say that the family treasury is piled high with things. Most of the precious items were put there by you, Zheng Chun. These things will just gather dust." He then earnestly suggested, "Instead of that, Zheng Chun, you might as well put these things in your private treasury. If any of your juniors successfully form their core in the future, or if any of them do a good job for you, you can allow them to enter your private treasury and choose a treasure. This would be a way of mentoring the younger generation." Hearing this suggestion, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he nodded, saying, What you said makes sense. This is indeed a good idea." He then readily accepted the suggestion and took back the treasures. After chatting with Zhou Ming about some family matters, Zhou Chun left. Next, Zhou Chun visited Zhou Daoi and discussed matters concerning the construction and management of the cultivation world in Yu Kingdom. He offered his opinions and suggestions on the difficulties currently facing his family and explained his upcoming journey to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Finally, Zhou Chun returned to his cave dwelling to reunite with his wife and children, and also explained his upcoming departure. After I leave, my wife, you can take Zinitun back to the Su family for a while. Just have Liu Wanjun and the others accompany you. If Zinitun wants to travel to other countries, he can even travel with other cultivators from the family. The child is growing up and should learn to adapt to the cultivation world on his own. He should experience and understand both the good and the bad. We can't always treat him like a child and keep him by our side all the time. That would be harmful to him. Late at night, after a period of spiritual and physical cultivation with his Taoist partner, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to express some of his innermost thoughts. Perhaps because this child was hard-won, or perhaps because she had a child late in life, Su Yuzhen doted on Zhou Zinitun far too much, almost wanting to be by his side every moment. Zhou Chun didn't see this as a good thing. Even if Zhou Zinitun wasn't a bad person and wouldn't develop any bad habits from being spoiled, as a mature adult, he certainly wouldn't want his every move exposed to others, even his parents. Su Yuzhen might not realize this, but Zhou Chun was. Therefore, he had previously reminded and instructed her many times, and this was simply a reiteration of that point. Hearing his words, Su Yuzhen said with a worried expression, "Husband, I understand the reasons you've given, but Xinyuan's cultivation level is still low. I'm afraid something might happen to him. After all, as you know, the cultivation world is dangerous, and anything can happen." Zhou Chun shook his head and said, "Precisely because his cultivation level is low, there's no need to worry too much. As long as he's not foolish enough to provoke a golden core cultivator, with what I left him, he can escape unscathed from a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Moreover, if you're still worried, you can have Liu Wanjun follow you secretly. If he encounters a danger that he can't overcome even with all his trump cards, you can still intervene and save him." Hearing this, Su Yuzhen's face showed a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a long time, she nodded gently and said, "All right then, I'll make a decision after I've asked Xinyuan for her opinion. It's good that you've thought it through, madam." Zhou Chun nodded with relief, finally relieved that her words hadn't been in vain. Half a month later, Zhou Chun quietly left Kunwu Mountain with the avatar of Tai God Venerable. The two of them rode together on Yishanjun, traveling swiftly westward, eventually arriving together above a stone mountain in the cultivation world of the far west. This is it. In mid-air, the avatar of Tai God Venerable looked down at the severely weathered stone mountain and immediately cast a communication talisman. A moment later, white spiritual light suddenly surged above the stone mountain, and the figure of a tall, black-clad man appeared. The burly man in black also possessed early-stage nascent soul cultivation. Upon appearing, he immediately bowed to the avatar of the Tai Divine Venerable in mid-air, saying, "This humble one, Hao Bin, pays respects to the Divine Venerable." The avatar of the Tai Divine Venerable simply waved his hand and said, "I am taking a fellow Taoist to the secret palace for cultivation. Open the formation and let them pass." "Yes, sir." The burly man in black glanced at Zhou Chun, asked no questions, and immediately took out a token, cast a spell to open the protective formation of the secret palace below, and let the avatar of the Tai Divine Venerable and Zhou Chun enter. After passing through the protective formation, Zhou Chun looked around and saw that the scene inside was indeed 7/10 similar to what he had seen outside. It was the same barren rocky mountains, with hardly any green plants to be seen. In some places, palaces and pavilions were built, and one could sense that some people were cultivating within them. Even nascent soul stage cultivators need someone to maintain the purifying spirit array and guard the mountain protecting array. The cultivators in this secret chamber are regularly replaced by people sent by several major sects. Once they enter, they can never leave. As if sensing Zhou Chun's doubts, the avatar of the Tai Divine Venerable took the initiative to explain the situation in the secret chamber. Upon hearing this, before Zhou Chun could say anything, the burly man in black immediately said respectfully, "Being able to serve the Divine Venerable is a blessing we have accumulated over several lifetimes. We would rather serve the Divine Venerable every day than leave." Hey, fellow Taoist, Hao is absolutely right. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and with a senior expert like Senior Tai Zheng residing here, if it weren't for the large family and wife and children I have to take care of, I would also be willing to stay here to cultivate and quietly comprehend the great Dao." Zhou Chun chuckled and echoed the other's words with complete agreement. As for whether they were speaking sincerely, probably no one would care. Led by the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord, Zhou Chun quickly arrived at the outside of a cave deep within the secret palace. On the stone wall ahead, the 4 large characters 10,000 rent sword cave were strikingly prominent, as if cleaved by a sword, containing a powerful and chilling sword intent. Below was a tightly closed stone door, its surface covered with numerous flashing golden runes, clearly enshrined in a powerful sealing spell. This stone door hasn't been opened for at least 200 years. The Zheng metal power inside is probably almost full. If you can't withstand it, don't push yourself and injure yourself. Knock on the door immediately so I can sense it, and I will open it and let you out. If you can withstand the Zheng metal power inside, then I will teach you the incantation to activate it. You can then enter and exit on your own to cultivate. After you succeed, Hao Bin will open the formation and send you out. As Zhou Chun examined the 4 large characters, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord spoke, outlining the precautions. Then, he formed hand seals, his magical power transforming into golden runes that flew towards the stone door, quickly causing the runes on the door to arrange themselves according to a certain pattern. When he finished his hand seals, the runes on the door were perfectly aligned, and the stone door opened automatically. As soon as the stone door opened, Zhou Chun's cultivation of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art became unprecedentedly active, automatically starting to operate. He was startled, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he didn't know what it meant. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in." Only after the urging voice of the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar rang out did Zhou Chun come to his senses and hurriedly rush into the cave inside the stone door. As soon as he entered the cave, the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar formed a hand seal and closed the stone door again. Once inside the cave, Zhou Chun felt an omnipresent, dense metallic spiritual energy. This place was very unique. He could hardly sense the presence of other elemental spiritual energy, only the rich Zheng metal spiritual energy filled the space. Zhou Chun didn't even need to circulate his energy to absorb it, the Zheng metal spiritual power automatically surged into his body. Then he felt a long-lost pain. Yes, the long-lost pain of his meridians being torn apart. He had only experienced this kind of pain after successfully forming his nascent soul and during the process of rebuilding his cauldron. The Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar said that the Zheng metal power here was extremely violent, even ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivators couldn't withstand it, and that was no exaggeration at all. Even Zhou Chun's powerful meridians, tempered through multiple rebuildings, were forcibly torn apart and scraped after the Zheng metal power entered his body, showing just how violent it was. Not daring to be negligent, Zhou Chun didn't even bother to explore the cave further. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to fully circulate his cultivation technique to refine the Zheng metal power surging into his body. Having had similar experiences many times before, he was familiar with how to deal with this situation and remain calm. While refining the Zheng metal power surging into his body, Zhou Chun also summoned his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, to seal and prevent more Zheng metal power from flowing into his body. Slowly refining the Zheng metal power flowing into his body and gradually repairing his damaged meridians, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. After more than a month of cultivation, Zhou Chun was certain that he could persevere in the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave. Therefore, he didn't rush to continue his cultivation, but instead got up and returned to the cave entrance, knocking on the stone door. Sensing the knock, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord quickly reopened the door and released Zhou Chun. Upon seeing Zhou Chun calmly emerge from the cave, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he spoke first, saying, "It seems you have succeeded." He had once sealed a sword ore within Zhou Chun's body and inquired about Zhou Chun's cultivation techniques. Therefore, he knew that Zhou Chun's meridians were far stronger and his magical power purer than that of ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators. That's why he believed Zhou Chun had a chance to survive the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, a place where even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators struggled to endure. Now it seemed his judgment was undoubtedly correct. Zhou Chun hadn't disappointed him or betrayed his efforts. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun readily replied, "Senior Taijang's insight is truly remarkable. This junior is indeed confident in cultivating within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave. Excellent." Taijang, the Divine Venerable, clapped his hands and smiled, then with a wave of his hand, handed Zhou Chun a jade slip he had prepared beforehand. Then he spoke. The incantation to open this myriad blade sword cave is within. You'll learn it after a few tries. But remember one thing, don't be greedy and stay inside to cultivate, or you'll damage your foundation. Zhou Chun reached out and took the jade slip, quickly bowing in thanks. Thank you for bestowing the method, Senior Taijeng. I will certainly remember your teachings. Hao Bin, you also keep an eye on things. If fellow Taoist Zhou wants to leave, don't stop him. Taijeng's avatar turned his gaze and also instructed the black-clad giant Hao Bin, who was attending him. Hearing this, the black-clad giant Hao Bin hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes, I will obey the orders of the Divine Venerable, then I will return to Yu Kingdom first, Taijeng's avatar said, and immediately left the secret palace in a swift and decisive manner. After watching Taijeng Divine Venerable depart, the burly man in black, Hao Bin, respectfully addressed Zhou Chun, saying, Fellow Taoist Zhou, if you have any needs, please feel free to ask. As long as it's within my authority, I will do my best to fulfill them. He seemed to lack the arrogance of a nascent soul cultivator, not only acting like a servant before Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar, but also showing great respect to Zhou Chun, a cultivator whose cultivation was apparently at the same level as his own, due to Taijeng Divine Venerable's avatar's attitude. This amazed Zhou Chun, and various speculations flashed through his mind. However, Zhou Chun still replied very politely, Fellow Taoist Hao, you're too kind. I only need a quiet room to rest, everything else is fine. Regardless, the other party was ultimately a cultivator at the same level as him, and also the steward of Taijeng Divine Venerable's secret residence. Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't lack the respect due to him. After hearing his words, the burly man in black, Hao Bin, did not say anything more, but simply nodded and said, I understand. Leave this matter to me. Then he took Zhou Chun on a tour of the secret residence and arranged a private courtyard for him. Chapter 777 Mid-Nascent Soul Stage, Sword Cave Treasure. The Myriad Blade Sword Cave. Since confirming his ability to withstand the Zhengjin power within the Myriad Blade Sword Cave, Zhou Chun has lived the life of an ascetic. He spends most of the year within the cave, absorbing and refining the Zhengjin power to purify his own magical energy. Only when his body signals fatigue will he temporarily leave for a few days to rest in the secret chamber outside. During his rest, Zhou Chun also curiously exchanged ideas with Hao Bin and other cultivators within the secret chamber, thus learning much useful information. According to Hao Bin, the Taijeng Divine Venerable and his avatar rarely cultivate in this secret chamber, they merely retain ownership of it. The cultivators like Hao Bin within the secret chamber are mostly marginal figures from their original sects, who, for various reasons, have little chance of advancement within their own sects. Therefore, whenever they need to send cultivators to the secret chamber, their sects notify these marginal figures, asking for their opinions. Anyone willing to cultivate in the secret realm will receive a spiritual item to aid in breaking through to higher realm, up to the core formation stage. Therefore, their arrival here is their own choice, no one is forcing them. Furthermore, due to the special nature of the secret realm's formation, unless a steward-level figure like Hao Bin betrays them, even if other cultivators regret their decision, they cannot truly escape. Moreover, with the deterrent power of the nascent soul stage venerable, no one truly believes they can escape. And they aren't necessarily destined to die in the secret realm. According to the rules set by the Taijeng Divine Venerable, when they have 1/10 of their lifespan remaining, they can leave the secret realm to live the life they desire, only they must not reveal its location. However, even if they do reveal the secret realm's location, given the strength of the protective formation, there's no need to worry about anything. If a powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivator arrives, Hao Bin only needs to appear and explain the situation, and the opponent will obediently retreat, and the leaker will be silenced. Zhou Chun had made a point of memorizing the names of those sects, intending to remind his family's cultivators upon returning to avoid conflicts with them. After all, sects recognized by the Taijeng Divine Venerable must have an extraordinary relationship with him, and the Zhou family was now under the Taijeng Divine Venerable's command, so they couldn't afford to have conflicts with those on the same side. The cultivation effects within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave were indeed excellent. Zhou Chun's mana had largely been boosted by the power of pills, making it less solid than that of cultivators who cultivated step by step. Now, with the tempering of the Zheng metal power within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, the quality of his mana, while remaining constant in quantity, had greatly improved, almost rivaling that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. With such a significant improvement in mana quality, the previously unshakable barrier to his cultivation could now be slightly breached. If things continued as the Taizheng Divine Venerable had said, and he persisted in his attempts, he would eventually break through that barrier. After improving his tolerance for the Zhengjin energy within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, Zhou Chun gradually ventured deeper into the cave. As he explored further, he understood why it was called that. The once empty cave was now filled with various magical artifacts, primarily flying swords, but also including other forms like knives, spears, and halberds. These artifacts were embedded in the cave walls and floor, some intact, others damaged to varying degrees. Initially, most of the artifacts he saw were low-grade, but as he went deeper, mid-grade and even high-grade artifacts appeared. Furthermore, the deeper he went, the more violent and intense the Zhengjin energy became. Even though Zhou Chun had adapted to the outer Zhengjin energy, he now faced immense pressure again. Naturally, cultivating deeper within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave would be even more effective. Therefore, in a sense, the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave is indeed a sacred place for cultivation for metal attribute cultivators like Zhou Chun. As long as they can withstand the damage from the Zheng metal power here, they can forge an unparalleled foundation for their cultivation. After discovering this, Zhou Chun wasn't even in a hurry to break through his cultivation barrier, he just wanted to see how far he could go in the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave. As time went by, Zhou Chun was no longer satisfied with just purifying his own mana. He also used the abundant Zheng metal power here to cultivate his own divine abilities and secret techniques. For example, the formless Zheng metal divine light, divine ability made remarkable progress after absorbing and refining the Zheng metal power deep within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave. Even the falling treasure golden light, divine ability seemed to benefit from the purity of Zhou Chun's mana, with its cultivation progress greatly improved. Seizing this rare opportunity, Zhou Chun decisively chose to cultivate a metal attribute divine ability he had never explored before. This divine ability was called Heavenly Metal Body, a divine ability primarily focused on strengthening physical defense. However, it's not a body-refining supernatural power, but a legitimate magical cultivation technique. Practitioners of this technique need to use secret methods to collect golden energy and condense it into heavenly golden essence, storing it in their danshan. Once enough heavenly golden essence is stored, one can unleash the heavenly golden body, supernatural power. During the heavenly golden body, supernatural powers enhancement, the cultivator's physical body will become as hard as a magic weapon or even a spiritual treasure, with defensive capabilities exceeding those of other body-refining cultivators of the same level, and will be immune to or greatly enhanced by the erosion of foreign forces. Zhou Chun hadn't cultivated the heavenly golden body, supernatural power before, mainly because high-quality golden energy was rare. And if heavenly golden essence were condensed using low-quality golden energy, who knows how much golden energy and how much time it would take to condense even a single grain. He already had enough time for meditation and cultivation, why would he want to waste that effort cultivating this supernatural power? After all, he possessed the secret technique of beast-spirit fusion technique, allowing him to fuse with powerful demon king spirit pets like Lord Fushin at any time. He also had the secret technique of heaven and earth spirit transference technique, which could transfer damage he received. Therefore, his need for the heavenly gold body wasn't as strong. His current choice to cultivate this divine ability was purely because the Zhengjin power within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave was inexhaustible and of extremely high quality, making it relatively easy to condense into heavenly gold essence. Thus, he was naturally happy to cultivate another divine ability that could enhance his survival ability in crucial moments. As the saying goes, a day in the cave is like 1,000 years in the world. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chun had cultivated in the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave for 9 years. On this day, while meditating and cultivating in the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, Zhou Chun suddenly seemed to hear a crack sound, and then the barrier that had been preventing his breakthrough shattered. Without the barrier of his cultivation realm, Zhou Chun's internal energy surged rapidly, a powerful suction force emanating from him, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Since only the raging Zheng metal energy existed within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, a large amount of it was absorbed into Zhou Chun's body. Having already adapted to the Zheng metal energy here, the sudden influx of too much caused his meridians to tear and ache again. Fortunately, he had encountered this kind of meridian tearing many times over the years, so he remained calm. He focused on refining the Zheng metal energy flowing into his body, stabilizing his cultivation realm, while simultaneously using his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, to control the amount of Zheng metal energy nearby. So this is the mid-stage nascent soul realm. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun awoke from his meditation. He carefully examined the changes within himself and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage, his total mana increased by nearly 50%, and it would continue to grow as his cultivation level increased. Simultaneously, his divine sense also underwent a significant breakthrough. He released his divine sense, and a silver flying sword, embedded in the cave wall, was forcibly pulled out by the invisible power of his divine sense. Without any further refinement or manipulation with his mana, it began to fly up and down in the cave. After playing with the flying sword for a while, Zhou Chun returned it to its original position. Then, with a thought, a white sword shadow shot out from between his brows, hovering a few feet in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the white sword shadow was clearly a flying sword that appeared to be carved from crystal, emitting a faint white light. Zhou Chun reached out and grabbed it, but his hand passed right through the flying sword, as if it were merely an illusion. However, no nascent soul cultivator who witnessed this would think that way. Upon witnessing the scene, they could only exclaim in shock, "Divine sense crystallization, yes, divine sense crystallization, or rather, divine consciousness taking form." At the late nascent soul stage, one's divine sense is incredibly powerful, capable of interfering with reality, crystallizing thoughts into visible forms. Ordinary early nascent soul cultivators, if they were to fight a late nascent soul cultivator, would suffer greatly from the mere clash of divine senses, completely overwhelmed. Those below the nascent soul stage don't even have the ability to stand before a late nascent soul cultivator. If a late nascent soul cultivator so desires, they can unleash a storm of divine sense at any time, forcibly scattering the divine senses of those below the nascent soul stage, rendering them all unconscious and demented. Generally, only those who have reached the late nascent soul stage can achieve divine sense crystallization. However, a very small number of exceptionally talented cultivators, through various fortuitous encounters and secret techniques, strengthen their divine sense and soul origin, enabling them to achieve this even in the mid-nascent soul stage. For example, Nanguang Wuking, whom Zhou Chun knew very well, had also achieved the transformation of his divine sense into a physical form when he reached the mid-nascent soul stage. And Zhou Chun had now achieved this as well. For nascent soul cultivators, the most important benefit of the transformation of divine sense into a physical form was not offensive ability, but the ability to perceive and understand the laws of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Cultivators with a transformation of their divine sense could already vaguely glimpse the operation of the laws of the great Dao of heaven and earth. The great Dao is formless and intangible. Cultivators whose divine sense was not strong enough had no chance to glimpse the operation of the laws of the great Dao of heaven and earth, and essentially their view of all things in the world was not much different from that of ordinary people. However, in the eyes of cultivators with strong divine sense, the operation of all things in the world had its own rules and was influenced by the laws of the great Dao. Only when one reaches this stage is there a real possibility of enlightenment, and only then can one truly call oneself a seeker of the Dao. For example, at this moment, Zhou Chun calmed down and released his divine sense to carefully perceive the outside world, and immediately had a different feeling. The environment was still the same, but the same environment now seemed different. The omnipresent Zheng metal power, which he had previously only been able to perceive in terms of its existence and its surging. Now, however, he could perceive their existence, see where they flowed, and where the Zheng metal energy was more concentrated. He could even vaguely discern why the Zheng metal energy was more concentrated in certain places than in others. Looking at the magical treasures within the cave, he could see the spiritual radiance of each treasure, concealed by its own spiritual power. The strength of this radiance determined the treasure's power. Generally speaking, aside from top-grade magical treasures, the stronger the spiritual energy, the higher the grade. Even among top-grade magical treasures, those with stronger spiritual energy were more likely to evolve into spiritual treasures. Previously, because the Zheng metal energy here hindered his divine sense, Zhou Chun couldn't perceive the deepest part of the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave. Now, with his breakthrough in cultivation and a surge in divine sense, the scene deep within the cave appeared in his mind. At the deepest part of the cave was a 9-tiered, circular sword platform, upon which were inserted 108 intact flying swords. Of these 108 flying swords, even the lowest grade one was a high-grade magic weapon. Among them, there were as many as 24 top-grade magic weapons. In addition, there were 5 spirit-grade flying swords. At the very top and center of the entire sword platform stood a golden longsword. Unlike the spirit-grade and top-grade magic weapons, this sword didn't gleam with dazzling light or exude a sharp aura. Its aura was restrained, emitting almost no outward movement, nor did it reveal any sword light. However, its location meant that Zhou Chun couldn't ignore its existence. Considering that the 5 spirit-grade flying swords were ranked below it, its true grade was undoubtedly obvious. I never expected that such a treasure would be hidden within this myriad blade sword cave. Senior Taijang Divine Venerable trusts me too much? Isn't he afraid I'll take this sword and disappear without a trace? Zhou Chun looked at the location of the sword platform deep within the cave with a shocked expression, his eyes filled with amazement. If we exclude the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, this was the first time he had examined a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure so closely and directly. About a third of the longsword was embedded in the sword stand, with only 2/3, including the hilt, visible. Its hilt was also uniquely shaped, a golden eagle's head with outstretched wings. Upon closer inspection, the golden blade also had feather-like patterns, suggesting it was forged from the feathers of some divine bird. Zhou Chun stared intently, his divine sense involuntarily enveloping the longsword, as if trying to see it more clearly or to gain more information about it. But he quickly paid the price for his recklessness. Ah! A scream suddenly echoed throughout the 10,000-blade sword cave. Zhou Chun collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Just moments ago, after his divine sense enveloped the longsword, it was as if he had disturbed some slumbering, terrifying being. A sharp, incomparable sword intent suddenly erupted, striking his soul along the connection of his divine sense, nearly cleaving him in two. That was the first time he had encountered such a powerful attack on his soul. Even the full-force soul attack of the Heavenly Soul Clan expert he had encountered before was far inferior to this sword intent. If it weren't for the qualitative change in his divine sense after breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage, reaching the divine sense manifestation realm ahead of schedule, the injury left by this sword intent would likely have taken him decades or even centuries to recover. And even with his current powerful divine sense, this sword strike had still caused him considerable damage. After recovering for a while, Zhou Chun endured the excruciating pain that felt like his head was about to split open and quickly left the myriad blade sword cave. In his current state, it was not suitable for him to continue cultivating here. Back at his lodgings, Zhou Chun hurriedly patted his storage pouch and retrieved the soul-cleansing water demon elixir he had obtained from the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's storage artifact. After testing, this elixir was confirmed to cleanse and nourish the soul. The lingering sword intent within his soul was something he couldn't imagine how long or how much suffering he would endure if he tried to dispel it himself. He didn't want to suffer unnecessarily. He applied the elixir to his forehead, and a cool, refreshing aura instantly flowed into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Under the cleansing influence of this cool aura, the sword intent remaining in his soul was gradually washed away. After using half of the elixir, Zhou Chun finally managed to dispel and remove the sword intent. However, the damage to his soul wouldn't heal so quickly. While he possessed treasures capable of restoring soul damage, he was reluctant to use them in this situation. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to fight anyone. Even if he recuperated for a few years, he could heal his injuries. The Great Rock-Soaring Sword, is that the name of that sword? In the quiet room, Zhou Chun rubbed his forehead, muttering to himself. He hadn't come away empty-handed from that sword strike. When the sword intent pierced his soul, the sword spirit that had struck him, awakened from its slumber, revealed its identity in a fit of rage, thus revealing the sword's name. Since the sword spirit still existed and could still unleash its sword intent to wound him, it meant the sword was definitely a complete, high-grade spiritual treasure, not some flawed product that had fallen from its rank. He just didn't understand why the Taijang Divine Lord would leave such a treasure in the Myriad Blade Sword Cave instead of refining and using it himself. Even if the Taijang Divine Lord's true form already possessed a flying sword of the high-grade spiritual treasure level, his avatar could use it too. If his avatar possessed the Great Rock-Soaring Sword, he should have been able to easily kill both the Golden Profound Saint Grandson and the Ice-Fire Demon Ape in the previous great battle with the demon race, instead of escalating to the later situation. Zhou Chun couldn't understand this, but he knew there was probably a deeper meaning he didn't know. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The actions of the nascent soul stage venerable are their own considerations, I don't need to worry about it. Then he calmed down to recuperate. In the following time, Zhou Chun discovered other benefits brought to him by the divine consciousness transformation realm. For example, the Great Evolution Heavenly Secret Technique, which he had previously been unable to cultivate, was now easily mastered after resuming his practice. Once this secret technique was successfully cultivated, those secret techniques and divine abilities that tracked and locked onto one's own soul would no longer be so effective. He could even use this secret technique to deduce heavenly secrets and find people and objects. At the same time, due to the surge in his divine consciousness, his golden escape technique also made great strides and became even more useful. Other divine abilities such as the formless Zheng Metal Divine Light, Zheng Metal Sky Splitting Thunder, Falling Treasure Golden Light, and Heavenly Golden Body, all saw their power increase due to his greatly enhanced cultivation in divine sense, and his cultivation progress also accelerated significantly. Having discovered this, Zhou Chun was no longer in a hurry to leave this secret abode. Judging by the time, Yinger should already be in seclusion to form her nascent soul, and the ancestor's lifespan can still last for several decades. Even if I were to remain in seclusion here for another 10 or 8 years, it wouldn't matter. This is a rare opportunity. If I miss this chance, even if I want to cultivate in this myriad blade sword cave again. Senior Taizheng Divine Venerable might not agree. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and after careful consideration, he cleared his mind of distractions and continued his cultivation. In the time that followed, Zhou Chun mainly focused on refining the power of Zheng Metal to improve his cultivation. The cultivation of secret techniques and divine abilities would have to wait. After all, cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. Thus, a year of cultivation within the Myriad Blade Sword Cave was equivalent to 3 or 4 years of cultivation in his own cave on Mount Kunwu, and the magical power he gained through this cultivation was incredibly solid and pure. However, with his continuous refinement and consumption, the total amount of Zheng Metal power within the Myriad Blade Sword Cave began to decrease, clearly indicating that this Zheng Metal power was not inexhaustible. The avatar of the Taizheng Divine Lord had previously stated that this place had not been open for over 200 years, which was why it could accumulate such a dense concentration of Zheng Metal power. If it weren't for the opportunity to bestow upon Zhou Chun, this Zheng Metal power should have been absorbed and refined by the Taizheng Divine Lord's true body. Even for a nascent soul cultivator like him, directly absorbing and refining such a dense concentration of Zheng Metal power would have slightly improved his cultivation. However, Zhou Chun's good days did not last long. In the 3rd year after he broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage, the true body of the Taizheng Divine Lord suddenly arrived at this secret abode. You Junior, if I hadn't come, would you have drained all the Zheng Metal power in the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave in one go before you were satisfied? The true form of Taizheng God Venerable, who had suddenly barged into the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, saw that Zhou Chun was already meditating and cultivating in the deepest part of the cave. His gaze sharpened, and then he looked at him with a half-smile and asked him a question. Hearing this soul-searching question, Zhou Chun was utterly embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He could only brace himself and lower his head, replying, Senior Taizheng, please forgive me. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, I have never experienced such rapid progress in my cultivation. I was momentarily too lost and intoxicated by it. This answer made Taizheng Divine Venerable chuckle. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, there's no need for such forced explanations. Since I sent you here to cultivate, I have no intention of holding you responsible. After saying that, he solemnly warned him, however, you really cannot absorb and refine all the Zheng Metal power in this 10,000 Blade Sword Cave. Otherwise, many of the magical treasures here will surely be damaged without the nourishment of Zheng Metal power. Yes, I understand. I am deeply grateful for Senior Taizheng's kindness. Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement, sincerely bowing deeply to Taizheng Divine Venerable to express his gratitude. This great rock-soaring sword seems to have awakened. Did you awaken it? Just then, Taizheng Divine Venerable looked at Zhou Chun with surprise, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Hearing this, Zhou Chun dared not hide anything and could only honestly reply, Senior Taizheng, please forgive me. When my cultivation broke through before, my divine sense greatly increased. Out of curiosity, I tried to learn about this sword, but I did not expect to anger the sleeping sword spirit within it and was struck by its sword intent. Upon hearing this, Taizheng Divine Venerable immediately smiled and said, "Then the taste of that sword must have been unpleasant. Senior Taizheng, your insight is truly remarkable. If it weren't for my relatively strong divine sense and the spiritual object that could neutralize the residual sword intent, I'm afraid I would still be recuperating in the quiet room outside." Zhou Chun replied in a low voice with a wry smile, his tone also showing a hint of lingering fear. Your level of divine consciousness manifestation is indeed a notch above most mid-nascent soul cultivators. With this powerful divine consciousness, your chances of breaking through the late nascent soul barrier will increase by another 10%. Taizheng Venerable nodded slightly, seemingly not very surprised that Zhou Chun had reached the level of divine consciousness manifestation. He then shook his head and said, "You really are a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. This great rock-soaring sword is no pushover. If it didn't know that you could cultivate here, it must have obtained my permission, and I'm afraid it would have done more than just cut you down with a single sword strike at the sword intent level. Senior Taizheng, why didn't you refine this sword?" Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before finally asking the question that had been on his mind. Upon hearing his question, Taizheng Divine Venerable's eyes flashed, and he shook his head slightly, saying, "There's no need for that. For me, having another flying sword won't significantly improve my strength. Besides, the heavenly crystal spirit slaying sword in my hand is more suitable for me. Moreover, if this sword weren't here to suppress it, this myriad blade sword cave wouldn't be as useful as it is now. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to move it, is that so?" Zhou Chun was somewhat skeptical, feeling that Taizheng Divine Venerable's two reasons were a bit far-fetched and might not be the real reason. However, Taizheng Divine Venerable's willingness to give him an answer was already a great favor, so he naturally wouldn't push his luck and interrogate him for the truth. He immediately replied, "This junior understands. Thank you, Senior Taizheng, for clearing up my doubts. Alright, you should leave this place with me first. I've brought along the spiritual treasure you entrusted me to refine." Taizheng Divine Venerable waved his hand and immediately led the way, turning and walking towards the cave entrance. Chapter 778 Defensive Spiritual Treasure Refining Commission. After leaving the Myriad Blade Sword Cave with Taizheng Divine Venerable, Zhou Chun and he entered the most magnificent palace in the secret mansion, a place specifically reserved for Taizheng Divine Venerable's cultivation. After entering the palace, Taizheng Divine Venerable sat down at the head of the table, then raised his hand and waved, sending a golden light flying towards Zhou Chun. "As per your request, I have crafted this 9 luminaries dragon scale shield for you using materials such as 6th tier golden dragon scales, Taiyuan copper mother, and 9 luminaries true gold. This treasure possesses 3 divine abilities: 9 luminaries profound light, true dragon protection, and undying primordial soul. In daily combat, 9 luminaries profound light, combined with the shield itself, is sufficient to withstand most attacks from similarly tiered spiritual treasures. True dragon protection adds an extra layer of protection and has a strong defensive effect against soul attacks. Undying primordial soul is the treasure's strongest defensive ability. Once activated, the treasure will be destroyed, and its defensive power will increase several times over, enough to withstand several attacks from a nascent soul level." A flash of golden light, and it landed in front of Zhou Chun, transforming into a golden square shield. Taizheng Divine Venerable then explained the treasure's uses. He truly had nothing to say about Zhou Chun. Normally, when he accepted commissions to craft spiritual treasures, he would provide his own materials. Although Zhou Chun had given him several top-tier spiritual materials he had previously obtained, those materials were clearly unrelated to the current spiritual treasure. If one had to pinpoint a connection, only the Taiyuan Bronze Mother was something Zhou Chun had obtained in exchange for the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King's Demon Collar. However, among the various materials, the Taiyuan Bronze Mother was clearly less valuable than the 6th tier Golden Flood Dragon Scales and the 9 Luminaries True Gold. Especially the 6th tier Golden Flood Dragon Scales embedded in the shield. These were all obtained by Taizheng Divine Venerable and Yuan Yang Venerable when they joined forces to knock them off the Golden Horn Dragon Saint. Taizheng Divine Venerable had poured almost all the dragon scales he had acquired into this 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale shield, thus ensuring that it could be forged into top-tier defensive spiritual treasure. Zhou Chun was naturally aware of this. He knew from Taijang Divine Venerable's explanation that he had truly struck gold this time. If Taijang Divine Venerable wasn't exaggerating, this 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield was far more valuable than the spiritual treasure he had previously requested. Originally, he only wanted to ask Taijang Divine Venerable to forge a defensive spiritual treasure that suited his own attributes, even the lowest grade would do. He never expected that Taijang Divine Venerable would personally fund such precious materials for the forging. Looking at the golden shield before him, and then at Taijang Divine Venerable seated at the head of the table, he said with gratitude and emotion, "Senior Taijang, you've gone to such lengths. I truly don't know how to repay your great kindness, then just remember this favor for now. You'll have opportunities to repay it slowly in the future." Taijang Divine Venerable smiled faintly, not denying his special support for Zhou Chun. This was essentially an investment in advance. If Zhou Chun could truly reach his level in the future, then the favor he had given now would surely yield a great return. In any case, he no longer needed those things. If he could use these things, he didn't need to gain the favor of a future nascent soul cultivator in advance. It would undoubtedly be a very profitable deal. Hearing his reply, Zhou Chun's anxious heart calmed down. For Zhou Chun, it wasn't the receiving of favors that bothered him, but rather the ambiguity of those favors, which could lead to future troubles. Now that Taijang Divine Venerable had explained the situation clearly, that his kindness was an investment of goodwill, he no longer needed to worry about any potential problems. He immediately bowed deeply to Taijang Divine Venerable, saying, "I will never forget Senior Taijang's kindness and guidance. In the future, if you have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." I hope you will remember your words." Taijang Divine Venerable nodded slightly, replying calmly. He was confident in his judgment and didn't believe he had misjudged anyone. However, he also knew that some things shouldn't be said too definitively. After all, among the human nascent soul cultivators, wasn't there also the ruthless Lingfang Venerable? After this frank exchange, Zhou Chun, under the guidance of Taijang Divine Venerable, began to refine the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield spiritual treasure. Because it was a newly refined spiritual treasure, its spirit was a complete blank slate, making the refinement process very easy for Zhou Chun. He quickly mastered the initial refinement and absorbed it into his body for nurturing. After he finished refining the spiritual treasure, Taijang Divine Venerable spoke again. "Now that your cultivation has broken through and you have refined a life-saving spiritual treasure, even if you encounter a top-tier 5th-order demon king or alien race like the ice-fire demon ape, you should be able to protect yourself without worry. There is something I need to assign you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "Senior Taijang, please give your orders, and I will do my best." The 9-blade barbarian saint I killed before may not have completely perished. His remaining body's cultivation has greatly declined. No longer at the 6th order, his level should be hiding somewhere to recuperate and rebuild his strength. However, for a body refining barbarian like him, relying solely on meditation to regain the 6th level is too slow. The best way is to consume and refine various things that greatly replenish ki and blood, and the most common method used by the barbarian tribes is to hunt demonic beasts, refine their bones, and eat their flesh. Therefore, after you return to Yu Kingdom, you must make use of your several demon king spirit pets to help me find the location of the 9-blade barbarian saint. Taijang Divine Venerable glanced at Zhou Chun and said in a low voice that he needed his help. "What?" Hearing Taijang Divine Venerable's words, Zhou Chun was also shocked. He did not expect that the thing he was asked to do would involve a 6th-level existence. But after thinking about it carefully, he was really choosing the right person to do this. No other nascent soul cultivator could compare with him in this regard, and no one could be more suitable than him. Moreover, as Taijang Divine Venerable said, if the 9-blade barbarian saint had fallen to the 5th level, then he would indeed not be much of a threat to him. After all, the barbarian race specializes in body refinement and is not skilled in supernatural powers and spells. Once they drop from the 6th rank to the 5th rank, it becomes virtually impossible for them to unleash the power of the 6th rank again. Human cultivators, on the other hand, even if they drop from the 6th rank back to the 5th rank, can still temporarily unleash the power of the 6th rank through certain secret techniques and supernatural abilities. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately said solemnly, "This junior understands. I will do my best to accomplish this task when I return." Well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, and don't let this delay your own cultivation. Even if you can't find the 9-blade barbarian saint, It's alright. Since I was able to slay him once before, I can slay him a second and a third time. Taijang Divine Venerable nodded slightly, his tone kind and comforting, afraid that Zhou Chun might misunderstand his meaning. This deeply moved Zhou Chun, and he secretly resolved to do this matter well. At this moment, Taijang Divine Venerable seemed to remember something and suddenly said again, by the way, regarding the pure yang barrier breaking pill that Yuan Yang promised before, since you don't need it for the time being, I made a deal with him, allowing him to deliver it later, but don't worry, he has already collected most of the materials for refining this pill, and the remaining materials have also been secured. It just needs to wait another 200 or 300 years for them to mature before they can be harvested. At that time, he will open the furnace again to refine another batch of spiritual pills. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, and then nodded and said, this junior understands. Senior Taijang, you can arrange this matter. This junior has no objections. If it were before, he might have suspected that Taijang Divine Venerable had changed his mind again and didn't want to give him the things. But now, he had no doubts at all. After explaining the relevant matters, Taijang Divine Venerable let Zhou Chun leave the secret mansion. After leaving the secret mansion, Zhou Chun thought for a while and did not immediately return to Yu Kingdom, but went to the Heavenly Fire Gate of Holuo Kingdom. He still held the title of guest elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect, but hadn't visited the sect in recent years. Now, being in the cultivation world of the Far West, not far from the sect, he decided to take a look. Furthermore, Zhou Chun also wanted to know if the Heavenly Fire Sect's Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl was truly a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. He traveled swiftly, arriving soon at the Fire Basin Oasis where the Heavenly Fire Sect was located. Upon reaching the outer perimeter of Heavenly Fire Peak, because he hadn't deliberately concealed his aura, the fiery true person, who was stationed there, quickly sensed his presence. A burst of laughter then rang out from Heavenly Fire Peak. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhou, your presence is truly an honor to our sect. Please come in, please come in. A flash of fire, and the fiery true person appeared in Zhou Chun's sight. The Heavenly Fire Sect's protective array opening a gap. The fiery true person, beaming with smiles, welcomed Zhou Chun into the mountain gate, and quickly noticed something he had previously overlooked. Ah, fellow Taoist Zhou's cultivation has actually broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, true immortal Li Ho exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he looked at Zhou Chun. Thanks to the favor of Senior Taijang Divine Venerable, Zhou was fortunate enough to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage with his support and guidance. Zhou Chun smiled faintly, revealing some details with a smile. He knew that breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage in just 200 or 300 years after the core formation in nascent soul stage was truly astonishing, so he attributed the credit to Taijang Divine Venerable. Besides, that was indeed the case. Sure enough, upon hearing that he had broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage with the guidance of Taijang Divine Venerable, a nascent soul stage venerable, true immortal Li Ho's shocked expression immediately turned into envy. He exclaimed with great envy, fellow Taoist Zhou truly deserves to be a hero of our human race. Even Senior Taijang Divine Venerable was willing to take the initiative to guide and support your cultivation. He was no longer surprised or doubtful about Zhou Chun's rapid breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage. After all, if he were willing to support someone, helping a cultivator in the early golden core stage quickly break through to the middle golden core stage wouldn't be difficult. The same principle applies to a nascent soul stage venerable supporting a nascent soul stage cultivator to break through to the middle nascent soul stage. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zhou Chun smiled and said, fellow Taoist Li Ho's cultivation has also improved considerably. I imagine you have a great chance of breaking through to the middle nascent soul stage in the future. Difficult. Duang, do not have the same opportunities and abilities as fellow Taoist Zhou, who has the support and guidance of the nascent soul stage venerable and is confined to the sect and unable to leave. Relying solely on myself, I'm afraid my success rate is less than 30%. True person Li Ho shook his head repeatedly, uttering the word difficult several times, showing little confidence in his own breakthrough. Hearing his words, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he immediately said, actually, if fellow Taoist Li Ho wishes to go out, there is a way. My fire phoenix can suppress the underground fire vein for a period of time in your place. Upon hearing this, true person Li Ho's eyes first showed a hint of interest, but he quickly shook his head and said, I appreciate fellow Taoist Zhou's kindness, But this matter concerns the safety of the sect and the lives of countless cultivators and mortals in the entire Fire Basin Oasis. I really dare not take the risk." Seeing his firm refusal, Zhou Chun did not press the matter further, offered a few words of praise, and then let it go. The two of them entered Heavenly Fire Peak together and went directly to True Person Lihuo's cave. But to Zhou Chun's surprise, the Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl that had been hanging above the volcano's crater had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Huh? Where's the Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl? Could it be that this treasure has already been refined by fellow Taoist Lihuo?" No, that's not it. When the Triangle clan invaded before, all the high-level cultivators of our Far West cultivation world were transferred to the front line. For some reason, a 5th-rank mid-grade Fire Lion Demon King from outside set his sights on this treasure of our sect, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to infiltrate our sect and seize it. Fortunately, the heavens protected our sect. That beast was discovered in advance while disguised as a disciple of our sect. I took the opportunity to activate the mountain protecting formation and use the power of the pearl to suppress and kill him. However, the pearl also lost a lot of power in that battle and had to sink into the underground fire vein to recover. After hesitating for a moment, Lihuo Zhenren thought that many people in the sect knew about this matter, so he whispered the details. These words startled Zhou Chun slightly. Then he looked at him with a look of realization and smiled. "No wonder fellow Taoist Lihuo's cultivation has improved so much. It turns out you've inherited the legacy of that Fire Lion Demon King." "Hey, you could say that." True Person Lihuo smiled, not denying it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then gave up on asking whether the Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl was a heavenly treasure. He only wanted to satisfy his curiosity, but he was afraid others wouldn't see it that way. After all, he was just a guest elder of the Heavenly Fire sect, and he had to avoid suspicion in this regard. As True Person Lihuo entered his cave and sat down, Zhou Chun drank the fiery dragon liquor that True Person Lihuo had brought out, while also inquiring about the details of the war between the cultivation world in the Far West and the Triangular clan. Although True Person Lihuo had to stay at the Heavenly Fire sect and hadn't gone to the battlefield, as a nascent soul cultivator, he naturally had relevant intelligence channels regarding the situation on the front lines, so satisfying Zhou Chun's curiosity was no problem. As they talked, Zhou Chun steered the conversation towards Venerable Xuanwu, a nascent soul cultivator. Zhou Chun asked with curiosity, "I only know that the Holy Fire sect used to be a major holy sect, but I've never heard of any other major holy sect in the cultivation world of the Far West." "Venerable Xuanwu, are you perhaps not from a sect?" True Person Lihuo shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. I only learned of Venerable Xuanwu's existence during this alien invasion. I've never heard of him before." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's curiosity grew even stronger. However, since True Person Lihuo couldn't answer, he couldn't continue the conversation. So he brought up his other purpose for coming to the Heavenly Fire sect. He then slowly spoke, "As fellow Taoist Lihuo knows, I, Zhou, have killed many 5th-tier alien experts, thus acquiring a considerable amount of high-grade magic weapons and spiritual materials. These things are currently useless to me, so I wish to request fellow Taoist Lihuo and the fellow Daoists of the Heavenly Fire sect to refine them into magic weapons to enrich my family's resources." Upon hearing this, True Person Lihuo immediately replied, "That's simple. Fellow Taoist Zhou, just give the materials to me, and I, along with several master weapon refiners from our sect, will refine them for you when we have the time." He didn't even mention payment to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was now renowned throughout the world, and with the backing of the nascent soul stage Venerable Tai Zheng, True Person Lihuo was naturally eager to do him a favor. However, Zhou Chun wasn't about to easily accept a favor. He immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Lihuo, please rest assured, I will absolutely not shortchange you on any refining fee. Furthermore, I know your disciples are suffering from the torment of fire poison and evil energy, so I have specially brought some spiritual items to help alleviate this." Fellow Taoist Zhou is very kind. Duang, thank you on behalf of my juniors. Although True Person Lihuo felt some regret, he didn't show it and simply thanked him with a smile. After the transaction was settled, Zhou Chun took out the refining materials. Even though True Person Lihuo had some mental preparation beforehand, his expression changed when he actually saw the rare magical treasures and spiritual materials that Zhou Chun had brought out. The materials included scales, horns, bones, and claws of a mid-grade 5th-tier flood dragon, feathers, talons, beak, and eyes of a mid-grade 5th tier rock, horns, bones, and claws of a low-grade 5th tier black flood dragon, as well as rare spirit metals, spirit ores, and spirit woods such as fire crystal divine iron, incubus profound iron, dragon blood profound iron, cold iron refined stone, and 5th tier spirit wood. Individually, these materials wouldn't have surprised even the knowledgeable Master Li Hou. However, the sheer quantity of these materials presented together was truly awe-inspiring. Even a seasoned master craftsman like Master Li Hou was deeply moved by the sheer number of top-tier magical treasure materials. His eyes shone as he gazed at the materials, like a beautiful woman eyeing a priceless jewel, unable to look away. Looking at these incredibly rare materials, he began to conceive crafting plans for various magical treasures based on their properties. After a while, he seemed to realize that the owner of these things was still nearby. He hurriedly turned to Zhou Chun, his voice excited. These materials are all capable of forging top-grade magic weapons. Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you want me to forge a top-grade magic weapon? That's right, fellow Taoist Li Hou, haven't you always wanted to forge a top-grade magic weapon? This time, I'll wholeheartedly support you, allowing you to try without any worries. Zhou Chun nodded, waving his hand with a heroic air. Among the weapon refiners he knew, excluding Taijang Divine Venerable, true person Li Hou was the most skilled. Although with his current reputation and strength, even if he sought help from those Grandmaster weapon refiners, they would most likely not refuse. However, that would inevitably leave him indebted. And for him, incurring favors for a top-grade magic weapon was not worthwhile. It was better to gamble on true person Li Hou. If Master Li Hou can successfully forge multiple top-grade magic weapons with his assistance, then when he seeks forging services from him again in the future, Master Li Hou will probably be too embarrassed to even ask for payment. After all, such an opportunity to practice with a large number of top-tier magic treasures and spiritual materials is not something that comes around often. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, true person Li Hou was both excited and somewhat apprehensive. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, to be honest, fellow Taoist Zhou, I have already tried 8 times before, but I have not succeeded even once. Therefore, if you entrust these materials to me for refining, I really dare not give you any guarantees. He was afraid that if he ruined these materials, he would have a hard time explaining it to Zhou Chun, so he was giving Zhou Chun a heads up in advance. However, Zhou Chun was much more magnanimous than he had imagined. Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand and said, it's alright, fellow Taoist Li Hou, just do your best. If you fail completely, it's because I'm not fortunate enough to succeed, and I will absolutely not blame you in the slightest. Alright, since fellow Taoist Zhou has said so, what is there for me to hesitate about? True Immortal Li Hou gritted his teeth and solemnly replied, please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou, I will use all my knowledge to process these materials and strive to live up to your trust and successfully refine a magic weapon that satisfies you. Excellent. Then these materials are entrusted to fellow Taoist Li Hou. Zhou Chun nodded, then cupped his hands to true Immortal Li Hou and said, I also wish fellow Taoist Li Hou to achieve his long-cherished wish soon and live up to the spirit of Grandmaster Yan Kang in heaven. Thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Zhou. I will do my best. True Immortal Li Hou nodded and returned the bow solemnly. Besides top-grade spiritual materials, Zhou Chun also left a considerable amount of materials for true person Li Hou to refine mid-grade and low-grade magic weapons. He generously offered these materials to some of the Heavenly Fire Sect's weapon refining masters for practice, with no compensation required for failures. These materials were mostly from the remains of demonic beasts, obtained from scraps of 4th-tier demonic beasts and some 5th-tier demon kings killed in previous wars. Zhou Chun had come to a realization, rather than placing all his hopes on the family's internal weapon refiners, it was better to diversify his investments outside the family. Moreover, these demonic beast materials were troublesome to preserve, easily losing spiritual energy over time. Since the Zhou family couldn't currently utilize them, it was better to use them for external investment. If he could develop the Heavenly Fire Sect into the Zhou family's in-house weapon refiners, that would be a very good thing. After all, weapon refining wasn't like formation refining. Magic weapons and artifacts refined by outsiders were virtually indistinguishable from those refined by family members, so there was no need to worry about any future problems. After leaving the Heavenly Fire Sect with such a generous gift, Zhou Chun, accompanied by True Man Li Hou and several Heavenly Fire Sect weapon refining masters, quickly transformed into golden light and left the Fire Basin Oasis. Chapter 779 Taking Yu Kingdom. 12 years later, Zhou Chun returned to Yu Kingdom and immediately noticed some differences. When he left, it was no exaggeration to say that Yu Kingdom was almost deserted. One might have to fly hundreds or even thousands of miles to spot a few cultivators. But this time, Zhou Chun found that the number of active cultivators in Yu Kingdom was much greater than before. He flew over the highest heavens, looking down over the vast land, and in many places, he could see the spiritual light bursting forth as cultivators cast spells and activated magical artifacts. He could also see Foundation Establishment cultivators and even Purple Mansion stage cultivators flying by in the sky. Since Zhou Chun had headed straight for Kunwu Mountain, the cultivators active in this land were unlikely to be from the Jin Yu sect or Qinyun sect, but those people were also clearly not from the Zhou family. So, most likely, they were cultivators from outside Yu Kingdom who had come to adventure. It seems that the plan I discussed with my uncle has taken effect. I just don't know how effective it will be. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he roughly understood what was going on. Before leaving, he discussed with fellow Taoist Zhou how to attract foreign cultivators to the Yu Kingdom. Because the Yu Kingdom was vast and bordered other alien territories of the Xianmen Plain, it was impossible for the Zhou family, the Jin Yu sect, the Qingyun sect, and their vassal states alone to eradicate most of the demonic beasts within its borders. Therefore, the only solution was to bring in a large number of foreign cultivators to hunt and eliminate the demonic beasts, truly creating a paradise where ordinary mortals could live and thrive. Zhou Chun's suggestion was to establish role models, sending people to neighboring countries to spread the word that the Yu Kingdom was rich and full of gold, and then have some bribed cultivators testify about how easily they found extremely precious thousand-year-old spiritual herbs within the Yu Kingdom. If enough people spread the word, and the Yu Kingdom was indeed easier to obtain rare spiritual items than other countries, there would be no shortage of cultivators willing to risk their lives. Clearly, judging from the current situation where cultivators were everywhere in the Yu Kingdom, this plan seemed to be very successful. Not long after, Zhou Chun returned to Kunwu Mountain. The scenery on Kunwu Mountain remained unchanged, not much different from when Zhou Chun left. As soon as he returned, several spirit pets that had remained there immediately appeared to greet him. "Congratulations, Master, on your great advancement in cultivation and successful breakthrough," the Silver Dragon Lord, transforming into a silver-armored youth, soared into the air, bowing and congratulating Zhou Chun with a joyful expression. Having advanced to Demon King for hundreds of years, he had become extremely proficient in the art of transformation. Now, when he transformed into human form, he looked more human than some mid-grade 5th-tier Demon Kings. After all, his bloodline was extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary Demon Kings in this aspect, and he was willing to put in the hard work to cultivate, unlike most Demon Kings who merely went through the motions. Following the Silver Dragon Lord, the mountain-bearing lord also appeared in mid-air as a burly man with tortoise shells on his back, similarly offering a quiet congratulation to Zhou Chun. Seeing his two old friends whom he hadn't seen for over a decade, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and laughed repeatedly. Good, you both seem to have recovered quite well, that puts my mind at ease." At the same time, due to the sudden appearance of Silver Dragon Lord and Mountain Lord, many Zhou family cultivators inside the mountain gate also noticed Zhou Chun's figure. Soon, Zhou Ming, who remained inside the mountain gate, also called out, inviting him to come over for a talk. Zhou Chun took the opportunity to leave everyone's sight and arrived outside Zhou Ming's cave. Ha, as expected, I knew you, Zheng Chun, would definitely succeed. It was just as I thought. Outside the cave, seeing Zhou Chun and his servant arrive, Zhou Ming laughed heartily and congratulated him. For hundreds of years, Zhou Chun's cultivation had been progressing rapidly, rarely getting stuck at a certain level for long. Therefore, elders like Zhou Ming had developed an inexplicable confidence in him. They believed that whatever he set his mind to, he would succeed. Zhou Chun was somewhat amused and exasperated, but knew there was no need to explain further. Maintaining his humble demeanor, he waved his hand and said, "Ancestor, you flatter me. This successful breakthrough is entirely thanks to the opportunity bestowed by Senior Taijang Divine Venerable. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, I don't know when I would have been able to break through. Haha, that's because you, Zhou Chun, are outstanding enough to gain Senior Taijang Divine Venerable's favor. Others don't have that kind of fortune or ability." Zhou Ming laughed heartily, appearing quite proud. Being able to connect with a nascent soul stage venerable and receive the protection was something Zhou Ming had never dared to dream of before. Even after Zhou Chun formed his nascent soul, he hadn't dared to imagine such a good thing. But now, this good fortune had truly fallen upon the Zhou family, making him involuntarily smile with pride whenever he thought about it. As the current founder of the Zhou family, witnessing the family reach this point and achieve this success, he had no regrets in this life. Where is my great uncle? Where has he gone? Zhou Chun didn't want to discuss these trivial matters and immediately changed the subject, asking about Zhou Daoyi's whereabouts. Zhou Daoyi was obviously not in the sect, otherwise, such a significant event as his successful breakthrough and return would have been celebrated long ago. Upon hearing his question, Zhou Ming immediately replied, Daoyi was invited to Sect in Han Kingdom to attend a celebration and also planned to visit the mortal members of the family. He should be back in the next few days. I see. Then, does Ancestor know where Yeshan and Zinibin, mother and son, have gone? My connection with Liu Wanjin is somewhat weak now, they must have gone somewhere far away. Zhou Chun nodded, but then inquired about the whereabouts of his wife and children. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately replied, 3 years ago, after Yinger mastered the secret technique, she entered your cave to cultivate and form her nascent soul. Yuzhen and Liu Wanjin, having just broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, also left Yu Kingdom and traveled to the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Oh, so they went to the Heavenly Spirit Realm? No wonder my connection with Liu Wanjin was so weak. Zhou Chun nodded in realization, no longer dwelling on the matter. Liu Wanjin's strength was now vastly different. Possessing 2 fifth-tier, heavenly wood Dao weapons, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a mid-nascent soul cultivator or a mid-grade 5th-tier demon king. Moreover, his escape skills had already been proven on the Blue Flood Dragon King, Nu Tao. With him accompanying and protecting Su Yuzhen and her son, their safety was not a concern at all. He immediately nodded and said, since Yinger is currently in seclusion to form her nascent soul, then I won't cultivate on Kunwu Peak. I'll stay at fellow Taoist Luo Zuandan Peak for now. He was currently at the mid-nascent soul stage, and his cultivation required a considerable amount of spiritual energy. If he cultivated on Kunwu Peak, the noise would be considerable, potentially disturbing Zhou Ziyang who was in seclusion. Therefore, before he returned, even Fushan Jun, who had been cultivating inside Kunwu Peak, had temporarily moved to Zuandan Peak where Luo Qingni was cultivating. Of the 3 spiritual peaks within the Zhou family's mountain gate, Kunwu Peak was undoubtedly the main peak, while Zuandan Peak and Shangjiang Peak, where the Taijiang Divine Venerable's incarnation resided, had similar concentrations of spiritual energy. In the Zhou family's plan, Zuandan Peak was intended as a medicinal herb garden. Apart from Luo Qingni's cave dwelling, there were only a few other cave dwellings on the mountain. Most of the spiritual energy on the entire peak was actually intended to nourish the large number of spiritual herbs planted on it. The spiritual herbs here were only recently planted, and their demand for spiritual energy is still low, so Zhou Chun's cultivation here won't have any impact. If the mountain were filled with various 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and even 1,000-year-old treasure herbs, the demand for spiritual energy would be enormous. 2 nascent soul cultivators cultivating on the mountain would compete for the spiritual energy of these herbs, which would be detrimental to their growth and survival. Zhou Chun arrived at Zhuandan Peak intending to meet Luo Qingni, but unfortunately, Luo Qingni had already gone into seclusion. Therefore, he could only choose a cave dwelling on the mountain to stay temporarily, and also took the opportunity to explain the search for the 9-blade barbarian saint to Lord Fu Shan. The best candidate for this task would actually be Lord Liu Wanjin. However, Lord Liu Wanjin had gone to the Heavenly Spirit Realm to protect Su Yuzhen and her child, so Lord Fu Shanjin had to take his place. Zhou Chun instructed him to travel around the territories of the 3 major alien races in his spare time to see if he could make any discoveries. Several days later, Zhou Daoyi also returned from Han Kingdom. Upon his return, he was overjoyed to learn of Zhou Chun's successful breakthrough and offered his congratulations. Later, as they chatted about the changes in their families over the past decade, he said with a broad smile, Zheng Chun, your previous suggestion has been very effective. Now, the number of cultivators entering and leaving our Kunwu market alone has reached several hundred per month. Even the Jin Yu sect and Qingyun sect are considering following our Zhou family's example and establishing a market on their territory. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and said, that's a good thing. If they want to build a market, Our Zhou family will strongly support them and can even help boost their popularity. Yes, that's what I think too. For the Yu Kingdom to truly develop, markets and outposts scattered throughout the land are essential. Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhou Chun's statement. Then, with a sigh, he added, "It's a pity that the previous war dealt a heavy blow to the cultivation world of the surrounding countries, killing and injuring too many low and mid-level cultivators. Now, as all countries are recovering, many low and mid-level cultivators, because competition in their own countries isn't fierce, are unwilling to risk coming to Yu Kingdom. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's clean up the house first. Then, naturally, there will be no shortage of discerning and courageous people coming to stay," Zhou Chun said calmly, unconcerned about the matter. The Zhou family currently has no shortage of resources, and the family's momentum is thriving. There's really no need to rush to achieve anything. In Zhou Chun's view, if Yu Kingdom could have 70% of the population of the former Jing Kingdom within 1,000 years, that would be considered a success. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Of course, it's understandable that Zhou Daoyi, whose lifespan isn't long, would feel some regret and anxiety. By the way, King King isn't too averse to that thunder dragon. They've made it several times, but it's unclear how long it will take to lay a dragon egg. And Yinger's heavenly wind thunder eagle has also mated with a golden-crowned black rock several times, but so far there haven't been any results. Suddenly remembering something important, Zhou Daoyi quickly told Zhou Chun two more pieces of relatively comforting good news. Zhou Chun nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying, "That's indeed good news. I hope they both have good results. It's hard to say what their results will be like at the moment. However, my uncle's fire god Jackwall has successfully mated with a third-tier wolf demon, the Crimson-Eyed Flame Wolf, bred by a junior, resulting in a hybrid Jackwall. Judging from its bloodline, it's undoubtedly a high-level demon beast." Zhou Daoyi smiled slightly and then mentioned another related matter. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh, so quick to the conclusion, fire god Jackwall is still going strong. He then laughed along with Zhou Daoyi. After discussing some family matters, Zhou Daoyi left Zuandan Peak, and Zhou Chun calmed down to begin a new round of cultivation. Although he had lost the opportunity to cultivate within the 10,000 Blade Sword Cave, it didn't mean his cultivation couldn't continue to advance rapidly. After all, he still possessed 4 Demon King pills and 5 Primordial Profound True pills. However, he wasn't in a hurry to consume those pills. Instead, he first took out the 5th Great Superior Spiritual Fruit, 9-flower Immortal Plum, that Taizheng Divine Venerable had bestowed upon him as a reward. This fruit originated from a spiritual root within the cave of Venerable Chongchuan. It was said to ripen only once every 1,000 years, with each harvest yielding no more than 2 palm-sized fruits. Its preciousness was self-evident. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could save a century of arduous meditation and cultivation by consuming just one 9-flower immortal plum. Zhou Chun had previously refrained from consuming this medicine for fear of wasting its potency. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, it was the perfect time to consume and refine it. He took out the jade box containing the treasure, opened it, and with a slight opening of his mouth, the fist-sized golden spiritual fruit flew into his mouth. He took a bite, and the fruit transformed into a fragrant, sweet spiritual liquid that flowed into his stomach. Instantly, a blissful sense of satisfaction filled Zhou Chun's entire body. He felt as if he were truly becoming an immortal, his whole body indescribably comfortable. The immortal and was truly not chosen lightly. After quietly savoring that feeling for a moment, Zhou Chun began to meditate and refine the pure spiritual power contained within the spiritual liquid in his body. During his meditation, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him. This commotion seemed to be sensed by Luo Qingni, who was in seclusion deep within her cave. She slightly opened her beautiful eyes, then smiled gently before continuing her focused cultivation. Damn it, the hammer drill upstairs still hasn't stopped today. It's given me a headache all day. I'm not in good shape. I only managed to write 4,000 words today. Luckily, I went downstairs and asked, they won't be using the hammer drill tomorrow. I'll try to write 8,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 780 Kill the Golden Centipede and Obtain a Valuable Treasure. The effects of the 9-flower immortal plum were indeed not exaggerated in the slightest. Zhou Chun spent nearly 2 years refining all the spiritual power of this fruit, resulting in a nearly 30% increase in his magical power. This saved him hundreds of years of arduous cultivation without any side effects. Considering his current mid-nascent soul stage cultivation, even a high-grade 5th-tier demon core with attributes perfectly suited to him would likely only have a similar effect, or perhaps even less. Although Zhou Chun still had 3 high-grade pills to refine, he wasn't in a hurry to consume them. While the increase in cultivation from the 9-flower Immortal Plum had no side effects, it was still a significant increase in magical power. He needed time to gradually adapt to and master this surge in power before consuming further cultivation-enhancing pills. Otherwise, possessing immense magical power without being able to effectively control and wield it would be a laughingstock. The best way to adapt was through combat. Only by activating various supernatural powers and magical treasures in battle can a cultivator achieve more refined control over their own magical power. Therefore, after Zhou Chun emerged from seclusion, he summoned Lord Fushan and Lord Yinlong to spar with him. After decades, Lord Fushan and Lord Yinlong had fully recovered their peak strength, and had even improved further. Even though Zhou Chun had now broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, they were fully capable of fighting him together. In the sky, Zhou Chun activated the 9-9 Profound Heaven Sword Guard, and 49 Golden Sword Energy surged forth, forming a sword energy tidal wave that shot towards Lord Fushan on the ground. With Zhou Chun's cultivation breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage, the true power of this magical treasure was further developed. The 49 Profound Heaven Sword Energies, equivalent to the full power of a mid-nascent soul sword cultivator, were enough to move even some great cultivators. Naturally, Lord Fushan dared not underestimate such an attack. He immediately unleashed his innate divine ability, transform into a mountain, transforming into a massive tortoise mountain. Simultaneously, a hazy, primordial magnetic divine light rose from the mountain, weaving like smoke and mist into a cloud of light to protect himself. 49 sword energy shot towards the hazy cloud of light, but a powerful resistance greatly slowed them down, making the progress extremely difficult, and even dimming their sword energy. However, they ultimately succeeded in piercing through the hazy cloud of light, striking the tortoise mountain below one after another. Instantly, booming sounds echoed from the tortoise mountain, and countless bottomless sword holes appeared. At this moment, thunder roared in the sky, as Lord Yinlong unleashed his thunder clouds, gathering a vast expanse of thunder clouds to launch an attack on Zhou Chun. The silver lightning fell densely like rain, each bolt of lightning as powerful as the thunder encountered by a 4th-tier demon beast undergoing its heavenly tribulation. Under such an onslaught, Zhou Chun dared not be negligent and summoned his defensive spiritual treasure, the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield. The golden shield erected a golden light barrier above his head, like an umbrella in a downpour, completely blocking the rain of silver lightning while remaining completely dry. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through the air, transforming into a giant thunder sword that slashed at the golden light barrier, instantly increasing the pressure on it and causing it to cave in. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately formed hand seals and cast a spell, sending a beam of golden light from his hands onto the giant thunder sword. Then, the Silver Dragon Lord felt that the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword, which had long been connected to his will, was gradually losing its connection and becoming uncontrollable. Zhou Chun had been diligently cultivating the falling treasure golden light, divine ability for hundreds of years. After breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage, he finally mastered it to a level suitable for actual combat. Now, once unleashed, it was hard to say what would happen to a spiritual treasure. Even if a top-grade magic weapon couldn't be brought down with a single finger, it could temporarily obscure the connection between the owner and the weapon, making it difficult to continue activating it. After stopping the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword with a single finger, Zhou Chun opened his mouth again, and a golden divine light shot out, hurtling towards the silver thunder dragon in the sky. However, being master and servant who knew each other well, the Silver Dragon Lord naturally wouldn't be hit by his formless Jang Metal Divine Light. In a flash of lightning, he dodged the attack. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou Chun immediately made a hand seal and waved his hand, and a golden thunderball suddenly appeared nearby. Just as he was about to use the thunder escape technique again, his consciousness suddenly sank, and he was attacked from the level of divine sense. When he regained consciousness, the golden lightning ball had already appeared beside him and exploded with a deafening roar. As a thunder flood dragon, the Silver Dragon Lord should have possessed extremely strong resistance to various lightning attribute attacks. The lightning divine abilities unleashed by ordinary 5th-tier demon kings or nascent soul cultivators would hardly cause him sufficient damage. However, although the Zhengjin sky-splitting lightning also appeared in the form of lightning, it was essentially a metal attribute divine ability. The Silver Dragon Lord's resistance to lightning attribute attacks was of no use against it. The surging and raging golden lightning swept towards him, quickly dispersing and shattering the lightning clouds surrounding him. Then, his powerful 5th-tier flood dragon body and hard dragon scales were torn apart and shattered under the impact of the golden lightning, dragon blood splattering across the sky. Although it was a sparring match, Zhou Chun clearly did not intend to hold back. However, for the Silver Dragon Lord, such injuries only looked severe. In reality, they were all superficial wounds that would fully recover after a few months of rest. Therefore, he didn't blame Zhou Chun for his ruthlessness, but was instead further fueled by his competitive spirit. He immediately activated the True Dragon Seal, and unleashed the Heaven and Earth Dragon Roar, divine power. However, Zhou Chun had already reached the divine consciousness transformation realm, and the Dragon Roar divine power had a greatly reduced effect on him, barely affecting him at all. With a wave of his hand, he also unleashed the top-grade magic weapon, Dragon Binding Rope, which he had previously obtained from the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King, transforming it into a streak of crimson light that bound the Silver Thunder Dragon. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon King could only let out a long roar, and its dragon claws, crackling with lightning, actively reached out to grab the precious rope. This claw strike was like a dragon reaching out from the clouds, leaving no trace, and it caught the crimson rope that was about to cling to its body. Then, lightning surged, fiercely suppressing the spiritual light on the crimson rope, rendering it ineffective. Seeing this, Zhou Chun did not continue to attack, but simply waved his hand and said, "Alright, that's enough. If we continue, it will be hard to stop." Of course, his methods were not limited to this, and the Silver Dragon King was the same. However, if it's just a friendly spar, there's no need to use powerful techniques that are difficult to control. Otherwise, injuring anyone would be a losing proposition. Upon hearing him call it over, Silver Dragon Lord quickly retrieved his magic weapon and returned the dragon binding rope he had been holding to Zhou Chun. Then, he transformed into a silver-armored youth, exclaiming in amazement to Zhou Chun, "Master, the defensive power of this spiritual treasure is truly formidable. Even if Boss Stone were to go all out, his defense might not be as good as this treasure." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied with some pride, "Of course. This is a defensive spiritual treasure crafted by Senior Taizhen Divine Venerable using several top-grade spiritual materials. It's more than enough to deal with attacks from late-stage nascent soul cultivators." As soon as he said this, he realized that his words seemed somewhat inappropriate for the occasion, and quickly reassured the other spiritual pet, who had just released its supernatural powers, "Of course, Stone, don't be discouraged. With your abilities, as long as you break through to the mid-grade 5th rank in the future, your defensive capabilities will definitely be no less than this spiritual treasure." "Yes, I will work hard to cultivate," Lord Fushin nodded, replying in a somber tone. Seeing his master possess such a powerful defensive spiritual treasure, he felt both happy and somewhat disappointed. After all, before this, he had been the one doing his best to protect his master. Now that a mere magical treasure could replace his position, how could he not feel a pang of disappointment? However, he also knew that this was actually a good thing, both for his master and for himself. Over the next 6 months, Zhou Chun frequently summoned several of his spirit pets, including Yishan Jun, to spar with him, to familiarize themselves with and master his rapidly increasing magical power. However, during their later sparring sessions, they all restrained themselves, avoiding any further injuries. After more than half a year of such training, Zhou Chun had a clear understanding of his current mid-nascent soul cultivation level. Based on his own comparisons, excluding the 5 Demon King spirit pets, his current abilities were no less than Nangguang Wu King's. He could easily exchange hundreds of blows with a Grand Cultivator or a high-grade 5th-tier Demon King in a one-on-one fight. Compared to late nascent soul Grand Cultivators, his biggest weakness was actually his less profound magical power. Therefore, in the later stages of a battle, he would inevitably be the first to exhaust his magical power. If you include all 5 Demon King spirit pets, then even a powerful 5th-tier high-grade Demon King like the Ice-Fire Demon Ape would be a formidable opponent for Zhou Chun. In short, with his current cultivation level, it's indeed difficult for anyone within the 5th tier to threaten his life. Since that's the case, it's time to go see the Chongsun Demon King and see what he's up to. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, finally recalling a long-held memory. With his current strength, he could go anywhere in the world unless he encountered a 6th-tier expert. Even though the Zhou Chun Demon King had a mysterious background and great strength, he was still ultimately a 5th-tier Demon King and posed no threat to his life. However, considering that he needed to bring his entire team to face the Zhou Chun Demon King for safety, Zhou Chun didn't rush to set off immediately. After all, Zhou Ziyang was still in seclusion, forming his nascent soul, and Lu Yuanjun was protecting his wife and children. If he were to bring his entire force to the Zhou Chun Demon King, and something happened at home that disturbed Zhou Ziyang, it would be disastrous. Having waited so many years, Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't be in a rush at this time. 2 more months passed, and Fu Shanjun, responsible for searching for the 9-blade barbarian saint, made an unexpected discovery. You said you found the lair of the centipede I fought back then, on Zuandan Peak. Zhou Chun showed surprise after hearing Fu Shanjun's report of the latest discovery. It turned out that when he was rushing to aid the Han Kingdom's battlefield, he had fought a mid-grade 5th-tier golden centipede demon king outside the Han Kingdom's Yunling Mountains. This demon king, who knew sword control, had left a deep impression on him and his spirit pet. It was precisely because of Fu Shanjun's primordial magnetic divine light, supernatural power that Zhou Chun had achieved victory. Otherwise, with a golden centipede demon king's strength, even when fighting against a nascent soul cultivator like Nangguang Wuking, who possessed the combat power of a great cultivator, he wouldn't be at a significant disadvantage. Now that he had unexpectedly discovered this demon's lair, Zhou Chun couldn't help but have some thoughts. After pondering for a moment with a flickering gaze, he said in a low voice, "Let me go and consult Senior Tai Zheng to see what he thinks." He then went to Changjiang Peak, where the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable was stationed, to pay his respects. After hearing Zhou Chun's purpose, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable couldn't help but nod slightly and say, that centipede did seem to have some skill back then. Its sword control technique had many traces of our human race, but it was more suited to its own nature. Perhaps it really did master a good sword technique inheritance. It even remembered the golden centipede demon king and had a deep impression of it. He then waved his hand and said, "You can do this with peace of mind. I guarantee that no 6th-tier alien race will attack you because of this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded with a relieved expression and said, "This junior understands." With Senior Tai Zheng's words, this junior is at ease. Then he took his 4 demon king spirit pets, including Fen Yuanjun, and together with Fu Shanjun, headed to the lair of the golden centipede demon king. The lair of the golden centipede demon king was located in a treacherous place deep within the Xianmen Plain. It was a desert with little life, and even ordinary wild beasts were rare. The golden centipede demon king's lair was located in an underground refined gold mine deep within the desert, with no entrance connecting it to the surface. If Fu Shanjun hadn't sensed the commotion caused by Zhou Chun's cultivation while traversing the nearby underground, he might not have been able to discover his presence. At this moment, under Fu Shanjun's guidance, Zhou Chun quickly arrived in the desert. He stopped about 5 or 6 miles away from the golden centipede demon king's lair, then released Yishan Jun and whispered, "Flying Tiger, the task of luring the snake out of its hole is entrusted to you. Don't worry, Master." Flying Tiger guarantees to complete the mission. Yishan Jun patted his chest heartily and immediately flapped his wings towards the golden centipede demon king's lair. When Zhou Chun fought the golden centipede demon king, Yishan Jun had not yet advanced to demon king level and had not shown himself to him, so he had not left any impression. Demon kings are beings with extremely strong territorial awareness, and the golden centipede demon king could not possibly remain unmoved by the arrival of a strange demon king like Yishan Jun. As long as Yishan Jun could lure him out of his lair and onto the ground, Zhou Chun would have a way to make him have nowhere to escape. Yishan Jun then manifested his true form, riding the demonic wind at breakneck speed, and soon arrived above the golden centipede demon king's lair. There lay a range of rocky mountains in the desert. Because of the underground veins of refined gold, the mountains were barren, covered only in bare, dark brown stones. After circling and soaring in the air for a moment, Yishan Jun folded his wings and landed atop one of the mountains. This wasn't directly opposite the golden centipede demon king's lair, but refined gold ore was hidden at the base of the mountain. Yishan Jun, like a greedy man who had discovered treasure, immediately unleashed his divine powers, shattering the mountain and digging for the refined gold ore within. Such a commotion naturally couldn't be kept from the golden centipede demon king. However, the golden centipede demon king was quite cautious. Despite being a minor realm higher than Yi Shanjun in cultivation, he didn't immediately come out to chase him away, but instead secretly observed. He saw that Yi Shanjun had no intention of leaving. After digging out some refined gold ore, he directly spat out a scroll of his Tiger Soul Golden Fiend technique, grinding the ore to extract its essence. Judging from this, it seemed he was preparing to refine refined gold ore to cultivate his supernatural abilities. If that were the case, one wonders how much refined gold ore he would need to mine to satisfy his needs. Therefore, after watching for a while and finding nothing unusual, the Golden Centipede Demon King no longer stood idly by. Suddenly, he unleashed a ruthless attack, dozens of flying knives bursting from the ground and launching a sneak attack on Yi Shanjun. Such a sudden attack would catch any other Demon King off guard, even if they were prepared beforehand, leaving them in a sorry state. But Yi Shanjun was different. The instant the flying knives burst from the ground, he flashed and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of feet away in midair. As soon as he appeared in midair, he flapped his wings violently, and a sharp gale swept down, blowing towards the golden flying knives that had missed their target and were now heading back towards him. However, facing the Golden Centipede Demon King, whose cultivation was clearly a realm higher than his, this attack was obviously ineffective. Although the golden flying knives were slowed down considerably by the gale, they still slashed towards him with unwavering intent. Seeing this, Lord Yishin immediately roared and rode the demonic wind to soar into the sky, taking the initiative to retreat. At the same time, his roar, filled with shock and anger, spread throughout the heavens and earth. "Who dares to ambush me, you rat? If you have the guts, come out and fight me face to face." A moment later, dust rose from the ground, and stones flew everywhere. A 1,000-legged golden centipede, hundreds of feet long, burst out of the ground and flew into the sky. "You don't even recognize me, yet you dare to offend me? You little cat, you have quite the nerve. Today, leave your demon core here." The golden centipede soared through the sky, and its cold voice echoed through the heavens. Then, streaks of golden light erupted, as countless golden flying knives, under his control, swept towards Lord Yishin like a storm of swords. "Aiya! You venomous insect, how ruthless! I merely mined a little of your ore, and you want my life? This is outrageous!" Lord Yishin roared in anger and shock, repeatedly using his flash of space technique to dodge the attacks, and later even using his wind escape technique to flee. However, the Golden Centipede Demon King, enraged by his insults and coveting his demon core, immediately gave chase. The two demons chased and fled in midair, quickly flying hundreds of miles away, escaping the area of the refined gold mine. The 1,000-legged golden centipede's golden escape technique was extremely powerful. If they were still within the refined gold mine, once it sensed danger, it could quickly burrow underground. Even with Zhou Chun's considerable skill in golden escape, it would be difficult to subdue it. Even if Zhou Chun could burrow underground, he would have difficulty fully utilizing his abilities. Furthermore, Lord Fushin lacked the ability to block or interfere with his metal-based escape technique. However, once outside the vicinity of the refined gold mine, the 1,000-legged golden centipede's metal-based escape technique was merely faster. Both Lord Yishin and Lord Yinlong were faster, making it incredibly easy to intercept his escape. Therefore, once Lord Yishin lured him out of the refined gold mine, Zhou Chun and Lord Fushin, hidden underground, immediately revealed themselves, cutting off his escape route. "It was you. This was all your conspiracy." In the sky, the 1,000-legged golden centipede, seeing Zhou Chun and his three servants suddenly appear behind it, palpable with fear. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, he immediately realized he had been tricked. Now lured out of his lair and with his escape route cut off, his fate seemed sealed. "Since you know you're trapped, why not quickly offer your neck for execution and die a quick death?" Zhou Chun smiled faintly, speaking in the most indifferent tone the words that infuriated and terrified the Golden Centipede Demon King. The Golden Centipede Demon King, however, refused to speak further and immediately activated his escape light, transforming into Golden Streak and fleeing at top speed. Unfortunately, this was exactly as Zhou Chun had anticipated. The Silver Dragon Lord immediately activated his spiritual treasure, unleashing the Dragon Source 10,000 miles, divine power, gaining even greater speed in pursuit. With bolts of heavenly lightning striking down, the Golden Centipede Demon King's escape light was quickly shattered, forcing him to stop. Unwilling to accept defeat, he flew towards the ground, attempting to escape underground. Unexpectedly, Lord Fushin was already waiting for him. The moment he broke through the earth and dug a cave, he felt the ground beneath him solidify, becoming as hard as refined gold. Furthermore, a terrifying gray, primordial magnetic divine light swept towards him. Terrified, he hastily fled back to the surface, daring not to linger underground any longer. But as soon as he returned, silver lightning followed like a persistent leech, striking him so violently that his golden light trembled, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. After he activated his defensive divine power and used his golden flying knives to shatter the falling lightning bolts, Zhou Chun, along with Lord Fingidun and Lord Yishin, caught up. Zhou Chun raised his hand, and the 9-9 profound heaven sword guard suddenly appeared. Golden light surged from the guard's mouth, and 49 profound heaven sword key burst forth, a mighty, long dragon of sword energy sweeping towards the golden centipede demon king. Then, Feng Yuanjin let out a phoenix cry, and 7-colored flames soared from her body, transforming into a 7-colored fire phoenix that swooped towards the 1,000-legged golden centipede. Yishin Jun, not to be outdone, immediately opened his mouth and summoned a cyan banner, a spiritual treasure Zhou Chun had previously given to Luo Qingni for refinement, the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind banner. He channeled his magic power into this treasure, and with a flick of the banner, a several zang-long cyan wind blade slashed through the air towards the golden centipede demon king. This series of attacks would have overwhelmed even a 5th-tier high-grade demon king, let alone the golden centipede demon king. The 49 golden sword energies arrived first, instantly blasting away and shattering over 100 of the golden flying knives the golden centipede demon king had unleashed, and shattering his protective golden light into pieces, almost completely destroying his defenses in a single strike. What followed was the azure wind blade, which sliced through several incoming golden throwing knives and carved a deep wound into the 1,000-legged golden centipede, almost severing it in two. Immediately afterward, the 7-colored fire phoenix swooped in, transforming into a rolling wave of flames that engulfed the almost defenseless 1,000-legged golden centipede. Instantly, a pitiful scream echoed through the sky. The 1,000-legged golden centipede screamed as it burst from the sea of fire, its body still burning with the undying 7-colored flames, desperately trying to escape. But where could it run? A majestic and powerful dragon roar suddenly resounded, drowning out the pitiful screams. The fleeing 1,000-legged golden centipede paused, its mind temporarily captivated by the heaven and earth dragon roar. Then, a beam of fire flew from Zhou Chun's hand, swiftly binding the 1,000-legged golden centipede and imprisoning it in place. As the awakened 1,000-legged golden centipede struggled desperately to break free of the dragon-binding rope, Lord Fushin suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping and suppressing him with his primal magnetic domain. Immediately afterward, Phoenix Lord Feng Yuanjin's true form flashed through the air, transforming into a fiery afterimage and appearing abruptly above the 1,000-legged golden centipede's head. Golden flames shone in her eyes as she unleashed her fiery golden eyes, divine power at full force, quickly pinpointing the location of the 1,000-legged golden centipede's demon core. Before the doubly imprisoned 1,000-legged golden centipede could even consider detonating its demon core, the 7-colored fire phoenix landed on him, its beak piercing precisely at a specific spot on his back. Instantly, his shell, impervious to even the most powerful magic weapons, was pierced through, and his demon core was forcibly expelled. It can only be said that encountering Zhou Chun and his servant was the golden centipede demon king's worst misfortune. Not only were his various supernatural abilities completely countered by Zhou Chun and his servant, but even Feng Yuanjin, the fire phoenix demon king, was a natural nemesis of poisonous insects, having previously fed on various venomous insects, snakes, and ants. Although the golden centipede demon king wasn't known for his poison, he was still a poisonous insect, and insects belonged to the fire phoenix's domain. Now that his demon core had been extracted, the golden centipede demon king's life was no longer in his own hands. Zhou Chun didn't rush to kill him, he simply separated his demon core and demon soul, temporarily sealing his demon soul. After collecting his corpse, Zhou Chun, along with his spirit pet, swiftly headed towards the golden centipede demon king's lair. The enormous gains from previously raiding the lairs of those 5th-tier demon kings deep behind enemy lines made Zhou Chun extremely eager and expectant of this kind of event. The golden centipede demon king was quite powerful. If it weren't for encountering them, he could easily survive even against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. With such formidable cultivation, the treasures within his lair were highly anticipated. This time, Zhou Chun didn't even need to rely on the power of the Mountain Lord. He directly used the golden escape technique to escape along the underground refined gold vein and enter the lair of the golden centipede demon king, located at the core of the vein. He saw that the golden centipede demon king had dug a huge underground cavern 1,000 feet deep underground, filled with rich golden energy, an excellent place for Zhou Chun to cultivate. However, although he wasn't afraid of those fifth-tier alien races, this place was deep within their territory, and the purifying heaven and earth divine jar wasn't with him. He couldn't stay here to cultivate. So, after a slight regret, he began to carefully search the Demon King's lair. Unlike other Demon King lairs Zhou Chun had visited before, the Golden Centipede Demon King's lair contained no other demon beasts, nor any mates or offspring. Considering the special nature of its form, this wasn't surprising. Moreover, there were no spiritual herbs or medicines in the lair. In fact, there wasn't a single living creature. Even more absurdly, the various precious spiritual gold ores that Zhou Chun had expected to be present were nowhere to be found. It's estimated that even if there were anything originally, it would have been swallowed by the Golden Centipede Demon King. But fortunately, he didn't truly gain nothing. On the contrary, he likely gained a great deal. Because inside the Golden Centipede Demon King's cave, there existed a treasure that could be described as priceless. It was a golden ore the size of a water vat, its surface naturally covered with the golden runes. These runes seemed to possess some mysterious power, attracting the golden energy within the cave, transforming it into a tangible golden mist that swirled around it, making the stone appear exceptionally ethereal. This object was like the center of the cave, drawing all the golden and spiritual energy towards it. Therefore, Zhou Chun couldn't help but notice it. Could this be that legendary treasure? Zhou Chun stared intently at the golden ore, and based on its unusual phenomena, he quickly thought of a legendary treasure. His lips trembled slightly with excitement. If it truly was that legendary treasure, then the harvest from this single piece of ore alone would be equivalent to all the gains he had made deep into the dragon abyss. Even for him, it was far beyond. Most likely, if it weren't for that treasure, why would the Golden Centipede Demon King have placed his lair in such a remote and desolate place? If we don't count this refined gold mine, the spiritual energy concentration here isn't even comparable to the Azure Lotus Mountains. He must have been worried about exposing the existence of this thing, which is why he placed his lair here. That must be it, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his tone unusually excited. It's no wonder he was so excited. If this thing was truly as he suspected, the legendary Mother Stone of 10,000 gold, then it was definitely a treasure that even nascent soul cultivators would fight over. Ancient texts record that the Mother Stone of 10,000 gold is the most precious spiritual gold that can be found in this world. It is said to be a spiritual object formed when innate gold energy is integrated into ore, possessing incredible supernatural powers. Buried in the earth, this thing can automatically gather gold energy from all directions, generating spiritual gold mines, inexhaustible and ever-flowing. In ancient times, a powerful being obtained this item and used it to refine a magical treasure, directly creating an incomparably powerful, heaven-reaching spiritual artifact. It is said that as long as this item is fused into a magical artifact, even if it is shattered into fragments, it can still be pieced back together and repaired. If enough, myriad gold motherstones are fused, even if a magical artifact loses some fragments after being broken, it can gradually repair itself by absorbing gold energy. With such a treasure right before his eyes, how could Zhou Chun not be excited and lose his composure? 8,000-word chapter. Chapter 781 Sword Deo Inheritance, a promise of nascent soul transformation. The discovery of the suspected Mother Stone of 10,000 gold, ore shocked and excited Zhou Chun for a long time before he could calm down. He carefully examined the ore and easily noticed bite marks on some parts, making it pitted and uneven. Seeing this, he knew without a doubt that it was the work of the thousand-legged golden centipede. No wonder a thousand-legged golden centipede could cultivate to the mid-fifth rank and even make a flying knife forged from its own bladed legs shatter and regenerate, he muttered to himself, solving another mystery. Continuing his search of the nest, Zhou Chun quickly found the thousand-legged golden centipede's treasure room, which was filled with a large number of swords, magic weapons, and numerous human cultivators' books. Casually picking out some books and flipping through them, he knew that most of them were about sword control techniques and sword forging methods. And in the treasure room, one item was placed in the most important and conspicuous position. It was a cyan bronze tablet, with countless tiny characters engraved on both sides. Zhou Chun happened to recognize the script and could read it normally. On the front of the tablet was a sword cultivation technique called Taizhuan Dongzhen Jianjing, a top-tier technique capable of leading to the nascent soul stage. On the north side of the tablet were a sword control technique called Taijuan Feixian Jianju, and a sword forging secret method called Ghost Axe Forging Sword Method. Zhou Chun skipped the sword scripture and the sword technique and carefully read the Ghost Axe Forging Sword Method. It indeed contained a method for sword cultivators to forge swords using their own spiritual bones, and it was also claimed to be the highest grade sword forging method, capable of creating flying swords perfectly suited to oneself. This should be the Sect's treasure technique of some lost sword cultivation sect of my human race. I just don't know why it fell into the hands of that centipede and was practiced in such a distorted way. Looking at the cyan bronze tablet, Zhou Chun quickly guessed its origin. Sword cultivation techniques that can directly lead to the nascent soul stage are rare in the cultivation world. In ancient times, they were the signature techniques of powerful sects. Such a sword cultivation technique, coupled with powerful accompanying sword manuals and sword forging secrets, could potentially allow a talented sword cultivator to create a powerful sect if it were to obtain it. Falling into the hands of a demonic beast like the thousand-legged golden centipede is like a pearl being tarnished. Even if the thousand-legged golden centipede successfully transforms, it's practically impossible for it to master a sword cultivation technique specifically suited to humans. At most, it could only practice the sword control technique. Zhou Chun had fought him and knew that he hadn't even convinced sword intent, indicating that his sword control skills were also lacking and far from being truly refined. If it weren't for his special sword forging method, which allowed him to control dozens or even hundreds of flying knives at once, his strength would only be comparable to an ordinary mid-grade 5th-tier demon king. Senior Tai Zheng is not only the foremost swordsman of our human race, but also a nascent soul stage venerable. This sword tablet can be offered to him as a token of my gratitude as a junior. Zhou Chun's thoughts raced, and he quickly came up with a plan for what to do with the cyan bronze tablet. He quickly collected the various items from the treasure room and returned to the ore that appeared to be the 10,000 gold motherstone. This item was extremely precious, and Zhou Chun was unsure how to handle it. However, it was clear that keeping it for now was the best course of action. He immediately cast a spell, severing the connection between the item and the spiritual veins of the area, and then stored it in his storage bag. Afterward, Zhou Chun did not linger there any longer and quickly used his golden escape technique to return to the surface, then began his journey home. Whether it was because the thousand-legged golden centipede was unpopular or because its lair was too remote, Zhou Chun, despite spending considerable time there, didn't encounter any powerful alien beings before leaving, and returned to Kunwu Mountain smoothly. Upon returning, Zhou Chun went directly to Changjiang Peak, where the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Lord resided. "Oh, you're back so quickly. It seems things went very smoothly." On Changjiang Peak, the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Lord greeted Zhou Chun calmly. He clearly had no doubt about Zhou Chun's ability to slay the Golden Centipede Demon King, and had no doubt about Zhou Chun's strength. Zhou Chun nodded calmly, saying, "Indeed, it went very smoothly. After I lured that beast out of its lair, killing it was not difficult." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, directly retrieving the massive, coiled corpse of the thousand-legged Golden Centipede. The avatar of the Taijiang Divine Lord frowned slightly, not understanding his meaning. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, "The corpse of this long worm is indeed a good material for refining treasures. Unfortunately, if I want to refine it into a spiritual treasure, I need to add other rare spiritual metals. However, it's not worth my time to make a top-grade magic weapon." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun suddenly asked, "Senior, didn't you see any mystery in this corpse?" "Mystery? What mystery is there in this corpse?" the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable said with surprise, activating his spiritual eye ability again, combining it with his divine sense to observe the thousand-legged golden centipede's corpse even more meticulously. He didn't think Zhou Chun would dare to joke about him, so he was taking it very seriously. However, even after using all sorts of methods and actually severing a thousand-legged golden centipede's leg, and melting it with infant fire on the spot, he still didn't discover any special mystery. This made him narrow his eyes, and he turned to Zhou Chun, saying, "Tell me, what secrets does this demon's corpse hold?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied in a low voice, "After slaying this demon, I discovered 2 treasures in its lair. After speaking, he patted his storage bag at his waist and took out the cyan bronze tablet. Then he handed it to the avatar of the Tai Zheng god, saying, "Please have Senior Tai Zheng appraise this." The avatar of the Tai Zheng god examined the cyan bronze tablet that Zhou Chun had handed over, and as expected, he was quickly attracted by the sword manual and sword techniques recorded on it. He raised his hand, took the bronze tablet, placed it in front of him, and focused intently on reading and comprehending the sword manual and sword techniques on it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately sat down to the side and waited patiently. This wait lasted for several hours. After waiting for about 3.5 hours, he saw the avatar of the Tai Zheng god suddenly open his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Then, with an admiring tone, he praised the cyan bronze tablet, saying, "What a magnificent Taijuan Dongzhen sword scripture, what a magnificent Taijuan Feixian sword technique. I never imagined that the ancient Taijuan sword sect's lineage had not truly been severed. Its core cultivation method has actually been recovered and returned to our human race." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately responded, "Senior Tai Zheng, you truly know the origin of this item. May I ask for your explanation?" It's normal that you don't know about the Taijuan sword sect." Tai Zheng, the divine venerable, nodded, recalling Zhou Chun and the Zhou family's background, and then said in a deep voice, "The Taijuan sword sect was a major sect of the human race before the appearance of the turbid key. It is said to be a sect passed down by a descended immortal. At its peak, it was a renowned sect of our human race, no less powerful than forces like the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. However, after the turbid key descended, the current nascent soul cultivator of the Taijuan sword sect attempted to forcibly ascend but failed, instead losing his own life. And just then, when powerful alien races joined forces to counterattack our human race, the Taijuan sword sect, having lost its nascent soul stage expert, became the target of the alien race's attempts to establish their dominance. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators from the entire sect perished at the hands of a 6th-tier alien expert. Since then, the Taijuan sword sect's Taijuan Dongzhen sword scripture and this Taijuan Feixian sword technique have been lost. Countless sword cultivators in later generations have tried to retrieve this supreme sword cultivation inheritance, but unfortunately, no confirmed news has ever emerged. At this point, he reached out and stroked the bronze tablet with deep emotion, sighing, "Perhaps it is truly the will of heaven, and the heavenly Deo of this world is also favoring our human race, which is why, in this era of great strife, this item has been returned to our human race." If that is truly the case, perhaps those lost divine artifacts from our human race's ancient times will also have a chance to reappear. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately thought of the purifying heaven and earth divine jar that had accompanied him for hundreds of years, a true divine artifact used by the human race for sacrificial rites. Even though Tai Zheng God Venerable had shown him great kindness, Zhou Chun couldn't possibly reveal all his secrets to him. After all, even his elders, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Mingde, didn't actually know the origin of this item. "Senior Tai Zheng, do you mean to rebuild the Taijuan sword sect?" Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, and connecting this to Tai Zheng God Venerable's earlier words, he immediately asked the question that had been nagging at him. Upon hearing this, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable shook his head slightly and said, "Establishing a sect is not something I intend to do at the moment." After speaking, he looked at him and said, "However, if you agree, I would like to find a few promising talents to pass on this supreme sword cultivation tradition. If they can successfully form their nascent souls in the future, they can continue the Taijuan sword sect's lineage." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly replied respectfully, "Senior Tai Zheng, you are too kind. Since I have offered this sword cultivation tradition to you, how you dispose of it is entirely up to you. There is no need to ask me any further questions. Well, then let's settle this matter for now. If the Taijuan sword sect can truly reappear in the world in the future, you and your Zhou family will definitely become hereditary honored guests of the sect." The avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable nodded and also gave Zhou Chun a promise. Then he waved his hand and put away the cyan bronze tablet, looking at Zhou Chun and asking, "You said you found 2 treasures before. This Taijuan sword sect inheritance is one, but what is the other treasure?" "The mystery in the corpse of the 1,000-legged golden centipede can't be related to this sword cultivation inheritance, can it?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "There is another treasure, but this junior's knowledge is shallow, and I dare not make a judgment. I must ask Senior Tai Zheng to help me appraise it." As he spoke, He took out the ore that resembled a 10,000 gold motherstone. This is, as soon as Zhou Chun took out the ore that resembled a 10,000 gold motherstone, Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar's gaze sharpened, and his expression immediately became solemn. Zhou Chun, in a low voice, recounted, "This item was discovered by me in the centipede's lair. I noticed it could gather golden energy from all directions, and its runes were naturally formed, leading me to suspect it might be the legendary Motherstone of 10,000 gold. However, my knowledge is limited. I've only read about a Motherstone of 10,000 gold in ancient texts, and I don't know if the runes on it are truly naturally formed Taoist script, so I dare not make a definitive conclusion." As he uttered the name Motherstone of 10,000 gold, it was clear that the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable's expression changed, his eyes becoming much more solemn. He said in a deep voice, "If you want to know if this is the Motherstone of 10,000 gold, just try it." With that, he raised his hand and summoned the Taijang Yunzin sword, the one that had been broken by the golden horned dragon saint. As a grandmaster craftsman capable of forging spiritual treasures, repairing this spiritual treasure he had personally crafted was naturally not difficult for the Taijang Divine Venerable. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved off a piece of the ore that appeared to be the Motherstone of 10,000 gold, roughly the size of a palm. He then carefully reattached the severed piece, channeling his pure magical power into metallic spiritual energy. Immediately, golden runes on the ore shone brightly, and the reattached piece seemed glued in place, firmly fixed in its original position. Through the divine senses of Zhou Chun and the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord, it was clearly visible that the ore was undergoing a strange process of fusion with its original form. While the process seemed slow, it was estimated that it would be completely restored to its original state within half a day to a day. Upon discovering this, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable exclaimed in amazement, "If what you saw back then was true, this thing really is the legendary Motherstone of 10,000 gold. I never imagined that such a treasure would still exist in the cultivation world today." The fact that even someone as powerful as him could be so amazed shows just how precious this Motherstone of 10,000 gold truly is. After his initial astonishment, he looked at Zhou Chun with a complex expression and said, "Such a treasure, and you dare to present it to me for appraisal? Do you truly not consider me an outsider? Or are you trying to test me?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hands and replied, "Senior Taijang is joking. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to test you." He then looked at the avatar of Taijang God with a serious expression and said, "However, I truly consider you my most respected elder. I may never have the chance to repay your great kindness in this lifetime. Therefore, if this item is truly useful to you, I sincerely wish to offer it to you to repay your kindness and care." His words were sincere and frank, moving everyone present. Upon hearing his words, not only was the avatar of Taijang God moved, but even the original Taijang God, whose location was unknown, nodded slightly, a smile appearing in his eyes. A treasure as precious as the Motherstone of 10,000 gold would move even a nascent soul stage venerable, prompting them to vie for it. Therefore, shortly after Zhou Chun produced the item, before the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable could verify it with his sword, he had already communicated with his main body, alerting him. Thus, the Taijang Divine Venerable was fully aware of Zhou Chun's every move. After a moment of silence due to Zhou Chun's sincere words, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable nodded slightly and said, "You're very thoughtful, young one." He then fell silent again, a thoughtful expression on his face, seemingly pondering something. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't dare disturb him and could only patiently wait for him to finish his thought. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable calmly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "To be honest, as an elder, I have no reason to take advantage of a junior like you. There's no need to gain a reputation for bullying the weak over an inanimate object. However, this 10,000 gold Motherstone is indeed quite useful to me. If I could refine a portion of it into a magic weapon, my natal flying sword might very well be upgraded to heavenly spiritual treasure and possess the characteristic of being impervious to damage." He paused slightly as he carefully observed Zhou Chun's expression. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "Senior Taijang, you flatter me. This item was clearly offered by me to repay your kindness. How can you say that you are bullying the weak? If this item can truly help your natal flying sword advance to heavenly treasure, then it will truly be a valuable gift, a sign of a wise master." This righteous and eloquent reply made Tai Zheng's avatar chuckle. "You young man, you certainly know how to talk," he then continued. "I wasn't joking with you. This, 10,000, the golden mother stone does indeed greatly enhance my natal flying sword. However, such a large piece of the golden mother stone is more than I can use by myself. Taking only a third will suffice," he added solemnly. "Of course, I won't take your things for nothing. After you break through to the late nascent soul stage, I will give you my insights from my own breakthrough to the divine transformation stage, and I will also forge a tribulation-crossing spiritual treasure for you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed, knowing he had done the right thing. He knew that with Tai Zheng Divine Venerable's character, he would never take his things for nothing. Just like when he himself received gifts from the Zhou family's juniors, he would exchange them with treasures of what he considered equal value, ensuring no one was taken advantage of. And now, it was clear that his actions had pleased Tai Zheng Divine Venerable greatly, and he had truly recognized him. It should be known that insights from the divine transformation stage were incredibly precious, countless times more valuable than insights from the core formation or nascent soul stages. Currently, there are probably at least 10 forces in the cultivation world possessing such insights and experiences. Even the Zhuangfeng's Henren, who failed to reach the nascent soul stage, never obtained such a precious item in his lifetime. In any case, if it weren't for the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable's willingness to bestow his insights and experiences into the nascent soul stage, Zhou Chun estimated that he would never have been able to obtain this item. Those forces possessing such treasures would never be willing to share them with him. Moreover, compared to the insights and experiences of other nascent soul venerables, the insights and experiences of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, who also successfully reached the nascent soul stage by cultivating a metal attribute technique, are undoubtedly more valuable and practical for Zhou Chun. Compared to this extremely precious insight and experience, a tribulation-crossing spiritual treasure becomes insignificant. After all, if Zhou Chun wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, with his strength at that time, obtaining spiritual treasures would not have been difficult. Overwhelmed with excitement and joy, Zhou Chun bowed deeply to the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable, saying, "Senior Tai Zheng's kindness moves me to tears. Meeting you in this life is truly the greatest fortune of my life." His voice was slightly choked with emotion, revealing the depth of his feelings. This genuine display of emotion prompted the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable to nod in approval. The avatar immediately helped Zhou Chun up, saying, "To be able to retrieve the lost sword Dao inheritance of the Taijuan sword sect and to acquire the almost extinct treasure, the 10,000 gold motherstone, shows that you are a person with great fortune. Although the path to nascent soul is extremely difficult, you may still have a chance. I hope you can strengthen your resolve, persevere, and one day stand alongside us." Faced with his earnest teachings, Zhou Chun nodded emphatically and replied, "This junior will certainly not forget Senior Tai Zheng's teachings, and will always keep them in mind, striving to emulate Senior Tai Zheng." However, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable waved his hand and said, "You don't need to take me or anyone else as your goal. Your goal should be the great Dao and immortality. We cultivators seek the freedom of the great Dao and eternal life." "Yes, this junior understands." Zhou Chun nodded again, this time truly remembering. Next, the avatar of the Tai Zheng Divine Venerable personally took up the knife, using the Tai Zheng Yunzin sword, to cut approximately 1/3 of the 10,000 gold motherstone. He then collected the flying sword in the cut ore, waved his hand, and said, "All right, this is enough for my use. You can dispose of the remaining 10,000 gold motherstones yourself." After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to the corpse of the 1,000-legged golden centipede and continued, "Since this centipede corpse has also incorporated 10,000 gold motherstones, it would be a waste to give it to you. I will take it back and study it to see if I can make good use of the properties of 10,000 gold motherstones, to refine a few suitable treasures. Also, give me the demon core of this centipede. I will find Yuan Yang to refine another large pill for you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun showed a look of surprise and quickly bowed, saying, "Then this junior thanks Senior Tai Zheng in advance." After speaking, he took out the golden centipede demon king's demon core that he had collected and handed it to the avatar of the Tai Zheng god. "I need to send these items to my main body. Upgrading and refining the flying sword will also take some time. For the next few years, you will be responsible for guarding this mountain gate. If anything happens, you can crush this talisman to notify me." the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable said, waving his hand to hand a golden jade talisman to Zhou Chun. This junior understands. Then this junior will respectfully see Senior Taijang off. Zhou Chun reached out and accepted the jade talisman, replying respectfully, before watching the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable leave Kunwu Mountain. He then turned back to look at the remaining 10,000 gold motherstones, muttering to himself, since even Senior Taijang's natal flying sword only needed 1/3 of the 10,000 gold motherstones to advance to heavenly spiritual treasure, wouldn't it be a bit too extravagant for me to refine all the remaining 10,000 gold motherstones into the myriad transformation golden cauldron? Never mind, let's try refining some and see the effect. Zhou Chun shook his head, not dwelling on it too much, and quickly began refining his natal magic weapon on Changjiang Peak. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782 Natal Spiritual Treasure, Ziyang forms nascent soul. The myriad gold motherstone was undoubtedly the hardest ore Zhou Chun had ever seen. He had previously witnessed the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar cleave it in two with a single sword strike, leading him to believe its hardness wasn't exaggerated. However, when he himself attempted to cut off pieces and melt them into his natal magic weapon, he discovered he couldn't break it at all. While he possessed several spiritual treasures, he lacked a flying sword spiritual treasure renowned for its sharpness, like the Taijang Yunzin sword. Although the flying sword transformed from the myriad transformations golden cauldron was also sharp, it was ultimately a top-grade magic weapon, unlikely to cause any significant damage to the myriad gold motherstone. Furthermore, he wasn't a sword cultivator like the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar, capable of unleashing the full power of the magic weapon through sword intent. This also explained why the thousand-legged golden centipede had been directly gnawing at the stone. It had likely discovered that other methods were ineffective in destroying the ore, relying solely on its innate ability to chew and swallow metal to slowly grind it down. However, Zhou Chun was not the thousand-legged golden centipede. He had far more methods at his disposal. After discovering he couldn't directly cleave the 10,000 gold motherstone, he changed his strategy, using his own infant fire to temper a corner of the ore. After half a month of this tempering, the hard ore finally became brittle, and he forcibly chipped off a piece. He then rested for half a month to recover his energy before continuing to temper the other corner of the ore with his infant fire. This relentless, grinding process took a year, and Zhou Chun separated about 1/3 of the remaining 10,000 gold motherstone. He then stopped the further separation and began to melt the separated ore into his natal magic weapon. Zhou Chun's natal magic weapon, the myriad transformations golden cauldron, had previously undergone a surge in spirituality after being melted into the bones of the golden horned beast, showing signs of developing a spirit. Now, with the 10,000 gold motherstone, such a precious treasure, being melted into it, the magic weapon underwent a qualitative transformation, like clay being fired in a kiln. Zhou Chun only melted half of the ore he had separated into the cauldron, and the treasure automatically developed a spirit, transforming into true spiritual treasure. Roar, a majestic and domineering beastly roar resounded, and golden light surged from the golden cauldron, directly condensing into a lifelike golden roaring beast. The entire cauldron began to radiate spiritual light, displaying a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Changjiang Peak suddenly surged abnormally, rushing towards the golden cauldron. This was the first time Zhou Chun had witnessed such a phenomenon of a spiritual treasure being born, and he was instantly filled with excitement and anticipation. The extraordinary phenomena lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before completely dissipating. At this time, the golden cauldron had undergone significant changes. First, beast face carvings automatically appeared on its surface, the image of the golden horned beast. Then, runes similar to those on the 10,000 gold motherstone, or Taoist script, appeared both inside and outside the cauldron. The so-called Dao script is a rune that carries the power of the great Dao's laws, possessing profound and unfathomable power. This kind of Dao script is of great help to cultivators in the nascent soul stage in comprehending the power of the great Dao's laws. However, generally speaking, cultivators who have not reached the nascent soul stage cannot comprehend this kind of Dao script, nor can they write it. But Zhou Chun is somewhat different now. The Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron is his natal magic weapon, and the connection between a cultivator and their natal magic weapon is very special, almost as if the natal magic weapon is part of their body. Therefore, when the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron was promoted to spiritual treasure, he also benefited from it, entering a profound state of enlightenment. Through the perspective of the newly born artifact spirit, Zhou Chun, in conjunction with his natal magic weapon, actually gained the ability to decipher and comprehend the Dao script on the cauldron. Admittedly, with his current cultivation level, even if he could decipher and comprehend the Dao script, he could not directly gain an increase in power like a nascent soul stage venerable. For example, if a nascent soul cultivator successfully comprehends the Dao inscriptions, they might directly master a powerful divine ability. However, a core formation cultivator cannot do this. They haven't yet formed their own true foundation in the Great Dao, and cannot communicate with heaven and earth to directly mobilize the power of the Great Dao laws. However, this doesn't mean Zhou Chun can't benefit from it. Through this interpretation and comprehension of the Dao inscriptions, he gained a relatively intuitive understanding of the Golden Great Dao Law for the first time, essentially getting a head start on things that only nascent soul cultivators can grasp. Furthermore, in that state of enlightenment, he also gained a deeper understanding and appreciation of his cultivated, formless Zheng metal divine light, and golden escape technique divine abilities from the feedback of the Golden Great Dao laws manifested in the Dao inscriptions, gaining invaluable insights. If I hear the Dao in the morning, I can die content in the evening. The ancients were truly right. Zhou Chun awoke from his state of enlightenment, calmly reflecting on his previous gains, and couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. At his level of cultivation, even guidance from a nascent soul cultivator wasn't as effective as it was when his cultivation was lower. He had previously sought guidance from the divine venerable Tai Zheng on the golden escape technique, but even with Tai Zheng's instruction, there were still things he simply couldn't understand. While his own comprehension played a part, the more important reason was that advanced cultivation of supernatural abilities inevitably involved the realm of the Great Dao's laws. For a nascent soul cultivator to delve into the realm of the Great Dao's laws, without special opportunities or exceptional talent, it was simply impossible. This sudden enlightenment was Zhou Chun's opportunity. From this state of enlightenment, he gained a clear understanding of the later stages of both supernatural abilities. Now, with time to digest this understanding and apply what he had gleaned to his cultivation, he would naturally be able to greatly enhance the power of his supernatural abilities. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Chun's gaze focused on his natal spiritual treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. He hadn't expected that, less than 10 years after breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage, he would be able to transform his natal magic weapon into a spiritual treasure. It's important to understand that even the natal magic treasures of some late-stage nascent soul cultivators are still at the top-grade level, not yet transformed into spiritual treasures. Often, only after realizing their chances of reaching the divine transformation stage are they willing to sacrifice their own nascent soul essence to forcibly awaken the spirituality of their natal magic treasure, causing it to condense into a weapon spirit and transform into a spiritual treasure. Examples like Zhou Chun, who achieved the advancement of his natal magic treasure into a spiritual treasure entirely through various fortuitous encounters and the integration of external objects, are extremely rare in the cultivation world. Usually, only master craftsmen or grandmasters of weapon crafting can accomplish this. Unfortunately, he is neither. It can only be said that both the bones of the golden horned beast and the 10,000 gold motherstone are extremely rare treasures in the cultivation world. If they fell into the hands of a grandmaster craftsman, they could be directly refined into spiritual treasures. These elements were fused into the same magical artifact, and through their extraordinary spirituality, a spirit was forcibly created, transforming a top-grade magical artifact that was originally far from becoming a spiritual treasure into one. But regardless of how it transformed, a spiritual treasure is a spiritual treasure. Once it becomes one, there is no fundamental difference. After transforming into a spiritual treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron's original various supernatural abilities were greatly enhanced, and 2 new supernatural abilities were added. One is the supernatural ability, Spirit Transformation Golden Light, and the other is the self-healing property derived from the Myriad Gold Motherstone. Among them, the Spirit Transformation Golden Light Supernatural ability is probably the strongest supernatural ability of the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. It has a deep connection with the Myriad Transformations Golden Light, supernatural ability originally possessed by the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, but it is a completely different and powerful offensive supernatural ability. This divine ability, just like the concern of Zheng Tai, the Golden Core cultivator who had witnessed the power of the Myriad Transformations Golden Light divine ability, can directly dissolve all metal attribute spiritual power, and is not limited to metal attribute spiritual power. The key to the spiritual transformation Golden Light divine ability lies entirely in the word spiritual transformation. This divine ability itself is an extremely domineering and powerful one. The Golden Light is merely the outward manifestation of the divine ability. Its essence is a domineering metal attribute disintegrating force, capable of disintegrating all spells, divine abilities, and even magical treasures. Of course, this is on the premise that the opponent's spells, divine abilities, and magical treasures are not inherently stronger than the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, spiritual treasure. For example, if the opponent's attack is also driven by a spiritual treasure, or if their cultivation level is extremely high and the power of their spells and divine abilities is extremely great, then the effect of spiritual transformation Golden Light will be weakened. But in any case, the emergence of this divine ability has given the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron its natal spiritual treasure, a truly core great divine ability, which can greatly help Zhou Chun in combat. Moreover, perhaps because the Myriad Gold Motherstone itself possessed the property of gathering golden energy, Zhou Chun subsequently discovered that the Myriad Transformation Golden Cauldron's effect on assisting cultivation had greatly increased. Now, a month of refining and purifying spiritual energy with this treasure was equivalent to 10 days of his own cultivation, almost directly increasing his cultivation speed by a third. Excellent. All the resources and effort I invested in you weren't in vain. Now I've finally reaped the rewards I deserve. After verifying the changes brought about by his natal magic treasure's advancement to a spiritual treasure, Zhou Chun was overjoyed, repeatedly praising it, finally feeling like his long-awaited triumph had come to fruition. Before this, the Myriad Transformation Golden Cauldron, the natal magic treasure to which he had poured so much effort and energy, had become merely an auxiliary cultivation tool, practically useless in battle. Whenever Zhou Chun thought of this, he could only shake his head helplessly. But now, with his natal magic treasure's advancement to a spiritual treasure, its previous flaws had all become advantages. With it in hand, Zhou Chun essentially had an additional offensive spiritual treasure, a defensive spiritual treasure, and an auxiliary spiritual treasure. In future battles, it will once again become Zhou Chun's key weapon for victory. Since the 10,000 gold Motherstone can transform his natal magic weapon into a spiritual treasure, Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't keep such a treasure for himself. He quickly gave half of the 10,000 gold Motherstones he had chipped off to the Silver Dragon Lord, allowing him to melt them into the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword, to see if it could also help the sword advance to a spiritual treasure. Zhou Chun simply bestowed the remaining half of the 10,000 gold Motherstone upon the mountain-bearing lord, to see if it would also be of any help to him. Then, Zhou Chun directly stored away the large 10,000 gold Motherstone, preparing to consult the Taijiang Divine Venerable's avatar upon its return, on the best way to utilize this treasure. After handling everything in this way, Zhou Chun calmly began to digest the gains from his previous enlightenment. Time flies, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Zhou Chun digested the gains from his previous enlightenment, making significant progress, and his supernatural abilities greatly improved. Over the course of 3 years, both Silver Dragon Lord and Mountain Lord had refined and digested the 10,000 gold Motherstone that Zhou Chun had given them into their magical artifacts. However, to Zhou Chun's regret, while the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword gained increased spirituality and self-healing properties after being refined into the 10,000 gold Motherstone, it was still a little short of transforming into a spiritual treasure. According to Silver Dragon Lord himself, this might not be something that could be accomplished simply by refining more 10,000 gold Motherstones. Perhaps he needed to focus on aspects related to thunder attributes. Therefore, Zhou Chun temporarily put the matter aside, planning to use the Thunderworm Beast's horn to forge the sword after it advanced to a 4th-tier superior grade demon beast. As for Mountain Lord, after consuming and digesting the 10,000 gold Motherstone, Aside from an increase in the hardness of its shell and a slight strengthening of its physical body, it didn't see any other benefits. This made Zhou Chun abandon the idea of continuing to let it consume this treasure, and he even somewhat regretted his previous decision. After all, such a 10,000 gold motherstone could potentially be traded with powerful figures for strategic treasures like the nascent soul pill. However, things had already come to this point, so he only regretted it slightly and didn't dwell on it any longer. It's strange, Yuzhen and her son have been traveling for over 10 years, why haven't they returned yet? Is it that fun out there? That day, Zhou Chun, feeling somewhat idle, looked at the deserted Changjiang Peak and couldn't help but miss his wife and children who were traveling. Perhaps this is human nature. In the past, when his wife and children were always by his side, he always felt that this was not good for their growth and encouraged them to travel and broaden their horizons. Now, after many years of not being in seclusion, and with his wife and children not by his side, he inevitably felt lonely in his leisure time and couldn't help but miss them. He quickly realized this himself, and couldn't help but touch his chin, muttering to himself, this isn't like me anymore. Could it be that I'm really getting old? A quick calculation confirmed that he was indeed over 800 years old, which, even compared to the long lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator, meant he was already middle-aged. But he wasn't one to accept old age. He quickly rallied his spirits, declaring confidently, so what if I'm 800? My goal isn't just a nascent soul stage. Mortals reach maturity at 30, and I'm only 30 now. The future is still bright, and my prospects are vast. After adjusting his mindset, Zhou Chun took out his copy of the Taijuan Flying Immortal Sword Manual and began studying it. Although he had given the Cyan Bronze Tablet to Taijiang Divine Venerable, as the discoverer of this sword cultivation tradition, he naturally kept the relevant copy. After all, this was a top-tier sword cultivation tradition. If the Zhou family were to produce a true sword cultivation genius in the future, it would prove invaluable. Moreover, even without a genius capable of inheriting this supreme swordsmanship, the Taijuan Flying Immortal Sword technique would still greatly benefit any cultivator practicing sword control, significantly enhancing their sword control skills. In the cultivation world, the number of cultivators practicing sword control is countless. Zhou Chun's son, Zhou Zhen, is one such cultivator obsessed with sword control. Therefore, Zhou Chun now intends to study and practice this sword technique, which will greatly benefit both his future guidance of his son and the activation of the 99 Profound Heaven Sword Gourd, spiritual treasure. Furthermore, it's not just him researching this sword technique. The Silver Dragon Lord is also studying and comprehending it to better unleash the power of the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword, magic weapon. Of course, Zhou Chun hasn't forgotten Zhou Zhiqian, the younger sword cultivator of the Zhou family. Whether it's the Taijuan Cave True Sword Scripture, the Taijuan Flying Immortal Sword Technique, or the Ghost Axe Sword Forging Method, he specifically allows him to observe the parts corresponding to his cultivation level. Unfortunately, Zhou Zhiqian is already quite old, and his foundation in swordsmanship is long established, making it impossible for him to switch to cultivating the Taijuan Dongzhen Jianjing now. Otherwise, with his own swordsmanship talent and the resources of the Zhou family, he might have had a real chance to try and break through to the nascent soul stage. Actually, Zhou Chun had practiced some sword control techniques after successfully establishing his foundation, as combat for low to mid-level cultivators mostly relies on the advantage of flying swords. However, because he had practiced some before and knew his talent in this area was mediocre, he didn't devote much energy to studying sword control techniques later. The reason cultivators tirelessly pursue improving their cultivation level is that once their cultivation level is higher, many problems that were difficult to solve at their previous level, and many difficult to cultivate supernatural abilities and secret techniques, can be solved with a higher perspective. For example, Zhou Chun is currently studying the Taijuan Fei Xian Jianju. He might find the parts above the Golden Core stage relatively difficult to learn and master. But for the parts below the Golden Core stage, while he might not be able to learn them immediately, he could easily grasp the knack with some practice. Even a master of sword control at the Purple Mansion stage could gain valuable insights from Zhou Chun's advanced techniques. He tried using the sword control methods he learned from the Taijuan Flying Immortal Sword Art to activate the mysterious Heaven Sword Key, and found it to be far more efficient and less strenuous than his previous simple and brutal swarm attack. This made him even more dedicated to studying the sword art. After all, his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, could now also be used as a spiritual treasure flying sword. Immersed in his cultivation, Zhou Chun didn't feel the time passing at all. Soon, another 2 years had passed. On this day, the sky above Kunwu Peak suddenly surged with wind and clouds, thunderclouds gathering to form the celestial tribulation thundercloud phenomenon. Zhou Chun, who was cultivating on Changjiang Peak, was immediately alarmed, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Good, very good. Thunderclouds have appeared, Yinger has finally successfully formed her nascent soul. He clapped his hands and laughed with joy, immediately ordering his clansmen to leave the area within 100 miles of Kunwu Peak to avoid interfering with Zhou Ziyang's tribulation. At this moment, Luo Qingni, who was in seclusion on Zuonden Peak, seemed to be startled by the aura of the heavenly tribulation and quickly emerged from her seclusion to Zhou Chun's side. Fellow Taoist Zhou has truly taken on a fine disciple. 2 true immortals in one sect, master and disciple both nascent soul cultivators. This is a remarkable story even among the top sects. Luo Qingni arrived beside Zhou Chun, looking at the gradually forming thundercloud vortex in the sky, and congratulated him with a smile. She knew Zhou Ziyang's background and therefore knew very well that once the heart demon tribulation was over, the mere heavenly tribulation would pose no threat to Zhou Ziyang whatsoever. Hey, then I accept your auspicious words, Qingni. Zhou Chun chuckled, not being modest at all, and generously accepted the beauty's congratulations. Although he wasn't exactly a famous teacher, his first disciple's successful nascent soul formation was something to be proud of and something to be proud of. At his level of cultivation, sometimes it's not about magic weapons or cultivation level, but about who has a successor and who is better at cultivating disciples and followers. Before this, although the Zhou family had produced Zhou Chun, a nascent soul cultivator, and Luo Qingni, a guest elder who successfully formed her nascent soul within the family, and Zhou Chun's 5 spirit pets had successively advanced to Demon King, their influence grew stronger day by day. But even the Zhou family members themselves knew that compared to those long-established and powerful forces, the Zhou family still lacked sufficient foundation. This foundation didn't lie in the inheritance of cultivation techniques or supernatural abilities, nor in the inheritance of spiritual treasures, nor in achievements in the various arts of cultivation such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman arrays, but rather in whether the Zhou family could have a successor to continue the nascent soul lineage. Throughout the history of the human cultivation world, there have been many examples of genius cultivators who were incredibly lucky and brought their sects or families to the level of top-tier powers. However, many of these examples often didn't end well. When that genius cultivator, trapped at the threshold of the nascent soul stage, ultimately succumbed to his fate, his sect and family failed to cultivate a second nascent soul cultivator to continue their lineage. The once rapidly growing sect and family would crumble like a castle in the air, their extinction a mere formality. Therefore, if the Zhou family truly wanted to shed the label of nouveau riche and gain the genuine recognition of other top forces in the cultivation world as a power capable of dominating a nation, they needed to cultivate a second nascent soul cultivator with Zhou family blood after Zhou Chun. Only by ensuring a continuous and unbroken lineage of nascent soul cultivators could they be worthy of the Zhou family's current status. And now, Zhou Ziyang, a true-blooded Zhou family cultivator and Zhou Chun's disciple, is about to successfully form his nascent soul. The significance of this, and its importance to the Zhou family, goes far beyond simply having another nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, all the Zhou family cultivators who understood the significance of this event, especially the 2 elders, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, whose lifespans were nearing their end, stared intently at Kunwu Peak, praying for Zhou Ziyang. Time passed slowly, witnessed by all the cultivators within the mountain gate. Finally, when a figure surrounded by azure light suddenly soared from Kunwu Peak into the sky, the Zhou family cultivators within the mountain gate all breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone knew that as long as Zhou Ziyang, in the nascent soul stage, could emerge to undergo tribulation, it meant that the most difficult heart demon tribulation had been overcome. The remaining heavenly tribulation would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with than the heart demon tribulation. Boom! With a deafening roar, bolts of lightning began to rain down. The figure surrounded by azure light in the sky, simply by activating a golden pagoda magic treasure suspended above its head, easily withstood the tribulation lightning bolts with the 9 layers of golden light shield released by the pagoda. After easily withstanding the first round of 9 heavenly lightning strikes, the golden pagoda showed no signs of weakening, demonstrating its formidable defensive power. as a defensive magic weapon specially prepared by Master Zhou Chun for his successor. This 9 Palaces Golden Pagoda was undoubtedly among the top-tier high-grade magic weapons. With Zhou Chun's current nascent soul stage cultivation and mana, this treasure could easily help her withstand the first and second rounds of Tribulation Lightning. When the third round of Tribulation Lightning began, Zhou Chun finally removed the overburdened 9 Palaces Golden Pagoda, and instead summoned a cyan flying sword to slash at the Tribulation Lightning. She possessed considerable talent in sword control, and having obtained the top-grade magic weapon Flying Sword, Azure Sky Illusion Sword, early on, she had devoted herself to studying sword control after successfully forming her core. Although she had not yet comprehended sword intent, her mastery of sword control was only slightly inferior to that of the sword cultivator Zhou Chun. Under her control, the Azure Sky Phantom Sword roared through the heavens, cleaving through winds and thunder with its heroic and dashing presence, leaving countless younger cultivators of the Zhou family mesmerized. What a magnificent female sword immortal! Luo Qingni's beautiful eyes shone with admiration as she gazed at the valiant woman in azure robes in the sky, unable to contain her exclamation. She wasn't skilled in combat, nor did she enjoy fighting, but that didn't mean she hadn't harbored some beautiful fantasies. Soaring through the heavens on a sword, vanquishing injustice, this was a beautiful fantasy shared by many cultivators, regardless of gender. However, as they grew older and their understanding of cultivation deepened, many realized they weren't cut out for it, and thus could only keep these beautiful fantasies in their hearts, facing reality and pursuing their own paths. Clearly, Luo Qingni, this female alchemist, had once dreamed of becoming a sword immortal as well. And now, the side of Zhou Chun cleaving through the heavenly tribulation with her sword unexpectedly awakened a beautiful fantasy buried deep within her for hundreds of years, leaving her momentarily captivated. Seeing the change in her expression, Zhou Chun quickly guessed the reason, then shook his head and smiled, not disturbing her. Thus, relying on the top-grade magic weapon, Azure Sky Phantom Sword, and his solid swordsmanship, Zhou Chun successfully passed the heavenly tribulation without using the 2 elements wind and fire fan, spiritual treasure. When the last bolt of heavenly lightning in the sky was cleaved apart by Zhou Chun's sword, the dark thunder clouds visibly dissipated rapidly, followed by the emergence of 5-colored spiritual light, displaying various auspicious phenomena, and sprinkling down strands of 5-colored rain. After the 5-colored rain stopped, Zhou Chun gracefully sheathed his sword and flew towards Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni's location. After flying to Zhou Chun, she immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Master, I have lived up to your expectations and successfully formed my nascent soul." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun laughed heartily with a face full of satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, good, very good. You are indeed worthy of being my disciple, Zhou Chun's disciple. You have not disgraced me." After laughing, he personally stepped forward to help his disciple up and congratulated her. "I also congratulate Yinger on your great success in forming your nascent soul and attaining enlightenment, Uncle Master. I also congratulate you on your great success in forming your nascent soul and attaining enlightenment." Luo Qingni, who had already come to her senses, also offered her congratulations with a smile. Zhou Chun, seeing this, also replied with a smile, "Thank you for your congratulations, Master and Uncle Master. I sincerely wish you both a long and prosperous path in the Dao." At this time, Zhou Mingde, Zhou Daoyi, and her biological father Su Fu also arrived at Zhou Chun's site and offered their congratulations. She responded to each of them, not daring to neglect her elders or be impolite because of her successful nascent soul formation. Following Zhou Daoyi's suggestion, she then flew into the air and spoke with the Zhou family members who had been watching her tribulation, receiving congratulations from many of them. After these rounds of congratulations, Zhou Chun, still concerned for his disciple, immediately told her to return to her cave to consolidate her cultivation, and that they could discuss the rest later. Zhang's successful nascent soul formation is truly the greatest joy in the Zhou family's 300 years. This should be celebrated grandly to strengthen the clan's power. Even though Zhou Chun was no longer by his side, Zhou Ming's excitement hadn't subsided, and he immediately began to discuss holding a nascent soul ceremony for Zhou Chun. He certainly had reason to be excited. Being able to witness the successful continuation of the Zhou family's nascent soul inheritance while still alive far exceeded his original expectations. He had originally prepared to die peacefully, but he never imagined that he would be alive to witness this day. Therefore, with little lifespan remaining, He wanted more than anyone else to hold the grand nascent soul ceremony for Zhou Chun, to announce this good news to the entire cultivation world. After that, even if he were to pass away immediately, he would have no regrets. Seeing his excitement, Zhou Chun naturally didn't want to spoil the mood, so he nodded and said, "Since you've said so, then I'll leave this matter to you, uncle. If you need to use my name, please feel free to do so." Zhou immediately smiled and replied, "This matter is not difficult to handle. Zheng Chun, just leave me some blank invitations with your magic imprint, and I'll take care of the rest." After speaking, he also looked at Su Fu beside him and said, "Elder Su, please assist me in handling this matter. You are Zhang's father, and she should be very happy to have you involved in organizing this celebration." Upon hearing this, Su Fu was extremely excited and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you for your higher regard, Elder. I will certainly do my best to assist you in handling this matter." Indeed, as the father of a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, he wanted to personally handle his daughter's nascent soul ceremony more than anyone else. Zhou Daoi's arrangement of him at this time was truly thoughtful, and he was filled with gratitude. Another long chapter of 8,000 words. Chapter 783 Auspicious Fortune, Master King Hong. Zhou Ziyang's successful nascent soul formation was arguably the greatest joy the Zhou family had experienced in centuries. Overjoyed, Zhou Chun agreed to a clan-wide celebration, distributing a sum of family merit points to each member as a reward. He himself had accumulated well over 100 million merit points, as each time he deposited items into the family treasury, the corresponding value of merit points was recorded, regardless of whether he used them. Distributing money to all the clan's cultivators was merely using a tiny fraction of that. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Chun sent Yishan to the heavenly spirit realm to inform Su Yuzhen and her son to return and prepare for Zhou Ziyang's nascent soul ceremony. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, his son Zhou Zinhuan's recent travels brought him a delightful surprise. Is this the hidden disciple of the Qinglian temple? His cultivation doesn't seem very impressive. Is it because his aptitude is too poor, or is the Qinglian temple's resources about to run out? On Kunwu Peak, Zhou Chun looked at the middle-aged man before him, whose cultivation and consciousness were sealed, and couldn't help but shake his head, seemingly somewhat disappointed. It turned out that when Zhou Zinhuan changed his name and traveled in the Xianling realm, he had the incredible luck to encounter a true disciple of the Qinglian temple's hidden lineage, and even formed an adventure team with him. Later, due to a dangerous situation, the Qinglian temple disciple had to use a unique talisman bestowed upon him by his elder, which was immediately recognized by Su Yuzhen, who was secretly following him. Subsequently, Lu Yuanjin intervened, using illusion magic to bewitch the Qinglian temple disciple, and following the clues, found his elder, the middle-aged man Zhou Chun was seeing now, and wiped them out. The middle-aged man before Zhou Chun was now the master of the Qinglian temple's hidden lineage. His cultivation was only at the mid-golden core stage, and he appeared to be at least 600 years old, making it virtually impossible for him to have reached the nascent soul stage. In Zhou Chun's eyes, someone unable to form a nascent soul was nothing more than a useless mediocre talent. After scrutinizing the middle-aged man, he turned to Lu Yuanjin and asked, "Did you find any clues about the Azure Lotus Calamity armor on him?" The Azure Lotus sect was once a major sect. Surely they would have one or two secret vaults. "Master, you are wise," Lu Yuanjin replied. "According to the information gleaned from this man, the Azure Lotus sect's true secret vault and the Azure Lotus Calamity armor are both hidden within a void secret realm. The key to enter that realm was kept by true person King Xiao with the deceased true person Kung Su. Only those who have reached the late golden core stage before the age of 600 can retrieve the key." Lu Yuanjin lowered his eyebrows and spoke in a low voice, revealing the information he had gathered. He was skilled in illusion techniques. Although the middle-aged man had cultivated the Heart Lotus Orthodox method and had a soul restriction personally set up by true person King Xiao, making him difficult to search, he still couldn't resist Lu Yuanjin's illusion techniques and was lured into revealing a considerable amount of useful information. As he said, Master King Xiao had clearly put a lot of thought into the arrangements for the most important things at Qinglian Temple. Even the hidden lineage successors of Qinglian Temple would find it difficult to obtain those things. After hearing Lu Yuanjin's answer, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he suddenly asked, "Do you know where that void realm is located?" "I only know it's located somewhere in Fang Kingdom, but I don't know the exact location. I originally wanted to spend more time weaving along Illusory experience for him to lure him to take us to that specific location, but unexpectedly, I encountered Master, who sent Lord Yishan to call us back. Lu Yuanjun spoke truthfully, revealing the answer he knew in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lu Yuanjun and said again, "Then let's leave it at that. Take this person back to the heavenly spirit realm and continue what you need to do. Report back to me when you have the results." With Zhou Chun's current cultivation level, he wasn't as concerned about the Azure Lotus Calamity Armor, spiritual treasure as before. It would be good to obtain it, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't. However, since he now had the opportunity to obtain it, he would definitely give it a try. After all, a defensive spiritual treasure, especially a rare piece of armor, was indeed worth his effort. After instructing Lu Yuanjun to do this, Zhou Chun turned his attention back to his wife and son. The father and son hadn't seen each other for 20 years. Zhou Zinitun was now at the mid-foundation establishment stage and looked much more mature. After carefully examining him, Zhou Chun gradually replaced the image of his son from his memories of 20 years ago with his current appearance. Then he smiled slightly at him and said, "Zinitun, you are truly a lucky star for your father and the Zhou family. Those remnants of the Kinglian temple have been hiding for so many years, and we have never been able to find them. You encountered them as soon as you went out to travel, helping the family to eradicate this future threat. You are truly a lucky general for our Zhou family. Father, what do you plan to do with that person? Will you kill him?" Zhou Zinitun's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked with his head slightly lowered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun looked at him without changing his expression and asked in return, "Why do you ask that? Or do you think he shouldn't die?" "I didn't mean that. I was just asking out of curiosity." Zhou Zinitun shook his head repeatedly, denying it outright. Seeing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then nodded to him and said, "I understand. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Tell me about your experiences traveling the cultivation world over the years. I also have a gift for you." "Yes, son obeys," Zhou Zinitun replied, and immediately stopped mentioning the remnants of the Kinglian temple, instead recounting his experiences traveling the cultivation world. As Zhou Chun listened to his stories, he would sometimes offer his opinions on certain matters and provide guidance on his mistakes. The father and son talked for several days and nights before concluding. In this communication, the slight awkwardness that had developed between them after 20 years of separation gradually dissipated, and both became relaxed again. When the conversation ended, Zhou Chun waved his hand and took out his experience and insights gained from studying the Taijuan flying immortal sword technique over the past 2 years, along with half of the sword technique. This sword manual was obtained by your father from slaying demons a few years ago. It is a legacy from an ancient sacred sword-wielding ground of our human race. Since you are fond of sword control techniques, I'm giving it to you to study and cultivate. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your father or Zikian." As Zhou Chun had expected, upon hearing that the Taijuan flying immortal sword manual was a sword control technique inherited from an ancient sacred sword-wielding ground, Zhou Zinitun's attention was completely captivated. Although his parents and Zhou Zikian, a true golden core sword cultivator, all said he lacked talent in sword cultivation and advised against spending too much energy on the sword path, his genuine love for it made it impossible for Zhou Zinitun to convince himself to give up cultivating sword control techniques. Moreover, he had no shortage of cultivation resources. As long as he didn't neglect his main cultivation method, his cultivation would naturally increase, giving him plenty of free time to do what he loved. Therefore, he chose to follow his own inclinations, regardless of what others said, and wholeheartedly devoted himself to practicing sword control techniques. With no shortage of renowned teachers to guide him and ample opportunity to study and practice profound sword techniques, Zhou Zinitun, though considered to lack talent in sword cultivation, possessed a remarkably skillful sword control technique, not far inferior to some true sword cultivators of his level. Even during his travels, he consistently identified himself as a sword cultivator, adhering to their principles and primarily using flying swords as weapons in combat. Having such a passion for sword control, how could he not be overjoyed and completely absorbed in obtaining the profound and mysterious Taijuan flying immortal sword technique? Soon, he took the sword technique and Zhou Chun's cultivation insights to his training ground to study, his mind completely absorbed. This scene left Zhou Chun shaking his head helplessly, unable to comprehend it. In his view, Zhou Zinitun's talent for magical cultivation was actually quite good. If he channeled the energy he poured into sword control into cultivating spells and secret techniques, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards, becoming a powerful figure among his peers without relying on powerful weapons. Unfortunately, even as Zhou Chun's father, he couldn't force his son to change. Su Yazan, who had been accompanying him, couldn't help but smile wryly at Zhou Chun's reaction, saying, "This child was probably a sword cultivator in his past life. He always makes excuses and seems listless when we ask him to practice magic, but when it comes to sword practice, he can go without food or drink until his body can't take it anymore." It's truly both funny and exasperating. Zhou Chun knew perfectly well that she, as his mother, was trying to excuse her son. She waved her hand and said, "Never mind, if he likes it, let him do as he pleases. As long as he doesn't neglect his cultivation, that's fine." Hearing this, Su Yazhan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. "My husband is right. As long as he's safe and happy, we parents should be content. Why bother whether he prefers sword control or beast taming? You should just spoil him." Zhou Chun smiled, tapping his partner's forehead before pulling her into his arms. The couple, separated for 20 years, naturally wanted to reunite and reconnect, avoiding any awkwardness. After some time, Zhou Ziyang, who had been in seclusion for another 2 years, finally emerged, having consolidated her cultivation. Upon her return, she discovered that Zhou Chun and his wife had moved to an empty cave dwelling on Kunwu Peak. Filled with remorse, she hurriedly went to pay her respects. Disciple greets master and mistress. "Because of my fault, I have delayed master and mistress's return home. I am deeply ashamed." Zhou Ziyang bowed deeply, returning the purifying heaven and earth divine jar that Silver Dragon Lord had given her to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's explanation to Silver Dragon Lord was similar to what he had told Luo Qingni, so she was unaware that this seemingly unremarkable dark blue-green stone jar was actually a treasure coveted even by nascent soul stage cultivators. At this moment, Zhou Chun casually accepted the stone jar, seemingly unconcerned, and first put it into his storage bag. Then, he personally helped her up, smiling as he said, "Your successful nascent soul formation is the best reward for us. The fact that this cave has produced a new nascent soul cultivator is also thanks to your good fortune." "I'm overjoyed." Su Yazhan nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, Yinger, why are you being so polite with us? Your master has always treated you like a daughter. What's a little thing like this?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziyang replied sincerely, "This disciple has always regarded master and mistress as my parents." She had been separated from her biological parents since childhood and grew up with Zhou Chun. To her, Zhou Chun was indeed an elder who was both a teacher and a father. Therefore, these words came naturally and from the bottom of her heart. "Haha, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about your plans for the future, Yinger. Now that you've formed your nascent soul, what are your thoughts on your Taoist name? Where do you plan to place your cave dwelling?" Zhou Chun laughed and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for further pleasantries. He then asked Zhou Ziyang about her plans after forming her nascent soul. These two questions were indeed the first things a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator should consider. This disciple has already thought it through. "If I can successfully form my nascent soul, I will use Qing Hong as my Taoist name. As for my cave dwelling, if master doesn't mind, this disciple would like to place it on Kunwu Peak, so that I can serve master by your side often." Zhou Ziyang seemed to have come prepared, and immediately stated her thoughts upon hearing this. Hearing her answer, Zhou Chun pondered the Taoist name she had chosen for a moment, then smiled and said, "Very good, the Taoist name King Hong's Henrin is indeed excellent, very suitable for you." He then added with a smile, "Since you wish to locate your cave dwelling on Kunwu Peak, how could I object? Choose whichever cave dwelling you prefer." "Thank you, master." Zhou Ziyang's face lit up with joy, and she immediately chose a cave dwelling. 3 months later, Zhou Ziyang's nascent soul ceremony was grandly held. By now, the Zhou family's influence was no longer limited to one country. Countless forces were willing to give the Zhou family face. Therefore, even though the Yu Kingdom was now merely a name without many truly native cultivators, the forces willing to travel great distances to congratulate Zhou Ziyang were still countless. If it weren't for the fact that nascent soul cultivators were reluctant to overshadow the main event, the number of nascent soul cultivators eagerly coming to offer their congratulations would probably be too many to count on 2 hands. The Huangfu family of the Great Zhou Kingdom presents a congratulatory gift, a bottle of essence of Wind Soul, to congratulate true person King Huang on achieving the great success of his nascent soul and attaining the Dao. The 9 Yuan Sword Sect of the Great Zhou Kingdom presents a congratulatory gift, a piece of mysterious heart swordstone, to congratulate true person King Huang on achieving the great success of his nascent soul and attaining the Dao. The Ziki Sect of the Xia Kingdom presents a congratulatory gift, a piece of heavenly gang wind copper, to congratulate true person King Huang on achieving the great success of his nascent soul and attaining the Dao. The Zhangxuan Sect presents a congratulatory gift, a bottle of marrow of wind spirit, to congratulate true person King Huang on achieving the great success of his nascent soul and attaining the Dao. On Kunwu Peak, a Sufu, responsible for announcing the gifts from each of the major sects, spoke in a loud voice. The Zhou family cultivators inside the mountain gate and the other guests who came to offer their congratulations all exclaimed in amazement. These major sects that presented the gifts were all renowned forces in the cultivation world, their influence extending beyond their own country, and all located tens of thousands of miles away from the Yu Kingdom. The fact that they sent people to congratulate the Zhou family from such a great distance was already a great honor. Now, they went to great lengths with their gifts, presenting items useful to Zhou Xiang, a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, demonstrating their high regard for the Zhou family. Everyone knew that a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator like Zhou Xiang wouldn't warrant such treatment from powerful forces. These forces were only offering such generous gifts out of respect for Zhou Xiang's master and for the sake of Master Chunjun, Zhou Zhangchun. That's right. The Zhou family now has 3 nascent soul cultivators on the surface, and Master Chunjun even possesses 5 Demon King spirit pets. That's 8 5th-tier combatants alone, more than some Holy Land sects have on the surface. If I were the leader of those powerful forces, I would definitely be willing to go to great lengths to befriend the Zhou family. After their initial amazement, some guests pondered this and quickly understood the reason, revealing expressions of sudden realization. For these top-tier powers, separated by vast distances, in the absence of conflicting interests, it's certainly better to have more friends and connections with other forces of similar strength. Moreover, only those truly at the pinnacle of the cultivation world know just how powerful Zhou Chun is and how deep his background is. As Zhou Chun's fame spread among the human race, his past experiences had long been unearthed and presented to the leaders of various top-tier powers. Anyone who read his past was invariably moved by the speed of his cultivation breakthroughs and the astonishing feats he had accomplished. Especially after news of his breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage spread, considering he was only in his early 800-year-old age, everyone knew that as long as he didn't die prematurely, becoming a late nascent soul cultivator was a certainty. He might even be able to glimpse the divine transformation realm. Under such circumstances, forces with no grudge against him would only choose to befriend him, not antagonize him. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't steal his disciples' thunder at the nascent soul ceremony. After making a brief appearance and saying a few words, he took the initiative to leave, leaving his disciple, a nascent soul cultivator, to receive the homage of the hundreds of golden core cultivators present. Indeed, this nascent soul ceremony had over 100 golden core cultivators present. Many of them represented their own factions, while others were golden core families and mid-level sects from nearby countries who, upon hearing of the Zhou family's nascent soul ceremony, volunteered to come and offer their congratulations. In the cultivation world, there is indeed a tradition of golden core cultivators actively participating in other cultivators' nascent soul ceremonies, seeking to borrow the fortune of newly promoted nascent soul cultivators. After all, for most cultivators, the process of transforming the core and forming the nascent soul is indeed a matter heavily reliant on luck. Zhou Xiang, as a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, didn't hold back. She shared some insights about nascent soul formation at the ceremony, which greatly impressed many golden core cultivators who lacked this foundation. They felt they had gained a great deal and were extremely grateful to her. Truly a grand ceremony unprecedented in 1,000 years. To witness this magnificent event in my Zhou family, I can die without regrets. At the ceremony, Zhou Ming looked at the golden core cultivators representing various forces, and saw hundreds of them listening intently to Zhou Xiang's explanation of nascent soul formation. A smile crept across his face, and he clapped his hands in a sigh. His lifespan was indeed running out. Even after a Jiazi longevity pill extended his life by 60 years, he had less than 20 years left. Therefore, to see his family, for which he had struggled and toiled his entire life, holds such a grand celebration and demonstrates such influence in the final moments of his life, he truly had fulfilled his wish and had no other desires. Meanwhile, Zhou, who also only had 20-odd years left to live because he refused to take the Jiazi longevity pill, said with a smile, "Yes, seeing the Zhou family achieve its current status and prestige, we can hold our heads high even when we meet our ancestors in the afterlife." After saying this, the two of them couldn't help but smile at each other, everything understood without words. 6 months after Zhou Ziyang's nascent soul ceremony, the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable, who had been away for several years, finally returned to Kunwu Mountain. "I truly thank you for bringing that myriad gold motherstone. My natal flying sword has successfully advanced and transformed into heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. In the future, when I fight against a 6th-tier alien expert, I will surely make this sword drink holy blood." On Chengjiang Peak, the returned avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable, upon meeting Zhou Chun, expressed his gratitude with a smile, while also revealing the good news of his natal flying sword's successful transformation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun naturally offered his congratulations. He then summoned his natal spiritual treasure, the myriad transformation golden cauldron, and explained how he had used the myriad gold motherstone, forcibly transforming a natal magic weapon into a spiritual treasure ahead of schedule using materials, although somewhat wasteful, is still making the most of it. The Taizheng Divine Venerable avatar nodded slightly, not surprised by his actions. Then he spoke, "As for the remaining 10,000 gold motherstones, you really can't waste them anymore. They will play a crucial role if you want this natal magic weapon to advance to heavenly spiritual treasure." He then glanced at him and added, "Of course, that's only possible if you successfully transform into a nascent soul cultivator." Zhou Chun solemnly replied, "This junior understands. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Taizheng." The Divine Venerable then waved his hand, taking out several treasures and placing them before him, saying, "These are the magic weapons I crafted from the corpse of the 1,000-legged golden centipede and the great pill refined from that demon core. Please keep them safe." Zhou Chun looked closely and saw that Taizheng had crafted 2 magic weapons from the corpse of the 1,000-legged golden centipede, both of them top grade. One was a set of golden armor crafted from centipede shells, with corresponding protective parts for the arms, legs, and even the helmet. The other was a set of 72 golden flying knives crafted from centipede blades. The 1,000-legged golden centipede devoured the 10,000 gold motherstone, and the 2 magic treasures forged from its materials possess self-healing properties. As long as the damage isn't too severe, they can be restored to their original state. However, because there are so many of these earthly fiend golden blades, they consume a great deal of divine sense. Even a nascent soul cultivator might find it difficult to wield them. Finding a suitable master for them won't be easy." Seeing Zhou Chun's gaze lingering on the 2 magic treasures, the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable responsibly provided some explanations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded immediately and said, "This junior understands. Thank you, Senior Taizheng, for bestowing these treasures upon me." He then put away the magic treasures and the Demon King's great pill. Zhou Chun didn't disturb the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable any further and quickly took his leave. Now that the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable had returned and Zhou Ziyang had successfully formed his nascent soul, the matter he had previously suppressed could now be addressed. Chapter 784 The Mysterious Scheme of the Void Portal. With the avatar of the Divine Venerable Taizheng guarding Kunwu Mountain, and Luo Qingni and Zhou Ziyang stationed inside the mountain gate, Zhou Chun had no worries about going out. Therefore, he quickly gathered his men and headed to the misty immortal ridge of Liang Kingdom. Compared to Yu Kingdom, Liang Kingdom was not far away, only separated by several countries. Zhou Chun only took a day to arrive at the outside of misty immortal ridge again. Then, looking at the misty, layered mountains in front of him, he flew into them without hesitation. As soon as he entered the misty immortal ridge, the Chongsun Demon King quickly sensed it and convinced an avatar to meet him. Young friend Zhou, you've broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm so quickly." On the ground, the rock giant avatar condensed by the Chongsun Demon King looked up at the human cultivator in the air, his tone full of surprise. Although the two had not seen each other for over 100 years, he was very clear about when Zhou Chun had successfully formed his nascent soul. Only 300 years have passed, and he's already broken through from a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator to the mid-nascent soul stage. His cultivation progress is simply too fast. The Demon King Chong Sun wasn't an unsophisticated Demon King. He had a deep understanding of the cultivation speed of human cultivators and knew exactly how difficult it was for a nascent soul cultivator to break through. Zhou Chun had successfully formed his nascent soul at just over 500 years old, which surprised him, but such examples were not uncommon among humans. However, even for cultivators with top-grade spiritual roots, the cultivation speed slows down considerably after reaching the nascent soul stage. 300 years might not even be enough for a cultivator with top-grade spiritual roots to progress from the early to the mid-nascent soul stage, let alone break through the realm barrier. Now, Zhou Chun had defied this norm, which greatly astonished the Demon King Chong Sun. Faced with the surprise of the Chong Sun Demon King, Zhou Chun countered with a question, "Fellow Taoist Chong Sun, are you unaware of the previous invasion of the human race by various alien races?" Upon hearing this, the Chong Sun Demon King immediately replied in a muffled voice, I have heard a few words about this from some human cultivators, but I haven't paid much attention to it." After speaking, he looked at him with some surprise and asked, "Why did you suddenly bring this up, young friend Zhou?" "Nothing much, it's just that when the alien races invaded the human race before, I also participated in the war to resist the invasion of the Longyuan's demon race. In the war, I killed several fifth-order demon kings, and then improved my mana by consuming the great pill refined from the inner core of a demon king, and finally successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm." Zhou Chun smiled faintly and casually said the words that made the Chong Sun Demon King fall silent. After a long silence, he finally spoke to Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, could you tell me the details? I've been trapped here, completely cut off from news, and I truly didn't know such a major event had occurred." He had previously addressed him as young friend, but now he had changed his form of address. Such details naturally didn't escape Zhou Chun's notice. And he immediately smiled slightly, saying, "Since fellow Taoist Chong Sun wants to know, I will naturally tell you the truth, then I will trouble fellow Taoist Zhou. Please come to my cave for a chat." With that, the Demon King Chong Sun led Zhou Chun to his cave. The place he led Zhou Chun to was the same mountain peak where he had previously entertained him. However, while they had casually sat facing each other on the mountainside last time, this time they met in a beautiful valley. This valley was planted with various exotic flowers and rare spiritual plants, and many rare birds and beasts inhabited it. There were even pavilions and towers. If one didn't know the inside story, arriving here would have made one think they had entered the secluded cave dwelling of some reclusive master. The true form of the Chong Sun Demon King had manifested as a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, not the rock giant Zhou Chun had previously seen. After his clone brought Zhou Chun here, with a single glance, the clone disintegrated into a pile of mud and stones, merging into the ground. He then gestured to Zhou Chun, saying, "My humble abode is simple, without servants, only offering wild mountain fruits and spring water. I hope fellow Taoist Zhou will not find it offensive." "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Chong Sun, you are too kind. It is my honor to be personally received by you." Zhou Chun laughed heartily. He then sat opposite the middle-aged man in a stone pavilion in the valley, and without hesitation, picked up the spiritual fruits on the table and began to enjoy them, and also drank a cup of spiritually rich spring water. This action caused a strange glint to flash in the eyes of the Chong Sun Demon King. It was unclear whether he was simply exceptionally skilled and daring, or simply confident he wouldn't tamper with these things. After tasting the spiritual fruit and drinking the spring water, Zhou Chun finally recounted to the Chong Sun Demon King the previous battles between the human race and the various alien races. He emphasized a battle against the Dragon Abyss Demon Clan, particularly the story of the Golden Horned Dragon Saint first defeating the Yuan Yang Venerable, and then being defeated and injured by the combined forces of the Yuan Yang Venerable and the Taijiang Divine Venerable, escaping back to Dragon Abyss. To prove his words, he even summoned the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield, a spiritual treasure, for the Chong Sun Demon King to examine the smelted 6th-tier golden dragon scales on it. The Chong Sun Demon King had previously interacted with a Golden Horned Dragon Saint, and even without seeing his true form, he knew from him that there was currently only one 6th-tier dragon in the world. Therefore, upon seeing the powerful 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield, he knew Zhou Chun wasn't lying. He then remained silent for a long time. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, "Although I have communicated with a Golden Horned Dragon Saint, it was only to inquire about the path of cultivation. I have no intention of participating in, nor can I possibly participate in, The war between the human and demon races. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and replied, I believe what fellow Taoist Chong Sun said, otherwise, I wouldn't have come here alone today to meet with you. The demon king Chong Sun's expression softened, and he looked at him, saying, Fellow Taoist Zhou mentioned earlier that the mountain-bearing turtle and the wood spirit have both broken through to the 5th rank. I wonder if they have now. Did you bring them over? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, Mu Seng is currently handling a matter for me outside and cannot come for the time being. However, I have already brought Lord Fu Shan. He then looked at the demon king Chong Sun with curiosity and asked, but I am also curious, what exactly is it that fellow Taoist Chong Sun wants Mu Seng to help with? It's nothing major, just something to help revive a spiritual root, the demon king Chong Sun replied casually, without specifying what kind of spiritual root it was. Zhou Chun thought for a moment and didn't pry further into the other's privacy. He simply said, if that's all, then of course there's no problem. Fellow Taoist Chong Sun has been very helpful to me and my companions before. Now that we have the ability to help you, we will naturally do our best to repay your kindness. With fellow Taoist Zhou's words, I am relieved. The demon king Chong Sun nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing on his face. Then he spoke, fellow Taoist Zhou, please summon that mountain-bearing turtle as well. I have some matters I'd like to discuss with it. That's easy, Zhou Chun replied, releasing mountain-bearing turtle from the spirit beast pouch. Mount-bearing greets Senior Chong Sun. Upon appearing in human form, mountain-bearing turtle immediately bowed deeply to demon king Chong Sun with the respect due to a junior. He had truly received a great favor from demon king Chong Sun, and therefore felt extremely grateful and respectful towards him. Not bad, not bad. I was right about you, little turtle. You've advanced to demon king so quickly. Truly worthy of the mountain-bearing turtle clan. Demon king Chong Sun looked mountain-bearing turtle up and down, nodding in satisfaction. He was quite pleased that he had advanced to demon king. Then he said to Zhou Chun, I have some things to tell this little turtle. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou could excuse me for a moment. Sure, but I must see fellow Taoist Chong Sun and Lord Fushan first. Zhou Chun hesitated slightly, but nodded in agreement. He then retreated several hundred feet away. Chong Sun Demon King waved his hand and set up multiple soundproof barriers in the stone pavilion. Then he had a private conversation with Lord Fushan. After about half an hour of this private conversation, Chong Sun Demon King lifted the barrier and signaled that Zhou Chun could come over. Alright, I have told you everything that needed to be said. Fellow Taoist Zhou, bring that wood spirit back when you have time. As soon as Zhou Chun arrived, Chong Sun Demon King told him that he was not welcome. He was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded and said, I understand. In that case, I will not disturb fellow Taoist Chong Sun any longer. After saying that, he left with Lord Fushan. After Zhou Chun and his servants left Mixin Ridge, the Chong Sun Demon King's face darkened. Could this brat be the human tribulation that the Golden Horned Dragon Saint spoke of? I thought I could use that little mountain-bearing tortoise to cultivate the divine power after it advanced to Demon King, but now I have to entrust him with the inheritance of the mountain-bearing tortoise clan to lull him into complacency. At this rate, when will I ever be able to take that step? He muttered to himself, his mood extremely sour. Years ago, when he consulted the Golden Horned Dragon Saint about breaking through to the 6th rank, the Golden Horned Dragon Saint had said that with his background, to become a 6th-ranked demon saint and completely break free from the shackles of his original form, in addition to the existing tribulations, he would face an additional human tribulation. He had also inquired in detail about the human tribulation. According to the Golden Horned Dragon Saint, the human tribulation was a tribulation that only appeared when he broke through to the 6th rank, or rather, it didn't only appear at the time of his breakthrough. After he possessed the power to challenge the 6th rank, the human tribulation would actually begin to exert its power gradually. Moreover, compared to the well-known tribulations encountered when breaking through to the 6th rank, the human tribulation is far more elusive, unpredictable, and difficult to deal with. Previously, the Demon King Chong Sun was still somewhat skeptical of the Golden Horned Dragon Saint's statement, not daring to fully believe it. After all, he was a knowledgeable Demon King, familiar with various secrets of both humans and demons, and had lived for nearly 10,000 years since his birth. However, he had never heard of the human tribulation before. Only after reaching the upper rank of the 5th rank did he vaguely sense that breaking through to the 6th rank would inevitably involve a life or death tribulation, and wouldn't be easy. Therefore, For many years he had focused on diligently cultivating his supernatural abilities, not rushing to break through to the 6th rank. However, even a special being with such a long lifespan as him still had a lifespan limit. If he couldn't break through to the 6th rank, 10,000 years of lifespan would be his upper limit. Therefore, in the last 1,000 years, he had become increasingly anxious. His original plan was to capture Lord Fushun after he advanced to the 5th rank Demon King, using him to cultivate a special supernatural ability to cope with the tribulation of breaking through to the 6th rank in the future. However, after Zhou Chun's arrival and conversation, learning of Zhou Chun's formidable strength and powerful background, he hesitated to act rashly. Even if he could trap and kill Zhou Chun and his servant, it would attract the attention of human nascent soul stage cultivators, making escape nearly impossible. Therefore, he could only continue his pretense, keeping Zhou Chun and his servant in the dark, while simultaneously rethinking his own breakthrough plan. Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware of the Demon King Chongsun's schemes. After leaving Mixin Ridge, he inquired about their secret conversation with Fushun Jun. However, to his surprise, Fushun Jun was unable to reveal any of this to him. Instead, he apologized, saying, "Master, please forgive me. I swore an oath to Senior Chongsun that I would not disclose the details to you or any third party." He quickly added, "But don't worry, Master, Senior Chongsun didn't ask me to do anything harmful to the human race or you. He simply relayed some instructions to me from the elder of our clan who left behind the legacy of the mountain-bearing turtle clan." Hearing this, Zhou Chun naturally didn't press further, simply nodding and saying, "In that case, I won't ask any more. Just be careful." To be honest, Zhou Chun had initially thought he might have to fight the Demon King Chongsun, as he didn't believe the Demon King would be so kind as to help his master and servant for nothing. However, since the Demon King Chongsun ultimately didn't choose to attack, he wouldn't provoke trouble either. In short, maintaining his vigilance would prevent any mistakes. After leaving Mixin Ridge, Zhou Chun returned to his clan. More than 3 months later, Lu Yuanjin finally returned to Kunwu Mountain, bringing back good news. "Master, I have successfully located the entrance to the Void Realm, but without the key, I cannot enter." On Kunwu Peak, Lu Yuanjin tossed the hidden disciple of the Kinglian Temple aside and proudly informed Zhou Chun of his gains. Zhou Chun glanced at the middle-aged man and noticed his pale complexion, sunken eyes, and severe mental exhaustion. Long-term manipulation of illusions and being trapped in the beautiful dream woven by Lu Yuanjin had taken a heavy toll on his spirit. Even if Zhou Chun didn't kill him, he was practically crippled, his cultivation unlikely to improve in the future. "Now that the entrance to the Void Realm has been found, take me there. Perhaps Lord Yishan can find a way in." Zhou Chun withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. He then casually unleashed a golden light that pierced the middle-aged man's brow, followed by a burst of flame that burned his corpse, before taking Lord Yishan and Lord Fushun to Feng Kingdom. Accompanying them was Zhou Higan, a golden core elder of the Zhou family. Zhou Chun was worried that if the Void Realm couldn't accommodate nascent soul cultivators, he could let Zhou Higan enter to retrieve the treasure. Traveling swiftly, several days passed, and Zhou Chun and his servant arrived within the territory of Feng Kingdom, reaching a remote area near the desolate Spirit Desert. This is it. Inside the mountain is a peculiar altar. According to the remnants of the Azure Lotus Sect, it's the entrance to the Void Realm, but a corresponding token is needed to open it. On a low, barren mountain, Lu Yuanjin and Zhou Chun landed and pointed to the mountain below, explaining the situation. "Let's go down and take a look." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately followed a cave that Lu Yuanjin had previously cleared, entering the depths of the mountain. Deep inside, in a cave, he quickly saw the altar Lu Yuanjin had mentioned. The altar's design was somewhat similar to the one Zhou Chun had seen in the Void Realm of Wuan Kingdom, thus confirming Lu Yuanjin's words. After briefly examining the altar, Zhou Chun said to Yishan Jun, "Fihu, now it's up to you." "Fihu will do his best," Yishan Jun replied solemnly, immediately summoning the special attribute magic weapon, Void Compass, that Zhou Chun had previously bestowed upon him. Perhaps sensing something, the pointer on the silver compass began to spin on its own after it appeared. Yishan Jun also fully activated the magic weapon, carefully sensing the special rhythm of the area. After a while, his expression suddenly brightened, and he spat out a stream of magic power onto the silver compass. The compass pointer immediately spun rapidly and pointed to a certain spot in the void. Upon seeing this, Yishan Jun immediately activated his divine power without hesitation, unleashing a spatial blade in that direction. Suddenly, A strange scene unfolded. The invincible, spatial blade traveled a distance in the void. Then suddenly seemed to encounter some resistance and disintegrated. Under the chaotic spatial force, a void portal vaguely appeared. Yishanjin seized the opportunity and once again activated the void compass, unleashing a silver beam of light that blasted towards the void portal. The previously barely visible void portal, under the impact of the silver beam, seemed to receive some kind of nourishment, becoming considerably more solid. However, it was only somewhat solidified. It was still far from truly revealing itself and opening open. Seeing this, Yishanjin immediately said, "No, relying solely on the power of this magic weapon, I'm afraid it won't be enough to force open the entrance. If you agree, Master, Fihu can try using the void walking divine ability to try and force his way through that void portal. Won't there be any danger?" Zhou Chun asked with a slightly changed expression and a look of concern. "No problem. Even if there's some danger, it should be within Fihu's tolerance." Yishanjin shook his head, answering confidently. "Then be careful yourself, and prioritize your own safety." Zhou Chun hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. "Then Fihu is off," Yishanjin responded, immediately using his supernatural power to vanish from the spot in an instant. "Today is my 30th birthday, but I'm spending it alone. I was a bit emotional tonight and didn't write much. That's all for today." Chapter 785 The true lineage of the Azure Lotus resides in the Zhou family, the birth of an acquired spiritual root. Inside the cave, witnessing Yishanjin's figure disappear from the spot and not reappear for a long time, Zhou Chun's heart tightened. The spiritual connection between him and his spirit pet had become extremely weak, as if they were separated by thousands of miles. He had encountered this situation before, when he transformed and brought his spirit pet into the void secret realm of Wuan Kingdom. From this perspective, Yishanjin should have successfully entered the void secret realm. A void secret realm that can accommodate a fifth-order demon king, that's rare. Is it because Yishanjin himself possesses special attributes that he can be treated specially? Zhou Chun secretly marveled, and a sense of anticipation arose in his heart. Time slowly passed, and after waiting for about 2 hours, the situation changed. Suddenly, the place where the void portal had disappeared in the cave shone brightly with silver light again, revealing the existence of the void portal. Then, the portal was suddenly forced open by a pair of tiger claws, revealing the figure of Yishanjin. Judging from its appearance, if it weren't for his spirit pet, Zhou Chun would have thought it was some unparalleled demon that had broken free of its seal and emerged into the world. After opening the void portal, Yishanjin roared and charged out. The void portal quickly vanished after he appeared. "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Zhou Chun asked curiously, looking at his beloved pet. "Master, you are wise. Inside is a broken void realm. It seems it was originally created by a powerful being, but it began to collapse due to lack of maintenance. Besides finding some treasures and resources stored in the Kinglian temple, Fihu didn't find anything else." Yishanjin answered Zhou Chun's question while flapping its wings, throwing out the items hidden in its internal space. The Kinglian temple had been passed down for many years, and King Xiaozhenren was a person with good fortune, having obtained some inheritances from ancient cultivation caves. The items he left in the void realm, though not numerous, were all of high quality. Among them were not only the defensive spiritual treasure, Azure Lotus Calamity Armor, that Zhou Chun had longed for, but also 4 exquisite 4th-tier high-grade puppets, 36 spirit crystals, a top-grade magic weapon, coiled dragon staff, 3 high-grade magic weapons, 7 mid-grade magic weapons, dozens of 4th-tier magic talismans, and various magic weapon materials. In addition, there were rubbings of all the cultivation manuals and secret techniques of the Azure Lotus Sect, totaling thousands of books. It could be said that all the inheritance of the Azure Lotus Sect was now in Zhou Chun's hands. Zhou Chun even found King Xiaozhenren's own cultivation notes and Sword Dao inside notes. Looking at these things, he laughed out loud. Not bad, not bad, the things are more and better than I expected. King Xiaozhenren is truly a great person, giving me a chance to make up for my regrets. Back then, he hadn't been able to obtain the complete inheritance of the Azure Lotus Sect from the branch of the Azure Lotus Sect in Tongmu Ridge, because King Wheezy destroyed her storage magic artifact, thus failing to obtain the secrets of the Azure Lotus Sect from her. This had caused Zhou Chun considerable regret for a long time. Now, this regret from years ago has finally been resolved. He quickly gathered all his belongings and returned to the Yu Kingdom with his spirit pet and the unused Zhou Siqian.
Once back at Kunwu Mountain, Zhou Chun began to slowly digest and organize his gains. First and foremost was the defensive spirit treasure, the Azure Lotus Calamity Armor. As a very rare armor-type spirit treasure, its value far surpassed other spirit treasures. Because it was left for a future generation, true person King Xiao naturally wouldn't tamper with it, and Zhou Chun easily obtained the spiritual treasure technique and successfully refined it. After refining it, he discovered that in terms of pure defense, it couldn't compare to his own 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield, but it had its own unique features. For example, after refining it, he could wear it regularly, adding an extra layer of protection. This way, in the event of a sudden attack, even if there was no time to react, the treasure could automatically protect its owner. Furthermore, this treasure didn't consume as much mana as the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield, making it more suitable for early-stage nascent soul cultivators for protection. Zhou Chun already possessed 3 spiritual treasures, the 9 Profound Heaven Sword Guard, the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield, and the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. This, Azure Lotus Calamity Transforming Armor, was somewhat redundant for him. After all, activating spiritual treasures consumed a great deal of mana, while the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield, and the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, could both be used for defense. As for the Azure Lotus Calamity Transforming Armor's automatic protection function, the Undying Golden Centipede Armor, crafted by Taijang Divine Venerable, had a similar function and could completely replace it. Therefore, after some consideration, Zhou Chun decided to lend the Azure Lotus Calamity Transforming Armor to Luo Qingni for refinement, as she was planning to travel alone to the cultivation world. Although nascent soul stage cultivators were unlikely to encounter any danger while traveling in the cultivation world, Luo Qingni was not skilled in combat, and her spiritual treasure, the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind Banner, had been given to Yishinjun by Zhou Chun. She definitely needed such a protective treasure. As for the top-grade magic weapon, the Panlong Staff, it was quite suitable for both Luo Qingni and Lu Yuanjun. Considering Lu Yuanjun's great contribution this time, Zhou Chun naturally couldn't disappoint a meritorious person, so he gifted the treasure to Lu Yuanjun. Other magic weapons, talismans, puppets, etc., were naturally used to enrich his own and his family's treasure trove. In addition, Zhou Chun also specifically reviewed the core cultivation techniques and secret arts inheritances of the Qinglian Temple. The core inheritance of the Qinglian Temple is also known as the Lotus Birth Secret Scripture, which contains similar spell inheritances from the 1st to the 5th tier. For example, the Qinglian Protection Technique has the same name for both the 1st and 5th tiers, but its power is vastly different. Moreover, once you have cultivated the 1st tier Qinglian Protection Technique, cultivating the 2nd tier Qinglian Protection Technique will be much easier, and the same applies to subsequent tiers. This set of Lotus Birth Secret Scripture contains a total of 5 spells similar to the Qinglian Protection Technique, including attack, defense, and trapping spells. Furthermore, these spells can be transformed into talismans, allowing talisman makers to create corresponding talismans after mastering them. Such unique and powerfully practical inherited secret techniques are indispensable to any power. For example, the Zhou family's most distinctive inherited secret techniques are the mysterious spirit beast armor and ancestral revival, as well as several rare and unique demonic beasts and spirit pets. Compared to easily misused identity tokens, these secret techniques are much harder to fake. If you claim to be a Zhou family cultivator, and someone asks you to use the Zhou family's renowned beast-taming secret techniques, and you can't use a single one, people will definitely doubt your authenticity. Now that the Qinglian Temple has perished, its inheritance has fallen into the hands of the Zhou family. From now on, the 5 spells in the iconic Lotus Birth Secret Scripture will become a major label for the Zhou family, greatly helping to solidify the family's foundation. At the same time, Zhou Chun also discovered that the cultivation method and sword controlling technique practiced by true person King Xiao were also quite unique. His cultivation technique, named the 9 Heavens Wind Origin Scripture, is a top-tier wind attribute technique, comparable to Zhou Ziyang's 9 Heavens Wind Profound Scripture. It is extremely profound and dangerous. The conditions for cultivating this technique are very demanding, ideally requiring a top-grade wind attribute spiritual root. Furthermore, after achieving mastery, one will be accompanied by perilous tribulations. However, the benefits of cultivating this technique are also very obvious. His magical power is pure and abundant, exceeding the total magical power of many top-tier cultivators by 1 to 0.2%. Moreover, the characteristics of his magical power are domineering and fierce, perfectly suited to sword control techniques and the use of wind attribute supernatural abilities. Therefore, although he did not follow the orthodox path of sword cultivation, after advancing to the nascent soul stage, King Xiao's Henring was equally matched with orthodox sword cultivators in sword duels. His primary sword control technique was a profound one called the Azure Spirit Sword Cannon. King Xiao's Henrin had completely mastered this sword control technique, leaving behind invaluable cultivation experience. After a brief inspection, Zhou Chun decided to give it to his disciple Zhou Xiang, believing it would be of considerable help and perhaps even enable him to comprehend sword intent. After all, the mysterious heart sword stone, gifted by the 9-yuan sword sect, was itself a valuable item for comprehending sword intent, a treasure formed by powerful sword cultivators who kept it in their caves and constantly imbued it with their own sword intent. Having sorted through his gains, Zhou Chun took the Azure Lotus Calamity armor and went to visit Xuandan Peak. Fellow Taoist Zhou, what brings you to Qingni's place today? Is there something you need? In a waterside pavilion on Xuandan Peak, Luo Qingni skillfully brewed tea, poured a pot for Zhou Chun, and then asked him with a smile about his purpose. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chun immediately put down his tea and protested, "Qingni, your words are a bit too kind to me. Do you think I only visit you when I need something from you?" This teasing made Luo Qingni a little embarrassed, and she blushed slightly as she waved her hands, saying, "Qingni didn't mean that. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't tease me. If you didn't mean that, then what do you mean, Qingni?" Zhou Chun persisted, staring at her pretty face as he continued to tease her. This made her feel both ashamed and annoyed. She sighed helplessly at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're asking a question you already know the answer to. Qingni was just joking with you. Why are you making such a fuss?" Seeing that she seemed genuinely annoyed, Zhou Chun could only stop there. He smiled and said, "Qingni, you were joking, and I was just joking too. We're even now, then." His expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, "I came to see you today, Qingni, to ask when you plan to depart for the cultivation world." Hearing this, Luo Qingni immediately looked enlightened and nodded, saying, "So that's what fellow Taoist Zhou came for. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be setting off within the next few months, is that so? Then I've come to the right place." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, and as he spoke, he took out the Azure Lotus Calamity armor, with a wave of his hand. "This treasure is something I recently acquired. It's a treasure passed down from the Qinglian temple, but I already have a defensive treasure, so refining this would be a waste. Since you, Qingni, plan to travel the cultivation world, for your safety, I'll give you this treasure for protection." "What?" Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Luo Qingni was stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she looked at the sign armor Zhou Chun had taken out. She had lived in the Qinglian mountains for over 200 years and knew exactly which faction had originally owned that place. And now, the Qinglian Calamity armor, a treasure passed down from a major sect, was being casually given to her by Zhou Chun for protection. How could she not be utterly shocked? Previously, the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind banner had been temporarily given to her for refining, which could be explained by the needs of battle. But now, giving her a defensive treasure far more precious than the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind banner, was far too much of an honor. Therefore, after the initial shock, she quickly shook her head and politely declined, saying, "I appreciate fellow Taoist Zhou's kindness, but such a precious treasure is too much for me to accept without any merit. Please take it back." This was her nature. She always valued fair transactions and didn't want to owe anyone anything. Having known each other for hundreds of years, Zhou Chun was well aware of her character and wasn't surprised by her answer. He simply smiled at her and said, "Qingni, don't worry. I'm not so generous as to give away such a precious treasure casually. I'm just lending it to you temporarily for protection. You'll have to return it to me after you return from your travels." He then added, "Once my son successfully forms his core, I will give this treasure to him for protection." Hearing this, Luo Qingni's expression shifted, revealing a hesitant and thoughtful look. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately spoke again, "All right, we've known each other for so many years, Qingni, don't be so formal with me. You can keep this treasure for now." He then pushed the Azure battle armor forcefully into Luo Qingni's hands. Seeing this, Luo Qingni opened her mouth, then nodded with a wry smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're right, King Ni was indeed being a bit pretentious. In that case, King Ni will accept this treasure for now, and return it to you when I return from my travels." He then put away the azure battle armor. The two then chatted for a while, and Zhou Chun gave her a copy of the various pale formulas and alchemy manuals he had obtained from the Kinglian Temple's inherited scriptures. Several months later, after successfully refining the Kinglian Calamity armor, Luo King Ni left Kunwu Mountain alone, embarking on a journey to travel the human cultivation world. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, accompanied by Lu Yuanjun, headed to Mixin Ridge to fulfill his previous agreement with the Chongsun Demon King. Although he sensed the Demon King might have ill intentions, he would still keep his promise before the Demon King revealed his true colors. This concerned his own Dao heart, and he couldn't afford to leave any flaws in such matters. Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a man of his word. I truly did not misjudge you. Inside Mixin Ridge, the Chongsun Demon King showered Zhou Chun with praise upon his return, seemingly having a very good impression of him. Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist Chongsun, you are too kind. I always keep my word. Since I promised you, I certainly wouldn't keep you waiting." That's right, that's right. Fellow Taoist Zhou is a man of his word, truly a true gentleman of the human race. The Chongsun Demon King continued to flatter him, then led Zhou Chun and his servant to a certain place in the mountains. Under the Demon King's guidance, Zhou Chun and his servant quickly arrived at a dilapidated and ravaged mountain stream. The mountain stream here seemed to have witnessed a great battle. The surrounding cliffs and ground were shattered and charred, as if burned. But upon closer inspection, Zhou Chun realized that the marks weren't from fire, but rather from being struck by lightning. Deep within the stream grew a withered, decaying tree. Only a section of the trunk, less than 2 zang tall, and 3 branches remained above ground. The bark had completely peeled away, and the charred trunk was riddled with cracks. Zhou Chun then noticed that, apart from that withered tree, there wasn't a single blade of grass in the entire stream. Seeing this, his eyes flickered slightly, and then he took the initiative to ask, "Is that withered tree the spiritual root that you mentioned you wanted to revive, fellow Taoist Chongsun? But isn't it already dead?" Hearing this, Demon King Chongsun didn't rush to answer him, but instead looked at Lu Yuanjun and asked, "What do you think, young friend Musang? This junior can sense a faint trace of life within that withered tree, but such a faint trace is probably not enough to bring it back to life." Lu Yuanjun raised his hand and scratched his antlers, saying somewhat unsure of himself, "Then what if we add this bottle of Earth Mother's elixir, that I have carefully prepared?" Demon King Chongsun said, and suddenly a yellowish-brown jade bottle appeared in his hand, which he then tossed to Lu Yuanjun. Lu Yuanjun took the jade bottle, uncorked it, and sniffed it. Her face lit up with amazement as she exclaimed, "Such rich life force of the earth." She nodded slightly and said, "With the help of this bottle of Earth Mother's elixir, there should be a 20–30% chance of success." Upon hearing this, the Chongsun Demon King immediately said seriously, "Then please, young friend Musang, do your best. If you can successfully revive this spiritual root, I will certainly reward you handsomely." Listening to their back-and-forth conversation, Zhou Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling rather ignored. But he wasn't a child and wouldn't make a fuss over such a small matter. He could only listen and watch silently, wanting to see what the Chongsun Demon King was planning. Fortunately, Lu Yuanjun also came to her senses at this moment, realizing she had a master beside her. So she quickly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Master, what do you think?" "It's all right, just do your best." Zhou Chun waved his hand, speaking calmly. With his approval, Lu Yuanjun felt relieved and immediately carried the bottle of Earth Mother's elixir to the withered tree. He first touched the tree, carefully sensing the faint life force hidden deep within. Then, he used his heavenly dew, divine power to nourish the tree with sweet rain. However, heavenly dew only works on living plants and doesn't truly revive withered trees. Therefore, under the nourishment of the emerald green dew, the tree's surface showed no change. In fact, because the dew wasn't real rain, even the trunk remained dry. However, Lu Yuanjun could sense that under the influence of the dew, the faint life force that had been dormant deep within the withered tree had become much more active. It was as if a fish buried deep in the mud for years, not yet dying of thirst, suddenly sensed the falling rain and was suddenly filled with a strong will to survive. In this situation, Lu Yuanjun then unleashed the life and death profound light, divine power, accurately directing the emerald green light of life force towards the faint wisp of life energy. Nourished by the light, the faint life energy indeed grew stronger. Realizing this, Lu Yuanjin disregarded the depletion of her own energy and unleashed the life and death profound light, divine power 4 more times in succession. After being nourished by the light of life force 5 times, the original extremely weak wisp of life energy suddenly grew several times stronger. At this point, even Zhou Chun could sense the presence of the wisp of life energy within the withered wood. At this moment, Lu Yuanjin suddenly spat out a mouthful of emerald green essence blood, dispersing it into pure life force and injecting it into the withered tree. Immediately afterwards, she drew out the Earth Mother Spirit Elixir from her jade bottle, pouring the rich, earthy yellow elixir, imbued with the life force of the earth, unto the source of that life force. Instantly, a miraculous scene unfolded. Emerald green light suddenly surged from the completely withered tree trunk, and a small sprout emerged. Then, before Zhou Chun and the others' eyes, the sprout gradually grew into a branch about a foot long, with 3 small leaves growing on it. Both the branch and the 3 leaves, each only 2 fingers wide, were imprinted with mysterious and intricate dark green spiritual patterns, radiating a dark green halo, clearly not ordinary objects. Excellent. I was right after all. Fellow Taoist Mu sang, you have indeed successfully revived this thing. Chongsun Demon King stared intently at the branch. His eyes filled with joy, and couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. A mere twig and 3 leaves were enough to delight this powerful figure, practically invincible below the 6th rank. This only fueled Zhou Chun's curiosity about the origins of the withered tree's roots. However, Zhou Chun knew that since the Demon King Chongsun had never revealed this matter, he would not get an answer even if he asked. He simply gazed intently at the twig and leaves, memorizing their features, and then said, now that this spiritual root has fully revived, I, Zhou, have fulfilled my agreement with fellow Taoist Chongsun. From now on, we are even. Fellow Taoist Zhou is right. I have no objection. The Demon King Chongsun's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately suppressed his joy, nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Dao immediately said, then I, Zhou, will not linger here any longer. We'll meet again someday. Since fellow Taoist Zhou is in such a hurry to leave, I won't keep you any longer. Consider this remaining half bottle of Earth Mother's Elixir as my reward for fellow Taoist Mu sang, Chongsun Demon King said, taking out an earth yellow jade bottle and tossing it to Lu Yuanjin. Thank you for the treasure, Senior Chongsun. Lu Yuanjin thanked him and happily put away the jade bottle. Zhou Chun didn't linger either and immediately led him away from Mixin Ridge. At the same time, just as the withered tree sprouted new branches, in Chongchun Valley, some distance away from Mixin Ridge, the eternal pine suddenly moved without wind, its branches trembling and dancing wildly, as if cheering. The venerable Chongchun, who was meditating under the tree, was startled by the rapid changes in the eternal pine, and exclaimed in surprise, what happened that made you so excited, venerable pine? He then communicated with the eternal pine's consciousness using a secret technique. After this communication, his expression changed slightly, and he muttered to himself, another acquired spiritual root has appeared. This is truly astonishing. Before this, he only knew that the eternal pine was the only acquired spiritual root left in the world. But today, the eternal pine sensed the aura of another acquired spiritual root. This left even this nascent soul venerable somewhat bewildered. Because, logically speaking, given the drastic changes in the environment, it should be impossible for another acquired spiritual root to appear. It's a pity that Elder Song can't sense the location of that acquired spiritual root either, otherwise he could go and see who is so lucky to have obtained an acquired spiritual root in this era. Venerable Chongchun muttered to himself. His Dao heart, which was originally unmoved by anything external, was now stirred by some waves. Chapter 786 Nangguang's Breakthrough, Life and Death in His Own Hands. Kunwu Mountain. After returning to Kunwu Mountain, Zhou Chun summoned Lu Yuanjin and inquired about his opinion on the revived spiritual root. Mu sang, in your opinion, what grade of spiritual wood is that root? Could it be the legendary 6th order divine wood? Zhou Chun looked directly at Lu Yuanjin, his tone serious as he voiced his doubts. Judging from the Chongsun Demon King's higher regard for that spiritual wood, it couldn't possibly be a 5th order spiritual wood. For the Chongsun Demon King, even a high-grade 5th order spiritual wood would be useless. Moreover, the state of that mountain stream resembled that it had been struck by a heavenly tribulation. Judging from the barrenness of the stream, the power of that heavenly tribulation was likely far greater than that faced by a fourth-order demon beast. However, Zhou Chun didn't know whether a fifth-order spiritual would undergo a heavenly tribulation when advancing to the sixth order. Even in the ancient times of the cultivation world, sixth-order divine wood was a legendary and extremely rare thing. It's highly likely that these trees were already at the sixth rank before any human cultivators existed in this world. Furthermore, those few sixth-ranked divine trees were felled by powerful humans or other races in ancient times to refine treasures. Therefore, Zhou Chun had no way of knowing the rank of the revived spiritual root. However, he knew that Lu Yuanjun, as a wood spirit, was highly authoritative in identifying the rank of spiritual trees and might be able to answer his question. Unexpectedly, after hearing his question, Lu Yuanjun also showed a troubled expression, replying with difficulty, "Master, you are wise, even I find it difficult to make an accurate judgment." He further explained, "The vitality contained within that spiritual root is indeed far superior to that of a fifth-rank spiritual tree, but as for whether it belongs to the sixth-ranked divine tree, I dare not make a definitive conclusion. Even you can't determine it." Zhou Chun frowned, somewhat surprised by his answer. He then waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough for now. Go and do your own thing." Yes, Musang takes his leave. Seeing that he wouldn't pursue the matter further, Lu Yuanjun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew. Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before giving up the idea of inquiring about the avatar of Taijiang Divine Venerable. Although the spiritual root had successfully revived, it was clear that it wouldn't be able to fully recover in 10 or 100 years. Even if it was truly a sixth-order divine tree, it wouldn't be of much use to Zhou Chun right now. Therefore, it was better to let Changsun Demon King look after it for now and deal with it later. Thinking this, Zhou Chun gave Lu Yuanjun the order to find the nine-blade barbarian saint, and then took a Hunyuan Zhuanzhen pill to refine. This Hunyuan Zhuanzhen pill also had an effect on mid-nascent soul cultivators, but the effect was not as good as it was for mid-nascent soul cultivators. One pill could save Zhou Chun about 15 years of cultivation, and 5 pills together could save him 70 or 80 years. The time it took him to refine such a spiritual pill was relatively short, only about half a year. 2 years later, Zhou Chun received a message that the 5 mid-grade 5th-rank magic talismans he had previously entrusted to Xian'ai Divine Venerable to refine were complete and ready for collection. Upon learning this, he personally went to Xian'ai Sect and received the 5 magic talismans from Xiangsun True Person. According to Zhou Chun's personal needs, 3 of the 5 mid-grade 5th-rank magic talismans were offensive, while the other 2 were defensive and escape talismans. The 3 offensive talismans were made from the skin of the Bloodflame Flood Dragon King, making them all fire attribute offensive talismans. With the power of mid-grade 5th-rank magic talismans, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would have to take them seriously. If all 3 were used together, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would likely suffer a humiliating defeat. The defensive and escape talismans were made from the skin of a mid-grade 5th-rank Heavenly Rock Demon King. If a golden core cultivator were to possess these 2 talismans, escaping from an early nascent soul cultivator or even a mid-nascent soul cultivator would be no problem. After obtaining the 5 talismans, Zhou Chun sealed them separately in the best spirit sealing jade box. These items were of no use to him, but they could become the Zhou family's true trump card, no less important than a 5th-tier puppet. Sealed in the best spirit sealing jade box, they could be guaranteed to retain most of their power for 2,000 or 3,000 years. At this point, the rewards Zhou Chun had received for his contributions in the war against the alien races had been fully realized. Just as Zhou Chun retrieved the 5 5th-tier talismans and finished refining the 3rd, primordial profound true pill, an invitation from the Purple Key sect of the Xia Kingdom arrived at the Zhou family. It turned out that the supreme elder of the Purple Key sect, Nanguang Wuking, had successfully broken through to the late nascent soul stage and was holding a grand cultivator celebration, inviting Zhou Chun to attend. Nanguang Wuking had performed exceptionally well in the previous war and had been willing to offer some rare spiritual items, thus accumulating merit in exchange for a pure Yang breakthrough pill, which was offered as a reward by Venerable Yuan Yang. Zhou Chun had known this for a long time. In fact, because several great cultivators had perished in the war, and many of the existing late-stage nascent soul cultivators were nearing the end of their lifespans, Outstanding mid-stage nascent soul cultivators like Nangguang Wuking received preferential treatment during the post-war reward ceremony, receiving many spiritual items that would help them break through to the late-stage nascent soul. Now that Nangguang Wuking had successfully broken through to the late-stage nascent soul, it was considered a success. Nangguang Wuking had greatly helped the Zhou family during the war, and since he had personally sent the invitation, Zhou Chun would certainly give him face. Therefore, after refining the primordial profound true pill and reading the celebration time on the invitation, he temporarily postponed taking the pill and began to think about how to present the gift. Previously, when Zhou Ziyang successfully formed his nascent soul, the Purple Key Sect, where Nangguang Wuking resided, was quite generous, sending him a very precious piece of heavenly gang wind copper, which Zhou Ziyang then refined into his own natal magic weapon. Now that Nangguang Wuking was holding a grand cultivator celebration, Zhou Chun certainly couldn't be stingy. He suddenly remembered the fire crystal divine iron, ore he obtained from the ice and fire demon ape's lair. Besides a large amount of high purity, fire crystal divine iron, it seemed to also contain other fire attribute spiritual ores. He had only cut off some ore from it before, smelted it into spirit gold, and handed it over to true person Li Hero to refine magic weapons. The remaining raw ore was still under the control of Feng Yuanjun, used to cultivate that flesh spirit mushroom. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun went to Feng Yuanjun's lair to see if he could extract some precious fire attribute spiritual ores to give as gifts. Speaking of which, Feng Yuanjun's life was truly wonderful these days. Because of the existence of that flesh spirit mushroom, she has now regained her 8-feathered fire phoenix form, and her cultivation is rapidly improving. Moreover, compared to Lord Fushan and Lord Luohan, who are still tasked with finding the 9-blade barbarian saint, she is almost undisturbed and can focus entirely on her cultivation. Of course, this can be considered her due, given the immense price she paid previously. Zhou Chun went to Lord Fengyun's door and, with her help, successfully extracted a rare fire attribute spiritual ore, Supreme Yang Fire Crystal, from the raw ore. In terms of rarity, this Supreme Yang Fire Crystal is far superior to Heavenly Gang Wind Copper, making it a suitable material for refining spiritual treasures. However, the Supreme Yang Fire Crystal that Zhou Chun extracted was in small particles, only suitable for melting into magical treasures to enhance their power. With a sufficiently high-quality gift, Zhou Chun quickly set off. Since he was invited to attend this celebration and there was no danger, he specifically brought his wife and children along. The family traveled at a leisurely pace towards the Xia Kingdom, much like on a leisurely trip. This was, in fact, their first time traveling together in the cultivation world since Zhou Zinhun's birth. Although Zhou Zinhun was already a grown man in his 50s, the experience of traveling together as a family filled all three with novelty and joy, making it a truly precious experience. If time hadn't been a constraint, they might have traveled even further and for much longer. After visiting several countries and traveling for over half a year, the family finally arrived in the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom was a large country, home to the ancient and powerful Zhangyang Palace and Ziki Sect, as well as 2 other major forces with nascent soul stage cultivators. However, before Nangguang Wuking's rise to power, the Xia Kingdom was dominated by the Zhangyang Palace. Even after Nangguang Wuking acquired the combat power of a great cultivator, this situation remained unchanged. But with Nangguang Wuking breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, this situation was likely to change soon. After all, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator of Zhangyang Palace was confirmed to be nearing the end of his lifespan. Even with the life-extending spiritual items provided by several nascent soul stage venerables, which extended his lifespan by a few more years, his death was still expected within 1 or 200 years. Before his passing, it was almost impossible to guarantee that Zhangyang Palace would produce a second late-stage nascent soul cultivator in time. Therefore, the situation in Xia Kingdom would definitely change. However, such things were common in all human kingdoms, and Zhangyang Palace would likely choose to compromise. Although Zhou Chun had been to Xia Kingdom before, he had never visited the Zikisek's mountain gate. But Su Yuzhen and Zhou Zinhun had previously sought refuge there, and could point him in the right direction. After flying thousands of miles within Xia Kingdom, the three arrived near the Zikisek's mountain gate. The Zikisek's mountain gate was located in a hot basin, its location situated in an even hotter mountain range to the northeast of the basin. Despite the hot climate, the basin was lush with vegetation, making it very suitable for cultivation, thus attracting many mortals to settle there. The location of the Purple Key Sect's mountain gate was a blessed land rich in spiritual energy. After Zhou Chun entered the basin, he sent a message to Nangguang Wuking informing him of his arrival. Therefore, when they arrived outside the Purple Key Sect's mountain gate, Nangguang Wuking, a newly promoted late-stage nascent soul cultivator, personally came out to greet them. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhou has come from afar, truly an honor for our sect. On behalf of our sect, I welcome fellow Taoist Zhou's esteemed presence. A purple figure flashed in the sky, and Nangguang Wuking, dressed in purple robes, appeared in the air, laughing heartily, and warmly cupped his hands to welcome Zhou Chun. Fellow Taoist Nangguang, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such high regard from you, I am truly unworthy. Zhou Chun quickly returned the gesture, repeatedly expressing his humility. Hey, fellow Taoist Zhou is as humble as ever, Nangguang Wuking chuckled, and then personally led Zhou Chun and his family of 3 into the Purple Key Sect's mountain gate. Afterwards, Su Yuzhen and her son Zhou Zheniten were led by Nangguang Wuking's concubine to tour other parts of the mountain gate, while Zhou Chun went to Nangguang Wuking's cave dwelling. Speaking of which, it's only been 40 or 50 years since we last met in the Great Zhou Kingdom. I never expected fellow Taoist Zhou to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage so quickly. I am truly filled with admiration. In the cave dwelling, Nangguang Wuking took out his treasured spiritual wine and filled a cup for Zhou Chun. After the two raised their cups to each other and drank, he looked at Zhou Chun with a sigh. He knew that the mere mid-nascent soul stage barrier would definitely not be able to hold Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun's rapid breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage still amazed him. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun smiled and said, "It should be me who says that. It's only been a few decades since we last met, and fellow Taoist Nangguang has already broken through to the late nascent soul stage, becoming one of the top cultivators of our human race. I truly admire and respect him. If someone else said that, I might feel proud, but in front of fellow Taoist Zhou, I would never dare to be so arrogant." Nangguang Wuking's face flashed with a bitter smile, and he sighed with deep emotion. With fellow Taoist Zhou's extraordinary talent, I'm afraid that in another 300 to 500 years, he will be able to catch up with me in terms of cultivation. As for fighting, I am far inferior to you. Fellow Taoist Nangguang overestimates me. The barrier of the late nascent soul stage is extremely difficult. Countless heroes of the human race throughout history have been stuck at this hurdle, unable to make any progress, and ultimately died in despair. I would never dare to be so presumptuous as to believe that I will definitely succeed. Zhou Chun shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, not accepting the other party's flattery. He knew his talent was limited, and even with the help of the pure yang breakthrough pill, he might not be able to break through. If he arrogantly accepted this praise now and became complacent, he would be embarrassed and become a laughingstock if he failed. To prevent Nangguang Wuking from continuing to flatter him, he turned the tables and probed, "Fellow Taoist Nangguang, now that you have broken through to the late nascent soul stage, you truly have a bright future in the divine transformation stage." Hearing this, Nangguang Wuking couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Fellow Taoist Zhou said I overestimated you, but you're really putting me on the spot." He then sighed softly. "The divine transformation stage is so difficult. Although I am already at the late nascent soul stage, I am completely clueless about the divine transformation stage. I'm afraid I won't even be able to touch the threshold without hundreds of years of exploration." These words were truly from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Chun fell silent after hearing this. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Fellow Taoist Nangguang, there's no need to rush. With your lifespan, you can easily endure until the turbid evil energy completely dissipates. At that time, your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage will be perfectly timed. Yes, to be honest, we've caught a good wave. I hope that both I and fellow Taoist Zhou will have a chance to glimpse the path to nascent soul." Nangguang Wuking nodded slightly, quickly adjusting his mindset and expressing his hopes for the future with a smile. The two then discussed their cultivation experiences and talked about the great cultivators in the cultivation world, mainly analyzing who might have the chance to break through to the nascent soul stage and who had limited lifespans. In truth, at their level of cultivation, there were very few things in the cultivation world that they could care about. If it weren't for the previous invasion by alien races, late-stage nascent soul cultivators were usually in seclusion, making it difficult for other nascent soul cultivators to even see them. Generally, people only become active when they break through to a higher realm, standing up for their sects and families to gain some deserved benefits. After being a guest at the Purple Key Sect for over half a month, Nangguang Wuking's Grand Cultivator celebration officially began. This celebration was far more prestigious than the Nascent Soul Grand Ceremony. Golden Core cultivators were the lowest level present, and there were no fewer than 30 Nascent Soul cultivators, mostly from the Xia Kingdom and neighboring countries. The influence of a late-stage Nascent Soul Grand Cultivator could encompass several surrounding countries, or even further. Therefore, Nascent Soul cultivators from nearby countries would naturally come to offer congratulations and goodwill, presenting generous gifts. When Zhou Chun appeared, he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention, even overshadowing Nangguang Wuking, the newly promoted late-stage Nascent Soul Grand Cultivator. As the saying goes, a person's reputation precedes them. Zhou Chun was now a household name among human Nascent Soul cultivators, known to everyone. Not to mention that after his appearance today, the cultivators present realized that he was already a mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivator. Back when he was only at the early stage of Nascent Soul, he was able to overpower a group of late-stage Nascent Soul cultivators, becoming the #1 contributor to the human race. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of Nascent Soul, no one dares to predict how strong he will be. In short, currying favor is the best course of action. As for Nangguang Wuking, he didn't care that Zhou Chun had stolen his thunder. He had anticipated this when he invited Zhou Chun over. Compared to such a trivial matter as having his thunder stolen, he wanted to use this opportunity to send a signal to the Xia Kingdom and the surrounding countries and forces that he and Chunjun's Henren Zhou's Hengchen were also close friends. In this way, it would be worthwhile for the cultivators and forces present to carefully consider whose country the Xia Kingdom should follow in the future. Zhou Chun was not unaware of these inside stories, but Nangguang Wuking was indeed worthy of his help. Therefore, at the celebration, he also took the initiative to talk about some of his previous experiences fighting alongside Nangguang Wuking. This approach, seemingly a way of reminiscing about the past and showing off one's achievements to the other cultivators present, was actually a way of informing everyone that he and Nangguang Wuking had a deep friendship and were comrades in arms who had fought side by side. And which of the cultivators present wasn't shrewd? Of course, they wouldn't misunderstand Zhou Chun's meaning. Therefore, those who already had a bias in their hearts showed it even more clearly afterwards, almost all of them fawning over and flattering Zhou Chun and Nangguang Wuking, conveying their goodwill to Nangguang Wuking. Ultimately, the celebration achieved the best result Nangguang Wuking had expected. After the celebration, he sincerely bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Zhou, for coming from afar to help. If you ever need my help in the future, please feel free to send someone to inform me, and I will certainly not refuse. Fellow Taoist Nangguang, you are too kind. You have helped me a great deal before, I am merely returning the favor," Zhou Chun said with a smile, waving his hand without any intention of taking credit. He didn't linger any longer and left the Purple Key Sect with his wife and children. After leaving the Purple Key Sect, Zhou Chun wanted to continue traveling the cultivation world with his family. However, after a month or two, they found that the initial fun had faded, perhaps because it was too deliberate. Therefore, after discussing it with his wife, the three of them ended their trip and returned directly to their clan. Upon returning to their family, they received devastating news. Su Yunyang, Su Yuzhen's had passed away, her lifespan nearing its end. The three of them rushed to the Su family's ancestral temple. Su Yuzhen only had time for a brief conversation with the still-breathing Su Yunyang before witnessing her loved one's death on her bed. This filled Su Yuzhen with immense sorrow and self-reproach. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only gently comfort her, saying, "Auntie died of natural causes, it is the law of heaven. Yuzhen, you don't need to be too sad. Please accept my condolences, I'm fine, just a little heartbroken. If we had returned sooner, we could have spent more time with Auntie, and she wouldn't have had to endure such hardship," Su Yuzhen murmured softly, her voice filled with self-reproach and regret. This left Zhou Chun speechless for a moment. After all, he also bore responsibility for their earlier excursions. Witnessing Su Yunyang's passing, he couldn't help but think of his elders, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoai. These two elders also had only a dozen or so years left to live. In another 10 years, he too would be bidding farewell to these two closest elders. Thinking of this, he wanted to spend more time with them, so he instructed Zhou Zhenyin, who was beside him, "Zhenyin, stay here and keep your mother company. Give her some advice and comfort. If anything happens, remember to contact your father immediately,
I understand, leave this to me. Zhou Chun nodded obediently, readily agreeing. Thus, Zhou Chun left Yishan at the Su family's mountain gate to care for his wife and children, and returned to Kunwu Mountain alone. As if sensing something, Zhou Ming approached Zhou Chun as soon as he returned to Kunwu Mountain, nodded to him, and said, Zhangjin is back. Has fellow Taoist Su passed away? Did you see her one last time? I did see her, but unfortunately, I only had time to say a few words before she passed away. Zhou Chun sighed softly, his voice low. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming smiled slightly and said, It's good that you saw her. Before she passed away, she only wanted to see her closest juniors one last time, so that they could see her off in her final moments. Then, he sighed with emotion, Dao Ai and I have also discussed it. We'll leave together when the time comes, so that you juniors won't have to grieve twice in a few years. It's too torturous. Chapter 787 The Zhou Family's Fourth Dragon. Kunwu Mountain. Moved by the passing of Su Yanyang, Zhou Chun decided to cease his seclusion until the two most important elders of his family had passed away. He currently faced no pressing threats requiring him to improve his cultivation, so there was no need to create future regrets for the sake of advancement. With no rush to cultivate, Zhou Chun devoted more of his free time to spending time with his elders and relatives, even occasionally offering guidance to the younger generation of the Zhou family. Often, after his daily meditation, he would visit Zhou Ming for tea, reminiscing with the two elders about the past centuries, discussing the events the Zhou family had experienced, and even talking about some Zhou family cultivators who had long since passed away or perished. What used to seem like a waste of time now held a unique flavor, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. On this day, Zhou Chun received good news from Zhou Zinayan, who had taken over the management of the Zhou family affairs from Zhou Dao Ai. The three mutated demon beast breeding methods he exchanged with the Qiankan's Huanling Ju have all been verified as effective. These methods were for mutated thunder cranes, mutated golden-eyed rats, and mutated horned woodwolves. The mutated golden-eyed rats and horned woodwolves were already proven feasible due to the abundance of test subjects. However, the mutated thunder cranes, being rare demon beasts, had limited test subjects and thus hadn't been successfully verified. Over a decade ago, the Zhou family, through intelligence channels, located a small flock of thunder cranes and captured them all, bringing them back to the Kunwu Mountains. After more than 10 years of breeding, the leader of the flock has finally mutated into a thunder crane, breaking through to the third tier. This third-tier thunder crane is incredibly majestic. While ordinary thunder cranes have silver-gray feathers, its is silver-white and shimmers with a silvery glow in the sunlight, making it look like a luminous crane. The thunder crane's most remarkable ability is its flight speed. This thunder crane, which had just advanced to a low-grade third-tier demonic beast, was faster than even a late-stage purple mansion cultivator at full speed. It could also fly through the gale force winds above the azure heaven, unaffected by their attacks. After seeing this bird, Zhou Chun immediately sent Yishan with his son, Zhou Zinayan, back to the family. Sure enough, even Zhou Zinayan, who was focused on sword control, clearly showed his fondness for the thunder crane. Therefore, Zhou Chun decided to give it to him as his third spirit pet. With Zhou Zinayan's current mid-foundation establishment cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to contract such a third-tier demonic beast. However, the thunder crane had advanced to the third tier with the Zhou family's help and was already grateful to them. Furthermore, Zhou Chun had personally summoned Fen Yuanjin, and under the intimidation of the Fire Phoenix Demon King, the King of Birds, the thunder crane dared not refuse. Zhou Chun finally felt relieved after personally witnessing Zhou Zinayan and the thunder crane sign the soul contract. As for the Zhou family cultivator who nurtured the thunder crane, they would naturally receive additional rewards. The thunder crane itself belonged to the family, and the spiritual materials used in its cultivation were all provided by the family. Now that the feasibility of the three mutated demonic beast techniques had been verified, the Zhou family could encourage talented and wealthy members to cultivate these three demonic beasts in the future. Especially the mutated golden-eyed rat, which possessed a talent for finding spirits and treasures. If a certain number could be cultivated, it would greatly benefit both the individual cultivator and the family. Since he had some free time, Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to learn about the current situation of the family's younger generation. The Zhou family was now quite large and prosperous, with a considerable number of talented younger members. According to Zhou Chun's understanding, among the Zhou family cultivators below the Golden Core stage,
There are 7 with superior grade spiritual roots. 5 of them, including Zhou Chun, our native Zhou family members, while 1 man and 1 woman are relatives. The Zhou family currently has 26 core members at the Purple Mansion stage and 134 elite members at the Foundation Establishment stage. Roughly every 30 years, the Zhou family releases 1 or 2 exchange slots for core formation spiritual items. Unfortunately, since Zhou Chun successfully formed his golden core, the next 3 Zhou family cultivators attempting to break through have all failed. However, as long as the Zhou family maintains a stable supply of core formation spiritual items, there will definitely be a continuous stream of golden core cultivators. With the territory and resources the Zhou family currently possesses, they shouldn't have to worry about the number of golden core cultivators exceeding the family's capacity for at least the next 1,000 years. Zhou Chun, who has always been concerned about the inheritance of the family's alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman array techniques, also specifically inquired about the Zhou family's talent pool in these areas. Unfortunately, as far as he knew, although the Zhou family had produced master-level members in alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman arrays, these achievements were largely due to the accumulation of large quantities of materials. No truly exceptionally talented geniuses with the potential to reach the Grandmaster level had emerged. However, fortunately, with Luo Qingmi in alchemy, there was no need to worry too much for the next 1,000 years. Magic weapons could be sourced from the Heavenly Fire Sect to compensate. As for arrays, ordinary array masters were sufficient for most of the family's needs, except for Forbidden Grand arrays. Talisman crafting was similar to array crafting, and master-level skills were enough to meet the needs of most of the family's cultivators. The Zhou family's greatest advantage was that its nascent soul stage cultivators were still very young, possessed a profound and complete set of inheritances, and had abundant resources readily available. If a genius-level member emerged in the future, these advantages would allow them to smoothly ascend to the Grandmaster level. Both Zhou Chun and the Zhou family could afford to wait. Ultimately, the number of cultivators is still too small. If my Zhou family had tens of thousands of cultivators, the chances of various geniuses emerging would naturally increase greatly, Zhou Chun thought to himself, but he didn't try to make any further changes. The Zhou family's cultivator population was already growing rapidly, making further policy stimulus inappropriate at this point. The larger power, the more cautious one must be in implementing policies. Often, policies that seem beneficial to the family will prove more harmful than beneficial over a century. Even if corrections can be made then, the wasted resources are truly wasted. Zhou Chun understood this, which is why, despite his past enthusiasm for reforming the family, he has rarely altered existing rules and policies in recent centuries. Instead, he focuses on addressing shortcomings and regulating issues that were less likely to occur or be emphasized in smaller families. These include internal corruption and collusion, and the abuse of the Zhou family's reputation for bullying and oppression. These problems, less prevalent in smaller powers, are difficult to eradicate in larger ones. Cultivators of a certain status in the Zhou family know that clan chief Zhou Chun detests those who corrupt the family's reputation and punishes any member who does so severely without exception. Therefore, the Zhou family's family traditions are currently quite upright, and in the eyes of cultivators from both vassal and allied forces, they are worthy of loyalty and friendship. Time passed quickly, and 7 years went by. After 7 or 8 years of respite, Su Yuzhen finally emerged from the grief of losing her loved ones and returned to the Zhou family. With a golden core cultivator now in charge and the Zhou family's backing, Su Yuzhen had nothing to worry about. Zhou Chun was naturally very pleased and took his family of 3.5-year trip. However, shortly after their return, Wu Yazhu, the Zhou family elder who had previously made great contributions during the demon invasion, came to bid him farewell. It turned out that with her improved cultivation, Wu Yazhu had encountered the same problem that Zhou Yuanlian, the golden core elder of the Zhou family, had faced. Lacking subsequent cultivation techniques, the toxins in her body began to backfire. In this situation, to preserve her life and cultivation, she had no choice but to venture into the myriad poison secret realm of the Yuanmo territory to find the subsequent parts of the myriad poisons. True scripture, Zhou Chun fell silent after hearing her reasons for leaving. Since the Zhou family regained a golden core cultivator, Zhou Yuanlian was the first golden core elder of the Zhou family to die unexpectedly. Zhou Chun had felt deeply sorry for Zhou Yuanlian when she perished in the Yuanmo territory in search of the subsequent techniques of the myriad poisons. True scripture, After all, the path of poison cultivation was inherently fraught with peril, and those who successfully formed their golden core endured countless hardships. Yet, just 100 years after successfully forming her golden core, she was forced to travel to a foreign land due to the limitations of the technique, ultimately dying far from home. Now, Wu Yazhu, with a similarly tragic past, had suffered greatly to successfully form her golden core. And now, like Zhou Yuanlian, she too had to risk her life in a foreign land to obtain the subsequent techniques. This made Zhou Chun suddenly feel that he needed to help these younger generations, and not let them continue to be like moths drawn to a flame because of cultivation techniques. After all, the family had spent a lot of resources to cultivate these younger generations to the core formation stage. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Wu Yazhu, "How about this, you go to the Yuanmo realm to scout things out and investigate the situation. In a few years, after I've seen off the two elders, I'll take some time to go to the Yuanmo realm myself and see if I can help you obtain the next generation's inheritance." His answer was obviously far beyond Wu Yazhu's expectations, and she was immediately stunned. To say whether she had considered asking Zhou Chun for help was definitely true. But she also knew very well that with Zhou Chun's current cultivation level, he didn't care whether the Zhou family had one more or one less core formation cultivator, so why would he be willing to waste a time on her? Besides, she wasn't a member of the Zhou family, and she had no suitable reason to ask Zhou Chun for help. Unexpectedly, the request she had hesitated and struggled to utter for so long was now being proactively made by Zhou Chun. This filled her with both surprise and joy, immense excitement and exhilaration. After a moment of stunned silence, she bowed deeply to Zhou Chun with a joyful expression, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, clan chief. Your kindness is immeasurable, I can never repay it. Just for calling you clan chief, it's only right that I help you," Zhou Chun said calmly, then waved his hand and said, "All right, let's settle things then. Be careful yourself." "Yes, I take my leave," Wu Yazhu suppressed her excitement, respectfully replied, and immediately withdrew. 3 years later, the Azure Dragon King and the third-tier Thunder Dragon actually succeeded in conceiving an offspring, laying a dragon egg. Wonderful. Wonderful. To be able to see the fourth dragon appear in my Zhou family before I pass away means that I will have another merit to show when I meet my ancestors after I die. At the Thunder Dragon Marsh, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun came over after hearing the news and came to see the dragon egg. They clapped their hands and laughed with smiles on their faces. After returning the dragon egg to the Azure Dragon King to take back to its nest, Zhou Daowei smiled broadly and said, "Yes, yes, to see King lay a dragon egg before I pass away, I can say that I have fulfilled another wish and have one less worry." He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhengjun, what do you think should be done with this dragon egg? Why not let Zhengjun form a contract with it? While I'm still here, King shouldn't object. There's no need for that." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, directly rejecting Zhou Daowei's offer on behalf of his son. He was a true pragmatist. He wouldn't be stingy if his son deserved something. However, he wouldn't blindly give his son all the good things. Seeing his refusal, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei were both taken aback. However, these two elders understood his character and quickly grasped his meaning, so they didn't try to persuade him further. Zhou Daowei quickly continued, "If we don't give him a heart-shaped connection, who else in the Zhou family can contract with this dragon egg? How about having Xiang raise another dragon?" But Zhou Chun quickly shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "Yinger is already a nascent soul cultivator. Even if we give her a fourth-tier dragon, it would be of little use except for when she travels. There's no need for that." "Then, Zhengjun, which junior do you think is better? I'll listen to you on this matter, you can make the arrangements." Zhou Daowei, having been rejected twice in a row, didn't offer any more suggestions and simply handed the choice over to Zhou Chun. He naturally trusted Zhou Chun's judgment, and since his lifespan was nearing its end, he should indeed listen to Zhou Chun's opinion in this matter. Zhou Chun seemed to have indeed given it some thought, and immediately chimed in, "In my humble opinion, there's no need for us to rush into choosing a master for this dragon egg. Even if it hatches first, it's fine. As long as it's well trained from a young age, outstanding descendants of the family can naturally be paired up." "Will that work?" Zhou Ming frowned, expressing some doubt. Zhou Chun replied confidently, "It definitely will. As long as Silver Dragon Lord and King are both in the Zhou family, the dragons that grow up under their influence should refuse to form a contract with outstanding members of our Zhou family, because that way they'll have the opportunity to leave this thunder dragon swamp and see the outside world. Yes, Zhou Chun is right. I also think this is a good idea. I will explain this to King. Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhou Chun's statement. Clearly, he didn't want to casually hand over the dragon egg to a Zhou family descendant, lest he entrust it to the wrong person. Seeing this, Zhou Ming naturally couldn't raise any further objections, and could only nod and say, since you all think it's feasible, then let's do it this way. Writer's block. Chapter 788. Zhou Ming passes away in meditation, travels far to the Yuan demon realm. After Zhou Chun made his decision, the news of the extra dragon egg in the Zhou family was not publicized, lest the clansmen become unsettled and harbor inappropriate thoughts. Because of this dragon egg, Zhou Chun also paid special attention to the situation of Zhou Xiang's heavenly wind thunder eagle and the golden crown black rock. Unfortunately, as of now, the heavenly wind thunder eagle has not successfully laid eggs. However, as long as the heavenly wind thunder eagle is still trying, there is still hope, and Zhou Chun let things develop naturally. As for Zhou Chun, although he has not devoted himself to cultivation in recent years, spending a lot of time with his elders and relatives, his cultivation has not stagnated. Not to mention that the several supernatural abilities and secret techniques he cultivated have improved, his sword control technique has also progressed rapidly, comparable to some newly formed golden core sword cultivators. In addition, the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter, which he has never given up cultivating, is also close to completion. If he could cultivate this secret technique to its peak, he would be able to transform into a dragon, greatly enhancing his physical strength and survivability. As for the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter secret technique, Zhou Chun himself basically abandoned its cultivation, instead having his second nascent soul avatar cultivate it. After all, with his current abilities, even a peak version of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter wouldn't be much more effective than the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter. Over the years, his second nascent soul avatar had been cultivating diligently behind closed doors, making significant progress. Another tier 3 high grade, Ice Moon Toad, had also been nurtured to the 4th tier. With the assistance of the essence blood provided by the 2 4th tier, Ice Moon Toads, the second nascent soul avatar's progress in the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter secret technique was incredibly rapid, and it was estimated that it would reach peak mastery in less than 100 years. Furthermore, the second nascent soul avatar was almost unrestricted by minor realm barriers. Whatever realm his main body was at, the second nascent soul avatar could cultivate to that realm without hindrance. The second nascent soul avatar only struggles to overcome major cultivation barriers. Therefore, given enough time, Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar could catch up to his main body in cultivation. Years passed, and Zhou Ming's condition began to decline noticeably. The most obvious sign was his lack of energy, requiring frequent rest and sleep to recover. Based on Lin Hongyu's experience, this meant his lifespan was about 2 or 3 years away from exhaustion. While Zhou Daoyi hadn't yet experienced this, his lifespan was estimated to be only 5 or 6 years. He had already decided to leave with Zhou Ming, so it could be said that he was nearing his end. Seeing this, Zhou Chun gave an order, and the Zhou family began summoning core clan members and elders who were traveling, instructing them to return and prepare for the passing of their 2 elders. Just as in the mortal world, the death of an ordinary person in their 80s or 90s is considered a happy occasion, in the cultivation world, a cultivator's natural death at the end of their lifespan is not a taboo subject. Especially since Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi were not the most powerful cultivators in the Zhou family, their deaths, even if announced, would not affect the Zhou family's status. Therefore, neither Zhou Ming nor Zhou Daoyi, nor Zhou Chun, intended to conceal their impending passing. Upon learning of this, the Zhou family members only felt heartfelt gratitude and blessings for their 2 eldest elders. As soon as the notice to chant sutras and pray for their ancestors was issued, everyone eagerly signed up. What a grand affair! I, a mere golden core cultivator, am passing away with such solemnity and grandeur. I can die without regrets. On Kunwu Peak, Zhou Ming, after reading the family's plan for their funeral, was deeply moved. After his reflections, he smiled and said, "Very well, since I couldn't achieve fame and fortune in life, a grand funeral after death is not bad." He readily accepted the sentiments of his juniors. For the next 2 years, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi lived a carefree life, eating and drinking as usual, without thinking about anything or how to arrange their affairs after death. They had already settled their affairs and had no regrets. Now they only needed to wait for their time to come. On that day, Zhou Ming was enjoying a new kind of pastry with Zhou Daoyi when he suddenly seemed to sense something. He stuffed the remaining half of the pastry into his hand and smiled slightly, saying, "The time is almost here. Let Zhou Chun and the others come over." Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "This junior understands. This junior will send word to Zhou Chun and the others to come over." Soon after, in Zhou Ming's cave, dozens of core members of the Zhou family, from the two nascent soul cultivators Zhou Chun and Zhou Ziyang to the late foundation establishment cultivator Zhou Zinun, gathered there. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi had already changed into magnificent robes that had been custom-made, and were sitting cross-legged on the jade couch. Seeing everyone had arrived, Zhou Ming smiled slightly and said, "Everyone's here. Then I'll get straight to the point." He spoke in a low, emotional voice. "In my life, I have saved the great Xia from collapse. During the Zhou family's most difficult time, I led the family's supporters to establish a separate branch, maintaining the purity of the Zhou family bloodline and protecting the Zhou family's heritage. At the same time, I have also served as a pillar, supporting the family through those difficult years when it faced immense challenges. I have always been devoted to the family, fulfilling my duties to the ancestors and future generations." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhou Chun, who stood before the bed. Then, in a passionate tone, he continued, "But if I were to talk about my greatest achievement in this life, it might not be my insistence on splitting the family into an independent entity to preserve the Zhou family's heritage, but rather my unwavering support and trust in Zhou Chun after discovering his outstanding talent. Ultimately, I successfully watched him become the first golden core cultivator to successfully form his core after the Zhou family split, and even the first nascent soul cultivator in the history of the Zhou family to successfully form his nascent soul." As he finished speaking, Zhou Daoyi, beaming, chimed in, "Uncle is right. My greatest achievement in this life is also discovering Zhou Chun, this genius of the family. My unwavering support for Zhou Chun as the head of the Zhou family was the most correct decision I ever made." Seeing that even at this moment, the two of them didn't forget to praise him, Zhou Chun was both moved and somewhat amused. All he could say was, "I will always remember the help and guidance you two elders gave me when I was still a nobody, and I will never forget it." He then looked at the two and asked, "Is there anything else you two would like to say to the rest of the clan?" "I've already said what I needed to say, and there's really nothing more to repeat." Zhou Ming shook his head slightly, sighing, "My life is coming to an end here. I hope you, the younger generation, will strive to live up to expectations and continue the Zhou family's legacy." "And what about you, granduncle?" Zhou Chun then looked at Zhou Daoyi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi turned his head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "If I were to give instructions, I only hope that you, the younger generation, can unite and strive together, thinking and working in unison to safeguard the hard-won foundation of the Zhou family, so that the Zhou family can become even more prosperous and glorious in your hands." "Yes, we juniors will certainly follow the teachings of the two seniors." The crowd exchanged glances and then responded in unison. After that, the atmosphere in the cave became eerily silent, and no one dared to speak again. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ming suddenly spoke, "The time has come, I'm going now." With that, he closed his eyes, his head drooped, and he instantly lost all life. Seeing this, Zhou Daoyi glanced at Zhou Chun and the others, then looked at Zhou Ming's remains and smiled slightly. "Granduncle, please take care, I'm coming to join you." With that, he also deliberately shattered his own heart meridian, ending his own life. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed deeply to the remains of the two elders on the jade couch, saying, "This junior respectfully bids farewell to the two elders. May you rest in peace." Zhou Ziyang and the others followed suit, bowing and offering their blessings. After this formality, Zhou Chun waved his hand solemnly, saying, "All right, proceed according to the wishes of the two elders and the previously established plan." He then personally helped the two elders tidy their clothes and placed them in the prepared 1,000-year-old sandalwood coffins, which were then placed in the ancestral hall for all clansmen and guests to pay their respects. In an instant, everyone on Kunwu Mountain was dressed in white. All the cultivators of the Zhou family wore mourning clothes for these two highly respected elders who had left no descendants. For the next 49 days, the chanting of sutras for the two deceased elders on Kunwu Mountain never ceased. All the forces that had settled down within the Yu kingdom sent their most powerful members to the Zhou family to offer condolences and pay their respects. Even most of the forces in the neighboring Han kingdom sent important members to participate in the funeral. Just as Zhou Ming had previously remarked, the fact that the death of a golden core cultivator like himself could be so grand and prestigious was truly unique. Even if someone else were the parents of the nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to achieve this. After all, ordinary nascent soul cultivators didn't have the same prestige as Zhou Chun. After 49 days of such lavish celebrations, the coffins of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, the two highly respected elders of the Zhou family, were finally placed in the family cemetery for burial. After the passing of these two elders, Zhou Chun became the highest-ranking cultivator in the Zhou family. Heaven and earth are clear and bright. We uphold the Dao and safeguard our families. We rectify our hearts and think of our roots. We aspire to great heights. 100 blessings and celebrations abound. Jade music and profound light shine. Literature flourishes and martial arts prosper, and our blessings are passed down for eternity. The Zhou family has now reached the Jade generation. If we were to determine respect based on generational names, even Zhou Zinitun would be a Zhou family elder of the great-great-great-grandfather level. Similarly, with the passing of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, all the current supreme elders of the Zhou family have become nascent soul cultivators. After completing the funeral arrangements for the two elders, Zhou Chun went to Changjiang Peak to visit the incarnation of the Taijiang Divine Venerable and expressed his desire to visit the Yuan Demon Realm. The Yuan Mo realm is the domain of demonic cultivators. There are still two nascent soul stage demonic cultivators there. These demonic cultivators are lawless and have no regard for racial justice. If it weren't for certain reasons preventing them from venturing into our orthodox human cultivation world, we humans would likely face even more trouble, so if you insist on going there, you'd better be careful and not easily reveal your true strength, lest you attract the attention of those two nascent soul stage demonic cultivators. After hearing Zhou Chun's plans, the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable suddenly uttered these words, causing Zhou Chun's expression to change drastically. Zhou Chun wasn't surprised that there were nascent soul stage demonic cultivators in the Yuan Mo realm. After all, among the so-called 10 demon lords there were several late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Considering the number of such great cultivators and the situation in various countries of the human cultivation world, the emergence of nascent soul stage demon lords was perfectly reasonable. However, he hadn't expected that there would be two nascent soul stage demon lords in the Yuan Mo realm. After a moment of change in expression, he bowed deeply to the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I understand what to do." He then retreated back to Kunwu Peak. Half a year later, having arranged everything, Zhou Chun left only Fu Shanjun to guard the family before leaving Kunwu Mountain with the other 4 Demon King spirit pets. Soon after, Zhou Chun appeared in Fen Kingdom. Also arriving in Fen Kingdom at the same time was his second nascent soul avatar, who had come from Bingai Kingdom. Having learned of the dangers of the Yuan Mo realm, Zhou Chun naturally dared not risk entering it with his true body. However, since he had promised Wu Yazhu that he would help her obtain the subsequent inheritance of the 10,000 poisons, true scripture, he couldn't go back on his word. Therefore, he decided that his true body would remain in the Zhuling Desert to provide support, while his second nascent soul avatar would meet with Wu Yazhu. This way, even if they encountered a nascent soul demon venerable, he would at most lose his second nascent soul avatar. Zhou Chun already possessed a map of the traversing the desolate spirit desert to the Yuan Mo realm, a gift from Wu Yazhu upon her return. He was now following the map towards the Yuan Mo realm, his heart filled with astonishment as he gazed upon the ravaged land below. Previously, when his cultivation was lower, he hadn't felt anything amiss. Now, with his divine sense manifested and his cultivation reaching the mid-nascent soul stage, he realized just how incredible this was. For a nascent soul cultivator, shattering the earth and dispersing spiritual veins wasn't difficult. However, the dispersed spiritual veins would simply dissipate, and over time, they would reassemble in other places. The shattered earth would merely appear broken. After 1,000 or 100 years, it would be covered in vegetation again. But the desolate spirit desert, true to its name, had become a completely desolate wasteland devoid of spiritual energy. In Zhou Chun's perception, even the power of the great Dao laws was utterly lifeless here, as if the great Dao itself had been shattered and obliterated. This situation is something even a typical nascent soul stage venerable wouldn't be able to achieve even with their full power. Could it be that the main battlefield for those descending cultivators was in this region? Zhou Chun pondered silently, realizing he knew far too little about the ancient times. These ancient secrets, aside from those nascent soul stage venerables, were probably only recorded by top-tier powers that had inherited their knowledge from ancient times, or by powers that had once produced nascent soul stage venerables. Of course, with his current status and strength, if he truly wanted to understand these things, he could easily find out the truth by inquiring with those top-tier powers. After all, these secrets were often just topics of conversation to highlight the uniqueness of those top-tier powers, not truly secret techniques or supernatural abilities. And the desolate spirit desert, which might take a golden core stage cultivator a year and a half to traverse, was crossed by Zhou Chun in less than half a month, thanks to the flying speed of a nascent soul stage cultivator. After arriving at the Yuanmo territory, his main body retreated back into the desolate spirit desert, retreating thousands of miles before stopping. Zhou Chun then concealed himself within the desolate spirit desert, while his second nascent soul avatar carefully concealed his aura and, along with Li Yuanjun and Yishenjin, went to contact Wu Yazhu. Wu Yazhu had been in the Yuanmo territory for several years, and the backlash from the toxins in her body was becoming increasingly frequent, causing her great anxiety and apprehension, unsure if she could hold out until Zhou Chun's arrival. Therefore, when she saw the communication token Zhou Chun had given her showing unusual activity, she was overjoyed and hurriedly followed the direction indicated by the token. Not long after, in an ordinary mountain forest in the Yuanmo territory, Wu Yazhu saw Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar. Having seen Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar before, she immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Saying, "Junior greets clan leader," to her, the second nascent soul avatar represented Zhou Chun as well, and she dared not show any negligence because of this. "Elder Wu, no need to be so polite. Tell me about the intelligence you've gathered over the past few years." Zhou Chun waved his hand, his tone slightly cold. "Yes, Junior obeys," Wu Yazhu replied and immediately began to recount the intelligence she knew. After returning to the Yuanmo realm, she contacted the group of poison cultivators who had traded with Zhou Yuanlian. Although many of them had perished for various reasons, some were still alive. Upon learning that Wu Yazhu intended to carry on Zhou Yuanlian's legacy and continue exploring the myriad poison secret realm, the poison cultivators naturally welcomed and agreed. However, Wu Yazhu, following Zhou Chun's instructions, only made contact with the poison cultivators and did not rush to agree to trade with them. After recounting the information she had gathered about the poison cultivators, Wu Yazhu seemed to remember something and added, "I also learned that when the alien races attacked our human race a few years ago, the giant god clan also attacked the Yuanmo territory, but they were ultimately repelled by a nascent soul demon lord." "Oh, do you know the name of that demon lord who made the move?" Zhou Chun's expression shifted. He was indeed intrigued by her words. That nascent soul demon lord was named Blood Sea Demon Lord. It is said that when he made his move, his body transformed into a sea of blood spanning 1,000 miles. Any living being that entered it would have its flesh and bones completely destroyed, becoming part of the sea of blood. A look of fear flashed across Wu Yazhu's face as she answered in a low voice. "The Blood Sea Demon Lord? Sounds a bit like the Bloodbone sex methods," Zhou Chun murmured to himself, then looked at Wu Yazhu and said, "I know the situation. Now, take me to those poison cultivators and find out the location of the myriad poison secret realm from them first." Hearing this, Wu Yazhu immediately perked up and replied, "This junior obeys." Then, she summoned her magical artifact, the 100 Poisons Divine Banner, which generated a 5-colored poisonous cloud to support herself and Zhou Chun avatar. Using the poisonous cloud as cover, she led Zhou Chun avatar to the location of the poison cultivators. In the Yuanmo realm, although not all poison cultivators are demonic cultivators, they are generally considered part of the local population and are not universally reviled like cultivators. Moreover, poison cultivators' methods are unpredictable, and even powerful demonic cultivators wouldn't dare provoke them without reason. Not to mention Wu Yazhu's ability to fly using a magical artifact, clearly indicating she's a golden core stage poison cultivator, making her even less likely to be provoked. Under her cover, as long as Zhou Chun didn't reveal his aura, he wouldn't be afraid of his true identity being discovered. After flying for about 3 days, Wu Yazhu led Zhou Chun to a swamp shrouded in dark green miasma. This place is called the Corrupted Poison Swamp, considered the main base for poison cultivators in the Yuanmo realm. There's even a small market town specifically for poison cultivators. After introducing the swamp to Zhou Chun, she directly rode her 5-colored poisonous cloud into the depths of the swamp. After flying hundreds of miles through the swamp, an island in the middle of the swamp came into Zhou Chun's view. The small market town Wu Yazhu mentioned was located on this island. Her multicolored poisonous cloud seemed to have some reputation in the area, as a golden core stage ore quickly rose from the island, transforming into a blackish-green streak of light that rushed towards it. This streak stopped several hundred feet away from the multicolored poisonous cloud, revealing a black-clad old man with mid-golden core cultivation. After stopping, the old man's sinister triangular eyes fixed on the multicolored poisonous cloud, and he chuckled strangely. "Hey, fellow Taoist Wu, have you finally come to your senses? I told you long ago, cooperating with us is your only way out. What? Are you alone on the island today, fellow Taoist Wu? Where is Granny Snake? Where has she gone?" Wu Yazhu asked with a puzzled tone, ignoring the old man's teasing. She knew that this old man didn't possess the token of the myriad poison secret realm. That thing was only in the hands of the Granny Snake she mentioned. Granny Snake was a poison cultivator with late golden core cultivation, and she also kept a 4th-tier high-grade poisonous snake, a very powerful being. Upon hearing her question, the old man in black said in a deep voice, "Grandma Snake just had to leave on business. Fellow Taoist Wu, you'll see her in a month or two." Then, with an unpleasant expression, he looked at the multicolored poisonous cloud and said, "Fellow Taoist Wu, why are you hiding like this? Don't you trust me? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 789 It's All a Conspiracy. The Poisonous Swamp. Above the island, facing the black-clad elders questioning, Wu Yazhu, hidden within the multicolored poisonous cloud, fell silent. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, "Since Granny Snake isn't here, I'll return later." With that, she turned and rode the multicolored poisonous cloud away, seemingly intending to leave. Seeing this, the black-clad elder quickly called out, "Fellow Taoist Wu, wait, what? Fellow Taoist Wu, is there something else?" Wu Yazhu asked calmly. A strange light flashed in the black-clad elder's triangular eyes, and he said in a low voice, "It concerns confidential matters. Fellow Taoist Wu, would you mind joining me in the market for a private discussion?" Hearing this, Wu Yazhu paused for a moment before speaking, "There's no need to enter the market. Since fellow Taoist Wu wishes to discuss this privately, we can find a place below." With that, she first rode the multicolored poisonous cloud into a grove of trees on the island below. Most of the plants and trees on this island are poisonous, many even planted intentionally by the island's poison cultivators. After the multicolored poisonous cloud descended into the forest, it quickly dissipated, revealing a beautiful woman in white holding a poison banner. The black-clad elder who followed into the forest also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had previously suspected that Wu Yazhu's multicolored poisonous cloud might conceal someone else, hence his attempt to test her. But now, after scanning the forest with his divine sense, he found nothing unusual, making him wonder if he had been overthinking things. Wu Yazhu, however, looked directly at him and said, "All right, it's just the two of us here. Fellow Taoist Wu, please speak your mind." "Oh, it's nothing major, but Granny Snake mentioned before that the tokens for entering the myriad poison secret realm are running low. She went out this time to contact another Taoist who has successfully cultivated the myriad poisons, true scripture, hoping to persuade him to go to the secret realm for the trial. So, fellow Taoist Wu, you shouldn't hesitate any longer, it's best to act quickly." After a moment of hesitation, the black-clad elder whispered a secret in an evasive tone. "That's it? Is this something you should be so careful about, fellow Taoist Wu?" Wu Yazhu stared intently at the black-clad elder, her tone tinged with sarcasm. The old man in black, somewhat annoyed and embarrassed, flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly, "HMPH, I offered you kind advice, fellow Taoist Wu, why don't you appreciate it?" He then waved his hand angrily. Fine, consider it me meddling. Mind your own business." With that, he left without waiting for Wu Yazhu's reply. Seeing this, Wu Yazhu's eyes flickered slightly. She quickly waved her poison banner, conjuring a large expanse of multicolored poisonous clouds to protect herself, and rode the clouds away from the island. After flying away from the island, she flew over 1,000 miles through the putrid swamp, finally landing in a forest on the shore. In your opinion, Elder Wu, how much of what that man said is true? In the forest, Zhou Chun, after sending Lu Yuanjun away to keep watch, looked at Wu Yazhu and asked about the previous events. Previously, Wu Yazhu had fallen into the woods to facilitate Lu Yuanjun's concealment. They were actually only a few feet away from Wu Yazhu. However, given Lu Yuanjun's abilities, the old man in black couldn't see anything. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's question, Wu Yazhu pondered briefly before quickly replying, "The first half of the 10,000 poisons true scripture has indeed been circulating in the Yuanmo realm, if not widely. So it's possible that Granny Snake is looking for someone else." However, Wu Kui's claim that there aren't many tokens for entering the secret realm is clearly a lie. Sister Lian said that the tokens aren't really that important. The main problem is that without someone carrying the entrance to the 10,000 poison secret realm, we can't find it, she added thoughtfully, but Granny Snake is indeed very attentive to this matter. When Sister Lian contacted her, she readily gave her quite a few. The good thing is, it's said her lifespan might not be long. I wonder if she wants to use the treasures in the myriad poison secret realm to break through to the nascent soul stage? Hearing her answer, Zhou Chun, after a moment's thought, said, "According to what you said, there are even inherited spiritual treasures left by the myriad poison's true monarch in the myriad poison secret realm. Even some nascent soul stage old demons would be very tempted by this. Behind that so-called snake granny, there might be some nascent soul stage old demon." He then shook his head and said, "But it doesn't matter. Since even the secret realm set up by the myriad poison's true monarch can't be opened, it means that person's ability is not that great. There's no need to pay too much attention to him." He had the confidence to say this. If it weren't for the fear of those two nascent soul stage demon lords, with Zhou Chun's strength, unless the 10 great demon lords of the Yuan demon realm attacked him together, he could completely roam freely in the Yuan demon realm. Even with his second nascent soul incarnation, aided by Lord Yishan and Lord Luohan, he was still unstoppable unless he encountered one of the 10 great demon lords. Therefore, for him, there was no need to waste time and energy investigating. He could simply overpower them with sheer force. Wu Yazhu, of course, didn't think Zhou Chun's incarnation was boasting. The clan leader's astonishing strength had already been proven in previous wars. If even the clan leader couldn't help her solve the problem of inheriting her cultivation techniques, then she could only accept her fate. So, for the next 2 or 3 months, Zhou Chun's incarnation stayed put in the mountains, waiting. After 3 months, Wu Yazhu once again rode the 5-colored poison cloud, taking Zhou Chun's incarnation to the poison cultivator's stronghold. This time, when the 5-colored poison cloud arrived at the island, a powerful divine sense swept over, but it was blocked by the 5-colored poison cloud. Then, a streak of dark light shot out from the island's market, revealing in mid-air the figure of an old woman with white hair, leaning on a cane. "Fellow Taoist Wu, now that you've arrived, why are you still hiding your face? Are you afraid I'll harm you?" The old woman paused in mid-air, her eyes gleaming as she questioned the multicolored poisonous cloud. However, the response she received wasn't Wu Yazhu's explanation, but a ball of emerald green light. A ball of emerald green light suddenly shot out from within the multicolored poisonous cloud, exploding near the old woman. The old woman reacted quickly, as the emerald green light exploded. She activated her protective magic treasure, releasing a ball of dark black light that shielded her. Unfortunately, she never expected that the one who attacked her was a 5th-tier demon king. After the burst of emerald light, the white-haired old woman's consciousness was forcibly pulled into an illusion. Her protective aura was completely ineffective. Lu Yuanjun's myriad manifestations of the universe, divine power was an illusionary technique that invaded through the opponent's consciousness. In other words, as long as the opponent's consciousness came into contact with the emerald light, they would be hit by the technique. High-level cultivators invariably spread their consciousness throughout their bodies to sense and monitor for potential sudden attacks. Therefore, the white-haired old woman was completely outmaneuvered. While her consciousness was trapped by the myriad manifestations of the universe, divine power, Zhou Chun appeared nearby in a flash, easily breaking through the dark protective aura that shielded her, and first capturing her in ice. After capturing the white-haired old woman alive, Lu Yuanjun swiftly launched a surprise attack on the poisonous cultivator market below. The array formation in this market was quite extraordinary, housing numerous poisonous insects and demonic creatures. Even a typical early-stage nascent soul cultivator might struggle to penetrate it in an instant. Unfortunately, Lu Yuanjin's wood escape technique was already incredibly advanced. Even ordinary forbidden arrays couldn't stop him. He directly entered the market and then unleashed his supernatural powers, killing or capturing all the hundreds of poison cultivators within. Many of the poison cultivators didn't even know how they died. Moments later, in a grand hall within the market, the white-haired old woman and the black-clad old man were found with their consciousness sealed and left inside. When Zhou Chun's avatar attempted to search their souls, he indeed discovered that both of their souls contained restrictions placed by a nascent soul cultivator to prevent soul searching. However, this didn't stump him. He simply had Lu Yuanjin repeat the same tactic he had used on the hidden lineage successor of the Azure Lotus Temple, creating an illusion to induce the two to confess. Because Wu Yazhu had previously expressed her desire to go to the myriad poison secret realm, and with her presence to assist, even the white-haired old woman was easily manipulated by the illusion to hand over the token for entering the myriad poison secret realm, and then led Zhou Chun and the others to the entrance. The entrance to the myriad poison secret realm was located in the corrosive poison swamp. Actually, neither Zhou Chun nor Wu Yazhu were surprised by this outcome. However, without a guide, they obviously wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. Now, led by the mind-blinded snake granny, they meandered through the swamp, quickly arriving above a black body of water emitting a grayish-black poisonous miasma. Then, the snake granny plunged directly into the water. Seeing this, Zhou Chun frowned slightly and had no choice but to take Wu Yazhu with him into the water. After diving hundreds of feet underwater, they found themselves inside an illusion array. This illusion array was set up underwater, using the real water above as cover. The illusion and reality blended seamlessly, making it difficult for even nascent soul cultivators to detect it when searching with their divine sense above the water's surface. They couldn't find anything unusual. However, the existence of the illusion array meant there were other cultivators present. Therefore, when the obviously abnormal snake granny led Zhou Chun and the others underwater, the other cultivators had already discovered them. But such a remote place couldn't possibly have a nascent soul cultivator stationed there. The highest-ranking cultivator stationed there was only a mid-golden core demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator stationed in such an important location proved Zhou Chun's earlier speculation correct. The controller of the entrance to the myriad poison secret realm was indeed a nascent soul cultivator from the Yuanmo realm. Naturally, a mid-golden core demonic cultivator and some low to mid-level cultivators who hadn't even reached the golden core stage couldn't possibly pose any obstacle to Zhou Chun. Soon, Zhou Chun's submerged stronghold was captured, and the mid-stage golden core demonic cultivator was also captured alive. You've already informed your master, haven't you? Now, can you tell me who your master is? In a stone hall underwater, Zhou Chun's submerged form looked at the black-clad man whose cultivation he had sealed and began his interrogation. You, a cultivator, dare to venture deep into my Yuanmo territory? Your audacity is a bit too much. Are you truly not afraid of losing your life here? Seemingly knowing he couldn't survive, the black-clad man didn't answer Zhou Chun's question but instead questioned him angrily. This made Zhou Chun's submerged form laugh. You have quite the nerve. Then I'll let you try the soul-refining torture that you demonic cultivators love most, he sneered, and in the black-clad man's terrified gaze, he directly killed his physical body with a single finger, then extracted his soul and burned it with yang fire. Under Zhou Chun's precise control, the yang fire wouldn't quickly refine the black-clad man's soul, it would only slowly deplete his soul's power and inflict endless pain on his consciousness. This only lasted for less than a quarter of an hour before the black-clad man's soul, desperate for a quick death, revealed the identity of its master. Azure Nether Demon Lord, my master is the Azure Nether Demon Lord of the Beast Demon Palace. Please give me a quick death, the black-clad man's soul wailed, revealing the identity of its master, but the truth was for Zhou Chun to judge. His eyes flashed, and then he sighed softly. Fine, since that's how it is, I'll grant you a quick death. With that, he completely incinerated a black-clad man's soul into wisps of smoke. He then turned his gaze to Wu Yazhu. He didn't know much about the nascent soul stage demon cultivators in the Yuan demon realm, but Wu Yazhu had lived there for many years and should know something. As expected, upon sensing his gaze, Wu Yazhu immediately explained, Clan leader, you are wise. This junior doesn't know much about that Azure Nether Demon Lord.
I only know that he is one of the 5 nascent soul stage demon lords of the Beast Demon Palace, and it seems he is an early nascent soul cultivator. Seems? You can't even confirm his cultivation level. Zhou Chun frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with her answer. This made her even more uneasy, but she truly only knew this much information. After all, poison cultivation wasn't mainstream in the Yuan demon realm. As an outsider, she dared not inquire too deeply, lest she arouse suspicion and expose her true origins after an investigation. Therefore, she really didn't know much about the powerful figures in the Yuan demon realm. Fortunately, Zhou Chun didn't dwell on it too much and quickly shook his head, saying, "Forget it, if I don't know, I don't know. As long as it's not that dragon-devouring demon lord from the Beast Demon Palace coming in person, I can still protect him." The dragon-devouring demon lord he mentioned was one of the 10 great demon lords of the Yuan demon realm, a powerful demon with a late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Following the guidance of Snake Granny, they quickly arrived at a courtyard deep within the underwater stronghold. The entrance to the Myriad Poison Secret Realm was inside the courtyard. The so-called entrance to the Myriad Poison Secret Realm was actually a deep well, its interior shimmering with silver light, making it appear as if there was real well water. In reality, only unfathomable spatial power manifested its spiritual light. Flying Tiger, take a close look. Can you bring people in? After glancing at the well, Zhou Chun summoned Yishan Jun, leaving the professional work to the professionals. Hearing this, Yishan Jun immediately lay down at the well's edge, carefully sensing the situation inside. After probing with his senses, Yishan Jun spoke in a low voice, "Master, you are wise. This seems to be a one-way special teleportation channel, but it is too fragile and can only accommodate power at the 4th level. If it were a Fihu himself, with his compatibility with special power, he should be able to barely pass through, but for you, Master, or Musang, it's probably unrealistic." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's abbot's expression changed, and he immediately asked in surprise, "A one-way special channel? Are you sure?" Fihu is confident that he won't make a mistake. Yishanjin nodded affirmatively. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chun's abbot asked, "If you go in from here, can you come back the same way?" Hearing this, Yishanjin immediately nodded and replied, "If I leave a mark beforehand, it should be fine. Then keep this, taking detoxification pill, safe. Let's go in and investigate first." Zhou Chun's abbot pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and handed a pill bottle to Yishanjin, explaining his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lord Yishan immediately accepted the elixir bottle and replied, "Flying Tiger obeys." He then left a drop of his essence blood and a few tufts of hair for Zhou Chun's abode, and directly activated his void walking divine power to enter the well. However, to Zhou Chun's abode's surprise, Lord Yishan only disappeared for less than a quarter of an hour before emerging from the well, covered in injuries. "Quick, Musang, use life and death profound light to save me." In the courtyard, Lord Yishan's figure, as soon as he emerged from the well, frantically pleaded for help from Lord Liu Wanjin. Hearing his plea, Lord Liu Wanjin didn't hesitate and immediately activated his divine power to cast a life and death profound light to replenish his life force. As the emerald green light entered his body, Lord Yishan's grayish-white fur immediately regained much of its vitality. He continued to cry out, "Not enough, not enough, give me another one." Seeing this, Lord Liu Wanjin could only continue to replenish his life force with another wave of life-giving light. After being replenished with life essence twice, Yishan Jun's fur returned to its normal color, making him look much more energetic. Zhou Chun, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "What exactly happened? Why is Fihu's body filled with so much death and annihilation power?" Hearing this, Yishan Jun immediately cried out in fear, "It's a ghost. There's a powerful ghost king hidden in that secret realm, at least a 5th-tier high-grade ghost king. He's most likely that damn 10,000 poisons true monarch transformed. If it weren't for the taking detoxification pill you gave me, Master, which worked and neutralized the poison in that guy's magic power, I might not have had a chance to come back. However, besides the poison in his magic power, that guy also possesses the power of death. I was almost swept away by the aftershocks of his divine power." "What? A 5th-tier high-grade ghost king?" Zhou Chun was also shocked, stunned by Yishan Jun's words. Wu Yazhu, standing to the side, gaped in astonishment, her eyes filled with terror. Clearly, if Yishan Jun hadn't gone in to investigate, she, unaware of the situation, would have rushed in and died at the hands of that ghost king.
This also seems to explain why, over the countless years, so many cultivators who successfully formed their cores using the 10,000 poisons true scripture failed to bring out the subsequent inherited techniques from this 10,000 poisons secret realm. It turns out that all of this was merely a trap set by the 10,000 poisons true monarch. Besides that Ghost King, what else is inside? After his initial shock, Zhou Chun regained his senses and continued to press for more information. Upon hearing this, Yishinjun's expression immediately turned unnatural as he exclaimed in a low voice, "So many fourth-tier poison corpses. I even saw the poison corpse that your junior has transformed into. They've all become that Ghost King's minions." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and suddenly took out an object and placed it in front of him, saying, "That's right, this is something I snatched from that secret realm. It should be the 10,000 poisons true scripture that you want, Master." Zhou Chun looked closely and saw that the object he had taken out was a dark green stone tablet, with countless tiny purple characters engraved on it. It was indeed the complete 10,000 poisons true scripture that Zhou Chun and Wu Yezhu were searching for. This thing was originally placed in a conspicuous spot within that secret realm, guarded by those poisonous corpses. When I saw it, I knew it was what you wanted, Master, so I went over and retrieved it immediately. Unexpectedly, this alerted the Ghost King, and I was almost killed by it. Seeing that Zhou Chun's incarnation and Wu Yezhu's attention were both drawn to the dark green stone tablet, Yishinjun proudly boasted about his achievement. That was just his personality. He wanted to publicize his accomplishments to the whole world, afraid that others wouldn't know. In contrast, Fushinjun and Yinlongjun were both very humble, displaying the gentlemanly demeanor of their master, Zhou Chun. However, since he had indeed performed a great service this time, Zhou Chun's incarnation didn't hold it against him. After briefly glancing at the inscription on the stone tablet, he put it away with a flick of his sleeve under Wu Yezhu's regretful gaze. Then, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Fihu, you have indeed rendered a service this time. I, your master, will certainly reward you later." After saying that, he glanced at the teleportation well, pondered for a moment, and then said to Yishinjun, "Since all of this is the conspiracy of the 10,000 poisons true monarch, let that fiend be completely sealed inside that secret realm. Fihu, you destroy this well." Chapter 790 The Demon Lord Who Seeked His Own Death. Since the myriad poison secret realm set up by the myriad poisons true monarch was a trap, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't let this fiend's conspiracy continue to succeed. As long as he destroyed the entrance to the myriad poison secret realm, he could at least prevent other golden core cultivators from going into the secret realm to die and become nourishment for the enemy. Without these golden core cultivators who willingly went to their deaths to nourish the enemy, the Ghost King transformed by the myriad poisons true monarch would only be trapped and die inside the secret realm. At this moment, Zhou Chun gave an order, and Yishinjun, who had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Ghost King, immediately began to actively destroy the teleportation well. This teleportation well was actually very extraordinary. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators and fifth-order demon kings simply did not have the ability to destroy it. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would probably have to expend considerable effort to destroy it. But Yishinjun was different. Destroying this teleportation well was far too easy for him. He unleashed a series of spatial blades, slicing through the teleportation well and completely destroying its internal teleportation channels. With the teleportation well destroyed, Zhou Chun's abbot saw no need to linger. He quickly dealt with the poison cultivators, including Snake Granny, and then, with Wu Yezhu in tow, began his return journey. Knowing that the Azure Nether Demon Lord was surely on his way, Zhou Chun no longer bothered with Wu Yezhu's evasiveness and instead carried her at breakneck speed. His mission in the Yuanmo realm was now complete, so revealing his whereabouts didn't matter. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, less than 5,000 miles from the corrupted poison swamp, and still several thousand miles from the desolate spirit desert, he was stopped by a nascent soul stage demon cultivator. This nascent soul stage demon cultivator wasn't the Azure Nether Demon Lord, but rather an old demon from a nearby demonic sect. Having learned of a nascent soul stage cultivator's presence nearby, this old demon had taken the initiative to pursue him. In the sky, an old woman in green robes, riding on black demonic clouds, relentlessly pursued Zhou Chun's avatar, frequently unleashing her supernatural powers to attack him, attempting to stop him. Zhou Chun's avatar initially didn't want to entangle with her, but the old woman in green was persistent and her speed was no slower than his. This quickly angered him, and he decided to teach this reckless old hag a lesson. "Old hag, you've courted death," a cold shout rang out from Zhou Chun's avatar. He directly activated the Moon Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure within his body, transforming into a lunar moon toad. Unlike Zhou Chun's original body, this avatar perfectly matched the attributes of the Moon Toad Pearl, and after transforming into the lunar moon toad, its strength was no less than, if not greater than, his original body. The white moon toad opened its mouth and spat out a stream of white, icy air, which transformed into a long serpent of cold air and pounced towards the old woman in green. Seeing this, the old woman in green immediately swung her dark blue feather fan, a magical artifact, and a dark blue storm quickly formed, sweeping towards the icy serpent and the white moon toad like a whirlwind. As the saying goes, a master's skill is immediately apparent. Zhou Chun, in his avatar, realizing the power of her fan, knew he had underestimated her. That dark blue feather fan was clearly a first-grade spiritual treasure. No wonder the old woman in green dared to pursue him, a cultivator who had ventured deep into the Yuanmo realm, all alone. The white icy serpent, after struggling briefly in the storm, was forcibly torn apart and dispersed into white mist, easily blown away. Even the white moon toad, Zhou Chun's avatar in disguise, despite activating the Taeyin protective immortal robe, was forcibly pushed back several hundred feet by the storm. Seeing this, he abandoned all martial ethics and directly summoned Lord Yishan to assist in the battle. Since the opponent possessed a wind attribute spiritual treasure, the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind Banner, in Yishan Jun's possession could finally be put to use. Upon emerging, Yishan Jun immediately opened his mouth and unleashed the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind Banner. He then channeled his magic power into the treasure, and a blue spiritual light spread from the banner, instantly transforming an area dozens of miles into a windless domain. Seeing this, the old woman in blue robe's expression changed instantly. She hurriedly waved her feather fan, forcibly unleashing another divine power of the treasure. A dark blue-black demonic light surged from the fan, condensing into a dark blue-black feather that shot towards Yishan Jun like a flying sword. At the same time, the old woman in blue robes retreated rapidly, attempting to escape the windless domain. However, Yishan Jun unleashed a burst of magic power onto the blue banner, instantly creating a raging storm that transformed the world into a tempestuous domain. Countless cyan wind blades condensed in the sky, slashing towards the old woman in blue. A powerful repulsive force acted on her, greatly reducing her speed. A silver-white blade of light flew from Yishan Jun's mouth, striking the dark cyan feather directly. The rapid changes in the weather caught the old woman in blue somewhat off guard. Black light surged from her body, forming a protective shield to block the wind blades generated within the chaotic wind domain. Then, she waved her feather fan magic weapon, and dark cyan wind energy condensed into a wind dragon that lunged forward, forcibly tearing a passage through the chaotic wind domain. But just as she was about to escape the battlefield through this passage, a white icy light suddenly pierced the air. The old woman in blue seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of the white icy light and hurriedly flung her feather fan at the white icy light. The feather fan, radiating a dark blue-green demonic light, was struck by the white icy light and quickly frozen solid. However, as the old woman in green activated her magic, the feather fan within the ice erupted with the power of its spiritual treasure, unleashing a powerful dark blue-green wind that tore the ice apart and shattered it. Just as the old woman in green was about to retrieve the feather fan, a silver blade of light suddenly pierced through the air and struck her directly. Her protective demonic light was utterly useless against the silver blade, easily torn apart. However, when the silver blade struck the old woman in green, it did not destroy her physical body as Yishan Jun had expected. Instead, the old woman in green emitted a burst of black light, and her figure instantly shattered into nothingness, leaving only a broken demonic puppet in its place. Hundreds of feet away, the old woman in green, who had escaped with her life through the substitution technique, dared not delay any longer and hurriedly activated her wind escape technique to forcibly flee the sky. Forget it, don't pursue a desperate enemy. Just as Lord Yishan was thinking of giving chase, Zhou Chun's icy voice rang out. For Zhou Chun, the most urgent matter now was to leave the Yuanmo territory. As for the old woman in green, although she was despicable, it wasn't worth increasing his own risk by chasing her. After stopping Lord Yishan, he immediately took Wu Yazhu to Lord Yishan's tiger back and let Lord Yishan carry him. The old woman in green, after being forced to use the substitution technique, was completely frightened and dared not continue to entangle them. As a nascent soul cultivator, it was one thing for Zhou Chun to possess a spiritual treasure himself, but even his 5th-tier Demon King spirit pet had a spiritual treasure. This configuration was too luxurious. Since there was no deep-seated hatred between them, the old woman in green had no intention of losing her life for a mere act of pride. However, it was precisely because of her pursuit and interception that Zhou Chun was caught up by the Azure Demon Lord when he was less than 2,000 miles from the desolate spirit wasteland. This Azure Demon Lord was not the early nascent soul cultivator Wu Yazhu had described, but a mid-nascent soul demon cultivator. Hand over the treasures obtained from the myriad poison secret realm, and I might spare your life. In the sky, the Azure Demon Lord stared coldly at Zhou Chun, issuing him a direct ultimatum. In truth, the Azure Demon Lord wasn't certain whether Zhou Chun had entered the myriad poison secret realm. However, he had already been to the corrosive poison swamp and knew about the destruction of the teleportation well, so he used this tactic to deceive him. Zhou Chun, in his abbreviated form, didn't think too much and simply sneered, "You're not qualified to say that." He then told Wu Yazhu to go to the desolate spirit desert to reunite with his true form, and together with Yishin Jun, launched an attack on Betrayal Demon Lord. Zhou Chun, in his abbreviated form, activated the Moon Toad Pearl, transforming into Taine Moon Toad, spewing icy light and cold air towards Betrayal Demon Lord. Yishin Jun, meanwhile, activated the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind Banner, a spiritual treasure, unleashing countless wind blades towards their target. Facing the combined attack of master and servant, Betrayal Demon Lord remained completely unfazed. He opened his mouth, and a beam of eerie green light shot out, transforming into a jet-black demonic sword burning with eerie green demonic flames. The aura emanating from this sword was also at the first level of a spiritual treasure. As the sword light swept across, it shattered and dispersed all the incoming icy light and cold air. The wind blades unleashed by Lord Yishin were completely incinerated by the black demonic flames rising from Lord Betrayal's body, unable to harm him in the slightest. Even in the Yuanmo realm, the Beast Demon Palace was still a top-ranking power, its strength no less than that of powerful sword-cultivating sects like the 9-Yuan Sword Sect. As a veteran powerhouse within the Beast Demon Palace, Lord Betrayal naturally possessed treasures and supernatural abilities far superior to ordinary demon cultivators of the same rank. While he might not be as powerful as Nangguang Wuking back then, he was still a powerhouse at the level of true person Yinu, perhaps even stronger. After all, if the Moonwheel sect were to remove the world-destroying Moonwheel, its techniques and supernatural abilities would be considerably weaker than those of top-tier demonic forces like the Beast Demon Palace. After this initial exchange, sensing the strength of his opponent, Zhou Chun immediately summoned Dear Yuanjin without hesitation. Another 5th-ranked Demon King. Seeing the emerald green spirit deer suddenly appear in the sky, Lord Betrayal's expression changed. But his shock was far from over. As soon as Liu Yuanjin emerged, he spat out the 2 5th-tier, Heavenly Wood Dao Soldier, spirit seeds he had nurtured within his body, which transformed into 2 armored Dao Soldiers, each 10 zang tall. These 2 5th-tier, Heavenly Wood Dao Soldiers, immediately hurled their wooden spears, shooting towards Bu Demon Lord like 2 streaks of emerald lightning. Liu Yuanjin, meanwhile, unleashed his recently acquired top-grade magic weapon, the Coiled Dragon Staff. Driven by his magic power, this staff transformed into a 100 zang long giant tree, with a cyan-green coiled dragon phantom coiling around it, crashing down upon Bu Demon Lord with overwhelming force. Faced with this barrage of attacks, Bu Demon Lord instantly lost his previous arrogance. With a roar, he summoned a white bone banner, shrouded in demonic energy, from which streaks of black demonic light descended, protecting him. Then, he opened his mouth again and spat out more a ball of eerie green demonic fire, which transformed into a fiery dragon that lunged at the incoming, coiled dragon staff. At the same time, the jet-black demonic sword, burning with eerie green demonic flames, also blazed with intense demonic fire, swirling around him, ready to intercept the opponent's attack at any moment. The 2 wooden spears struck first, landing almost simultaneously on the demonic light shield lowered by the white bone banner. Instantly, the layered demonic light shields were pierced and shattered one after another, until finally the white bone banner held up, breaking itself in the process to block the attack. The incoming, coiled dragon staff, was then stopped by the fiery dragon. However, the Azure Demon Lord dared not relax, for Zhou Chun's incarnation and the Winged Mountain Lord's attacks followed closely behind. Zhou Chun, in his transformed state, continued to use the Tai in Extinction Divine Light as his primary attack method, supplemented by the Myriad Laws Mystic Light Mirror, which released a silver pillar of light. Yishin Jun, meanwhile, activated the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind Banner, condensing a several zang long azure wind blade that slashed towards Biao Demon Lord, while simultaneously urging his crescent-shaped magic weapon to follow up. Facing the combined attack of Master and Servant, Biao Demon Lord, while fully urging his black demonic sword to unleash a fiery sword aura to meet the azure wind blade, also controlled the black demonic sword itself to meet the incoming white ice light. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a jet black demonic light emerged, transforming into a jet black tiger's head that pounced towards the silver pillar of light. Another black light shot out from his sleeve, like a sharp arrow, towards the magic weapon. This series of responses, seemingly methodical and effortless, was in reality a full-force effort. And the results were not entirely satisfactory. The jet black demonic sword, relying on its powerful essence as a spiritual treasure, managed to block the white ice light, and its fiery sword energy successfully annihilated the azure wind blade. The jet black tiger had also devoured the silver pillar of light. However, the dark light was cleaved away by the blade light erupting from the crescent-shaped blade, which then struck the hastily approaching white bone banner, shattering a corner of the demonic treasure. And this was just the beginning. After probing Bu Demon Lord's strength, Lu Yuanjun and the two 5th-tier, Heavenly Wood Dao soldiers, quickly unleashed their true abilities. One Dao soldier unleashed, Yi Wood Divine Thunder, equivalent to a 5th-tier spell, at Bu Demon Lord, while the other lunged at him with a spear, intending to engage in close combat. Lu Yuanjun also simultaneously bombarded Bu Demon Lord with Yi Wood Divine Thunder, while seeking opportunities to unleash life and death profound light, to weaken his life force. Under their fierce attack, the Azure Demon Lord barely withstood several waves of attacks before being forced to unleash his ultimate move. With a roar, he unleashed a dense, dark demonic aura, transforming into a humanoid demonic tiger standing upright. The Azure Demon Lord's title stemmed from the demonic beast bloodline he fused with, the Azure Tiger, a powerful demonic beast unique to the Yuanmo realm. This Azure Tiger was extremely rare, its strength surpassing even ordinary dragons of the same rank, and possessing a high probability of becoming a demon king. The Azure Demon Lord now fully unleashed the power of the Azure Tiger bloodline through his demonic arts, instantly gaining a body as powerful as a mid-grade 5th-ranked demon king, along with various strange and powerful divine abilities. The humanoid demonic tiger he transformed into burned with raging demonic flames, protecting him like a suit of fiery armor, enough to directly negate the Yi Wood Divine Thunder attack unleashed by a 5th-rank, Heavenly Wood Dao soldier. At the same time, he had mastered a ghostly movement technique that was almost like teleportation, allowing him to dodge attacks within a 1,000-foot range. Even if some attacks were difficult to dodge, he could use his tiger claws or tail to block and intercept them. Relying on the powerful resilience brought by the supernatural ability, he managed to hold the line again, and even occasionally managed to launch a counterattack. However, Zhou Chun was well aware that Bu Demon Lord's state could not last. After all, even when he transformed into the Taiyan Moon Toad with the power of the treasure, he still had to bear a considerable burden, let alone Bu Demon Lord, who directly unleashed the full power of his demonic beast bloodline. If this continued for too long, Bu Demon Lord would definitely suffer a backlash. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to quickly defeat his opponent, but instead maintained the offensive with his spirit pets while focusing on his own defense, not giving his opponent any opportunity to take advantage. They were not in a hurry, but Bu Demon Lord could not help but be anxious. Just as Zhou Chun had thought, this transformed state could not last too long, otherwise his body would undergo some irreversible change, truly transforming into a demonic beast. Throughout the history of the Beast Demon Palace, many powerful figures have been forced to maintain their transformed state for extended periods due to various reasons, ultimately transforming themselves into mindless demonic beasts. Once, a supreme elder of the Beast Demon Palace transformed into a demonic beast within his own cave, then suddenly emerged and wreaked havoc, causing immense destruction to his own sect and killing thousands of disciples. Since then, the Beast Demon Palace has been extremely vigilant about this beastly state. If any elder exhibits irreversible symptoms of beastly transformation, they are forbidden from returning to the main sect and instead transferred to a branch or detached residence for observation. Therefore, upon realizing that even his beastly state could not reverse the battle, Bu Demon Lord knew that he was destined to lose Zhou Chun and his servant. Despite his immense resentment, he still broke through the encirclement after a fierce battle. Zhou Chun, in his transformed state, considered that even killing Bu Demon Lord would yield no benefit, and this did not stop him from escaping. After watching Bu Demon Lord escape into the distance, he quickly mounted Wing Mountain Lord and continued his journey home. Soon after, Zhou Chun's incarnation caught up with Wu Yazhu, who had gone ahead, and took her along to the desolate spirit desert to reunite with his main body. Meanwhile, on the other side, after fleeing 1,000 miles, the Azure Nether Demon Lord encountered the old woman in green robes and another renowned mid-nascent soul demon cultivator in the Yuan Demon realm, Ghost Rain Demon Lord. This Ghost Rain Demon Lord came from the Yin Ghost Sect and was once a strong contender for one of the 10 great demon lords. It turned out that after being driven away by Zhou Chun's incarnation, the old woman in green robes was resentful and happened to receive a message from Ghost Rain Demon Lord, who was coming to visit her. She then encouraged Ghost Rain Demon Lord to give chase. At this moment, the 3 nascent soul demon cultivators met halfway. After a brief exchange, they learned that the old woman in green robes and Ghost Rain Demon Lord also wanted to pursue Zhou Chun's incarnation, the Azure Nether Demon Lord. Overjoyed, they immediately joined them, launching a surprise attack. Because of their delay, they had fallen quite a distance behind Zhou Chun's avatar, making it much harder to catch up. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's main body, inside the desolate spirit desert, had already begun moving towards the Yuanmo territory to provide support while Biao Demon Lord and the second nascent soul avatar were battling. After the second nascent soul avatar entered the desolate spirit desert, Zhou Chun's main body quickly joined them, and together they embarked on their return journey. Thus, because Zhou Chun's main body was now faster than his second nascent soul avatar, the 3 demonic cultivators who were about to catch up were pulled further behind. By the time they finally caught up with Zhou Chun's main body, they were already thousands of miles deep in the desolate spirit desert. How dare you! I spared your lives before. Yet you don't know how to cherish them, and now you dare to follow me to your deaths? In the desolate spirit desert, Zhou Chun's expression darkened as he looked at the old woman in green and the Azure Demon Lord who had caught up, his eyes filled with anger. He had rarely shown mercy and hadn't intended to kill the demons, but they hadn't expected them to be so eager to die. The 3 demonic cultivators were also shocked when they saw Zhou Chun's main body, not expecting things to turn out this way. However, now that they had caught up to the desolate spirit desert, and with a powerful ally, the Ghost Rain Demon Lord, the old woman in green and the Azure Demon Lord exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. The Ghost Rain Demon Lord, having never witnessed Zhou Chun's abilities, and seeing that Zhou Chun was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, dared to speak so arrogantly before him, immediately sneered, "That's what I should be saying. You, a mere cultivator, dare to act wildly in my Yuanmo territory? You're tired of living." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand, sending a beam of black light shooting towards Zhou Chun. Seeing him attack, the old woman in green and the Azure Nether Demon Lord naturally wouldn't be outdone, launching their own attacks. However, the next moment, they deeply regretted their reckless actions. Considering that they weren't too far from the Yuanmo territory, Zhou Chun had no intention of holding back, directly summoning all 4 of his Demon King spirit pets. When the Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord, the Dragon and Phoenix Twin Kings, appeared, how could the 3 demon cultivators not know that they had kicked a hornet's nest? Especially the Ghost Rain Demon Lord, who originally thought that with his 2 5th-tier Ghost Kings, he wouldn't be afraid of Zhou Chun's 2 Demon King spirit pets at all. After all, aside from a few Demon Kings, most Demon Kings have no good way to deal with beings like Ghost Kings. However, Silver Dragon Lord and Phoenix Lord are among the few Demon Kings who can effectively counter Ghost Kings. Faced with Extinction Thunder and Glazed Pure Fire, not only could the 2 5th-tier Ghost Kings barely unleash half their power, but even Ghost Rain Demon Lord himself struggled to survive. Furthermore, Zhou Chun's main body possessed luxurious equipment and supernatural abilities far surpassing those of his avatar. Without needing to set up the Heavenly Annihilation Force symbol's formation, he and his avatar joined forces and quickly and forcefully killed the old woman in green, even preventing her nascent soul from escaping. Seeing this, Azure Nether Demon Lord was terrified and hastily activated his transformation ability again, attempting to break through and escape. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun's main body showed no mercy this time, directly having Yishin Jun intercept him using Void Walking, and then unleashing a fierce attack on him with 99 profound heaven sword gourd, and myriad transformations golden cauldron. Compared to the moon toad pearl, which was not good at attacking, these two treasures of his main body could easily break through Betrayal Demon Lord's defenses. With the assistance of his avatars, even though Betrayal Demon Lord voluntarily abandoned his physical body, he still could not escape the clutches of the watchful Yishin Jun. On the other hand, Gilyu Demon Lord, seeing the old woman in green and Betrayal Demon Lord fall one after another, decisively used a secret technique to activate two 5th-tier Ghost Kings and a large number of 4th-tier Ghost Generals to entangle Yinlong Jun and Fingigan Jun, and then used a technique to create countless clones to escape the battlefield. Considering that the death of the Azure Demon Lord might attract unpredictable and powerful enemies, Zhou Chun dared not pursue the Ghost Rain Demon Lord any further. He could only quickly clean up the battlefield and return to the Heavenly Spirit Realm as fast as possible. Chapter 791. The Desolate Spirit Desert. Just half a day after Zhou Chun slew the Azure Nether Demon Lord, a streak of incredibly fast black demonic light arrived, revealing a dignified man in black robes. The man's aura was concealed. Even a nascent soul cultivator at the early stage would likely struggle to perceive his true cultivation level upon first glance. However, due to his formidable reputation in the Yuan Demon Realm, no nascent soul cultivator dared to show him any disrespect. The name Dragon Devouring Demon Lord was known to everyone in the Yuan Demon Realm. At this moment, the Dragon Devouring Demon Lord hovered in midair, first observing the sky and earth with flashing purple demonic light in his eyes, then sniffing the air. After thoroughly investigating the scene using various methods, he muttered to himself with a look of surprise and doubt, such a chaotic aura, cultivator, demon king, dragon, fire phoenix, what kind of being did junior brother Betrayal provoke? He had learned of Betrayal Demon Lord's demise through the extinguishing of the Sect's soul lamp, and then used a secret technique to activate it, following the remnant soul aura of Betrayal Demon Lord directly to this place. He was still completely baffled as to why Betrayal Demon Lord had come to this desolate wasteland. Now, discovering the complexity of the murder scene, he couldn't help but frown and ponder. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly murmured, besides the aura of junior brother Betrayal and the murderer, I also smell a somewhat familiar aura. It should be left by Ghost Rain of the Yin Ghost Sect. It seems I must go to the Yin Ghost Sect. He then glanced in the direction leading to the Heavenly Spirit Realm and turned to leave. While his strength as the Devouring Dragon Demon Lord was undeniable, his mind was even more astute. If the murderer only possessed the strength to kill the Azure Demon Lord, he could be treated as an ordinary Grand Cultivator. If he chased after him, even if he didn't successfully avenge the Azure Demon Lord, he could at least make the other party pay some price. However, even the Ghost Rain Demon Lord joined the battle and ultimately failed to protect the Azure Demon Lord, indicating that the murderer's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul Grand Cultivator. Chasing after such a powerful figure would likely not only fail to bring him justice, but he himself would also risk injury. Of course, he wouldn't do such a thing. On the other hand, Zhou Chun didn't care what those who stood up for the Azure Demon Lord thought. For the sake of safety, he traveled at full speed, both himself and his pet, back to the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Only after returning to the Fen Kingdom Realm did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. According to the incarnation of the Taijang Divine Venerable, the two nascent soul stage demon venerables of the Yuan Demon Realm dare not set foot in this human cultivation world for some reason. Therefore, as long as he returned to the Heavenly Spirit Realm, he was completely safe. With his safety ensured, Zhou Chun sent his second nascent soul avatar back to Bingai Kingdom alone, while Yishin Jun carried him and Wu Yezhu back to Yu Kingdom. He then took stock of the spoils from the previous battle. He had slain two nascent soul stage demonic cultivators, preventing even their nascent souls from escaping, so his gains were naturally considerable. Unfortunately, just as he had initially feared, the items on these demonic cultivators were essentially unusable. Whether it was Betrayal Demon Lord's pitch black demonic sword or the azure black feather fan demonic treasure possessed by the old woman in green, they were all imbued with demonic energy and unsuitable for cultivators. Most of the treasures in their storage artifacts were similarly unsuitable. However, these were, after all, spiritual treasures. Even if cultivators couldn't use them, destroying them would be a waste. After inspecting them, Zhou Chun put them away for now. At the very least, when the Zhou family's spirit pets faced heavenly tribulation, these demonic treasures could be used to withstand the tribulation lightning. Given their spiritual treasure level nature, their effects are definitely far superior to many high-grade magic treasures, no less than some top-grade magic treasures. Inside the storage artifact of the Azure Demon Lord, Zhou Chun obtained quite a few poison cultivation manuals and poisonous materials, even a powerful high-grade magic treasure, the Myriad Poison Divine Pearl. This Myriad Poison Divine Pearl is an advanced magic treasure of the 100 Poisons Treasure Pearl, not only possessing unpredictable and difficult to defend abilities, but also capable of absorbing and neutralizing various toxins. However, Zhou Chun had Li Yuanjin and Fen Yuanjin with him, so even for detoxification, he didn't need this item. He bestowed it upon Wu Yazhu first, along with the poisonous materials. This made Wu Yazhu even more grateful to him, and completely devoted to him. Later, through studying some of the manuals obtained from the Azure Demon Lord, Zhou Chun roughly understood the whole story. After the fall of the Myriad Poison True Lord, the Myriad Poison Sect quickly split, and one branch of the lineage was destroyed by the Beast Demon Palace, which seized many of its possessions. Later, the Azure Demon Lord wiped out another remnant of the 10,000 Poison Sect, obtaining some even more useful items and learning of the existence of the 10,000 Poisons Secret Realm. Upon learning that the Secret Realm might contain the treasures of the powerful 10,000 Poisons True Lord, the Azure Demon Lord became tempted and began secretly recruiting and training poison cultivators, attempting to have them obtain the treasures within the Secret Realm through trials. Unfortunately, he was completely unaware that it was all a conspiracy by the 10,000 Poisons True Lord, wasting considerable resources and energy. Before Zhou Yuanlian appeared, the Azure Demon Lord had essentially abandoned his plan to train poison cultivators, only distributing some copies of the first half of the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture and controlling Snake Granny and others to help him lure them in. Utilizing his advantage of possessing the method to enter the 10,000 Poison Secret Realm, he used Golden Core poison cultivators like Zhou Yuanlian and Wu Yazhu, who were trapped by the backlash of their cultivation techniques, to help him enter the Secret Realm and obtain its treasures. Previously, Grandma Snake had also reported on Wu Yazhu's situation to the Azure Demon Lord, but because he had been disappointed many times before, the Azure Demon Lord hadn't taken it to heart. If he hadn't sensed the death of a disciple, he had sent to guard the entrance to the Myriad Poisons Secret Realm. Indicating a possible change in circumstances, the Azure Demon Lord might not have pursued Zhou Chun. After understanding the whole situation, Zhou Chun couldn't help but shake his head. Clearly, the Azure Demon Lord had lived a foolish life until his death. This showed how harmful greed could be. If not for his covetousness of the so-called Myriad Poisons True Lord's legacy, the Azure Demon Lord, with his status and position, could have lived a carefree life until his lifespan ended. Having clarified the events, Zhou Chun then took out the stone tablet containing the complete Myriad Poisons True Scripture and studied it with Wu Yazhu. Through research, they discovered that the Myriad Poisons True Scripture recorded on the stone tablet was indeed complete and accurate, sufficient for cultivation to the late nascent soul stage. Moreover, compared to the half copy of the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture he had previously obtained, the complete cultivation method on this stone tablet contained even more secret techniques of poison cultivation and methods for refining unusual poisons. Among them was even a peculiar infant poison that could directly affect the nascent soul of the nascent soul cultivator. This poison, once it entered the body of the nascent soul cultivator, would directly attack the nascent soul, making it extremely unpredictable and difficult to defend against. However, to refine this infant poison, the prerequisite was to cultivate the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture to the nascent soul stage, so for now, he could only look at it. After studying the entire 10,000 Poisons True Scripture, Zhou Chun extracted the Golden Core chapter and gave it to Wu Yazhu to practice, while he kept the stone tablet himself. The 10,000 Poisons True Scripture was indeed quite dangerous. If it fell into the hands of a cultivator with impure intentions, it would surely cause much bloodshed, and Zhou Chun did not want it to spread. Several days later, Zhou Chun and his group returned to Kunwu Mountain. After resolving the matter of the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture, Zhou Chun had nothing urgent to attend to, so he entered a semi-secluded state again, focusing on his cultivation through medication. Once the last, primordial profound true pill was refined, Zhou Chun consumed a Demon King pill. This pill came from the giant crab Demon King and was quite compatible with Zhou Chun. It took him about 3.5 years to completely refine the Demon King pill. However, since he was now at the mid-nascent soul stage, This Demon King pill, which could have saved an early nascent soul cultivator hundreds of years of arduous cultivation, only increased his cultivation by less than 70 years. With his magical power greatly increased, it was no longer advisable to take medication continuously, so Zhou Chun emerged from seclusion to spend time with his wife and children, while also offering guidance on some family affairs. Now that Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei had passed away, without the two experienced elders to look after him, Zhou Chun wasn't entirely at ease, relying solely on Zhou Zinayan and the others. Unfortunately, Zhou Ziyang, his disciple, had been too well protected in the past and was utterly incapable of handling clan affairs, offering little help in this regard. Fortunately, the Zhou family had largely established an effective set of procedures, and other Golden Core elders could exercise oversight. So there wasn't much to worry about large-scale deception. In fact, the best solution would have been to cultivate Zhou Zinyan's abilities in this area. However, his son Zhou Chun simply lacked the inclination, and after a few suggestions, he stopped pressuring him. A year later, Luo Qingni returned from her travels to Kunwu Mountain. Zhou Chun spoke with her and learned that she had traveled extensively throughout the human cultivation world, filling a gap in her knowledge. Upon her return, after years of not refining pills, she quickly resumed her work, producing several batches of foundation establishment pills for the Zhou family. Today, the Zhou family no longer needed to import foundation establishment pills from outside. Not to mention the jade marrow Ganoderma that the Zhou family collected through various channels, there were thousands of jade marrow Ganoderma cultivated by the family themselves. There were dozens of 4th-tier spirit trees on Kunwu Mountain, and many more 4th and 5th-tier spirit trees in the secret mansion on the Dolan grassland were also planted with jade marrow Ganoderma. In a few hundred years, the Zhou family could even sell foundation establishment pills in bulk. At the same time, the Zhou family could also collect materials and refine their own elixirs for opening the Purple Mansion, such as the Purple Dust Pill and the Profound Heart Purple Return Pill, producing a considerable quantity every few years, basically enough to meet the family's internal needs. They even had the ability to produce their own core formation spirit items, the Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid and the Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid. One of these spirit items required a nascent soul cultivator using fire attribute techniques to extract the purest essence from a spirit item called Heavenly Yang Jade Paste, using their own powerful nascent soul fire, and then blend it with a liquid made from various rare spirit herbs. One method requires a nascent soul cultivator using ice or water attribute techniques to refine the essence from a spiritual object called Ice Marrow Jade, which is then blended with a medicinal liquid made from rare spiritual herbs. While both Heavenly Yang Jade and Ice Marrow Jade are relatively precious spiritual objects, their production isn't exceptionally rare. The real reason for their scarcity is that, generally, no nascent soul cultivator is willing to expend the effort to refine something useless to them and that would only hinder their cultivation. Zhou Chun's second nascent soul avatar can refine Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid, and Feng Yuanjin, after some practice, can also refine Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid. However, they also need to focus on their own cultivation and generally won't dedicate much time to refining these items. Nevertheless, the Zhou family has at least achieved something many major powers cannot, the ability to produce their own foundation establishment spiritual objects to assist in opening the Purple Mansion, and spiritual objects for core formation. After resting for 2 or 3 years and fully mastering his rapidly increasing magical power, Zhou Chun consumed a large pill refined from a low-grade, 5th-order metal attribute demon core. This pill perfectly matched his attributes and was even more effective. After nearly 4 years of refining, it increased his cultivation by 70 or 80 years. Including the 9-flower Immortal Plum and Primordial Profound True Pill he had previously consumed, although he had only broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage a few decades ago. He was practically equivalent to a mid-nascent soul cultivator who had cultivated at this level for over 300 years. He currently had 2 Demon King pills remaining, both refined from mid-grade, 5th-order demon cores. However, Zhou Chun couldn't consume these 2 pills for the time being. Because he had only recently entered the mid-nascent soul stage, his current increase in magical power was almost entirely due to external aids. Although both were his magical power and inherently of equal quality, cultivation is a process of mastering oneself, in addition to accumulating magical power. Without this process, it might not be noticeable in ordinary combat, but problems will arise when attempting to break through realm barriers. To use an imperfect analogy, someone who earns 100 million through their own efforts has a good chance of breaking through their current class and increasing their net worth to a billion. However, someone who receives 100 million through winning the lottery or a gift has virtually no chance of reaching a billion. Therefore, after Zhou Chun's cultivation level increased so drastically in a short period, it's not suitable for him to continue consuming these powerful pills to enhance his cultivation. He should instead spend several decades or even centuries cultivating diligently to familiarize himself with and adapt to his current cultivation level. Just then, the Thunderworm Beast also broke through to the 4th tier high-grade level. Zhou Chun took its horn and visited the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable, asking for his help in fusing it into the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword. Because the Thunderworm Beast horn is different from ordinary materials, fusing it into a magic weapon that has been formed for many years is beyond the capabilities of even a master craftsman. Only a grandmaster craftsman would be reliable. Strictly speaking, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord also possessed the same weapon forging skills as his main body, so this small matter was naturally easy for him. Inside the cave on Changjiang Peak, after receiving the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword from the Silver Dragon Lord, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord first carefully inspected the sword, then instructed the Silver Dragon Lord to spew forth thunder and fire to forge the sword. During the forging process, he summoned his own Taijang Xinjin sword as a forging hammer, striking certain parts of the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword. Under this hammering, the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword could not withstand the weight, developing some cracks, and some silver-black substance was hammered out. He then had the Silver Dragon Lord temper the Thunderworm Beast's horn with thunder and fire, transforming it into a ball of silver thunder liquid that fell onto the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, slowly being absorbed by the sword. Once all the silver thunder liquid was absorbed, the cracks on the sword healed and disappeared. At this moment, the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword seemed to have been reborn, its blade crackling with lightning and emitting deep dragon roars. After carefully sensing it, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord nodded to the Silver Dragon Lord and said, "Alright, take this sword back and nurture it for a while, it should then completely transform into a spiritual treasure." Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon Lord immediately opened its mouth and stored the magic weapon within its body, then bowed deeply to the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord with a face full of gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, Senior Taijang. I am deeply grateful for your great kindness. You little dragon is quite polite." The avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Alright, now that the matter is settled, you may leave. Do not disturb my comprehension of the sword technique." "Yes, this junior takes his leave," Zhou Chun replied, and immediately led the Silver Dragon Lord away from Changjiang Peak. 2 years later, under the nurturing of the Silver Dragon Lord, the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword successfully transformed into a spirit treasure level flying sword. Its power greatly increased. Just then, the dragon egg laid by the Azure Dragon King also hatched. This hatched dragon appeared to still possess the Azure Dragon bloodline, with only 2 claws, but the Thunder Dragon bloodline still influenced it. Its horns turned silver-white, and it could cast lightning spells. This was quite normal among hybrid dragons. Most hybrid dragons were primarily of one dragon bloodline, while also possessing some magical abilities from another. However, in most cases, these hybrid dragons didn't see an increase in potential. Instead, purifying their bloodlines became more difficult. Therefore, even though the dragon race could interbreed and produce offspring, many dragons, given the opportunity, would not form mates with dragons whose attributes differed significantly from their own. Nevertheless, even with its ordinary bloodline and limited potential, the birth of such a dragon still held considerable significance for the Zhou family. Zhou Chun specially approved the use of some nourishing dragon blood spiritual items on the young dragon, hoping that a good growth environment would benefit its future. That day, Zhou Zinayan visited Zhou Chun and brought up the matter of relocating the family's mortals to the Yu Kingdom. "Clan leader, you are wise," Zhou Zinayan said. "The Jinyu sect and Qingyun sect have already relocated many mortals to their territories to live and multiply. Our Zhou family has also basically completed the extermination of wild demonic beasts within 1,000 miles of Kunwu Mountain. Now it's time to relocate our family's mortals. Otherwise, if there are no Zhou family mortals in the Yu Kingdom, some outsiders who don't know the inside story will always feel that this place is not safe." His words were reasonable and well-founded. After a moment's thought, Zhou Chun said, "Then let's relocate 300,000 family mortals first, as a pilot project. After a few years, once we've confirmed there are no major problems, we can relocate them all." "I understand." Zhou Zinayan nodded and immediately began preparing for the matter. Zhou Chun, having been reminded by him, left Kunwu Mountain again to inspect the Yu Kingdom. This time, the inspection yielded satisfactory results for Zhou Chun. Just as Zhou Zinayan had said, large groups of demonic beasts were no longer seen in most parts of the Yu Kingdom. However, due to the abundance of wild animals possessing demonic bloodlines, many still mutated into demonic beasts each year for various reasons. To change this situation, a large number of mortals needed to hunt and consume these wild animals, otherwise, it was unrealistic to expect cultivators to hunt these useless beasts. Even some low-grade first-tier demonic beasts were generally not worth the effort of cultivators to find and hunt. Under these circumstances, introducing mortals to cultivate the land was imperative. The construction and development of the Yu Kingdom was about to officially enter its second phase. Day and night passed, and 10 years went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, thunderclouds gathered above the Zhou family's mountain gate, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged abnormally, a sign that someone had successfully formed their core. Soon after, news of Zhou Gaosong, a new golden core cultivator, spread throughout the cultivation world of Yu Kingdom. This Zhou Gaosong was quite lucky. Besides obtaining a set of core formation artifacts from the family, he also encountered a heavily wounded, lone fourth-tier low-grade demon beast during the battle in the Azure Lotus Mountains. He successfully killed the beast using a fourth-tier magic talisman he obtained from the family treasury, acquiring a fourth-tier demon core. He then used this demon core to exchange for a suitable core formation artifact. However, for the Zhou family now, while the addition of a golden core cultivator was cause for celebration, it wasn't something the entire clan needed to revel in. Even the so-called golden core ceremony wouldn't be held in the family's name. Zhou Gaosong, the newly promoted golden core cultivator, would simply invite his relatives and friends to host the event himself, with the family at most providing a small subsidy. The success of this junior, Zhou Gaosong, in forming his golden core also reminded Zhou Chun of something else. He also needed to worry about his son Zhou Zinitan's core formation artifact. Zhou Zinitan is now a purple mansion stage cultivator. Given his abundant cultivation resources, he should be able to attempt core formation within 100 years. Zhou Chun's son, of course, cannot simply use the common core formation materials available to ordinary cultivators. After all, failing to form a core carries the risk of death. Therefore, to ensure Zhou Zinitan's success in forming his core on the first try, the only solution is to replicate Zhou Chun's own experience. Judging by the time, the spiritual fruits on that 5-element spiritual fruit tree should be ripening soon. It seems I'll have to take Mu Sang there in a few years. Thinking this, Zhou Chun made a mental note of the matter. April ended, 190,000 words updated, averaging over 6,000 words per update, which is acceptable. Chapter 792 3 Magical Treasures and the Zhou family's joyous event. Kunwu Mountain. Unbeknownst to many, 60 years had passed since the deaths of Zhou Mingnan and Zhou Daoai. On this day, Zhou Chun offered incense and paid his respects at the graves of his two elders before descending the mountain and leaving Kunwu Mountain. A few days ago, a golden core cultivator from the Heavenly Fire Sect in the far west visited the Zhou family, bringing a letter from true Immortal Lihiro to Zhou Chun. It turned out that after decades of repeated attempts, true Immortal Lihiro had finally succeeded in refining top-grade magic weapons. The materials Zhou Chun had given him were enough for him to attempt at least 20 times. However, after using all those materials, he had only managed to refine 3 top-grade magic weapons and 7 high-grade magic weapons. This success rate was undoubtedly very low. However, true Immortal Lihiro had an explanation in mind. He had failed 7 times in a row before successfully refining his first top-grade magic weapon, and then tried 15 more times, succeeding twice more. At the end of the letter, Master Lihiro confidently guaranteed that if he were to forge another top-grade magic weapon in the future, his success rate would be around 20%. Of course, for Zhou Chun, whether his success rate was 20% or 30% wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that through this donation, Master Lihiro owed him a tremendous favor, and if he were asked to forge weapons again, or if the Heavenly Fire Sect were to help forge some magic weapons, he certainly wouldn't dare refuse. and Zhou Chun happened to have a weapon forging task ready to hand over to the Heavenly Fire Sect. Therefore, after making some preparations, he went to the Heavenly Fire Sect to retrieve a treasure, and incidentally handed over this weapon forging task to Master Li Huo. Several days later, Zhou Chun arrived at the Heavenly Fire Sect smoothly and received a warm welcome from Master Li Huo. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please take a look. These are the 3 top-grade magic treasures that I, Duang, have refined. I have compared them with others, and their quality is no worse than the top-grade magic treasures that senior brother Yan Kang refined before. In the cave, after entertaining Zhou Chun, true person Li Huo took out the 3 top-grade magic treasures that he had successfully refined and gave a related introduction. He first spoke of one of the flying sword magic weapons, saying, "This, Blood Flame Fire Dragon Sword, is forged primarily from the horns of the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King and Fire Crystal Divine Iron. Not only is it incredibly sharp, but it can also unleash Blood Flame Demonic Fire. Its accompanying divine power, Blood Flame Divine Slash, is even more powerful, rivaling even spiritual treasures." He then picked up a pair of Flying Claw magic weapons, saying, "This pair of Heavenly Rock Life-Stealing Claws is forged primarily from the claws of the Heavenly Rock Demon King and Incubus Profound Iron. Its speed is faster than flying swords of the same rank, making it even more difficult to defend against. It also possesses powerful spell-breaking and shield-breaking properties, and it contains 2 heart-eating wind fiends. Even nascent soul-stage cultivators would find it difficult to remove once afflicted by them." Finally, he took out a longbow, a magical artifact, and said, "This, Flame Dragon Divine Bow, is forged primarily from the dragon bones and tendons of the Blood Flame Flood Dragon King and Fire Crystal Divine Iron. It is already a top-grade magical artifact, capable of unleashing powerful fire arrows. I also used some remaining dragon bones and the feathers of the Heavenly Rock Demon King to forge 5 Flame Dragon Divine Arrows for it. When combined, their attack power rivals that of a spiritual treasure." After introducing the 3 top-grade magical artifacts, true Immortal Li Huo pushed them all in front of Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony and immediately infused each one with his magical power to examine it. The results were indeed as true Immortal Li Huo had said. The quality of these top-grade magical artifacts was truly excellent, not at all like the work of a master craftsman who had just begun to forge top-grade magical artifacts. However, this was not surprising, because from the materials used in the 3 artifacts, it was clear that their ability to be forged into top-grade magical artifacts largely depended on the quality of the materials used. Given the inherent high quality of the materials, the resulting top-grade magic weapons would naturally be of high quality. Similarly, the fact that all 3 top-grade magic weapons are offensive ones indicates that true Immortal Li Huo still lacks experience in crafting other types of top-grade magic weapons. However, Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't expose his shortcomings like that. Instead, he nodded repeatedly with a satisfied expression, saying, not bad at all. These 3 magic weapons are indeed very good. It seems that fellow Taoist Li Huo's weapon crafting skills will soon catch up with senior Yan Kang." Hearing this, true Immortal Li Huo's heart, which had been pounding, finally settled down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly waved his hand and said, "Not at all, fellow Taoist Zhou overestimates me. My weapon refining skills are far inferior to senior brother Yan Kang's. Hey, no matter what, being able to refine top-grade magic weapons, fellow Taoist Li Huo, just based on this alone, your weapon refining skills are among the strongest below the Grandmaster level. In the future, you might even have the chance to glimpse the Grandmaster realm." Zhou Chun chuckled, praising Li Huo's Zhenren with a meaningful tone. Hearing his seemingly pointed words, Li Huo's Zhenren's spirits lifted, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, then I accept fellow Taoist Zhou's auspicious words. If that day truly comes, I will die without regret." After this light-hearted conversation, Li Huo's Zhenren then took out the 7 high-grade magic weapons that he had failed to refine but had successfully salvaged, and handed them all to Zhou Chun. Among these 7 high-grade magic weapons were defensive magic weapons and enemy-trapping magic weapons, indicating that Li Huo's Zhenren had also experimented in these areas. Because of the precious materials used, these superior-grade magic treasures are the finest of the fine. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator could greatly increase their combat power by possessing 1 or 2 of them. In addition, Zhou Chun had previously provided a large number of ordinary magic treasure materials to the Heavenly Fire Sect's weapon refiners for practice, and they had refined a total of 1 superior-grade magic treasure, 11 mid-grade magic treasures, and 17 low-grade magic treasures. True person Li Huo also handed these magic treasures over to Zhou Chun. After Zhou Chun carefully collected the magical treasures, he looked at true person Li Huo and said, "To be honest, fellow Taoist Li Huo, besides coming here at your invitation to retrieve these treasures, I also have a favor to ask of you." Hearing this, true person Li Huo was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Oh? With fellow Taoist Zhou's current cultivation level, is there anything you can't handle? Is it something related to weapon crafting?" "That's right, it's about weapon crafting. I wish to entrust fellow Taoist Li Huo and the Heavenly Fire Sect to help craft several large-scale transport magical treasures." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, solemnly stating his request. Large-scale transport magical treasures are useless in combat, but they are true national treasures, not something ordinary forces can possess. The materials needed to craft one large-scale transport magical treasure are enough to craft hundreds of ordinary magical treasures, and even then, it's not something an ordinary weapon crafting master can achieve. At the same time, crafting such large-scale transport magic treasures is extremely time-consuming and energy-intensive. Sometimes, it takes several master craftsmen over a decade to complete a single treasure. Some powerful large-scale transport magic treasures even require decades to craft. Zhou Chun also considered that the Zhou family was now quite large, and that the Yu kingdom needed to absorb a large number of people from outside the country, whether mortals or cultivators, to grow and expand, thus creating a significant demand for large-scale transport magic treasures. Upon hearing his request, true immortal Li Huo indeed frowned slightly. He frowned and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "Refining large-scale transport magic treasures takes too much time. In principle, our sect will not easily accept such commissions." He glanced at Zhou Chun, then quickly changed the subject. "However, fellow Taoist Zhou has done me a great favor, and many of our sect's juniors have benefited from your gifts and support. I will make an exception for you this time." With fellow Taoist Li Huo's words, "I am relieved," Zhou Chun nodded, a smile appearing on his face. His previous efforts to support true person Li Huo and the weapon refiners of the Heavenly Fire Sect had finally yielded some returns. After this agreement was reached, Zhou Chun handed over a large quantity of magic treasures and spiritual materials he had brought to true person Li Huo for inspection. The magical materials he prepared were more than enough to forge 2 or 3 large transport magical artifacts. After all, he had practically emptied 80% of the Zhou family's treasury and even most of his own private treasury for this purpose. However, these magical materials were diverse, and many were unsuitable for crafting large transport magical artifacts. Therefore, he needed to exchange them with the Heavenly Fire Sect. As one of the most renowned weapon refining holy lands in the far west, the Heavenly Fire Sect possessed abundant reserves of many common magical materials, though they often treated them as strategic reserves and rarely used them. They also had various channels for purchasing and exchanging magical materials, allowing them to quickly gather large quantities of common magical materials. Leaving professional tasks to professionals was Zhou Chun's consistent practice. True person Li Huo had no objection to this approach. Following Zhou Chun's method, the Heavenly Fire Sect would actually make a considerable profit, as many of the magical materials Zhou Chun provided were sufficient to forge high-grade magical artifacts. After carefully examining the magical artifacts and materials Zhou Chun had brought out, true person Li Huo put down his storage bag and looked at him, saying, "Our sect possesses 7 blueprints for crafting large-scale transport magical artifacts. 5 of them are crafted using various spiritual metal materials, while the other 2 are mainly crafted using spiritual wood and animal bones. Fellow Taoist Zhou, the materials you provided, particularly animal bones and spiritual wood, occupy a significant portion. If we coordinate them, we can craft one large-scale transport magical artifact using all 3 materials." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded in agreement. "I have no objections. Fellow Taoist Li Huo, you can handle it as you see fit. Please feel free to ask me anything I need." Having received this promise, true person Li Huo didn't stand on ceremony and quickly added, "Spiritual metal materials are easy to obtain. Our sect has abundant reserves. Crafting one large-scale transport magical artifact is no problem at all. As for animal bones and spiritual wood, these are materials that are difficult to collect in large quantities in the cultivation world of the far west. You may need to collect some more yourself, fellow Taoist Zhou." At this point, he looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, Furthermore, forging large-scale transport magic treasures is extremely time-consuming. Forging 3 large-scale transport magic treasures might take over 100 years to complete. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you should be mentally prepared for that. That's fine then. Please, fellow Taoist Liho, forge the large-scale transport magic treasure primarily made of spirit metal first. I will try my best to gather the materials needed for the other 2 magic treasures before that one is successfully forged. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, agreeing with his suggestion. However, this way, Zhou Chun wouldn't have to hand over so many magic treasure materials to true person Liho. He retrieved most of the materials and quickly left the Heavenly Fire Sect. After returning to his family from the Heavenly Fire Sect, Zhou Chun first distributed the 3 top-grade magic treasures. The Blood Flame Fire Dragon Sword was given to Feng Yuanjin to enhance her offensive capabilities. The Heavenly Canopy Life-Stealing Claw was given to Yishan Jun, as this treasure, combined with his Void Walking divine ability, had a remarkable effect. The Flaming Dragon Divine Bow was assigned by Zhou Chun to Lu Yuanjin, also to enhance his offensive capabilities. As for the remaining high-grade and mid to low-grade magic treasures, Zhou Chun put them into his private treasury, intending to bestow them upon future generations of the family as needed. He then handed the magic treasures and spiritual materials he had brought back to Zhou Zinayan, instructing her to arrange for the family's golden core cultivators to find people to exchange for 4th-tier spiritual wood and 4th-tier beast bones. Additionally, a task was issued within the family to collect these materials. Given the Zhou family's current status, Zhou Chun didn't need to personally handle such matters. As long as Zhou family cultivators used his name to find people to exchange for them, even if the other party refused to give him face, they certainly wouldn't dare to commit murder and robbery. More than 10 years passed, and several pieces of good news reached Zhou Chun's ears. First, Zhou Ziyang's Heavenly Wind Thunder Eagle had finally successfully borrowed a seed, successfully laying 2 eggs with a bloodline of the Golden Crown Black Rock. Secondly, among the Zhou family's new generation of cultivators, a genius clansman emerged with superior spiritual root aptitude, innately powerful divine sense, and outstanding talent in formations. This young man, at the early foundation establishment stage, already possessed a divine sense surpassing some mid-foundation establishment cultivators. This was without consuming any spiritual items to enhance divine sense. Furthermore, his talent in formations far surpassed that of Zhang Liang, the Zhou family's most outstanding elder in this area. After personally examining this young junior named Zhou Yufu, Zhou Chun had Zhou Ziyang accept him as a disciple, making him his grand disciple, and bestowed upon him a bird egg laid by a Heavenly Wind Thunder Eagle to form a contract. The third piece of good news came from Zhou Ziyang. Through studying the profound sword-controlling techniques of the Taijuan Flying Immortal Sword Manual and the Azure Spirit Sword Canon, and by using the mysterious Heart Sword Stone to comprehend sword intent, she finally successfully grasped her own sword intent. Having grasped the essence of swordsmanship, and combined it with the supreme sword control technique of the Taijuan Flying Immortal Sword Art, Zhou Ziyang would be considered among the strongest early-stage nascent soul cultivators, even without using any spiritual treasures. Just then, all the beast bones and spirit wood materials had been collected, so Zhou Chun had Zhou Ziyang deliver them to the Heavenly Fire Sect in the far west. I'll take a short break today, only updating 4,000 words. Chapter 793 Inventions that ushered in a new era. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, at the Xian'ai Sect, deep within a cave dwelling, an elderly man in white robes raised his hand. As if on command, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the dozen or so jade talismans on the table before him. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, these talismans instantly became vibrant in color, radiating various kinds of spiritual light. After a while, it seemed to reach its limit. Although the spiritual energy continued to flow in, the jade talismans ceased absorbing any more. Seeing this, the elderly man in white robes immediately waved his hand, dispersing the gathered spiritual energy. Then, he picked up a few jade talismans and examined them. He nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Very good. The final step of charging these talisman jades is finally complete." Hearing this, the heavenly profound true man standing behind him immediately bowed deeply and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, ancestor, on successfully creating the talisman jade treasure. Your actions are a great contribution to our human race, benefiting both the present and future generations. This jade will be widely used by the human race and passed down through the ages." Your name will surely be remembered and praised by all human cultivators in future generations. It's just a mere empty title. The white-robed elder, also known as Heavenly One Divine Venerable, simply shook his head and sighed with a complex tone. We cultivators ultimately prioritize our cultivation level. If we can ascend to the upper realm, we don't need a mere empty title. Hearing this, the heavenly profound true man's face darkened, and he remained silent. Because true person Xiangsun knew that the reason why Divine Venerable Xianai was in such a hurry to perfect this talisman jade was because his lifespan was running out. He wanted to make one last contribution to the human race before his passing, and to leave a guarantee for his descendants. After sighing for a while, Divine Venerable Xianai quickly composed himself and waved his hand to true person Xiangsun, saying, "Alright, now that the talisman jade is perfected, Xiangsun, you should supervise a batch of messengers to send it to various countries. I, your ancestor, also need to meet with my fellow Daoists and discuss the distribution and production of this talisman jade." "Yes, Junior obeys." True person Xiangsun nodded respectfully and then went to do his work. Less than a year later, a golden core cultivator from the Xianai sect arrived in the Yu Kingdom and delivered 3 talisman jades to Zhou Chun. "I have a few questions," Zhou Chun asked the disciple of Xianai sect on Kunwu Peak after examining the 3 talisman jades in his hand. "What is the production cost of these talisman jades? Are they difficult to make? How many times can they be charged? How long can the spiritual power of the charged talisman jade be preserved?" Today was different from the past. Back then, he was merely a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, and he had to be extremely polite and respectful even to golden core disciples of Xianai sect. But now, with his status, he could treat even a grand elder like Xiangsun's Henrin of Xianai sect as an equal, without worrying about offending anyone with his words. The Xianai sect disciple, clearly aware of Zhou Chun's power, immediately replied respectfully after hearing his question, replying to Senior Zhou. The quality of the spirit jade used to craft talisman jade varies depending on the total amount of spiritual energy it absorbs and stores. However, even the spirit jade needed to craft high-grade talisman jade is abundant in the cultivation world. As for the difficulty level required for crafting talisman jade, as long as one possesses the crafting method, even ordinary talisman makers can create the lowest grade low-grade talisman jade. High-grade talisman jade only requires the skill of a talisman master. Regarding the number of charges, according to our Sect's trials, the talisman jades at this stage have already been tested and confirmed to be rechargeable more than 30 times. There should still be room for further improvement in the future. As for preservation, there's even less to worry about. Once recharged, the talisman jades, as long as they are placed on a spiritual vein, will basically not have any problems with spiritual energy loss. At this point, the Xianai sect disciple added, "However, I need to inform Senior Zhou that in order to recharge the talisman jades, they must be placed in a special formation." "Is that so?" Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and he immediately understood the deeper meaning in the Xianai sect disciple's words. Then he nodded slightly and said, "I understand. Please go back and tell fellow Taoist Xiangsun that I will definitely visit Xianai sect in 2 years. Yes, I will definitely convey Senior Zhou's words." After watching the Xianai sect disciple leave, Zhou Chun looked at the 3 talisman jades in his hand, and an expression of amazement appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Senior Xianai Divine Venerable, you truly deserve to be called the foremost master of talismanic arts in the human race's 10,000 years of history. The creation of these talisman jades is unparalleled throughout the ages, worthy of being recorded in the annals of human history and passed down for eternity." He had already tested them before. These talisman jades, apart from having lower purity and quantity of spiritual energy compared to spirit crystals, had almost the same effect. The spiritual energy stored in a low-grade talisman jade, once fully refined, was enough to restore late-stage key refining cultivators full mana twice. The spiritual energy stored in a mid-grade talisman jade, once fully refined, could restore a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators full mana once. The spiritual energy stored in a high-grade talisman jade, once fully refined, could restore half the mana of a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. Furthermore, the speed at which a cultivator could absorb the spiritual energy within the talisman jade to restore mana was much faster than the recovery speed through meditation in most spiritual vein areas. It was even possible to absorb and refine the spiritual energy within the talisman jade to restore mana during combat. In short, talisman jades were the perfect substitute for spirit crystals. and even the perfect replacement for spirit coins. Zhou Chun can now say with certainty that the future currency of the cultivation world will be these talisman jades. The current limitation on talisman jades replacing spirit coins isn't their production difficulty or materials, but rather the right to produce and issue them. From the words of that Xian'ai sect disciple, Zhou Chun can easily deduce that the Xian'ai sect certainly doesn't intend to allow every nation to produce and issue talisman jades, unlike the spirit coin minting rights. After all, the difference between talisman jades and spirit coins is that they are truly invaluable cultivation resources for cultivators. Even without the backing of a major power, they are enough to make all cultivators willingly exchange treasures for them. If Zhou Chun were the inventor of talisman jades, he would definitely do the same. However, even if Xian'ai Divine Venerable is a nascent soul cultivator, he certainly wouldn't allow the Xian'ai sect to monopolize such a huge profit. Therefore, the best solution for the Xian'ai sect would be to form a Talisman Jade Alliance, similar to the previous Spirit Coin Alliance, authorizing some top forces in the cultivation world to refine and issue Talisman Jades. With the help of those top-tier powers to share the burden, there's no need to worry about envious forces setting their sights on Xian'ai sect. Moreover, this move will allow Xian'ai sect to bestow favors upon those top-tier powers, and even extend those favors to the entire human race. Even if the Heavenly One God is no longer present, and the Heavenly One sect's Holy Land loses its prestige, it will still stand for eternity, untouchable by anyone. This can be glimpsed from the fact that Xian'ai sect sent the Talisman Jade while simultaneously inviting Zhou Chun to Xian'ai sect to discuss the matter of using Talisman Jade to replace spirit coins. Although Zhou Chun had his own thoughts, he quickly took the Talisman Jade to Changjiang Peak to pay respects to the avatar of the Taizhen god. He knew that other nascent soul stage venerables would certainly be involved in such a significant matter. As expected, upon hearing Zhou Chun's purpose, the avatar of the Taizhen Divine Venerable immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Xian'ai has indeed discussed this matter with us. You will naturally understand the details once you arrive at Xian'ai sect. It is inconvenient for me to reveal them to you here." This blunt refusal caused Zhou Chun to pause slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked in a low voice, "Then, in Senior Taizheng's opinion, is it possible for this junior and the Zhou family to obtain the method for refining the Talisman Jade? What if I say no?" The avatar of the Taizhen Divine Venerable looked at him with a half-smile and replied. Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, unsure how to respond. But the avatar of the Taizhen Divine Venerable waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is settled. You will know the details in due time. Worrying now is useless, this junior understands." "Then this junior will take his leave." Zhou Chun nodded, then left Changjiang Peak with mixed feelings. After returning to his cave, Zhou Chun thought for a moment and then summoned Zhou Zinayan, who was currently in charge of clan affairs. "Zinayan," he said, "from now on, stop selling the raw ore from the spirit jade mines that the clan controls. Also, immediately arrange for people to go to the markets of other surrounding countries and purchase large quantities of spirit jade raw ore such as earth element crystal jade, flame jade, and ice jade. Use more than 80% of the clan's spirit coins and idle resources to buy these things." "What?" Zhou Zinayan, unaware of the details, was shocked upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, staring at him with his mouth agape. However, for the sake of secrecy, Zhou Chun did not reveal the reason, but simply waved his hand at the astonished Zhou Zinayan, saying, "Don't ask any questions. I have my reasons for asking you to do this. Just listen to me and carry it out." Zhou Zinayan was not as capable as Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai. If it were those two elders, Zhou Chun might have revealed some inside information. However, Zhou Chun didn't want to take that risk for Zhou Zinayan. Hearing this, Zhou Zinayan, though still shocked and confused, quickly nodded, his long-established habit of obedience leading him to say, "Junior understands. Junior will carry out your instructions as clan chief." For the next 2 years, the Zhou family and some top-tier powers were buying up large quantities of various spirit jades on the market, while simultaneously suspending the production and sale of spirit jade from their controlled mines, causing the market price of spirit jade to rise by several tens of %. Fortunately, because the top-tier powers involved tacitly avoided large-scale buying in other regions, and because the variety of spirit jade they bought was so vast, it was impossible to guess their true intentions, and thus it didn't cause much of a stir. At most, some powerful forces saw an opportunity or, out of a bandwagon mentality, followed suit and hoarded some spirit jade. After 2 years, Zhou Chun arrived at the Xianyi Sect's mountain gate as promised, where he was personally greeted by true person Xiangxun. Haha, welcome fellow Taoist Zhou. It's been almost a century since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed improved greatly. Outside the Xianyi Sect's mountain gate, true person Xiangxun flew out from within the grand formation, beaming with smiles as he cupped his hands in welcome to Zhou Chun, who was waiting outside. Zhou Chun, after hearing his polite words, smiled faintly and said, "My cultivation is nothing compared to fellow Taoist Xiangxun. You flatter me." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two entered the Xianyi Sect's mountain gate. Regarding that talisman jade, after following true person Xiangxun to the temporary cave dwelling arranged for him, Zhou Chun, who had been pondering for a while, couldn't help but ask about the talisman jade. Before he could even speak, true person Xiangxun waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou need not be anxious about this matter. You will naturally know in half a month." Seeing this response, Zhou Chun couldn't help but nod with a wry smile, saying, "I understand, then I will not ask any further." After waiting for another half-month inside the Xianyi Sect, Zhou Chun finally received a notice to attend a meeting in the Xianyi Sect's council hall. Inside the council hall, many renowned late-stage nascent soul cultivators from the cultivation world were present, and Zhou Chun saw many familiar faces. "Fellow Taoist Nanguang, and fellow Taoist Yi, you've both arrived." Zhou Chun glanced at everyone in the hall, then smiled and nodded to the more familiar Nanguang Wuking and Yi Qingxuan from the 9 Yuan Sword Sect. These two were both newly promoted late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and it would be no exaggeration to describe them as young and vigorous. Zhou Chun and they were considered young juniors among the people in the hall. In response to his greeting, Nanguang Wuking quickly replied with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhou has indeed arrived. I knew such an important event couldn't be without you." Yi Qingxuan nodded slightly and said, "Long time no see. Fellow Taoist Zhou, how are you?" After this greeting, Zhou Chun sat down in his seat and began to communicate with Nanguang Wuking telepathically. To his slight relief, even Nanguang Wuking hadn't provided any useful information, indicating that Xianyi Sect had treated everyone equally and hadn't leaked any relevant intelligence to any group beforehand. After waiting for a while, another acquaintance of Zhou Chun's, Zuanzhong's Henren, entered the hall, and Zhou Chun greeted him as well. Finally, when Xiangxun's Henren closed the hall doors, there were 11 other late-stage nascent soul cultivators inside, excluding himself, as well as 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators with the combat power of great cultivators, including Zhou Chun. After closing the palace doors, Master Xiangxun quickly clasped his hands in a salute to everyone and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I believe you all know why I have invited you all here today. Now, please allow me to briefly explain the situation of the talisman jade to you." With that, he waved his hand and took out several pieces of talisman jade, placing them in front of him. Then he spoke eloquently, "Fellow Taoists, you have all seen this talisman jade. Although it may seem unremarkable, it is the culmination of our sect's ancestors' life's work, the result of hundreds of years of research and countless failures before finally achieving the finished products you see today. Therefore, although it may not be as powerful as those magic talismans, capable of annihilating strong enemies or protecting oneself, its significance to our human race is far greater than any magic talisman. Besides the method of refining the talisman jade and the special arrays used to charge it, the materials for refining talisman jade are extremely diverse. Basically, any spirit jade capable of storing a certain amount of spiritual energy can be made into talisman jade, only the materials differ. Perhaps, it only affects the success rate of production. However, according to our sect's experiments, a skilled talisman maker who can produce more than 1,000 talisman jades can definitely achieve a success rate of over 30% in producing talisman jades of the corresponding quality. Saying this, he also glanced at everyone in the hall and said solemnly, "After discussion among our sect's patriarch and all the venerable seniors, it has been decided to fully promote talisman jades as currency in the cultivation world to replace the original spirit coins. Furthermore, the exchange rate between low-grade talisman jades and spirit coins has been set at 1 to 30, the exchange rate between low-grade and mid-grade talisman jades at 100 to 1, and the exchange rate between high-grade and mid-grade talisman jades at 100 to 1. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many nascent soul stage cultivators in the hall changed slightly, and their eyes became subtle. A moment later, an old man in a yellow robe spoke up. "We, the younger generation of the cultivation world, will naturally abide by the decisions made jointly by all the nascent soul venerables. However, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Xiangxuan, does Xianai sect intend to keep the method of refining talisman jade and the special array arrangement for charging it to itself? Zhou Chun was meeting this old man in yellow robes for the first time. But he had learned of the old man's background through previous conversations with others. He knew that the old man was the Grand Elder of the Divine Sand Sect, a top-tier force in the cultivation world of the Far West, named True Person Changshan. The Divine Sand Sect was also a top-tier force with a long history. It was said that it had produced a nascent soul venerable 10,000 years ago, and it was still the most powerful sect in the cultivation world of the Far West. Therefore, the old man dared to take the lead in asking True Person Xiangxuan. As soon as he spoke, everyone, including Zhou Chun, turned their gazes to True Person Xiangxuan, clearly very concerned about this matter. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Master Xiangxuan remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Of course, our sect will not keep the method of refining talisman jade to ourselves. However, this item was created by our sect's ancestor with painstaking effort. If it were to be casually shared, it would be a desecration and disrespect to our ancestors' hard work. Hearing his answer, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but frown slightly. Master Changshan quickly nodded and said, fellow Taoist Xiangxuan's words are not without reason. However, since your sect will not keep the method of refining talisman jade to yourself, how do you intend to share it? As soon as he finished speaking, another person chimed in. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiangxuan, how do you plan to share this method? What are your requirements and conditions? Please feel free to speak. Zhou Chun and the others echoed this sentiment. Seeing the chorus of responses, Master Xiangxuan had no choice but to raise his hands and say, fellow Taoists, please be quiet and let me finish what I have to say. Hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent, turning their gazes to him. Master Xiangxuan quickly began, regarding the sharing of jade talisman refining methods, our sect's patriarch has discussed this with you senior venerable ones, and we now have a preliminary plan. Fellow Taoists, please consider it carefully. According to our sect's patriarch, the refining method for high-grade jade talismans will be exclusively enjoyed by our sect for 1,000 years. After that, we will share it depending on the circumstances. The refining method for mid-grade jade talismans will be shared with 8 forces, and this also includes the method for making low-grade talisman jade. As for the refining method for low-grade jade talismans, our sect is willing to share it with 9 other forces. However, the talisman jade charging array will not be shared by our sect for the next 1,000 years, but we can buy back those talisman jades that have exhausted their spiritual power at 30% of their original price. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the hall could no longer remain seated. The venerable Changshan immediately said in a deep voice, fellow Taoist Xiangxuan's proposed plan is far too extreme. If it cannot power the talisman jade, wouldn't all the forces refining talisman jade be working for your sect? In that case, why would any force bother to expend manpower and resources to refine talisman jade? They could simply exchange treasures from your Xianai sect. Exactly. According to fellow Taoist Xiangxuan, the failure rate of refining talisman jade is not low. Each force has to consume countless amounts of spirit jade materials to refine talisman jade, only to find that the value of the refined talisman jade diminishes greatly after one use. In that case, why bother expending so much effort to refine it? The speaker was none other than Venerable Zhuanzan, and his tone was equally dissatisfied. Zhou Chun was also inwardly dissatisfied with his plan, but he was used to keeping a low profile, and since someone had voiced their opposition, he didn't need to speak up. Faced with the objections and doubts of the crowd, Master Xiangxuan waved his hands repeatedly, saying, that's not what you fellow Taoists say. The method of refining talisman jade is extremely rare. Our sect's willingness to share it free of charge is already a great show of sincerity. Besides, the difficulty of refining talisman jade is not as great as you fellow Taoists think. A force capable of refining talisman jade is definitely more cost-effective than directly exchanging treasures for it. Unfortunately, this argument was not accepted by the crowd at all. Master Changshan even shouted, fellow Taoist Xiangxuan, this is sophistry. Who among us doesn't know that the method of refining talisman jade is far superior to that of charging arrays? Words are not precious at all. Without a charging method, how can talisman jade replace spirit coins as the common currency in the human cultivation world? Someone else said on the spot, I also agree with fellow Taoist Changshan's opinion. If there is no charging array, why don't we continue to use spirit coins until the turbid evil energy dissipates? Anyway, there will be no turbid evil energy at that time, and we can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth everywhere to cultivate and restore our mana. There will be no need to use any talisman jade. Although his words were also sophistry, they became the basis for everyone's opposition. Even Zhou Chun expressed his support. This matter concerned their own interests, and of course they did not want to sit idly by and watch SYNOPSIS sect enjoy that huge benefit alone. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. With so many nascent soul stage cultivators opposing together, even a nascent soul stage venerable could not forcibly suppress them. After all, nascent soul stage venerables are high above and do not rely on external things. Whether the cultivation world uses spirit coins or talisman jade, it has no impact on them. Under these circumstances, after several changes in expression, Master Xiangxun could only raise his hands again and say, "Fellow Daoists, please calm down. Since you all have such strong objections, then I will consult our sect's ancestor and hear his instructions." With that, he took out his communication flying sword and contacted Heavenly One Divine Venerable. A moment later, the communication flying sword returned and landed in his hand. After reading the message, he spoke again. "The ancestor has decreed that the charging array will not be shared, and this remains unchanged. However, our sect can offer a certain amount of free charging subsidies for talisman jade to each talisman jade refining force, in addition to the 30% buyback price." Chapter 794 Invincible Below the Nascent Soul Stage. After true person Xiangxun began to soften his stance, the group of great cultivators breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, they then engaged in a heated debate over the amount of free recharges. The stakes were too high, and even the late-stage nascent soul cultivators dared not be careless. After much back and forth, the amount of free recharges was finally settled. Through extensive communication, true person Xiangxun agreed to provide 50,000 mid-grade talisman jades and 500,000 low-grade talisman jades for free recharges every 100 years to 8 forces capable of refining mid-grade talisman jades, and 300,000 low-grade talisman jades for free recharges every 100 years to 9 forces capable of refining low-grade talisman jades. In return, each force that received the talisman jade refining method would owe the SYNOPSIS sect a favor and, without compromising the survival of their own sect, would unconditionally and fully assist the SYNOPSIS sect once. With the most important issue of profit distribution settled, another problem was placed before Zhou Chun and the other cultivators present. So, who can become one of the 8 forces that refine mid-grade talisman jade? And who can only become one of the 9 forces that refine low-grade talisman jade? Undoubtedly, forces capable of refining mid-grade talisman jade will earn far more than those capable of refining only low-grade talisman jade. Why is talisman jade considered a revolutionary product? Because its emergence not only solves the most crucial supply problem for low to mid-level cultivators traveling and adventuring, but it will also remain extremely useful even after the dissipation of the turbid energy. Even after the turbid energy dissipates, the cultivation world won't be filled with spiritual mountains and blessed lands, with abundant spiritual energy for cultivators to replenish their mana. Using talisman jade to replenish mana is far superior to meditating and cultivating in many spiritual mountains and blessed lands, and it avoids the dangers associated with meditation. More importantly, since talisman jade can store large amounts of spiritual energy like spirit crystals, it can likely also replace spirit crystals in providing energy for puppet artifacts. In this way, the puppet crafting technique, which was previously considered a niche skill in the cultivation world, might become a highly sought-after and popular craft. Most importantly, while talisman jade isn't a one-time use item, its usage is limited, meaning it can self-destruct, eliminating concerns about its value decreasing with increased production. Moreover, compared to spirit coins, talisman jade has an advantage: its production efficiency is significantly lower, and its cost is much higher. This means that even if some forces want to produce large quantities of spirit coins to seize resources, they will be unable to overissue them due to production capacity constraints. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the SYNOPSIS sect must share its talisman jade crafting technology. After all, the number of disciples in the SYNOPSIS sect is far from meeting the demand for talisman jade from the entire human cultivation world. Fellow Taoist Xiangxun, which forces do you plan to share the mid-grade talisman jade crafting method with? And which forces do you plan to share the low-grade talisman jade crafting method with, at this moment? It was again true person Changshan who took the lead in asking the question that everyone was most concerned about. True person Xiangxun's answer this time was very decisive. He then replied solemnly, "The preciousness of the talisman jade refining method is well known to all fellow Daoists. Therefore, only those forces truly capable of mastering this method can obtain it." Upon hearing this answer, everyone showed thoughtful expressions. Soon, Yikingxun of the 9 Yuan Sword Sect spoke up. "According to fellow Taoist Xiangxun, do you mean we should determine the spots through a contest?" Fellow Taoist is absolutely right. If we want to compete for the mid-grade talisman jade refining method, we must determine the spots through a contest among all fellow Daoists. True person Xiangxun nodded, confirming this. Yikingxun immediately nodded slightly and said, "That's good. We cultivators ultimately have to rely on our strength. I wonder when and where fellow Taoist Xiangxun plans to arrange this contest." True person Xiangxun immediately replied, "This matter should be handled as soon as possible. Let's hold it within our sect, right under the ancestor's nose." Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. Master Changshan couldn't help but ask, "Is it necessary to be in such a hurry?" Hearing this, Master Xiangxun gave him a meaningful look and said, "What? Fellow Taoist Changshan, do you lack confidence?" Master Changshan frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. "What am I afraid of? When it comes to combat and skill, I've never been afraid of anyone, right? Among us, who isn't a veteran of countless battles? Where can't we fight?" Master Xiangxun smiled slightly, uttering words that made Zhou Chun and the others smile. In truth, everyone understood why Master Changshan was somewhat reluctant to engage in combat so quickly. Because the Divine Sand Sect definitely possessed a rare, inherited spiritual treasure that had fallen from the heavens, and such treasures wouldn't be easily taken away from the sect. Furthermore, as a sect with a history spanning tens of thousands of years, they certainly possessed resources capable of enhancing the strength of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, which also wouldn't be easily utilized. If Master Changshan were given some buffer time, he would definitely return to the sect to bring back those things in order to obtain the refining method for a mid-grade talisman jade. The same applied to everyone else in the hall. But after Master Xiangxun said this, everyone knew that they could only rely on themselves now. Seeing that no one objected, Master Xiangxun quickly spoke again. "Now, all fellow Daoists who wish to obtain the method for refining mid-grade talisman jade can register directly. I will draw opponents for you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately registered. He was extremely grateful to the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable, because the other party had given him a hint before he left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his 5 great Demon King spirit pets. The registration result was as expected. Apart from Zhou Chun, the few nascent soul mid-stage cultivators with the combat power of great cultivators all gave up registering, while the other late-stage nascent soul great cultivators all registered. Thus, the 12 of them would compete for 8 spots. Once the registration results were announced, Master Xiangxun immediately revealed the rules of the duel. The rules are simple. The 6 winners of the previous round will directly receive 6 spots. The remaining 6 losers will compete in another round, and the winners of that round will be chosen by our sect's patriarch to receive 2 spots. No one objected, as the rules were indeed simple and fair. Master Xiangxun then began the draw. When the results were announced, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback. His opponent, Master Zuanzun, gave a bitter laugh. "It seems my luck is truly terrible. I must ask fellow Taoist Zhou to show mercy this time." He had already lost confidence even before the fight began. This was not surprising. Among the many cultivators present, those who knew Zhou Chun's abilities best were undoubtedly him and Nanguang Wuking. They had all witnessed Zhou Chun's prowess during the battle against the demon army of Long Yilans and knew just how strong he was. Now that Zhou Chun's cultivation had reached the mid-nascent soul stage and he had obtained at least 2 spiritual treasures, his strength was clearly even more unfathomable. However, the other great cultivators had only heard various rumors about Zhou Chun and still harbored doubts about whether his abilities were truly that great. Therefore, upon hearing Zuanzun's Henren's words, they all looked at Zhou Chun with considerable surprise, their expressions varying. Soon after, everyone left the Xian'ai sect's mountain gate and flew to the azure sky. Then, at Xiangxun's Henren's command, the first group of 2 late nascent soul stage great cultivators immediately began to fight. Before this, Zhou Chun had witnessed many battles between late nascent soul stage great cultivators of the human race and 5th-tier high-grade experts of other races. However, This was the first time in so many years that he had seen a duel between late nascent soul stage great cultivators. Indeed, compared to those of other races, the duel between fellow human great cultivators looked much more exciting. It was clear that although both great cultivators had summoned their spiritual treasures, they didn't rush to unleash them. Instead, they first launched their attacks using their own cultivated divine abilities and spells. These great cultivators had honed their divine abilities for thousands of years, resulting in not only immense power but also incredibly profound and subtle techniques that required complete focus and concentration. Their precise control over their own power deeply impressed Zhou Chun. Although their divine abilities possessed the power to tear apart mountains and rivers, they meticulously controlled them to prevent them from overflowing, maximizing their power while minimizing the aftershocks. Compared to their meticulous control, Zhou Chun's use of divine abilities and spells seemed far too crude. However, this meticulous control was only possible when they had the capacity. As their battle prolonged and intensified, they would no longer have the mental energy for such precise control, and their attacks would become no different from Zhou Chun's usual combat spellcasting. It took about an hour for the battle between the two late-stage nascent soul cultivators to conclude, ending with one of them injuring the other, who then failed to retaliate. After the first two pairs of cultivators had settled their scores, Zhou Chun and Zhuan Zhenren began their duel. In the sky, Zhou Chun raised his hand and patted his spirit beast pouch, instantly revealing his 5 Demon King spirit pets in their true forms before the assembled cultivators. Even Nangguang Wuking, a cultivator who had witnessed this scene before, was still somewhat shocked by the sight of the Thunder Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Mountain-bearing Turtle, and Wood Spirit, all rare Demon Kings in the cultivation world. The other cultivators, seeing this for the first time, were even more astonished. After a brief moment of shock, Master Zhuanzhen laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, since fellow Taoist Zhou thinks so highly of me, then I won't stand on ceremony." With that, he took the initiative, directly activating the true profound Sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler, and striking towards Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, he spat out a streak of azure sword light that shot towards the Silver Dragon Lord. At the same time, he flicked his hands, and azure spiritual light transformed into a gigantic palm that struck towards the mountain-bearing Lord. He knew Zhou Chun possessed the deadly, heavenly annihilation four symbols formation, so he wouldn't give Zhou Chun a chance to set up a secret formation to trap him. However, Zhou Chun today, even without a combined attack formation, was still not someone an ordinary great cultivator could defeat. With a wave of his sleeve, the 9 Luminaries Dragon Scale Shield released a brilliant golden light, protecting him within. No matter how the mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler attacked, it couldn't break through the shield's defenses. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the 9 Profound Heaven Sword Gourd appeared in his hand. He tossed it into the air, then flicked his fingers, and the gourd's mouth opened on its own, unleashing streams of golden sword energy. Under Zhou Chun's control, the 49 Profound Heaven Sword energies formed a sword array, surrounding Zhuan Zhenren. The sword energy crisscrossed, striking him relentlessly. Just as Zhuan Zhenren's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly activated his magical powers to defend against the sword energy attacks, the attacks of Zhou Chun's Demon King spirit pets also began. The Silver Dragon King opened its mouth, and the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword transformed into a silver lightning bolt, colliding with the azure sword rainbow and directly forcing it back to its original form, transforming into azure wooden sword. The Phoenix King let out a clear cry, flapping its wings to release rolling 7-colored flames that swept towards Zhuan Zhenren, while simultaneously spitting out a blood-red beam of fire that shot towards him. Not to be outdone, Lord Yishan unleashed a massive wind blade from the 100 Rivers Gathering Wind banner, simultaneously releasing a spatial blade. Lord Luohan, meanwhile, drew his bow with both hands, firing crimson fire arrows at Lord Zhuanzhen, while simultaneously transforming his coiled dragon staff into a 100-foot-tall log that crashed down upon him. Only Lord Fushan, who rarely used magic weapons, merely activated his primordial magnetic divine light to protect himself, enduring the blows of the giant azure palm. Even so, Zhou Chun and his spirit pet's offensive had already shocked all the cultivators present. Good heavens! Is fellow Taoist Zhou so wealthy? Even his spirit pets are equipped with spirit treasures and top-grade magic weapons, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Seeing Zhou Chun's attack for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, echoing the sentiments of many present. They were all late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and all came from ancient and powerful sects. Naturally, they all possessed spiritual treasures, and more than one at that. However, there was probably no one who possessed 4 spiritual treasures. Nangguang Wuking and Zhuan Henren, who knew Zhou Chun's situation, were even more aware that Zhou Chun had 2 more spiritual treasures, the True Dragon Seal and the Moon-Toad Pearl, that he hadn't yet revealed. This was even before they knew that Zhou Chun's natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, had also been upgraded to a spiritual treasure, and he had temporarily lent another spiritual treasure, the Azure Lotus Calamity Armor, to Luo Qingni for refinement. If they knew this, everyone would be stunned. Because in this way, Zhou Chun alone possessed as many as 8 spiritual treasures. Even a top-tier sect like the 9 Yuan Sword Sect, with its long-standing lineage, only had a dozen or so spiritual treasures in total. Those were the accumulations of their sect over tens of thousands of years, including the natal flying sword spiritual treasures left behind by several late-stage nascent soul cultivators who had passed away. Therefore, even Yu Qingxun, who was usually indifferent to external things, changed color at this moment. Looking at Zhuan Henren, facing Zhou Chun and his spirit pet's fierce onslaught, his face turned green, and panic appeared in his eyes. He not only possessed the mysterious Heaven Golden Ruler, but he had also transformed his natal magic weapon into a magic weapon. His natal magic weapon was a blue wooden bead, which was now suspended above his head, forming a protective barrier around him. At the same time, a string of blue wooden beads formed layers of protection outside, and a jade-green wooden shield magic weapon stood in front of him. However, these protective measures, which were sufficient to withstand the attacks of a great cultivator, were still extremely ineffective. The attack of 49 mysterious Heaven Sword Key alone completely swept away the protection formed by the jade-green wooden shield magic weapon and the blue wooden bead magic weapon. The fire arrows, wind blades, pale silver light blades, and 100-foot-tall giant trees that followed directly caused the protective barrier formed by the blue wooden bead to crack, and the bead itself dimmed. However, after this initial attack, several Demon King spirit pets pressed forward in their true forms, pouncing towards Zhuan Henren. As the saying goes, even 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Zhuan Henren couldn't ignore the close-range attacks of several Demon Kings, especially since each of them wielded spiritual treasures and top-grade magic weapons. Therefore, after a moment's internal deliberation, he disregarded pride and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! I concede defeat." "I admit defeat." His decisive surrender surprised Zhou Chun slightly, but he immediately stopped the spirit pets. Seeing that they had all stopped, Zhuan Henren breathed a sigh of relief and immediately bowed to him, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou's strength is formidable. I admire you. Fellow Taoist Zhuan is too kind. Your supernatural abilities are also greatly admired by me." Zhou Chun politely returned the bow, remaining as humble as ever. He quickly stored the 5 Demon King spirit pets in his spirit beast pouch and returned to Xiangxun Henren's side. Seeing this, Xiangxun Henren looked at him with a sigh and exclaimed, "With a mid-nascent soul cultivation level, to defeat a late nascent soul cultivator in an instant, fellow Taoist Zhou's strength is truly rare throughout history." Hearing this, Zhuan Henren, who had served as a stepping stone to highlight Zhou Chun, sighed with frustration. "Not just rare throughout history, it's unheard of," he then exclaimed in astonishment. "I dare not imagine who can rival you once fellow Taoist Zhou's cultivation breaks through to the late nascent soul stage, without the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing this, all the other great cultivators, including Xiangxun Henren, fell silent. No one dared to disagree. Clearly, even now, Zhou Chun's displayed strength had already astonished these great cultivators, and no one dared to claim victory. If you were to break through to the late nascent soul stage, without the advantage of higher cultivation level, facing a combined attack from him and his powerful Demon King spirit pets, no late nascent soul cultivator could withstand a single round of their fierce assault. Faced with such praise, Zhou Chun waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "You flatter me, fellow Taoists. You are all much older than me, seniors in the cultivation world. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go." Seeing his words, true person Xiangxun wisely refrained from further discussion to avoid being misunderstood as flattery. Soon, the other 3 groups of cultivators also engaged in combat, each determining the victor. Nangguang Wuking was particularly unfortunate. encountering Yu Qingxun and being defeated by him alone with a single sword strike. This was the second late nascent soul swordsman Zhou Chun had witnessed since the incarnation of the Taizheng Divine Venerable. His powerful and sharp sword intent and sword energy secretly shocked Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was confident that, facing Yu Qingxun, he could withstand the sword intent attacks thanks to the true dragon protection ability of the 9 luminaries dragon scale shield and his own powerful divine sense. However, he feared that his Demon King spirit pets would struggle to withstand the sharpness of Yu Qingxun's sword. If a true life or death battle were to occur, Zhou Chun might ultimately emerge victorious, but one or two of his spirit pets might be taken away by Yu Qingxun. After all, he wasn't a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and his spirit pets were merely 5th-tier low-grade demon kings. It should be understood that even an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator, with a spiritual treasure, would certainly not be able to withstand a single sword strike from Yu Qingxun. Although Nanguang Wuking lost to Yu Qingxun, he successfully defeated another late-stage nascent soul cultivator in the second round of the tiebreaker, becoming one of the 3 winners. Zhuanzhen's Henren, however, unfortunately suffered 2 consecutive defeats and was eliminated. Ultimately, after Xian'ai Divine Venerable's personal judgment, Nanguang Wuking and one other cultivator filled the last 2 spots, finalizing the 8 forces capable of refining mid-grade talisman jade. The 4 eliminated late-stage nascent soul cultivators, along with the remaining 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators with the combat power of cultivators, automatically received low-grade talisman jade refining methods. 1 spot was reserved by Xian'ai Sect for another force that did not attend. Huh? No one from Yuanyang Temple came? Could it be that even a prestigious holy sect cannot obtain talisman jade refining methods? At this moment, Zhou Chun, as if suddenly discovering something extraordinary, looked at Xiangxun's Henren with surprise and asked. Hearing his words, the others were also stunned and couldn't help but look at Xiangxun's Henren. Previously, everyone was focused on the benefits of the talisman refining method, and no one considered anything else. Only when Zhou Chun brought it up did they realize the inconsistency. Then, true person Xiangxun smiled faintly and said, Yuanyang Temple indeed looks down on the talisman refining method. They can obtain most cultivation resources with pills, and have no interest in training talisman makers to do this. The actual situation, of course, was not as simple as he described. In fact, Venerable Yuanyang wanted to obtain both the high-grade talisman refining method and the charging array, but was unhesitatingly rejected by Divine Venerable Xian'ai. Under such circumstances, Venerable Yuanyang, in a fit of anger, no longer wanted the mid-grade talisman refining method, which wasn't of much practical value to Yuanyang Temple, to avoid owing a favor. Although Zhou Chun and the others didn't know the inside story, they all guessed that things weren't as simple as true person Xiangxun made them out to be. However, since true person Xiangxun had said so, they naturally wouldn't make a fool of themselves by continuing the topic. They immediately returned to the Xian'ai Sect's mountain gate and began discussing how to jointly safeguard the interests of the Fu'ai Alliance. Chapter 795 Returning to Zhuanfeng Island. Although the combined endorsement of the various nascent soul venerables ensures the widespread adoption of talisman jade as a substitute for spirit coins, there are still some issues that require attention and proper resolution. For example, how to prevent unauthorized forces from stealing talisman jade refining methods and then privately refining and selling them. True person Xiangxun has already prepared for this, claiming that he will add a unique mark to the refining methods obtained by each authorized force, which can be added separately by another talisman maker. This way, even if unauthorized talisman jade appears on the market, it can be promptly detected and the entire talisman jade alliance can be mobilized to trace its source and annihilate the offending sect. However, besides preventing counterfeits, the more important issue is how to ensure the smooth transition of talisman jade as a substitute for spirit coins. Once the news of talisman jade replacing spirit coins is announced, those forces that haven't obtained the talisman jade refining methods but possess spirit coin refining methods will certainly not give up easily. So, by taking the opportunity to mint more spirit coins, they could obtain the maximum profit with the least cost. Regarding this, the various high-ranking cultivators raised different opinions. Some were more assertive, directly stating that they could not reclaim the spirit coins owned by the issuing forces, but only reclaim those from independent cultivators, small and medium-sized forces, and ordinary large forces, with a limit. Others felt this was inappropriate and proposed holding an expanded meeting to discuss a more suitable solution. Finally, after unanimous discussion, everyone reached a consensus to set a limit on the number of spirit coins to be reclaimed based on individual cultivation levels. For example, the limit for nascent soul cultivators would be 1 million spirit coins. The limit for late-stage golden core cultivators would be 500,000, for mid-stage golden core cultivators 300,000, and for early-stage golden core cultivators 150,000. The limit for purple mansion cultivators would be reduced to 100,000, for foundation establishment cultivators to 30,000, and for key refining cultivators to 3,000. In addition, those forces that originally held the right to issue spirit coins would receive an extra 1 million low-grade talisman jades as a subsidy. The talisman jade used to pay for the exchange of spirit coins will be counted as free recharge attempts by the SYNOPSIS sect, ensuring that the various talisman jade refining forces don't waste their efforts. Simultaneously, to ensure that major forces don't use rogue cultivators to transfer spirit coins, all the great cultivators will personally visit these major forces to count their sect members and have smaller forces within their territories report their numbers, prioritizing the exchange for smaller forces. This approach, while not entirely fair, is relatively fair. However, to avoid major unrest, before the actual exchange begins, each force that has obtained talisman jade refining methods must first refine and stockpile a batch of talisman jade. Otherwise, if they can't produce enough talisman jade for exchange and spirit coins are suspended, it will certainly cause great disruption to the order of the cultivation world. Therefore, Master Xiangsu looked at everyone solemnly and said, 10 years. No matter how busy you fellow Daoists are, please dedicate 10 years to personally oversee this matter to prevent the news of the talisman jade from leaking out. 10 years later, we will work together to establish a new world for humanity and create a prosperous era. Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the others also became solemn and responded in unison, for humanity, we have an unshirkable duty. Afterwards, Master Xiangsu instructed Zhou Chun and the others to take their disciples who mastered the talisman jade crafting method with them and leave. Because the Zhou family could authorize the refining of mid-grade talisman jade, Zhou Chun took 2 disciples from the SYNOPSIS sect, one with a purple mansion stage cultivation and the other with a golden core stage cultivation, each mastering a different grade of talisman jade crafting method. As for Master Zhuanzun, he could only take 1 purple mansion stage cultivator who mastered the low-grade talisman jade crafting method. After Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family with his men, he immediately designated a space within the mountain gate as a talisman refining workshop. From the family's 200 or so skilled talisman-making cultivators, he selected 120 to enter the workshop and learn the talisman refining methods. For the next 10 years, these individuals were forbidden from leaving the workshop, and Zhou Chun and his Demon King spirit pet would personally supervise it to ensure no information leaks. During this time, Zhou Chun himself also learned the talisman refining methods. Although he had little prior experience in talisman making, his superior cultivation level and unlimited resources allowed him to quickly master the techniques with a high success rate. However, realistically, at least a talisman maker capable of creating second-tier talismans would be needed to easily master the low-grade talisman refining methods. Unfortunately, although the Zhou family had a good tradition of talisman making skills, and Zhou Daowei had previously trained many excellent talisman makers, there were still fewer than 30 cultivators capable of creating second-tier or higher talismans. Fortunately, the Zhou family's advantage lay in its abundant resources. For one thing, they possessed numerous spirit jade mines, over a dozen had been discovered within the Yu Kingdom alone, including a giant one. With this advantage, and by focusing on cultivating talisman makers, the Zhou family would certainly not be inferior to other talisman jade alliance forces. 10 years passed quickly. After 10 years of production, the Zhou family alone had refined over 5 million low-grade talisman jades. Simultaneously, the number of mid-grade talisman jades had reached over 200,000. If the Zhou family was like this, large forces like the Divine Sand Sect and the Purple Key Sect, with tens of thousands of disciples, must have several times more. With such a large reserve of talisman jades, the exchange for spirit coins could officially begin. What followed was a year of turmoil for the entire human cultivation world. In this year, over a dozen late-stage nascent soul cultivators and powerful figures with a combat strength of great cultivators mobilized, each wielding a decree from a nascent soul venerable, forcefully pushing forward the exchange of talisman jades for spirit coins. Faced with these powerful and well-prepared cultivators, especially with the backing of a nascent soul venerable, Almost no force dared to openly defy them. Especially after the banner of the Talisman Jade Alliance was raised, and it was revealed that it was spearheaded by the Holy Land's major sect, Cheyenne Sect, and endorsed by over a dozen top-tier forces. Even the most stubborn sects had to consider the consequences of direct defiance. Even if they could withstand one late-stage nascent soul cultivator with their protective mountain formations and inherited strength, could they withstand 2 or 3? Moreover, these late-stage nascent soul cultivators who came to their door each brought their sect's resources with them. Therefore, at most, they could only try to use underhanded tactics to gain as much benefit as possible. However, as long as the overall direction remained stable, the minor losses caused by loopholes exploited by the various forces within the Talisman Jade Alliance were entirely acceptable. After nearly a year of this commotion, the spirit coins that had circulated for so long in the human cultivation world officially became history, and the era of Talisman Jade had truly arrived. The appearance of the Talisman Jade will inevitably encourage human cultivators to venture into various alien territories, which is undoubtedly a great boon for the U Kingdom. After completing the important task of replacing the Talisman Jade, Zhou Chun returned to his family and continued his secluded cultivation. 2 more years passed, and Luo Qingni began refining pills, turning the last remaining, longevity grass, in Zhou Chun's possession into 3, Jiazi longevity pills. The fact that she produced 3 pills at once indicated a breakthrough in her alchemy skills, which greatly pleased Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun gave 1, Jiazi longevity pill, each to Luo Qingni and Zhou Ziyang, keeping the last one for his son, Zhou Zenelin. As for himself, he had already consumed the Jiazi longevity pill that Zhou Daowei had been reluctant to take. At this time, Zhou Zenelin had reached the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Zhou Chun, deciding not to immediately go into seclusion, decided to visit Zhuanfeng Island. Upon learning of this, Zhou Ziyang immediately led the way for him. After leaving the U Kingdom, the master and disciple headed west towards the Dolan grassland. As they neared the grassland, Zhou Chun activated the Great Evolution Heavenly Secrets technique to shield himself from celestial secrets. Whether it was due to the long interval or the technique's effectiveness, he no longer felt the urge to be targeted by the revengeful Blood Eagle. Soon after, they successfully entered Zhuanfeng Island. On Zhuanfeng Island, several centuries had passed, and the place had changed considerably since Zhou Chun's second visit. Zhou Ziyang had visited many times, developing and utilizing the island. Previously abandoned areas had been planted with spiritual herbs and trees. Over the centuries, some of the initial trees she planted had grown into high-grade second-tier spiritual trees. Similarly, over the years, the trees had accumulated abundant wood spirit power. This made Liu Wanjin feel as if he had entered paradise upon entering, and he immediately began to absorb the wood spirit power contained within the spiritual trees. His cultivation speed was already unmatched among the demon kings and their spirit pets, and now he could have a great feast on Zhuanfeng Island. Perhaps he could advance to a mid-grade 5th-tier demon king within 100 years after returning. Zhou Chun didn't care how Liu Wanjin cultivated. Accompanied by Zhou Ziyang, he quickly arrived at the orchard where the 5-element spiritual fruit tree was planted. Many years had passed, and many spiritual fruit trees in the orchard were now laden with spiritual fruit, filling the entire orchard with various fruity fragrances. Zhou Chun casually picked some fragrant spiritual fruits to snack on and went straight to the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. After 800 or 900 years, 5 more dazzling spiritual fruits were hanging on the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. Bearing 5 fruits at a time was a characteristic of the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. Zhou Chun had once eaten a ripe 5-element spiritual fruit, so looking at the 5 fruits on the tree, he could easily tell that they were only a hair's breadth away from full ripeness. According to the information he had learned from ancient texts, the 5-element spiritual fruit tree typically blossomed once every 300 years, bore fruit once every 300 years, and ripened once every 300 years, taking a total of 900 years to harvest. After examining the fruits on the tree, Zhou Chun called over Liu Wanjin and pointed to the fruit tree, saying, "Mu Sang, come and see if this fruit can be ripened earlier using supernatural powers." Hearing this, Liu Wanjin immediately stepped forward and established a sensory connection with the 5 elements fruit tree. After a moment, Liu Wanjin nodded and said, "No problem, it can be ripened." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand and said, "Then it's up to you." Mu Sang understands, Liu Wanjin replied, and immediately used the sweet dew supernatural power. The emerald green raindrops fell upon the 5 elements fruit tree, instantly absorbed by the spiritual tree. Nourished by the raindrops, the fruits visibly ripened, their surrounding multicolored halos becoming even more dazzling. After about half an hour, everything stabilized. Zhou Chun carefully observed the fruits, comparing them to those he had previously consumed, confirming that all the fruits on the tree were ripe. He then plucked all 5 fruits with a wave of his sleeve and stored them in a jade box. Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't sell such spiritual objects as the 5 elements fruits. Besides his son Zhou's and reserving one, he would also prepare one for his grand disciple Zhou Yufu when he reached the core formation stage, since Zhuanfeng Island was nominally Zhou Ziyang's private property. As for the remaining 3, if a member of the Zhou family with Zhou Yufu's exceptional talent appeared in the future, he could consider bestowing one to assist in core formation. After collecting the 5 element spiritual fruits, Zhou Chun followed Zhou Ziyang to the true location of the Zhuanfeng true person's cave dwelling. At the center of the island lay a lush forest, where the Zhuanfeng true person's cave dwelling was situated, along with a 5th-tier spiritual apricot tree. Although this tree was a 5th-tier spiritual wood, it was only a few dozen feet tall, and 17 spiritual fruits still hung on it, all of them ripe. When Zhou Ziyang first discovered this spiritual apricot tree, it only had 18 ripe fruits. These 17 were still a bit short of ripeness. Now, several hundred years had passed, and these spiritual apricots were long since ripe. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't let them remain on the tree and picked them all. Next, he went to look at another 5th-tier spiritual wood, the 10,000-year-old heavenly fragrance purple sandalwood. Compared to the relatively small 5th-tier spirit apricot tree, this heavenly fragrance purple sandalwood was enormous, standing over 70 zang tall with a trunk diameter exceeding 3 zang. It was laden with thousands upon thousands of small, purplish-black fruits. However, these fruits were inedible, containing a considerable amount of toxins. But if harvested, dried, ground into powder, and made into incense, the aroma released upon burning would only be slightly toxic, immune to which cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could obtain. Furthermore, the aroma could be used to enhance concentration and enlightenment, temporarily boosting comprehension. Zhou Chun, gazing at the massive spirit tree and contemplating whether to pick the fruits, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, this heavenly fragrance purple sandalwood seems about to advance. Could it be about to become a mid-grade 5th-tier spirit tree?" Hearing this, Zhou Ziyang also quickly focused her attention on the tree. He then exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed somewhat different from what I saw before, disciple." It might really be true. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun summoned Liu Wanjin again and received a positive reply. He was right, this heavenly fragrance purple sandalwood was indeed about to advance, and it should succeed within a few hundred years. This made Zhou Chun quite happy. After all, a mid-grade 5th-rank spiritual wood was much more valuable than a low-grade 5th-rank spiritual wood. Therefore, he needed to harvest the fruits even more to prevent them from consuming nutrients and affecting the spiritual wood's advancement. After such a busy period, over 1,000 caddies of fruits were harvested and first stored in a large wooden barrel, then placed in a storage bag. Next, Zhou Chun went to check on the taking immortal mushroom and the heavenly infant fruit. The taking immortal mushroom originally had 3 leaves, but Zhou Chun and his disciple Zhou Ziyang used 2 leaves to form their infants. The remaining leaf looked small and might still need 2 or 3,000 years to mature. The heavenly infant fruit currently only has a small bud, and it will take quite some time before it blooms again, let alone matures. This made Zhou Chun feel a pang of regret. Because, judging from this situation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Ziyang probably won't have time to wait for these 2 items before he reaches the nascent soul stage. However, by then, he will definitely be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, or even have successfully reached the divine transformation stage. Finding a spiritual item with the same uses as the taking immortal mushroom should be a problem. Therefore, after a brief moment of reflection, Zhou Chun followed Zhou Ziyang to explore the herb garden and other areas. There are still some spiritual herbs on Zhuanfeng Island that are over 3,000 years old, but Zhou Chun probably won't need them anymore. After wandering around the island, Zhou Chun finally arrived at a special place. This special place is where Zhuanfeng's Henren failed to break through to the divine transformation stage and perished. It was a broken valley on the island, filled with rubble and weeds, Seemingly unremarkable, Master Zhuanfeng once attempted to break through to the nascent soul stage here, but unfortunately, he couldn't even overcome the tribulation of primordial qi. He exploded and died under the backlash of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, leaving no trace of his body. The three tribulations of nascent soul are all extremely dangerous and difficult to overcome. Every person who can become a nascent soul cultivator is someone with great opportunities, great fortune, and great perseverance. According to Zhou Chun's understanding, every 1,000 years, several late-stage nascent soul cultivators of the human race attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage, but almost all of them die under the first hurdle, the tribulation of primordial qi. A very few manage to survive to the second hurdle, the tribulation of inner demons, but even they fail to overcome it. Otherwise, if they could trigger the 49-fold tribulation, it would be enough to shock the world. Nascent soul. I wonder if I will be able to successfully become a nascent soul in the future. After standing in the Broken Valley for a long time, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh softly. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyang, who had been accompanying him, immediately looked at him with reverence and said, "Master, you will definitely succeed." "I firmly believe it." Zhou Chun laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, since you, Yinger, are so optimistic about your master, I can't be discouraged either. Let's make this our goal together." After staying on Zhuanfeng Island for half a month, Zhou Chun and his disciple returned to their family with a full harvest. Upon returning to the family, Zhou Chun handed over the fruits from the heavenly fragrance purple sandalwood to Zhou Zinayan, asking him to arrange for their disposal, and also rewarded him with 2 fifth-grade spirit apricot fruits. At the same time, he also revealed the matter of the 5-element spirit fruit to his Taoist partner, Su Yazhan. Sure enough, upon learning that Zhou Chun had prepared such a precious treasure for his son, Zhou Zinayan, Su Yazhan was overjoyed and completely relieved. In truth, Su Yazhan's lifespan wasn't much longer. If she hadn't taken the enhanced version of the Jiazi longevity pill, which added nearly 70 years to her lifespan, she might not have even lived to see Zhou Zinayan successfully form his core. But now, with a 5-element spiritual fruit, she should be able to witness Zhou Zinayan's successful core formation. At this moment, Zhou Chun felt quite well, so he took the large pill refined using the 1,000 purple golden centipede demon core and entered seclusion. This seclusion lasted a full 7 years before he could completely refine the spiritual power contained within the entire large pill. And the large pill refined from the inner core of a mid-grade, 5th-level metal attribute demon king was indeed remarkably effective, increasing Zhou Chun's cultivation by nearly 120 years. After emerging from seclusion, he made a special trip to see the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable. According to this senior nascent soul venerable, he should be able to reach the barrier of the late nascent soul stage in at most another 50 or 60 years of cultivation. Therefore, Zhou Chun no longer needed to consume the large pill refined using the inner core of a mid-grade 5th-rank heavenly rock demon king. After thinking for a while, he consulted his disciple Zhou Ziyang and finally gave the large pill to Luo Qingni to help her break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Luo Qingni formed her nascent soul stage much later than Zhou Chun, and because she often had to refine pills, she didn't have the same cultivation conditions as Zhou Chun. Her cultivation was still far from reaching the barrier of the mid-nascent soul stage. Such a mid-grade 5th-rank demon king large pill for her to refine could, conservatively speaking, save her 100 years of hard cultivation, allowing her to fully make up for the time she had lost. Fellow Taoist Zhou, this generous gift is truly undeserved for Qingni. Inside the cave, Luo Qingni looked at the demon king large pill that Zhou Chun had handed her and sighed with a complicated expression. She had always known that Zhou Chun possessed several demon king pills, but she had never coveted them herself. She knew perfectly well that those were the spoils Zhou Chun had obtained by risking his life to slay demon kings. Unexpectedly, today Zhou Chun had given her one of the most precious 5th-grade mid-level demon king pills, leaving her with a complex mix of emotions. "Qingni, why are you being so polite? Even setting aside our years of friendship, your contributions to the Zhou family over the years have been substantial. Without the pills you refined, the number of golden core elders and purple mansion cultivators in the Zhou family would probably be reduced by more than half," Zhou Chun said, directly placing the demon king pill into Luo Qingni's hand. Luo Qingni, looking at the demon king pill in her hand, found it difficult to refuse. She could disregard spiritual treasures, as she rarely needed them. However, Pills that could enhance cultivation were irresistible to any cultivator aspiring to the great Dao and immortality. Luo Qingni is only a little over 1,000 years old, still considered young at the nascent soul stage. She couldn't possibly have completely lost her will to pursue the Dao like those early-stage nascent soul cultivators who only have a few hundred years left to live. Therefore, after a moment of internal struggle, she let out a soft sigh and said in a low voice, "Then Qingni will have to accept your thanks. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 796 Transformation into Thunder Dragon. White Wolf delivers a message. Kunwu Mountain. On this day, clouds gathered on Kunwu Peak, and another omen of core formation appeared. Zhou Chun, who was cultivating, looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky and smiled slightly. "Is that Kid Yuangsan? He's quite lucky." Indeed, the cultivator who triggered the core formation phenomenon was Zhou Yuangsan, the descendant who had nurtured the Zhou family's second Thunder Flood Dragon. As a cultivator who possessed a third-tier Thunder Flood Dragon and indirectly facilitated the birth of the Zhou family's fourth dragon, Zhou Yuangsan naturally had no problem exchanging for core formation spiritual materials. He even had the resources to purchase additional core formation spiritual materials on his own, in addition to the basic ones. In fact, the Zhou family now possessed abundant resources, and many capable Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the Zhou family would try to purchase spiritual materials from outside that did not conflict with the family's arrangements for core formation before forming their own cores. This became even easier after the Zhou family obtained the method for refining Talisman Jade. Because the Zhou family is capable of refining Talisman Jade, their good deeds can now be directly exchanged for Talisman Jade at a certain ratio. Due to limited production capacity, Talisman Jade is currently in high demand. Zhou Yuangsan's successful core formation was clearly very smooth. He only needed a little over a year to consolidate his cultivation before emerging from seclusion to pay his respects at Zhou Chun's cave. This is now a common practice in the Zhou family. Every newly promoted golden core cultivator, upon successfully completing their core formation, immediately visits the family patriarch Zhou Chun's cave. According to custom, Zhou Chun, the family patriarch, will open his private treasury at this time, allowing the newly promoted golden core cultivator to choose one treasure. When Zhou Yuangsan arrived outside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Chun, sensing his arrival, sent his son Zhou Zhenhun to greet him. Junior Zhou Yuangsan greets the young patriarch. Outside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Yuangsan, the newly promoted golden core cultivator, very politely bowed and greeted Zhou Zhenhun, who was only at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. In fact, the two had a fairly good relationship. After all, their ages weren't that far apart. However, being outside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Yuangsan dared not be impolite, lest he leave a bad impression on Zhou Chun, the family patriarch. Zhou Zhenhun, after a slight pause, smiled and nodded, saying, "Congratulations, Yuangsan, on your successful core formation. Father already knows your purpose and specially ordered me to fetch you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuangsan quickly bowed towards Zhou Chun's cave, saying, "Ancestor, in your busy schedule, you still have the time to care for a junior like me. I am truly grateful." Then he followed Zhou Zhenhun into Zhou Chun's cave. A moment later, he met Zhou Chun in a guest hall within the cave. Junior Zhou Zhenhun greets Ancestor. He glanced at Zhou Chun briefly, then quickly lowered his head, bowing deeply to express his respect. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to be so reserved. Now that you've successfully formed your core, you'll be a high-ranking elder of the Zhou family. You don't need to be so formal in front of me. I don't have many rules here." "Yes. Junior will obey the ancestor's command," Zhou Yuangsan replied respectfully, but he didn't dare to relax. Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew that he still needed time to adapt, so he didn't say anything more. After offering a few words of encouragement, he flicked his sleeve and said, "Zhenhun, take Yuangsan to the C-section of the secret vault to choose a treasure." "Your son obeys," Zhou Zhenhun replied and led the way. Zhou Yuangsan, filled with excitement and gratitude, repeatedly bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Junior thanks the ancestor for his kindness and for bestowing this treasure." Then, with a heart full of excitement, he followed Zhou Zhenhun away. Not long after, Zhou Yuangsan, overwhelmed by the choices in the treasure vault, finally chose a mid-grade defensive magic weapon that suited him and left Zhou Chun's cave with satisfaction. After Zhou Chun saw Zhou Yuangsan off and returned to his cave, Zhou Chun suddenly looked at him and asked, "Your jade python has been stuck at the second-tier high-grade demon beast level for many years. When are you going to let it try to transform into a dragon?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "Uncle Bai said that Mayor's bloodline still has some room for purification. It's best to let it accumulate for a few more years before trying." "Alright, since Bai said so, let's listen to him." Zhou Chun nodded and didn't say anything more. His Demon King spirit pets also doted on this son of his. For example, in order to increase the success rate of the Jade Python's transformation into a dragon, the Silver Dragon Lord allowed it to reside in his nest, receive the tempering of his own dragon aura, and use the Black Dragon spirit blood stored in the Zhou family's reserves to help it purify its bloodline. As for the golden armored dragon turtle, it had already broken through to the third tier and was often given guidance in cultivation by the Mountain Lord. Even the Thunder Crane was taken in as a subordinate by the seemingly unrelated Winged Mountain Lord, who often fed it good food and guided it in the path of demon beast cultivation. Several years passed, and after Luo Qingni refined the Great Pale made from the demon core of the Heavenly Rock Demon King, her cultivation indeed improved greatly, and she was not far from reaching the barrier of the mid-nascent soul stage. Therefore, after thanking Zhou Chun upon emerging from seclusion, she continued her arduous cultivation, preparing to cultivate to the peak of the early nascent soul stage in one go. Meanwhile, the secret technique that Zhou Chun was cultivating was also at a crucial moment. It turned out that after years of arduous cultivation, aided by a continuous supply of 5th-order Thunder Dragon spiritual blood, Zhou Chun's painstakingly cultivated 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter was finally about to break through to the great completion stage. In Zhou Chun's secluded cultivation place, bursts of dragon roars continuously emanated from his body, and silver lightning flashed on his body, vaguely forming the phantom of a thunder dragon. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun suddenly opened his eyes, formed hand seals, and shouted. The illusory image of the thunder dragon immediately entered his body. Then, lightning erupted from his body, and he transformed into a silver thunder dragon. A clear, resonant dragon roar echoed from Kunwu Peak, and a silver thunder dragon, several dozen feet long, soared into the sky, dancing and swirling. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many Zhou family cultivators within the mountain gate. Many who were unaware of the situation were wondering about the origin of this silver thunder dragon. This silver thunder dragon was not the silver dragon lord they were familiar with, and its 4 claws and 3 toes did not match the 3rd-tier thunder dragon of Zhou family elder Zhou Yuangsan. Moreover, many Zhou family cultivators could see that although the silver thunder dragon in the sky was small in size, its aura was no less powerful than that of the silver dragon lord. It was definitely a 5th-tier being. If they hadn't known this was impossible, some Zhou family cultivators would have even suspected that the dragon clan of Longyuans had attacked again. Just a dozen breaths after the silver thunder dragon appeared in the sky, another joyful dragon roar echoed from the thunder dragon swamp. Then, the silver dragon lord, tens of feet long, soared out of the water and flew towards the silver thunder dragon in the sky. Soon, the rare scene of 2 dragons dancing together appeared in the sky. This commotion even startled the avatar of the Taijiang Divine Venerable on Changjiang Peak. With the Taijiang Divine Venerable's keen eyesight, he immediately recognized the origin of the tens of feet long silver thunder dragon. He couldn't help but smile slightly and say, "This lad truly has considerable fortune." The Heavenly Spirit Sect's secret technique for physical transformation is unparalleled among humans. If he can comprehend this method, his chances of surviving the primordial key tribulation in the future will increase. For cultivators breaking through to a higher realm, physical body, magical power, and divine sense are always 3 crucial elements. A stronger physical body provides more leeway during the Crimson Tribulation, meaning even if one is about to explode and die, it will last longer than someone with a weaker body. Moreover, the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter not only enhances Zhou Chun's physical strength but also improves his perception and control of spiritual energy, and even his physical body control in every aspect. In the eyes of the Taijiang Divine Venerable's avatar, these improvements are far more important to Zhou Chun than the increase in combat power. However, Zhou Chun in the sky is unaware of these things. He is currently comprehending the gains he has made after transforming into a Thunder Flood Dragon. Unlike his previous transformation into a Lunar Moon Toad using the power of the Moon Toad Pearl, transforming into a Thunder Flood Dragon using secret techniques actually places a lighter burden on him. After all, the power of these secret techniques is ultimately something he has cultivated himself. Furthermore, unlike the relatively weak physical body of the lunar moon toad, the Thunder Flood Dragon's body is extremely powerful, filled with explosive force. After Zhou Chun and Silver Dragon Lord flew out of the Zhou family's protective array, they engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat high above the azure sky, their claws clashing violently. In this battle, purely in terms of physical strength, Zhou Chun, due to his cultivation advantage, was surprisingly not much weaker than Silver Dragon Lord. Moreover, he had inherited many of Silver Dragon Lord's divine abilities, such as the Thunder Escape technique, the Heavenly Divine Thunder, as well as the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation / 9 Heavens Thunder Prison, and Thunder Light Purgatory Claw. Apart from the divine abilities Silver Dragon Lord awakened after advancing to the 5th tier Demon King, and the divine abilities he mastered through cultivating the secret techniques of the Flood Dragon clan, Zhou Chun could now use almost all of Silver Dragon Lord's divine abilities before becoming a 5th tier Demon King. Furthermore, although these divine abilities were those Silver Dragon Lord possessed before reaching the 5th tier, because Zhou Chun was now essentially a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, the power of those divine abilities was not to be underestimated. Crucially, this was not even his strongest state after using this secret technique. The strongest form of this secret technique should be used in conjunction with the True Dragon Seal, spiritual treasure. If Zhou Chun were to use the True Dragon Seal to unleash the True Dragon possession, divine power, he might truly become another Silver Dragon Lord. To verify his conjecture, Zhou Chun quickly deactivated his transformation and returned to his cave with his Silver Dragon Lord, then received the True Dragon Seal from him and began refining it. Half a month later, Zhou Chun went out again to verify his guess. Sure enough, after being empowered by the True Dragon Seal, he instantly transformed into a Silver Thunder Dragon, directly tapping into his bloodline source abilities, mastering the Silver Dragon Lord's Extinction Heavenly Thunder, Undying Body, 10,000 Thunder Domain, Divine Powers, and even unleashing them with greater power than the current Silver Dragon Lord. In this way, there was no need for the True Dragon Seal, spiritual treasure to be used by the Silver Dragon Lord anymore. After all, Silver Dragon Lord already possessed the even stronger True Dragon Shadow, Divine Power, as well as the Thunder Dragon Roar, Divine Power, which overlapped with the Heaven and Earth Dragon Roar, Divine Power. Silver Dragon Lord had no objections to this. He only needed the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword, the True Dragon Treasure Seal, provided him with some enhancement, but it wasn't essential. Meanwhile, the benefits Zhou Chun gained from mastering the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter made him pay even more attention to the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter cultivated by his second nascent soul avatar. Although he started later than his main body, judging by the time, it shouldn't be long before Ice Nether Immortal's 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter was also mastered. Furthermore, since Ice Nether Immortal established his cave abode in Snow Dragon Ridge of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, he almost never left his cave. Sometimes, nascent soul cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom would come to visit, wanting to discuss the path of cultivation, but he would refuse them entry under the pretext of seclusion. Over time, the high-level cultivators of the Ice Kingdom came to know that this Ice Nether true person was a rare ascetic, and therefore rarely bothered him. However, the number of cultivators wanting to enter the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold for cultivation remained constant. Every time the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold announced recruitment, it would attract a large number of cultivators to apply. This was naturally because the first group of people who tried it out, after gaining much from listening to Ice Nether true person's teachings, spread the word. Even a few years ago, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator successfully formed his core on Snow Dragon Ridge. With these examples, those Ice attribute cultivators who progressed slowly through their own cultivation naturally wanted to join the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold and seek guidance from Ice Nether true person, a nascent soul stage cultivator. One day, as night fell, a mournful howl of wolves suddenly echoed through Snow Dragon Ridge. Initially, the cultivators at the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold didn't pay much attention, as this was a common occurrence in Snow Dragon Ridge. After all, Snow Dragon Ridge is connected to the Ice Plains, and the area outside the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold is the territory of demonic beasts, so the appearance of some wolf demons is perfectly normal. However, as time went on, the wolf howls not only did not weaken, but grew louder and louder, even affecting the cultivators inside the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold through the protective array, making some cultivators feel restless and unable to meditate. Upon discovering this situation, the Golden Core cultivators meditating inside the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold immediately became vigilant. They knew very well that the ability to have such an effect on the cultivators inside through the protective array with just wolf howls was definitely not something an ordinary wolf demon could do. It was most likely a 4th-tier wolf demon. Although with the strength of the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold, even 10 4th-tier wolf demons would be easy prey, allowing 4th-tier wolf demons to disturb the cultivation of true immortal being would undoubtedly be a sign of their incompetence as subordinates. Immediately after discussing the matter, Zheng Yu, a veteran Golden Core cultivator with mid-stage Golden Core cultivation, left the protective array alone to investigate. He flew about 100 miles in the direction of the wolf howl and spotted a giant white wolf howling at the moon. The wolf's aura was only at the lower 4th rank, but Zheng Yu felt an overwhelming sense of danger, even surpassing the danger he had faced from high-rank 4th-rank demonic beasts. This startled him, and he immediately tried to retreat back to his stronghold. But at that moment, the giant white wolf suddenly turned to look at him, its eyes revealing a human-like mockery. Escape! A chill ran down Zheng Yu's spine. He hurriedly summoned a white, bowl-shaped magic weapon, suspending it above his head to create a white light shield to protect himself, and then fled back towards the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold. But he had only flown less than 20 miles when a wolf's shadow flashed before him, revealing the giant white wolf. Before he could react, the white wolf turned and slapped him with its paw. Instantly, Zheng Yu felt as if he had been struck by a giant beast. The light shield formed by his magical artifact shattered, and cracks appeared on the artifact itself. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward, crashing onto the snow. But just as Zheng Yu was dizzy and thought he was doomed, the white wolf stopped its attack, sparing his life. He felt the white wolf give him a deep look, and then felt something appear on his chest. After he recovered from the dizziness, he saw clearly what was on his chest. It was a wolfskin scroll, with pictures on it that Zheng Yu couldn't understand. The first picture showed a tall giant wielding a giant axe, beheading a white wolf. In the second painting, the giant is depicted drinking wolf blood while cradling the headless wolf carcass. In the third painting, the giant is shown beheading an ice-armored giant bear with an axe. Then, in the fourth painting, the giant is again drinking bear blood while cradling the ice-armored giant bear's corpse. What does this mean? Why did that wolf demon give me this? Zheng Yu looked at the paintings on the wolfskin scroll, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. But as the pain in his chest returned, and he realized that he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the white giant wolf, he seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly put away the wolfskin scroll and quickly left the spot. Zheng Yu didn't notice that after he entered the stronghold with the wolfskin scroll, a white wolf shadow suddenly appeared in the snow behind him and quickly disappeared. Back at the stronghold, Zheng Yu first took a healing pill, then took out the wolfskin scroll again to examine it carefully. After gritting his teeth, he took it directly to the location of the Ice Nether Immortal's cave. Within the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold, Master Bingming's cave dwelling occupied half the area, isolated from the outside by a separate array. Generally, no one dared disturb the senior's arduous cultivation unless there was something urgent. After arriving outside Master Bingming's cave dwelling, Zheng Yu hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage and calling out loudly, "Senior Bingming, this junior, Zheng Yu, has urgent business to discuss." As he called out, he gently activated the array in front of him to ensure Master Bingming wasn't too engrossed in his cultivation and didn't hear him. After a while, just as Zheng Yu was beginning to have second thoughts, the array in front of him opened, and a white-robed man with an indifferent expression emerged. "What business do you have disturbing my cultivation?" Master Bingming coldly glanced at Zheng Yu, his tone clearly displeased. Upon seeing this, Zheng Yu was startled and quickly lowered his head, saying, "Senior, please understand. I just encountered a strange incident. I suspect the other party may be trying to use me to convey some information to you, which is why I dared to disturb you." As he spoke, he hurriedly took out the wolfskin scroll and explained that he had been injured by the white giant wolf. When Master Bingming heard his words and saw the picture on the wolfskin scroll, his face, which had been as cold as ice, changed instantly. He immediately closed the scroll and whispered to Zheng Yu, "What happened tonight must not be mentioned to anyone. If even a single word leaks out, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Zheng Yu had never encountered such a change in expression and tone in his over 100 years of service. He was immediately alarmed and hurriedly replied, I obey your command. I will return to my cave to recuperate and will not leave until Senior Bingming gives me his permission. Very good. Master Bingming nodded in satisfaction and then retreated back into his cave. Chapter 797 The Barbarian Saint's Plot. A cunning mantis waits for his cry. Kunwu Mountain. Meanwhile, after Bingming's Henren returned to his cave, Zhou Chun's main body, residing in Kunwu Mountain, immediately learned of the news. The Golden Core cultivator Zheng Yu might have been too inexperienced to understand the deeper meaning of the drawings on the wolfskin scroll. However, upon seeing it, Bingming's Henren immediately thought of the 9-blade barbarian saint, the 6th-ranked earth barbarian saint. After receiving instructions from the avatar of Taizheng Divine Venerable, Zhou Chun had been having Fu Shenjun and Li Wanjun search the entire Xianmen Plain whenever they had time, checking for the disappearance of many high-level demonic beasts and demon kings. However, over the years, they had found nothing noteworthy. Even Taizheng Divine Venerable had begun to doubt whether the 9-blade barbarian saint was still alive. Who would have thought that the 9-blade barbarian saint was not only still alive but had also left the Xianmen Plain, where he had lived for thousands of years, to hunt and cultivate in the Ice Plains. The Ice Plains demons had never interacted with demons from other regions. In other words, they were not sociable. Even if demon saints like the Azure Phoenix Demon Saint and the Golden Horned Dragon Saint knew that the 9-blade barbarian saint was hunting down the Ice Plains demons, they would likely turn a blind eye and tacitly approve of his actions. The most powerful demons on the Ice Plains were only 5th-tier high-grade demon kings. The 9-blade barbarian saint might not be able to kill those 5th-tier high-grade demon kings who had the advantage of terrain, but hunting some 5th-tier low-grade or mid-grade demon kings would be effortless. And with his immense strength and methods, even if the Ice Plains demons joined forces, they wouldn't pose a threat to his life. From this perspective, the Ice Plains were indeed the best place for the 9-blade barbarian saint to cultivate in seclusion. However, the 9-blade barbarian saint probably didn't expect that although the Ice Plains demons were no match for him, they also knew how to use others to do their dirty work, directly leaking his information to the human race. As for how the Ice Plains demon clan recognized the 9-blade barbarian saint, Zhou Chun couldn't think about that for the time being. After digesting the information conveyed by true Immortal Bingming, his expression changed immediately, and he went to Changjiang Peak to report the events that had occurred at Snow Dragon Ridge to the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Lord. After listening to Zhou Chun's report, the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Lord's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, regardless of whether this matter is true or not, it's worth my trip. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately pledged his loyalty, saying, this junior will accompany Senior Taizheng. Very well, with your strength, you can indeed be of some help to me. The avatar of the Taizheng Divine Lord glanced at him and nodded slightly in agreement. Afterwards, Zhou Chun gave some instructions to his disciple Zhou Xiang, then gathered a group of Demon King spirit pets and left Kunwu Mountain with the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Lord. They moved extremely fast, arriving at the Icy Kingdom in less than 2 days. Soon after, Zhou Chun and the avatar of the Taizheng Divine Venerable silently appeared inside the Ice Nether True Person's cave, completely unbeknownst to the cultivators within the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold. Greetings, Venerable One. Greetings, Senior Taizheng. Inside the cave, the Ice Nether True Person greeted Zhou Chun and the avatar upon their arrival, bowing respectfully. Zhou Chun, without any formalities with his avatar, immediately used the assimilation technique to absorb the Ice Nether True Person's memories of the past decades. He then had his avatar bring out the wolfskin scroll. It really is that 9-blade barbarian saint. The Taizheng Divine Venerable's avatar glanced at the giant depicted on the wolfskin scroll and immediately confirmed that the giant was indeed the 9-blade barbarian saint. Zhou Chun then said, there are still remnants of divine soul power on this painting. It seems that a certain demon king imprinted scenes from his memories onto it. It appears that the wolf demon that delivered the wolfskin scroll was indeed an avatar of a certain demon king, or even a demon king in disguise. Regardless of whether it is or not, let's find it first, Taizheng Divine Venerable's avatar said, immediately forming hand seals and casting a spell, using the divine soul power on the scroll as a medium to perform a secret technique for tracking divine souls. Soon, a white wolf phantom leaped out of the scroll and flew towards the icy plains. Seeing this, Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar reached out and grabbed the white wolf phantom, compressing it to the size of a mouse, and then said in a deep voice, "Follow me." After saying that, he left the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold directly. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally quickly took his avatar and followed. They flew along the Snow Dragon Ridge into the ice plains, quickly covering thousands of miles before finally stopping above an inconspicuous glacier. "This is it. Watch me force it out." In the sky, the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord swept his gaze across the glacier below, immediately releasing the white wolf phantom he had been holding. He then cast a spell, transforming it into a white arrow that shot towards the glacier. The white arrow, following some kind of connection, quickly pierced through the ice. Immediately afterward, Zhou Chun and the avatar of the Taijang Divine Lord sensed a demonic beast aura surging from beneath the ice. As soon as this aura appeared, the Taijang Divine Lord's avatar opened his mouth and spat out a silver-white sword light that shot towards the aura. The sword light landed, instantly piercing the hard, unyielding ancient glacier with a bottomless hole, accompanied by a deafening roar from within. Moments later, a mournful wolf howl echoed from beneath the glacier. Then the glacier shattered, and a giant white wolf, its body dripping blood, was chased by a silver-white sword light and fled onto the ice surface. "Huh? It really is a low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast." Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback when he saw the giant white wolf and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After speaking, he seemed to have discovered something and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, the demonic soul is too powerful. It should be a demon king possessing and reborn." When the giant white wolf arrived on the glacier ground and saw the two powerful human nascent soul stage cultivators in the sky, it was filled with panic. It immediately stood on its hind legs, its paws bent and clenched repeatedly, emitting low whimpers filled with a will to survive. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chun couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "Tisk tisk, how pitiful. It doesn't even have the ability to speak human language." However, although it had lost the ability to speak human language, its demonic soul at the Demon King level was still there, so communicating through divine sense was not a big problem. Therefore, the avatar of the Taijang God Venerable quickly shouted at the white giant wolf in a deep voice, "Do you know where that barbarian is now? If you can lead me to him, I will spare your life." Hearing this, the white giant wolf trembled and begged for mercy repeatedly. "Your Excellency, spare my life. My true form was harmed by that barbarian, and I wish I could tear him to pieces. But that barbarian is powerful and elusive, and I don't know his exact location. HMPH, since that's the case, what use are you?" The avatar of the Taijang God Venerable snorted coldly, and the silver-white flying sword hanging above the white giant wolf's head immediately slashed down with a flash of sword light. "Ah! Wait! I have a way to find that barbarian," the white giant wolf screamed, its wolf hair standing on end, and it howled in terror. Then the flying sword that was about to fall stopped above its neck, and a tuft of wolf hair was severed by the sword light and floated away like a dandelion. The white giant wolf, having narrowly escaped death, was also afraid the flying sword would fall completely, and hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency, please understand. Although I don't know where the barbarians are located, I do know that the Cold Dragon Demon King is gathering other Demon Kings to search for them. I am willing to join them and inform your Excellency, what is the Cold Dragon Demon King's cultivation level? Can he be a match for the barbarians?" Zhou Chun suddenly interjected, also very concerned. Upon hearing this, the white giant wolf immediately replied, "The Cold Dragon Demon King is a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King. He has fought against the barbarians before and successfully scared them away." Hearing this answer, both Zhou Chun and the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable frowned. "Senior Taijang, there might be a trap here. Even if the 9-blade barbarian saint has fallen to the 5th tier, he shouldn't be afraid of a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, especially since he has been secretly recuperating for so many years." Zhou Chun frowned and secretly transmitted his thoughts to the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable. The avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable nodded slightly and said, "Something is amiss. Perhaps that 9-blade fellow is deliberately feigning weakness to lure these ice-filled Demon Kings together so we can wipe them out in one fell swoop." He then said in a deep voice, "My true form is already on its way to the ice field. Once we find that 9-blade fellow, we can utterly annihilate him." This response greatly relieved Zhou Chun. He immediately said, "Then let's play along. If we can use the 9-blade barbarian saint's power to severely injure the ice-filled Demon Kings, we can eliminate a potential threat to our human race." "That's right, this is indeed worth a try." The avatar of the Taijeng Divine Venerable nodded, then transmitted his voice to the white giant wolf. I'll trust you this once. Open your mind and let me leave a restriction within your body. The white giant wolf hesitated, knowing that if a restriction was placed on it, its life would be in the hands of another. But as soon as it hesitated, it felt a sharp pain on the back of its neck. The sword's edge had already sliced through it. This immediately made it obedient, and it quickly lowered its head, replying, "This little demon obeys." It then obediently allowed the avatar of the Taijeng God to inject a sword aura into its body. This sword aura, sealed within it, could be unleashed by the Taijeng God with a single thought, instantly killing it. Having already possessed a body once, it had no chance of possessing another. Having thus acquired a means to control the white giant wolf, Zhou Chun summoned Li Wanjin to heal its injuries, then established a way to contact it before letting it leave. After watching the white giant wolf disappear into the distance, the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Lord said to Zhou Chun, "We can't place all our hopes on such a demon, but we also can't alert it. Next, Zhou Chun, your avatar will put in extra effort to search for the 9-blade barbarian saint's whereabouts on the ice plains." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "This junior obeys." Then, Zhou Chun's main body and the avatar of the Taijeng Divine Lord retreated to the Snow Dragon Ridge stronghold to await news, while the Ice Nether true person wandered throughout the ice plains, searching for the 9-blade barbarian saint's whereabouts. This was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, but doing something was better than doing nothing, so Zhou Chun had no complaints. After all, it wasn't his main body that was suffering. Half a day later, the main body of the Taijeng Divine Lord also quietly arrived at Snow Dragon Ridge and personally began searching deep into the ice plains. A nascent soul stage venerable's divine sense can probe 1,000 miles. Even divine abilities and formations that can evade the divine sense of the nascent soul stage cultivator will be exposed under the divine sense of the nascent soul stage venerable. This efficiency is far greater than that of Ice Nether true person. However, the icy plains are vast, and the target may be moving at any time. Even if the Taijeng Divine Venerable's main body personally went to search, it might not be able to find the 9-blade barbarian saint. The final news came from the white giant wolf. According to it, the Cold Dragon Demon King and other Demon Kings had found the 9-blade barbarian saint's hiding place and were rushing towards it. Upon receiving the news, the Taijeng Divine Venerable's main body, guided by the sword energy left inside the white giant wolf, immediately went there first. Zhou Chun and his avatar also quickly set off to chase after them. Deep within the icy plains, above an icy abyss where snow and wind never cease, 7 powerful demon kings, each with a different form, suddenly descended. One of the 4-winged giant white birds flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that forcefully blew away the thick snow clouds above the icy abyss, clearing the area for hundreds of miles around and brightening the visibility considerably. This commotion naturally alerted a certain being cultivating in seclusion at the bottom of the icy abyss. Soon, a tall and strong giant rose from the bottom of the abyss into the sky, confronting the 7 demon kings from afar. Among the 7 demon kings, the most imposing white frost dragon was surrounded by icy mist, its divine sense shaking the void as it roared. 9-blade barbarian saint, you slaughtered 6 demon kings of my Ice Plains demon clan, using us as your resources for recovery. Today, we will avenge our 6 fallen demon kings and make you pay the price. Hearing this, the tall, strong giant touched his 2 short horns and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, since that's the case, let me see what you've got. Before his laughter subsided, his body radiated an earthy yellow spiritual light as he lunged directly at the white frost dragon. The white frost dragon, however, remained unfazed. It opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of white frost towards the 9-blade barbarian saint. Immediately following, a deafening explosion rang out from midair. The white, cold light was sent flying by a punch from the 9-blade barbarian saint, revealing the true form of a white ice ruler, another spiritual treasure. At the same time, the other 6 demon kings also unleashed their respective methods, bombarding the 9-blade barbarian saint with their signature divine abilities, preventing him from dealing with the Cold Dragon Demon King alone. Initially, their approach was effective. Even though the 9-blade barbarian saint was not afraid of attacks from demon kings, he lost his momentum when focused, often being suddenly frozen, and even finding it difficult to get close. However, just when the demon kings thought their plan had succeeded and could launch a more intense offensive against the 9-blade barbarian saint, a fiery red armor suddenly appeared on his body. The moment this fiery red armor was donned, it immediately released intensely hot flames, transforming into a fiery halo that protected him. Protected by the intense heat emanating from the armor, the powerful freezing force formed by the fusion of the innate cold energy of the other Demon Kings, the Frost Dragon Demon King's innate divine ability, was significantly weakened, rendering it ineffective and restricting the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint as before. Meanwhile, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint used the movement technique akin to teleportation, swiftly appearing beside a low-grade 5th-tier Fox Demon. The Fox Demon, quick-witted as ever, sensed the danger and immediately used a substitution technique to save its life, severing its tail to escape. The Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint unleashed a punch, ultimately shattering only a fox tail in mid-air. But before the Fox Demon could even rejoice at its escape, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint inhaled sharply and roared. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed across the icy plains, causing even the Frost Dragon Demon King, a high-grade 5th-tier Demon King, to momentarily lose its focus. Immediately following was the mournful cry of the Fox Demon, echoing through the hearts of the Demon Kings. The Fox Demon, who had just escaped death, now had its head smashed open by a single punch from the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint. Its demon core hadn't even had a chance to escape before it was grabbed, swallowed whole, and then the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint greedily drank its blood. Such a savage and bloody scene filled even the Demon Kings, accustomed to eating raw prey, with chills and fear. Although the Fox Demon was weak, it was skilled in survival and escape techniques. Now, it had been killed in a few moves, its core devoured and its blood drunk. How could the other Demon Kings not be terrified? Damn it, we've been tricked. You all go first, I'll cover your retreat, the Cold Dragon Demon King, belatedly realizing what had happened, decisively ordered the other Demon Kings to retreat. And he, showing great responsibility, actually chose to cover their retreat. Where are you going? It wasn't easy to get you all together, and no one is allowed to leave today. The Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint casually tossed aside the Fox Demon's corpse. His mouth smeared with blood, he grinned menacingly at the group of Demon Kings, and in a flash, he vanished from his spot. Compared to human nascent soul stage cultivators like Taijang Divine Venerable, speed was indeed the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's weakness. However, against a group of 5th-tier Demon Kings, although he hadn't yet returned to the 6th tier, he could use his powerful physique to achieve a near teleportation speed, completely overwhelming these Demon Kings. Following the Fox King, 2 more 5th-tier low-grade Demon Kings were quickly and forcefully killed by him. The Frost Dragon Demon King, who was covering their retreat, was powerless to stop it all. However, just as the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint was unleashing his ferocity and slaughtering the group of ice-filled Demon Kings, Taijang Divine Venerable had already arrived near the ice abyss and was observing them through his pupil technique. Because his cultivation level hadn't recovered to the 6th rank, even the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint was completely unaware of this, not knowing that he had one foot in the grave. I'm going to Changsha tomorrow. I'll be moving for the next few days, so the update count might be lower. Chapter 798 The Barbarian Saint falls into the net. On the icy plains, facing the overwhelming power of the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, the Frost Dragon Demon King and his fellow Demon Kings realized how naive and laughable the previous thoughts had been. Based on the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's displayed strength during his previous hunts of other Demon Kings, they deduced that his strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, completely unrelated to the former 6th-tier Barbarian Saint. This led them to conceive the idea of surrounding and killing him. Little did they know that after devouring and refining the flesh and blood and demon cores of several Demon Kings, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's strength had once again leaped forward, making him an existence that no 5th-tier high-grade Demon King could match. Although he still hadn't recovered to his 6th-tier cultivation, his formidable strength was more than enough to kill even a 5th-tier high-grade Demon King. The Demon Kings had made a single wrong step, resulting in total defeat. Now, under the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's relentless pursuit, Demon Kings were being beheaded and blasted to death, some even to rush to detonate their demon cores in desperation. The Earth Barbarians were experts at hunting demonic beasts, and the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint had cultivated all the way to the 6th rank, slaying countless powerful demonic beasts and Demon Kings. In terms of understanding demonic beasts and Demon Kings, many Demon Kings were far inferior to him. Even with the Frost Dragon Demon King's desperate attempts to intercept them, he couldn't change the fate of those Demon Kings, who fell one by one. After chasing them for thousands of miles, 5 of the 7 attacking Demon Kings perished, leaving only the Frost Dragon Demon King and the four-winged white giant bird alive. The four-winged white giant bird was the only Demon King to successfully escape the nine-blade barbarian saint's pursuit, thanks to the Frost Dragon Demon King's restraint and assistance, by virtue of its speed. However, while the Frost Dragon Demon King saved the four-winged white giant bird, he also placed himself in grave danger. Very well, since you, this treacherous worm, are so ungrateful and eager to die, I, the saint, will grant your wish. The nine-blade barbarian saint glared fiercely at the Frost Dragon Demon King with a cold laugh, and immediately launched a full-scale attack. The Frost Dragon Demon King, knowing this would be the most dangerous battle of his life, unleashed his full power to meet the attack. Dragons are also of the dragon family, said to possess true dragon blood, similar to the Jiaolong clan. Under the Frost Dragon Demon King's full-force attack, he even activated a divine power similar to the true dragon shadow, gaining the power of a true dragon. Thus, he, who was originally hornless, grew white dragon horns on his head, transforming into an ice dragon. In this state, the cold air he exhaled could even freeze the void, making it difficult to use special teleportation techniques like shrinking the earth to an inch. The nine-blade barbarian saint's teleportation-like movement techniques also became ineffective under this powerful freezing air. However, protected by the fiery armor on his body, the icy breath exhaled by the Frost Dragon couldn't truly restrain his movements. On the contrary, the blade energy unleashed by his battle axe forced the Frost Dragon to dodge each strike, avoiding a direct confrontation. From the situation, it seemed that the Frost Dragon, empowered by the true dragon's power, could only manage a head-on battle with the nine-blade barbarian saint, unable to establish any advantage. But the Frost Dragon's power couldn't last, while the nine-blade barbarian saint's power was entirely self-generated. Therefore, if the battle continued, the outcome would be obvious. The Frost Dragon was well aware of this. Thus, realizing that even with his full strength, he couldn't defeat the nine-blade barbarian saint, he took advantage of the remaining true dragon's power and chose to flee. As a top-tier ice attribute demon beast, the Frost Dragon was proficient in ice escape techniques. After receiving the power of the true dragon and transforming into the Frost Dragon, the Frost Dragon King's ice escape technique reached an unparalleled level. His figure flickered and instantly vanished from the nine-blade barbarian saint's sight, merging into the vast glacier below. However, the nine-blade barbarian saint, after all, possessed a 6th tier cultivation level. Even though his power hadn't fully recovered to the 6th tier, he still retained some of his former barbarian spiritual sense. Barbarian warriors specializing in body refinement possessed extremely keen spiritual senses. Anyone harboring malicious intent towards them could not escape their sharp perception. They could also use this powerful and keen spiritual sense to sense and lock onto enemies. This pure spiritual sense, while not as detailed as divine sense, was far superior in range. The Frost Dragon's escape technique was indeed superb. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, or even the Taijang divine venerable in his avatar, would likely struggle to lock onto him. However, the nine-blade barbarian saint's powerful spiritual sense easily detected and locked onto his escape route, and then relentlessly pursued him. If he could devour the demon core and flesh of a 5th-tier high-grade Frost Dragon, even if the nine-blade barbarian saint couldn't recover his 6th-tier cultivation, he could at least save a century of arduous effort. For that alone, the Frost Dragon Demon King's death was justified. However, after the nine-blade barbarian saint had chased the enemy for thousands of miles, his heart suddenly pounded, and his spiritual senses frantically warned him. He hadn't felt such a strong warning in a long time. Just as he sensed this warning and abruptly stopped, a dazzling sword light suddenly tore through the sky, appearing before him as if by teleportation. Taijang Divine Lord. The instant he saw the dazzling sword light, the nine-blade barbarian saint knew where the warning had come from, and then he was truly terrified. He never imagined that even after hiding in this desolate, godless place like the Ice Plains, he would still be found by Taijang Divine Lord. That dazzling sword light, even in his prime, would require him to suffer some injuries to withstand, let alone in his current state. But at this moment, he had no other choice. If he couldn't withstand that sword light, even if he didn't die on the spot, his fate would certainly be sealed. In that life or death moment, the nine-blade barbarian saint's will to survive compelled him to make the most correct decision. Suddenly, his fiery armor detached from his body, acting as a shield in front of him. Then, his limbs, hands, feet, head, and feet, were severed, splitting into 6 parts that shot off in all directions. He was gambling, betting that with his limbs severed, his energy would be divided into 6 parts, and that the sword light, in its haste, would only be able to follow one of those energy paths. In this way, as long as his torso wasn't severed, he could reassemble his limbs and escape death. And he did indeed win the gamble. After his head and body were separated into 6 parts, the dazzling sword light that had shattered the fiery armor ultimately struck his head, pulverizing it into bloody mist and bone paste. The 9-blade barbarian saint's scattered limbs quickly rejoined his torso, forming a headless body. Just when the 9-blade barbarian saint thought he had escaped death, another terrifying sword aura slashed down from the sky, instantly striking his newly reconstructed headless body. In an instant, his newly reconstructed headless body was directly cut in 2 at the waist. Of course, with the 9-blade barbarian saint's body tempering cultivation, he could survive even if his head was severed, and being cut in 2 wouldn't necessarily mean death. The problem was, after his body was split in 2, his first choice wouldn't be to regenerate a new body, but rather to instinctively move closer together in an attempt to reconstruct himself. In this way, he was essentially left in place. And how could the Taijang Divine Venerable let this opportunity pass? 2 sword lights swiftly circled back, wildly attacking the 2 pieces of his body that were trying to reconstruct themselves, chopping the 9-blade barbarian saint's 2 pieces of body into pieces like minced meat, giving him no chance to reconstruct himself. By the time Zhou Chun and the Taijang Divine Venerable's avatar arrived at the scene, the 9-blade barbarian saint had already been torn to pieces. Even so, Zhou Chun could still sense a powerful residual force within those mangled pieces of flesh. It seemed that each piece still possessed the power to kill an nascent soul cultivator. "Watch," the avatar of the Taijang Divine Venerable explained, seemingly intentionally highlighting the power of the 9-blade barbarian saint. Even when torn to pieces, his will remains undiminished. If any part escapes, he can still regenerate. Zhou Chun listened intently. While the 9-blade barbarian saint was undoubtedly the strongest in the world in terms of body refinement, and there shouldn't be another body refiner as powerful as him, no one could guarantee that such a powerful figure wouldn't appear after him. Remembering the Taijang Divine Venerable's method for dealing with the 9-blade barbarian saint would prevent him from being caught off guard in similar situations in the future. After slicing the 9-blade barbarian saint into thousands of pieces, the Taijang Divine Lord summoned a golden cauldron, a golden bell, and a purplish-red gourd. He divided approximately 60% of the 9-blade barbarian saint's remains into 3 parts and placed them inside to suppress them. He then instructed Zhou Chun and his avatar, "You two should each take half of the remaining part and suppress it first. Only by sending it to Senior Zhou Chun can we completely destroy this barbarian." "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Chun respectfully replied, and with a mix of excitement and trepidation, summoned his natal spiritual treasure. The myriad transformations golden cauldron. A beam of golden light erupted from the cauldron, directly sweeping away half of the remaining barbarian saint's remains and suppressing them within the cauldron. The remaining half of the barbarian saint's remains was also collected by the Taijang Divine Lord's avatar using a golden goblet magic treasure, which he held in his hand to suppress it. Afterwards, led by the Taijang Divine Lord, the 3 of them sped directly towards the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. On the journey, the remnant corpse of the 9-blade barbarian saint, suppressed by Zhou Chun within the myriad transformations golden cauldron, was violently clashing against this natal spiritual treasure, attempting to break free. The sheer force of its struggle meant that the myriad transformations golden cauldron, before its transformation into a spiritual treasure, might not have been able to suppress it. However, this struggle only slightly increased Zhou Chun's burden and had no real impact on him. He paid no attention to the remnant corpse of the 9-blade barbarian saint suppressed within the cauldron. His mind was entirely focused on meeting Venerable Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was no longer entirely ignorant of the news about the human race's nascent soul expert. He had already heard of Venerable Zhou Chun, the human race's longest-lived nascent soul venerable. He also knew that Venerable Taijang's ability to achieve nascent soul and Dao was largely due to Venerable Zhou Chun's assistance. Now, finally having the opportunity to meet this legendary strongest human, he was filled with anticipation. Thus, led by Venerable Taijang, Zhou Chun and he quickly arrived outside Changchun Valley. It's possible that the Divine Venerable Taijang had notified Venerable Zhou Chun beforehand. As soon as they arrived outside Changchun Valley, a woman in green opened the array and led them into the valley. This woman in green appeared no different from an ordinary person, but Zhou Chun, with his powerful divine sense, could still sense the deeply hidden aura of a demon king emanating from her. This woman was none other than a fifth-tier superior demon king in human form. Some powerful human cultivators had indeed kept demon kings as servants. However, to have a fifth-tier superior demon king as a servant was something that probably only Venerable Zhou Chun, the strongest human, could do. Before Zhou Chun could even marvel at this senior's power, he was quickly captivated by the scenery within Zhou Chun Valley. In a spiritual field within the valley, rows of purple spiritual herbs were evenly arranged. Their leaves resembled bamboo leaves, but were slightly longer, and the tips of the stems had sprouted spikes bearing fruits that looked like bamboo berries. These fruits were as crystal clear as amethyst, containing pure spiritual energy. 7-leaf purple bamboo grass, blooming every 1,000 years, produces bamboo food also known as purple crystal bamboo rice, a delicacy only nascent soul cultivators can enjoy. Long-term consumption can enhance cultivation and prolong life. Zhou Chun had obtained some of this when he was still at the Purple Mansion stage, thanks to the emergence of ancient ruins on the Dolan grassland. Later, he exchanged these items for many treasures. However, since successfully forming his nascent soul, he has had few opportunities to obtain these items. It's not that he can't exchange for them, but collecting them in large quantities is simply unrealistic. Yet, there are probably thousands of 7-leaf purple bamboo grass plants in that spirit field, and they are mostly mature spiritual herbs. Not far from the 7-leaf purple bamboo grass, in another spirit field, grows a golden wheat-like spiritual plant. Its stems are over half a zang tall, and the ears of wheat are over 3 chi long, with plump, golden grains that make one's mouth water just by looking at them. This is also an edible spiritual plant that can enhance cultivation, called Kishin Immortal Wheat. It is said to be a spiritual plant brought down by a powerful being from the upper realm. Eating it can nourish ki and prolong life, and it is beneficial even to cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Zhou Chun originally thought this was something fabricated in ancient books, but now he saw the real thing. In addition, in the other spiritual fields and medicinal fields in the valley, there were also many rare spiritual herbs and plants that were thousands of years old. Not to mention those fifth-order spiritual trees that were hundreds of feet tall. Looking at the spiritual trees and plants in the valley, Zhou Chun thought that if he could release Lu Yuanjun and let him enjoy the wood spirit power stored in those spiritual trees and plants, he might even have enough resources to cultivate to the fifth-order high-grade demon king. Unfortunately, he could only think about it and dared not do anything reckless. After passing through most of Zhou Chun Valley in this way, Zhou Chun followed Taijang Divine Venerable to the location of the Immortal Pine, and saw the legendary number 1 human. Facing the old man in a straw raincoat sitting cross-legged under the pine tree, even the human god-level Venerable Taijang bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Senior Zhou Chun, I have successfully captured and suppressed that 9-blade barbarian saint, and I am honored to have fulfilled my mission. How to deal with this fiend is up to you." He then released the remnants of the 9-blade barbarian saint that he had stored away. His avatar behind him followed suit. Zhou Chun, seeing this, also imitated him, summoning the myriad transformations golden cauldron, and pouring out the remnants of the barbarian saint. These remnants quickly coalesced and reformed, transforming into the true form of the 9-blade barbarian saint. However, the 9-blade barbarian saint, who had been extremely arrogant in front of the cold dragon demon king, now stood motionless after reforming. Although he had been sealed and suppressed, he was not completely unresponsive to the outside world. At least Zhou Chun could not completely cut off his senses. Therefore, he knew exactly where he was and who the unusually aged old man before him was. Looking at the pale-faced, motionless 9-blade barbarian saint, Venerable Zhou Chun smiled faintly and said, "9-blade barbarian saint, do you wish to live?" Oops, I was so tired from yesterday's journey that I forgot to send a leave notice. Sorry. I've already rented a place today, and I'll try to resume 6,000 word updates tomorrow. Chapter 799 The Promise of Venerable Zhou Chun. Did the 9-blade barbarian saint want to live? Of course he did. The Earth barbarians weren't a particularly outstanding race among the alien races. Before the 9-blade barbarian saint, they hadn't produced a 6th-tier barbarian saint for tens of thousands of years. In this world, not only were human cultivators struggling to reach the divine realm, but it was even more difficult for a race like the Earth barbarians, who specialized in body refinement. At first glance, it seemed that the Earth barbarians could continuously advance their ranks simply by eating demon beast meat. But that wasn't the case at all. First of all, body refinement also depended on aptitude. Earth barbarians with poor aptitude, even with the best resources, would find it increasingly difficult to progress. This was because the higher one's cultivation level, the rarer and harder it was to obtain the resources that could be used to assist in body refinement. And after reaching the 5th tier, the Earth barbarians could no longer improve their body refinement cultivation by only eating the flesh and blood of 4th tier demon beasts. But how easy were 5th tier demon kings to kill? And how many 5th tier demon kings were there? Considering the appetite and needs of a 5th tier barbarian king, even if one rank 10 Zhanglong demon king ate freely, it would only last for half a year or a year. Consuming a 5th tier demon king would at most improve their body refinement by 10 or 20 years. Not to mention, the barriers to smaller realms often can't be broken simply by eating. Before the 9-blade barbarian saint became a barbarian saint, the Earth barbarian clan sometimes struggled to even produce a high-grade 5th tier barbarian king, making them the weakest of the 3 races of the heavenly barbarian planes. The 9-blade barbarian saint's rise to barbarian saint status was due to his status as a once-in-10,000 years genius of the Earth barbarian clan, coupled with his exceptionally strong fortune. He waited for a body refinement elixir secretly cultivated by the Earth barbarian clan for tens of thousands of years to mature, and also consumed the last piece of the clan's inherited blood essence stone from a previous barbarian saint. If he had perished unexpectedly, it's certain that for the next several thousand or tens of thousands of years, even if the Earth barbarian clan produced a genius like him, they would be limited by resources and would have virtually no chance of becoming a 6th-tier barbarian saint. Considering that the turbid evil energy might completely dissipate in a few hundred years, and an unprecedented upheaval is imminent, once the top-tier expert is no longer in charge, the Earth barbarians might become history, just like those other alien races that have already disappeared from this world. Therefore, whether for his own sake or for the sake of the Earth barbarians, the 9-blade barbarian saint undoubtedly does not want to die. Venerable Zhou Chun, what do you want me to do? He looked at Venerable Zhou Chun warily, asking in a low voice about the conditions. He knew, of course, that if the humans chose not to kill him, they would definitely want him to do something. But then Venerable Zhou Chun slowly said, "Your barbarian race specializes in body refinement. The cultivation resources you seek are nothing more than spirit ores, spirit herbs, and the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. In truth, there's not much difference between you and us human cultivators. Even if a human cultivator dies at the hands of your barbarian race, we just bury them anywhere, or trade them to the Heavenly Soul Clan. Am I right? What do you mean by all this? This saint dislikes these roundabout ways. Just state your conditions," 9-blade barbarian saint said impatiently to Venerable Zhou Chun, seemingly forgetting that he was now a prisoner. He truly disliked this kind of cryptic communication. It was something he wasn't good at, and he had been fooled many times because of it. Therefore, he felt inexplicably irritated when someone spoke to him like this. Seeing this, Venerable Zhou Chun didn't take offense at the man's impetuous attitude, but patiently explained, "What I mean is, since the needs and desires of the Earth barbarians and our human cultivators are similar, and this world is so vast, the two races are not necessarily incapable of coexisting. At least our human race is willing to reserve a territory for the Earth barbarians." The 9-blade barbarian saint understood this and immediately looked at him coldly, questioning, "You want my Earth barbarians to submit to the human race and become their dogs? There's no need to be so harsh. As the most powerful race in this world, it wouldn't be a disgrace for your Earth barbarians to become our vassals." Venerable Zhou Chun waved his hand, replying calmly. The 9-blade barbarian saint fell silent upon hearing this. If he had a choice, he certainly wouldn't want the Earth barbarians to become vassals of another race, gaining an extra master for no reason. But he also knew very well that after his capture, the Earth barbarians didn't really have many choices. Even if they disagree with surrendering to the human race, the Earth barbarians, having lost the protection of a 6th-tier being, will be treated as vassals by other races and manipulated at will. It's possible that in the next war between humans and other races, the Earth barbarians, and even the 3 races of the heavenly barbarian planes, will be used as cannon fodder. This is the tragedy of smaller races. Once a top-tier being is no longer in charge, they lose their independence and autonomy. After a long silence, the 9-blade barbarian saint finally spoke in a deep voice, "How can I believe your words? Although you, Venerable Zhou Chun, have high cultivation, not all the other nascent soul cultivators of the human race are willing to listen to you. What if the other nascent soul cultivators of your human race renege on their promises in the future? How will I and the Earth Barbarian clan face this? As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Taijeng coldly looked at him and rebuked him. You barbarian, you are so ignorant. Senior Zhou Chun is a highly respected elder of our human race. No one will object to the promises he made on behalf of our human race. Venerable Zhou Chun also changed his previous gentle attitude and looked at the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint indifferently, saying, I may not be able to decide your life or death with a single word, but after refining you, Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, I am confident that I can still decide the demise of the Earth Barbarian clan with a single word. The Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint was powerless to refute these words, because the truth was indeed so. In the end, he could only sigh and say, very well. This saint is willing to lead the barbarian tribes to submit to the human race, but I wonder what it would take for Venerable Zhou Chun to let this saint return. He knew very well that Venerable Zhou Chun wouldn't easily let him go, like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. However, he was also very curious about what methods Venerable Zhou Chun could use to restrain him. After all, 6th-tier beings were already difficult to enslave and control, let alone a 6th-tier body cultivator like himself. Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, your soul and flesh are fused together, ordinary restrictive techniques are useless against you. It is indeed quite difficult to control you. Venerable Zhou Chun smiled, and immediately raised his hand, producing a fist-sized, dark red cicada worm. Then he said calmly, this insect is called the azure blood-transforming cicada. Using it as a medium, a goo worm called the azure blood-transforming goo can be refined. Once this goo worm has devoured enough essence blood of a living being, it will become an integral part of that being's body, forming a unique symbiotic relationship. Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, you only need to feed this goo worm with your heart's essence blood. After it merges into your body, you can leave. Hearing this, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint couldn't help but stare intently at the dark red goo worm. Unfortunately, goo worm techniques are a very niche art even in the human cultivation world. Only cultivators who practice insect-controlling techniques can refine them, and usually, the goo worms they can refine are not strong. Even a nascent soul-stage cultivator like Taijeng Divine Venerable had never heard of or seen a goo worm capable of restraining a 6th-tier being before. How could the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint possibly understand it? After looking left and right but unable to discern anything, he steeled himself and nodded, saying, alright, this saint will see if this little bug is as powerful as you say. He then punched his chest forcefully, spitting out a mouthful of his vital essence. Strangely enough, the azure blood-transforming goo that had been motionless in the hands of Venerable Zhou Chun immediately flew to the blood essence at a speed Zhou Chun could barely see, devouring and enjoying the incomparably precious blood essence. After consuming one portion, it seemed unsatisfied and immediately pounced towards the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint. Seeing this, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint's expression changed slightly, and he reflexively tried to punch the bug away. However, just as his fist rose, he felt the sharp sword intent of Venerable Taijeng beside him, and could only stop there, letting the bug pounce on his chest. Suddenly, something happened that made his expression change drastically again. After the azure blood-transforming goo pounced on his chest, his powerful physique was completely defenseless against this worm, which easily transformed into blood-red light that pierced through his skin and flesh, landing on his heart. He then felt a sharp pain in his heart, followed by a wave of weakness. A large amount of his vital essence and energy had been absorbed by the azure blood-transforming goo, clinging to his heart. After absorbing a large amount of his vital essence and energy, the goo worm transformed into a stream of dark red blood that merged into his heart, then circulated throughout his body with a flow of blood. Finally, this dark red blood flowed back into his heart and remained still. All of this seemed to be perceived and understood by Venerable Zhou Chun, who quickly smiled slightly at Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint and said, very good, Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint, you can leave now. Really? Are you trying to trick me? Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint looked at Venerable Zhou Chun with a face full of doubt and suspicion, seemingly unable to believe that things could be so simple. What's the point of me lying to you? Try and you'll see. Venerable Zhou Chun glanced at him with a hint of disdain and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Blade Barbarian Saint said no more and immediately headed out of the valley. Soon, he left Zhou Chun Valley without any hindrance. Only then did he believe that what Venerable Zhou Chun said was true, and then, half happy and half worried, he quickly left the vicinity of Zhou Chun Valley. Senior Zhou Chun, can that azure blood transformation goo Really restrain the nine-blade barbarian saint? We finally managed to capture him this time, but if he rebels again, it won't be so easy to kill him next time." Inside Changchun Valley, Venerable Taijing watched the nine-blade barbarian saint's departing figure and couldn't help but express his worries to Venerable Changchun with a face full of concern, without any attempt to conceal the presence of the junior, Zhou Chun. After hearing his words, Venerable Changchun smiled faintly and said, "If the nine-blade barbarian saint were still at the 6th rank, the Azure blood transformation goo certainly wouldn't be able to control him, and I wouldn't have taken such a great risk to release it. However, the nine-blade barbarian saint has now fallen from the 6th rank and is eager to return, which gives me an opportunity. In the future, as he strives to return to the 6th rank and slaughters and devours demon kings, the Azure blood transformation goo will share in his gains without him noticing, and even his cultivation recovery speed will appear normal. However, he won't know that as time goes by, the Azure blood transformation goo will, in this process, transform all his essence and blood into its own essence, and his body into its own vessel. Ultimately, not only will he fail to return to the 6th rank, but his profound essence and blood essence will become nourishment for the Azure blood transformation goo, helping it to completely transform and mature into a unique 6th rank divine goo." Speaking of this, Venerable Changchun sighed softly. In truth, this kind of goo refining method is almost a demonic act. If it weren't for the fact that the Azure blood transforming cicada is indeed rare, and that I am old and my blood and energy are declining, needing the Azure blood transforming goo to replenish my blood and energy and increase my chances of a successful breakthrough, I wouldn't have resorted to such an evil method. Hearing his explanation, Venerable Taijing immediately stopped talking. Since it concerned Venerable Changchun's breakthrough to the late-stage nascent soul realm, taking some risks was indeed worthwhile. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject, saying, "This time, we were able to capture the nine-blade barbarian saint thanks to this junior who relayed the message, so I took the liberty of bringing him along. I hope Senior Changchun will forgive me." He then beckoned to Zhou Chun, saying, "Zhengchun, why don't you come and pay your respects to Senior Changchun?" Junior Zhou Zhengchun pays respects to Senior Changchun. Zhou Chun quickly bowed deeply to express his respect. Venerable Changchun, however, gazed at him intently, his eyes gleaming with emerald light. Zhou Chun felt no discomfort at the gaze, but Venerable Changchun seemed to see right through him. He immediately said, "His innate talent is average, but his lifespan is short. He is physically strong and spiritually powerful, indeed giving him a greater chance than most juniors." The chance he referred to was likely the probability of achieving the nascent soul stage. At least, that's what Zhou Chun thought, and he felt a surge of secret joy. Venerable Taijing then continued, "This lad's innate talent and cultivation are not outstanding, but his opportunities and fortune are exceptionally abundant. Despite coming from a humble background, he has managed to cultivate 5 extraordinary demon king spirit pets, always turning misfortune into good fortune and profiting from chaos." As he said this, Taijing Divine Venerable couldn't help but recall the 10,000 gold motherstone that had helped him so much. Such a divine object was something even nascent soul stage cultivators rarely encountered. "I saw it, a 4-clawed, 4-toed thunder dragon, and a mountain-bearing turtle, a nearly extinct demon beast. They are indeed rare species, and what's even more remarkable is that they were able to cultivate the wood spirit to the 5th rank." Venerable Changchun nodded slowly, instantly revealing the origins of the Demon King spirit pets in Zhou Chun's spirit beast pouch. At this moment, he seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Little fellow, I have a matter I would like to entrust to you for help. I wonder if you are willing." Hearing this, not only Zhou Chun, but even Taijing Divine Venerable showed surprise. After all, he was the dignified Venerable Changchun, the #1 cultivator of the human race. After his surprise, Zhou Chun quickly and respectfully replied, "It is my honor to serve Senior Changchun. Since you are willing to help, then let that wood spirit come out." Venerable Changchun waved his hand and gave a soft instruction. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately obeyed and released Liu Yuanjun. Mu Sang greets Senior Changqing and Senior Taijing. As soon as Liu Yuanjun, in the form of a spirit deer, appeared, he immediately knelt and bowed deeply to the 2 human nascent soul experts. "No need for formalities," Venerable Changchun said lightly, and an invisible force helped Liu Yuanjun up. Then he raised his hand, and a handful of pine needles fell from the eternal pine behind him and flew into his hand, then tossed it to Liu Yuanjun. "Try it out first and tell me what you feel." Lu Yuanjun immediately opened his mouth, put the handful of pine needles in his mouth, and closed his eyes to feel it. After a moment, he opened his eyes and slowly said, "Ancient trees are evergreen, life is natural." Hearing this, Venerable Zhou Chun said calmly without changing his expression, "You can eat it first and then tell me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanjun immediately swallowed all the pine needles in his mouth, carefully savoring them. After a while, he shook his head and said, "This junior is dull-witted and cannot describe its taste. Then can you sense the unique spiritual energy within it?" Venerable Zhou Chun asked again. "Yes." Lu Yuanjun glanced at Zhou Chun and nodded slightly. "Excellent." Venerable Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then turned to Zhou Chun and said, "The matter I need your help with is to find a spiritual plant with a similar spiritual energy to the pine needles in the northeast direction of Changchun Valley. If you can find this plant, I may be able to lend you a hand when you reach the nascent soul stage in the future." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Chun and Taijang Divine Venerable were immediately shocked. However, their points of shock differed. The fact that the eternal pine was an acquired spiritual root was a secret known only within the nascent soul realm. Therefore, although Zhou Chun sensed the extraordinary nature of the pine tree behind Venerable Changchun, he was unaware that it was a legendary acquired spiritual root. He was simply astonished by the reward offered by Venerable Changchun. If someone else had offered him this reward, even if that person was a nascent soul venerable, he would have been skeptical. After all, if nascent soul venerables all possessed the ability to help others achieve nascent soul status, then all nascent souls in the world, there wouldn't be so few cultivators then. But the one who said this was Venerable Changchun, a senior expert who had once guided and helped Taijang Divine Venerable to successfully transform into deity. With Taijang Divine Venerable's success as a precedent, Venerable Changchun's words carried considerable weight. What shocked Taijang Divine Venerable was naturally that there was actually a second acquired spiritual root in the world. This was the first time he had heard Venerable Changchun mention this, and he stared at Venerable Changchun in utter shock, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Li Niang, take this young friend to Chunhui Garden to select 3 spiritual herbs, and then take this young friend Mu Seng to the 100-wood forest to absorb the power of the wood spirit." Just as Zhou Chun was still digesting the astonishing information contained in Venerable Changchun's words, Venerable Changchun had already summoned the woman in green who had brought him there earlier and gave her new instructions. Upon hearing his order, the woman in green immediately replied respectfully, "Li Niang obeys." Then, she gently gestured to Zhou Chun and Lu Yuanjun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, fellow Taoist Mu Seng, please follow me this way. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Changchun." Zhou Chun composed himself slightly, quickly thanked Venerable Changchun along with Lu Yuanjun, and then followed a woman in green. After Zhou Chun and his servant left, Venerable Taijang spoke excitedly, "Senior Changchun, judging from your words, could it be that a new acquired spiritual root has been born in this world?" Decades ago, the eternal pine did indeed sense the birth of a new acquired spiritual root. However, although there is a connection between acquired spiritual roots, these spiritual beings all possess the ability to shield themselves from divination and are naturally adept at concealing their own spiritual energy, preventing other beings or cultivators from sensing their exact location. Therefore, the eternal pine could only roughly sense that this object appeared in the northeast direction of Changchun Valley. Venerable Changchun nodded slightly, not concealing the details he knew. He already possessed an acquired spiritual root, so having one more wouldn't make much difference. However, an acquired spiritual root was extremely significant for other nascent soul stage cultivators. If he could obtain such a thing, all the other human nascent soul stage cultivators would likely be begging him for it, and there would be other benefits to come. Upon hearing his answer, Taijang Divine Venerable became even more excited and couldn't help but follow up, saying, "Doesn't the northeast direction of Changchun Valley include the Xiamen Plain? Could this thing have appeared in the territory of the alien races? Aren't the Wood Spirit Clan among the 5-element spirit clans also skilled at cultivating and discovering spirit trees?" "That possibility certainly exists." Venerable Changchun nodded slightly, not denying it. Upon hearing this, Taijang Divine Venerable immediately said in a deep voice, "Then this junior will go to the Xiamen Plain to conduct soul searches on those Wood Spirit Clan higher-ranking members. You can handle these matters yourself." Venerable Changchun waved his hand, not expressing any opinion. However, since he didn't object, Taijang Divine Venerable naturally took it as his agreement. On the other side, After Zhou Chun followed a woman in green into the Chunhui garden mentioned by Venerable Chong Chun, he immediately felt like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden. This Chunhui garden was a medicinal garden, where various spiritual herbs were planted, all of which were extremely rare and precious varieties, and their age met the requirements for nascent soul stage cultivators to refine pills. Zhou Chun even saw all the essential auxiliary ingredients for the infant transformation pill, besides the heavenly infant fruit. If he used his 3 quota of spiritual herbs on these herbs, he could even collaborate with someone who had the heavenly infant fruit, to refine pills, and most likely get a pill in return. But what use would that be to him? So his gaze didn't linger on those herbs at all, but instead prioritized the ones that would be useful to him or his spirit pet. This golden light grass, this thunder paddle fruit, and this yellow dragon ginseng. I'll take these 3 spiritual herbs. After a long selection, Zhou Chun finally pointed to 3 spiritual herbs in the herb garden and stated his choice. Alright, fellow Taoist Zhou, do you want to transplant them or pick them directly? The woman in green glanced at the 3 spiritual herbs he had chosen, nodded immediately, and inquired about his needs. Pick them directly, Zhou Chun answered without hesitation. Hearing this, the woman in green also picked the 3 spiritual herbs without delay, put them in a sealing jade box, and handed them to him. He then took them, master and servant, to the 100 trees forest that Venerable Chong Chun had mentioned. There, hundreds of spirit trees grew, including many 5th-order spirit trees that were thousands of feet tall. This should be considered as Venerable Chong Chun's advance payment to Lord Liu Yuan. Chapter 800, The 1,000-Year-Old. Zhou Chun was unaware of what Taizheng Divine Venerable and Chong Chun Venerable discussed after he and his servant left. In any case, he was escorted out of Chongchun Valley by the woman in green after Liu Yuanjun had a hearty meal in the 100 Trees forest. Only Taizheng Divine Venerable's avatar accompanied him. You must take the matter entrusted to you by Senior Chongchun seriously, however, this matter is too ethereal, your true body should not let it interfere with your cultivation. You can have your avatar travel and search with your spirit pet, on the way back to Yu Kingdom. Taizheng Divine Venerable's avatar also gave Zhou Chun some instructions regarding the matter entrusted to him by Chongchun Venerable. The acquired spiritual root was of great importance, and even though he trusted Zhou Chun wouldn't spread rumors, he didn't tell Zhou Chun the details, only conveying the importance of its significance. Zhou Chun, after hearing his admonitions, naturally replied repeatedly, "This junior understands, this junior will certainly do his best to handle this matter well." The two flew back to Kunwu Mountain quickly. Upon returning to his cave, Zhou Chun began distributing the treasures. Although he hadn't participated in any battles on this trip, his gains were still considerable. The 3 spiritual herbs he obtained from Venerable Chong Chun were exactly what he and his spirit pets needed. The golden light grass was over 7,000 years old. Even without using it for alchemy, its pure medicinal power could be used to refine magical power, making it perfect for someone like Zhou Chun who relied on consuming Demon King pills to improve his cultivation. The thunder fruit was even more extraordinary, perfectly suited to Silver Dragon Lord. Consuming it directly could be equivalent to 100 years of cultivation. Similarly, the yellow dragon ginseng possessed profound medicinal power, perfectly suited to Mount Fu, and could enhance cultivation even when eaten raw. After distributing the treasures, Zhou Chun let the other spirit pets go off to cultivate, leaving only dear Yuanjun behind. Back in Chongchun Valley, Mu sang, you seemed hesitant to speak. Why? Inside the cave, Zhou Chun looked at his beloved pet whom he had left behind, his expression slightly grave. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuanjun immediately replied respectfully, Master, you are wise. The unique spiritual energy that Venerable Chongchun spoke of, both you and I have witnessed before. It is the very spiritual root that Venerable Chongchun revived from Yu Sang. What? You're sure? Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he looked at his beloved pet in shock, unable to help but exclaim. There's no mistake, Mu Sang is absolutely certain of this. Liu Yuanjun nodded, speaking with unwavering certainty. Seeing his certainty, Zhou Chun's shocked expression quickly turned into joy, and he clapped his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, Good, good, good. This is truly effortless, effortless. He was itching to immediately inform Venerable Chongchun. But then he seemed to remember something and restrained himself. No, things that are too easily obtained are not cherished. How can the price I've paid be shown without searching for them for decades or even centuries? Besides,
I don't even have the late-stage nascent soul cultivation yet. If I offer up the treasure, what if I'm just dismissed like Venerable Yuan Yang did, he muttered to himself. The joy in his eyes gradually fading. It wasn't that he was overthinking things, but the matter was of great importance, leaving him no room for hesitation. Moreover, the most ingenious aspect of this matter was that the demon king Chongsun couldn't leave the misty immortal ridge, and his own strength was enough to protect the spiritual root. He didn't need to worry too much about someone discovering the spiritual root before him. Furthermore, from Venerable Chongchun's words, he knew that the unique spiritual energy was difficult for any spirit other than the wood spirit, who was extremely affinity for spiritual wood, to sense. Therefore, even if someone discovered the revived spiritual root, they might not be able to discern its extraordinary nature. After pondering this for a long time, Zhou Chun issued a gag order to Lu Yuanjun, forbidding him from revealing this matter to anyone. He then sent Lu Yuanjun back to digest the gains from Chongchun Valley, and took out the golden light grass to slowly refine it. The golden light grass was an extremely rare and precious spiritual herb, very few could grow to 1,000 years old. The golden light grass Zhou Chun brought from Chongchun Valley was over 6,000 years old, enough to bankrupt many nascent soul stage sword cultivators outside. Zhou Chun held it in his hand, slowly absorbing its essence to refine his own mana. Every other day, the golden light on the grass would dim slightly. After half a year, the golden light grass in Zhou Chun's hand lost all its spiritual essence and turned to dust. At the same time, having refined the essence of the entire golden light grass, his mana became several times purer, and the feeling of emptiness he had experienced from consuming the Demon King's pill to improve his cultivation completely dissipated. With at most a few decades of arduous cultivation, he would be able to reach the barrier of the late nascent soul stage. Time flies, and 7 years have passed in a flash. On this day, a sudden gust of wind arose within the Zhou family's mountain gate, accompanied by bursts of joyful dragon roars. Above the thunder dragon swamp within the mountain gate, a black dragon soared through the air, surrounded by gathering dark clouds, the dragon roars emanating from its mouth. It's a black dragon. The little ancestor's black jade python has successfully transformed into a dragon. Zhou family cultivators who witnessed this scene immediately recognized its origin from the black dragon's appearance. Then, a golden sword light descended from Kunwu Peak, arriving beside the black dragon, revealing a handsome young man in a white robe. Upon seeing this handsome young man, many Zhou family cultivators who had approached to see the dragon's birth immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, little ancestor, no need for formalities." Zhou Zinun waved his hand, responded, and then turned his gaze to his beloved pet. The black dragon in the sky still only had 2 front claws, seemingly of ordinary dragon blood. However, upon closer inspection, 2 black fleshy growths could be seen hanging from the underside of its lower body, seemingly nurturing something. Zhou Zinun, of course, knew what those 2 black fleshy growths were nurturing. The hope of transforming from a demonic python into a dragon in one go, achieving a 4-clawed, 3-toed form, was extremely slim, unless it triggered the fish leaping over the dragon gate phenomenon. As the silver dragon lord had done, and successfully leaped over the gate. Since the black jade python had successfully transformed into a dragon without triggering the fish leaping over the dragon gate phenomenon, it naturally couldn't transform into a 4-clawed, 3-toed dragon in one step. However, the various dragon blood spirits it had consumed before transforming, and the special training it received from the silver dragon lord, couldn't have been without effect. Therefore, unable to transform into a 4-clawed, 3-toed dragon in one go, it accumulated its power, which manifested as those 2 black fleshy growths. One day, once its cultivation is complete, the 2 black growths will naturally fall off, revealing the dragon claws nurtured within. At that time, it will be a 4-clawed, 3-toed black dragon. After examining his beloved pet, Zhou Zinun smiled and exclaimed, "Good, good, good. Mayer, you finally succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Uncle Bai's cultivation of you has not been in vain." Hearing this, the black dragon quickly flew down to his feet and carried him on its back, soaring through the sky above the Zhou family's mountain gate. On Kunwu Peak, Zhou Chun watched this scene with a smile in his eyes. The appearance of the black dragon has an even more positive significance for the Zhou family, adding a new pure-blooded dragon to their ranks besides the Azure Dragon and Thunder Dragon. Moreover, the Zhou family already tames a mid-level demonic beast with black dragon bloodline, the Black-Headed Dragon.
If Zhou Chun's black dragon advances to the 4th rank and further purifies its bloodline, it might even help 1 or 2 of the black-headed dragons to successfully transform into dragons. However, after the appearance of the ink dragon, Thunder Dragon Swamp became somewhat crowded. After all, this body of water wasn't very large to begin with, and now it had to accommodate as many as 5 dragons, which was indeed a bit unfair to the dragons. Therefore, after some consideration, Zhou Chun cleared both the 3rd-tier Thunder Dragon and the Ink Dragon from Thunder Dragon Swamp, letting them find suitable nesting places in the Kunwu Mountains outside the mountain gate. In any case, the Zhou family had now completely controlled the Kunwu Mountains, and with him and the Taijang Divine Venerables avatars overseeing the area, there was no fear of any accidents occurring to these 2 dragons settling outside. Not long after, Zhou Chun received news that the 9-blade barbarian saint had returned to the heavenly barbarian plane and launched a massacre of the 5th-tier demon kings residing there. It was said that he mobilized the power of the Earth Barbarian clan, the 5-element Spirit clan, and the Heavenly Soul clan, directly slaughtering 6 5th-tier demon kings in one fell swoop, including 1 high-grade 5th-tier demon king. After this massacre, the remaining demon kings and high-level demon beasts on the Shineman Plain fled away from the alien territory, with some even escaping into the Yu or Han kingdoms. The Jinyu sect and Qingyun sect, unaware of the situation, specifically visited Zhou Chun, worried that the alien races might invade the Yu kingdom. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't reveal the details, but he confidently assured them that with the protection of the Taijang Divine Venerable, the alien races would absolutely not dare to invade the Yu kingdom. And they didn't need to worry. This firm attitude gave the 2 sects some confidence, and they temporarily put aside their concerns and returned home. Meanwhile, the 9-blade barbarian saint, after slaying several demon kings, indeed quieted down, presumably going into seclusion for cultivation. Several years later, Luo Qingni, who had been in seclusion, emerged. It turned out that she had failed to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage and felt that continued seclusion might not be useful, so she came out of seclusion. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun quickly went to comfort her. Breaking through realms is always a matter of chance, not something that can be forced. Qingni, your failure this time simply means your opportunity hasn't arrived yet. When it does, it will naturally come to fruition. Inside the bamboo pavilion, Zhou Chun, after drinking the spiritual tea brewed by Luo Qingni, gently comforted the beautiful woman before him. It was expected that Luo Qingni would be upset about her failed breakthrough, and she didn't try to hide it. Hearing Zhou Chun's comforting words, she simply nodded slightly and said, I understand what fellow Taoist Zhou means. This failure shows that I haven't accumulated enough power, and my opportunity hasn't arrived. The only thing I can do now is continue to hone my magic power and wait for the right moment. That's what she said, but how easy is it to obtain an opportunity that can help a nascent soul cultivator break through to the middle nascent soul stage? Zhou Chun was able to break through to the middle nascent soul stage with the help of the divine transformation Venerable Taijang. Luo Qingni was self-aware. Although her alchemy skills were decent, even those late-stage nascent soul cultivators wouldn't value them. Therefore, waiting for her breakthrough opportunity would be extremely difficult, perhaps even impossible in this lifetime. Zhou Chun sensed the lack of confidence in her tone. After a moment's thought, he looked at her and said, Qingni, you know my character. There are some things I can't reveal to you now, but I can assure you that a suitable breakthrough opportunity will definitely appear for you in the future. Luo Qingni was stunned, staring blankly at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with confidence. She rarely saw Zhou Chun like this, but every time she had seen him with such an expression in the past, it had indeed come true. So, after a moment of stunned silence, she smiled sweetly and said, with fellow Taoist Zhou's words, Qingni is completely relieved. Her expression had been melancholy, full of worries, making her appear pitiful. At this moment, a gentle smile dispelled all her worries, captivating all who beheld her. Zhou Chun's gaze flickered, and he couldn't help but linger for a moment before subtly averting his eyes to avoid any rudeness. After comforting Luo Qingni, Zhou Chun returned to his cave to continue his secluded cultivation. Time flew by, and more than a decade passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Zhou Chun, carrying several core formation artifacts bestowed upon him by Zhou Chun, entered a secret chamber to cultivate his core. He possessed a superior grade spiritual root aptitude, cultivated the 9 revolutions golden light technique, a top-tier cultivation method, And his core formation artifacts included the 5-element spiritual fruit, a supreme treasure for core formation. With these resources fully utilized, the success rate of forced core formation was over 70%. If he couldn't succeed even with all this, then he was truly hopeless, and there was no need to say anything more. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't seem too concerned about his core formation. However, Su Yazhen, ever since Zhou Chun began his core formation seclusion, had been preoccupied and frequently waited outside a secluded cave. After several attempts to dissuade her, Zhou Chun finally gave in. While Zhou Chun's results from her secluded cultivation for core formation were still pending, Lu Yuanjun smoothly broke through to the middle rank of the 5th level. It must be said that the spirit race's talent is truly exceptional. For ordinary demon kings, advancing from a lower rank 5th level demon king to a middle rank 5th level demon king is extremely difficult, no longer as easy as before, where simply reaching a certain bloodline rank and accumulating enough power was sufficient. However, for Lu Yuanjun, this barrier to advancement was much weaker. Furthermore, in Changchun Valley, he had absorbed the wood spirit power contained in several 5th-rank spiritual trees of extremely high quality. With all these combined, his advancement to a middle-rank 5th-level Demon King felt almost effortless, incredibly smooth. With this breakthrough, relying on his middle-rank 5th-level Demon King cultivation and the assistance of 2 5th-rank, Heavenly Wood Deo weapons, Lu Yuanjun's strength leaped above the other 4 Demon King spirit pets. Zhou Chun was very pleased and specially hosted a banquet to celebrate Lu Yuanjun's achievement. Afterwards, he fulfilled his promise to Venerable Changchun, having Lu Yuanjun carry his name card to visit various major sects and forces. The stated reason was that Lu Yuanjun needed to collect the essence of all trees for his cultivation, hoping that each sect and family would allow him to harvest some branches and leaves from their mountain sects. Given Zhou Chun's current reputation, and Lu Yuanjun's advancement to a mid-level 5th-tier Demon King, even the top powers would likely not refuse such a small request. Shortly after Lu Yuanjun's departure, Zhou Chun, who was in seclusion to form his core, successfully triggered the core formation celestial phenomenon and successfully formed his core. On Kunwu Peak, after seeing the core formation celestial phenomenon in the sky slowly dissipate, Zhou Chun's figure flashed, and he appeared beside his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. He looked at his Taoist partner beside him, who seemed relieved, and immediately took her hand, holding it firmly. He smiled gently and said, "I told you, Xinyuan's core formation this time was a natural progression. My wife, you were worrying too much." Hearing this, Su Yazhen didn't argue, but simply smiled and said, "My husband is right, I was overthinking it." To her, as long as her beloved son successfully formed his core, all her worries were worthwhile. At this time, she actually didn't have much time left to live. In a few years, Zhou Chun would be 1,000 years old, and she was several decades older than him. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Yuan made up his mind so quickly to undergo core formation in seclusion. Half a year later, having consolidated his cultivation, Zhou Yuan quickly emerged from seclusion to report the good news to his parents. After learning of this, Zhou Yan even came to ask Zhou Chun whether the Zhou family should hold a grand core formation celebration for Zhou Yuan. However, since Zhou Yuan had no interest in family power, Zhou Chun didn't want him to occupy too many family resources, so he vetoed the matter on his behalf. Zhou Chun always set a clear example of separating public and private matters. After Zhou Yuan successfully formed his core, Su Yazhen seemed to have fulfilled her wish, appearing much more relaxed. That day, she came to find Zhou Chun, looking at her Taoist partner with expectant eyes, and said, "I wish to revisit the old land of Jing Kingdom. Will you accompany me, my husband?" Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "Of course, my wife. When would you like to depart?" "Thank you, my husband. Let's depart tomorrow then," Su Yazhen said happily, her face beaming. So Zhou Chun quickly gave some instructions and then took his Taoist partner to Jing Kingdom. This time, they brought no one else with them, only the two of them. Even after arriving in Jing Kingdom, the two concealed their cultivation at the foundation establishment stage and changed their appearance. Then, like a true foundation establishment stage cultivation couple, the two leisurely traveled throughout the Jing Kingdom. At this time, the Moonwheel sect once again held sway over the Jing Kingdom, but only the Azure Moon True Person, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, was maintaining its prestige. The Flame Sun sect, on the other hand, only had the White Sun True Person left. To resist the demon army, the Flame Sun sect had self-destructed its protective mountain array, leaving its mountain gates barren and ravaged by poisonous fire and evil energy. After the war, Venerable Yuan Yang, to appease the people, personally used his great divine power to completely eradicate the poisonous fire and evil energy, allowing the Flame Sun sect to return to its homeland and restore its mountain gate. As for the Azure Lotus mountain range left behind by the Zhou family, it was occupied by a sect that had relocated from another country, called the Treasure Tree Sect. This Treasure Tree Sect only had one early nascent soul cultivator, whose lifespan seemed to be running out. The vast Jing kingdom now only had 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Zhou Chun was deeply moved upon learning this. It was obvious that after a series of great battles, many foreign cultivators were wary of the Jing kingdom, a land rife with conflict, and had no desire to defend its borders. The neighboring Fen kingdom was no exception, currently possessing only 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Zhou Chun estimated that if it weren't for the uncertainty of securing a large spiritual mountain or blessed land by relocating to another country, the Yan Yang sect would likely also want to move away. After all, based on his observations during his travels through the Jing kingdom, it was not much better off than the Yu kingdom. However, this trip was primarily to accompany his Taoist partner on a nostalgic journey, seeking rekindle memories of their youth, so Zhou Chun didn't pay much attention to anything else. After traveling through several states of the Jing kingdom for over half a year, the two finally arrived at the place where they first met. It had originally been a desolate outpost established by the Jing kingdom, but due to the current shortage of manpower, it was now a standard demon territory. Of course, given Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen's cultivation levels, this place posed no threat to them whatsoever. At this moment, the two revisited this familiar place, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing at the vast, desolate forest below. Su Yuzhen rested her head on Zhou Chun's shoulder, her eyes slightly closed, and whispered, "To have met you here, my husband, was truly the greatest fortune and blessing of my life. Looking back now, my husband is truly magnanimous. Not only did he harbor resentment towards me and the Su family because of what happened back then, but he also bestowed upon me and the Su family an incredible opportunity." Hearing her speak of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but recall their first meeting. Then he gently stroked her hair and said, "We live in this world, and to meet, know each other, and come together is fate. Whether it's a good fate or a bad one, since we met and came together, we should follow fate." Hearing his words, Su Yuzhen seemed to feel something, and couldn't help but squint her eyes and sigh softly. "Yes. Perhaps this is fate, allowing me to meet you, my husband, sooner, and to be destined to become your Taoist partner." Zhou Chun smiled gently upon hearing this, without saying a word. Su Yuzhen, seemingly lost in thought, also suddenly fell silent. The two of them quietly nestled together, watching the sunrise and sunset on the mountaintop, without speaking for several days. Several days later, Su Yuzhen slowly rose and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Thank you, my husband, for setting aside your cultivation to accompany me on this journey back to this familiar place. My wish has been fulfilled, and I will no longer delay your cultivation, my lady. You are too kind. We are husband and wife, there is no need for thanks." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, quickly helped his Taoist partner up, and then they returned to the Yu kingdom hand in hand. Several years later, Zhou Chun turned over 1,000 years old and held a 1,000-year banquet within his family. He aspired to become a nascent soul cultivator, so he didn't place much importance on the 1,000-year banquet. The Zhou family no longer needed to increase its influence by holding such celebrations, so it was only a 1,000-year banquet held within the clan. This grand banquet lasted for several days, and many of the younger generation of the Zhou family put in their best efforts to showcase themselves, either by demonstrating their talisman-making skills or their profound magical abilities, hoping to catch the eye of Zhou Chun, the family's patriarch. But unfortunately, the number of younger generation whose names Zhou Chun actually remembered was fewer than one hand. Of course, to enhance the festive atmosphere, Zhou Chun also gave each of the younger performers on stage some rewards, ensuring that everyone had a good time. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.